A few days ago, I was an ordinary person, but I inexplicably traveled through time and space and became a snow-white little wolf. My beautiful and elegant appearance should have been an advantage, but in the Black Wolf Mountain filled with black wolves, it became the biggest obstacle to my survival. From the moment I crossed over, I felt countless discriminatory gazes, so cold that it made my hair stand on end. I was treated as an alien and banished by a pack of wolves to the most barren part of the mountains. There is almost no prey here. I am isolated and helpless, and I may starve to death at any time. Standing on the edge of Black Wolf Mountain, I felt the biting cold wind and endless loneliness. It's fine that I traveled through time and space as a wolf, but the difficulty level at the beginning is hellish. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Why am I not a black wolf? Just when I was about to give up, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! The system is activating. Activation successful. The attribute panel instantly appeared in front of my eyes. Host. Suchin race. Snow wolf talent. Super evolution. Kill creatures to gain energy. Can evolve or mutate. Skill. Primary wind blade. My body shook violently and I almost jumped off the rock. System? There really is a system. Although it's a little late, it's finally here. I suppressed the ecstasy in my heart and immediately used my mind to call up the system interface. However, my feelings are extremely complicated. On the one hand, this ordinary quality makes me a little speechless. On the other hand, my only reliance is the super evolution talent and the basic wind blade skill. Kill creatures, absorb energy, evolve or mutate? I whispered the talent description, my eyes gradually brightening. Although I am just a weak wolf cub now, as long as I can survive. Sooner or later, I will get rid of this damn ordinary level and stand at the top of the entire continent. Just then, a faint sound sounded beside me. I looked up suddenly and found a fiery red lizard crawling out from the messy pile of rocks. It radiates a red light, like a burning flame. Volcano lizard, level 1. I stared at it, sizing it up silently. This lizard lives near volcanoes all year round. Although it looks cool, its strength is probably average. It just so happens that I can use it to try out my mega evolution talent. I didn't hesitate any longer, quickly closed the distance, and activated my skill. A light blue wind blade tore through the air and hit the target accurately. The lizard instantly collapsed to the ground. As it died, a warm current flowed into my body and the system prompt sounded. Host level upgrade, level 2, skill upgrade, intermediate wind blade. Evolution points are full. Evolution can be performed at any time. Looking at the attribute panel, I felt excited, but before I could be happy for too long, the air suddenly twisted and a blazing fireball flew towards me. I jumped sideways in a panic, and the fireball exploded behind me. I looked up and saw a larger volcano lizard glaring at me. Volcano Lizard Elite, level 3. Seeing the green name above its head, my heart suddenly tightened. Elite monster? This thing is obviously much stronger than the ordinary lizard I just hunted. It didn't give me much time to think, and another fireball hit me. I gritted my teeth and dodged, taking the opportunity to launch an intermediate wind blade. A light blue wind blade streaked through the air, pointing directly at its head. Poochie, the lizard elite flexibly turned its body and blocked the attack with its back. The wind blade only left a shallow mark on its thick skin. I cursed in my mind. Fuck, this guy's defense is so strong. The elite level is indeed not comparable to ordinary monsters. Seeing the other party gathering fireballs again, I didn't have the chance to stop and think. My body instinctively jumped to the side, and my mind quickly thought of a countermeasure. I must find its weakness, otherwise this battle will be disastrous. The volcano lizard elite roared, and a fireball spewed out of its mouth, heading straight for me. I sneered and dodged it easily with a slight flick of my body. Oh, is this all you can do? I teased, taking advantage of the moment when it was gathering strength to launch a counterattack. The light blue wind blade tore through the air and rushed straight towards the lizard. But this guy was obviously no simple man. He actually took my attack with his back. The wind blade left a shallow scar on its back, causing it to roar in pain, but it did not affect its movements. The defense is really strong. I gritted my teeth in my heart, but I was also satisfied with the results of my evolution. The wind blades before could only cut the skin of ordinary lizards, but now, at least it can make this elite monster suffer a little. The volcanic lizard elite was furious, staring at me with flaming eyes, growling, and opening its mouth to brew a fireball again. I saw its intention and a sneer appeared at the corner of my mouth. Just as it was about to spit out a fireball, I quickly gathered a second wind blade. A sound of breaking air was heard instantly, and the wind blade hit its head at an extremely fast speed. The lizard elite's eyes were filled with shock, and even a hint of confusion. How is it possible? Didn't he just cast a spell? It will never understand my secret. When I first evolved, I gained a new talent, Old Tricks, which allows me to use the same skill twice in a short period of time. This was my plan. The first wind blade was a test, and the second was the real killing move. The wind blade hit its head accurately. With a scream, the life breath of the volcanic lizard elite disappeared instantly, and its head exploded with blood, and it fell to the ground. Ding! You killed a volcanic lizard elite and gained 300 experience points. You killed a higher level lizard and gained 100% experience points. You are awarded an additional 300 experience points. Ding! Killed a volcano lizard elite. Obtained 5 fire essence. The system notification sound made my blood boil. This one elite lizard alone gave me 600 experience points, equivalent to 60 ordinary lizards. Then, another system prompt popped up. Ding! The host's experience value has met the upgrade conditions, and you can upgrade manually. I felt excited, and as I stared at the fallen lizard elite, a surge of pride surged in my heart. It seems that I have found a way to evolve rapidly. I murmured softly, touching the fire stone in front of me with my claws, which had turned into an ordinary stone. I felt the residual warmth of the fire essence. I had completely absorbed its energy. However, things are not that simple. If I want to get more fire stones, I have to face the volcano lizard elites who guard them. These guys regard the fire stone as a treasure that is more precious than their own lives. I scanned the surrounding rocks, carefully looking for places where the fire stones might be hidden. Not long after I walked, I indeed discovered some strange fluctuations. A fireball came through the air, and I quickly dodged it. The fireball hit the ground and created a huge crater. The surrounding rocks melted instantly and solidified into black magma blocks in the blink of an eye. Volcano Lizard Elite, Level 5. Looking at the logo above its head, I couldn't help but frown. With my current strength at Level 3, it is almost impossible to gain an advantage in a head-on confrontation. But now that I have encountered it, I don't plan to back down. A wind blade quickly formed and rushed straight towards the volcanic lizard elite. However, its front paws suddenly caught fire, and it blocked the wind blade with its flaming claws, and also let out a strange roar. Although I didn't understand what he said, the contemptuous tone made me understand that this guy was laughing at me. Okay, then try my new skills. I sneered. When it put down its claws and looked down at me, I suddenly activated my skill. Wind Binding. An invisible force of wind instantly wrapped around its limbs, making it unable to move. While it was struggling, I quickly sent out another intermediate wind blade. The wind blade hit its neck accurately, and the next second, a huge lizard head fell to the ground. The lizard's eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that it died with its eyes open. Ding! Killed a volcano lizard elite, gained 450 experience points, killed a higher level lizard. Experience points bonus 200%. Extra reward 450 experience points. Ding! Killed a volcano lizard elite and obtained 10 fire essences. Ding! The host's experience value has met the upgrade conditions and can be upgraded manually. 900 experience points. What a big surprise. I chose to upgrade without hesitation. After all, who knows how many such lizard elites we will encounter next. After dealing with the enemy, I immediately looked for the firestone nearby. The firestone guarded by such a high-level lizard elite must be very large. I pushed aside a boulder and found a fiery red firestone underneath, which was several times larger than the previous one. I placed my paw on the firestone, and the system prompt sounded. Ding! Do you choose to absorb the fire essence in the firestone? Of course I absorb it. Before I finished speaking, a strong energy flowed into my body. The system prompts Ding. You have obtained 20 points of fire essence. At this time, I was a little tired, so I climbed up a tree to rest. But after a while, a loud noise woke me up from my sleep. I opened my eyes and saw a group of black wolf monsters gathered under the tree, and one of them actually began to climb up the tree. A black wolf said, "Hey, you ungrateful wolf, get down here. Don't force us to do it." The other black wolf said, "Come down and let me stretch my legs. I was exhausted last night." I sneered and jumped down from the tree. When I landed, I stared at the 5 wolf demons with cold eyes. What do you want to do? What? Of course I want to practice with you. One of the wolf demons laughed fiercely and pounced on me, with its sharp claws heading straight for my eyes. If this claw succeeded, my right eye would be crippled. You are looking for death. I was instantly furious. I was ostracized and expelled, and I endured it all. But wanted my life? That's impossible. I summoned a sharp wind blade out of thin air, which slashed across the wolf demon's body at an extremely fast speed. It didn't even have time to scream before it was cut in half. The wind blade's force was still there, and it continued to fly until it cut down dozens of large trees. The remaining wolf demons were all stunned. One of them said in a trembling voice, "You dare to kill a wolf? You are finished. The commander will not let you go, and Black Wolf Mountain will not let you go." Black Wolf Mountain? I sneered and said coldly, "When did you really consider me a member of Black Wolf Mountain? Since Black Wolf Mountain can't tolerate me, then I won't tolerate Black Wolf Mountain either." As soon as the skill cooldown was over, I activated the advanced wind blade again. The 4 wolf demons ran in a straight line without realizing it, and this attack directly turned them into 8 pieces. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding! You killed the Black Wolf Demon and gained 50 experience points. Ding! You killed a Black Wolf Demon and gained 1 point of Earth Essence. In a short period of time, I gained 250 experience points and 5 Earth Essences. I looked at the wolf corpses on the ground, but I was very calm. After cleaning up the traces, I left quickly. Black Wolf Mountain will definitely discover that these wolf monsters are missing, and will then send out different wolf monsters to search in different directions. This is exactly the result I want. About half a day later, a wolf demon was sent here and began searching, relying on its sensitive sense of smell. Soon, it smelled the smell of blood and earth in the air and became extremely excited. Finally found it. It excitedly dug up a piece of seemingly hidden soil and soon turned out a few black wolf hairs. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, and it dug deeper and deeper. After a few minutes, a pit more than 1 meter deep appeared at its feet. At this moment, I stared at it coldly, with a sneer on my face. "It's my turn, advanced wind blade." The wind blade condensed, broke through the air, and slashed towards the wolf demon who was still immersed in the fantasy of glory. It was totally unaware of the danger above its head. This attack was unavoidable. After the fire stone lost its luster, it turned into an ordinary stone, and I threw it aside casually. Now my attribute panel has been completely renewed. Host, Su Chun Race, Snow Wolf Royal Family Quality, Elite Level, 40 out of 3000. I am now at the Elite level, much stronger than the ordinary level before. Feeling the power surging in my body, I licked the corner of my mouth, turned around, and continued forward. We've been discovered. I sighed, looking at the increasing number of enemies around me, and secretly cursing my own negligence. The power of the upgraded skill is far beyond my expectations. I underestimated the commotion it would cause. Next time I must test its power before using it in actual combat. 3 sharp wind blades cut through the air, instantly killing 3 wolf monsters. I used Wind Walk to increase my speed to the extreme, and my figure turned into a white phantom. The wolf demon didn't even have time to react before it was completely torn apart. Just when I killed most of the wolf demons, and only one was left trembling, a pressure came with the sound of muffled footsteps. I thought it was some amazing guy, but it turns out to be you, little white wolf boy. Looking up, I saw a black wolf that was much larger than an ordinary wolf demon. It was pitch black all over, and its claws had a metallic luster. It was obvious that it had incredible killing power. The system displays Black Wolf Leader, Level 8. One of the 7 leaders of Black Wolf Mountain, ranked 6th in strength. His wolf claws can easily cut through hard rocks. Level 8. Leader Level. My heart sank. This guy was not only 2 levels higher than me, but also the top existence of Black Wolf Mountain. At the moment, it seemed that there was no chance of luck in this battle. Ugly thing. Just prepare to die. The Black Wolf Leader's tone was full of contempt, and as he took a step forward, a strong sense of oppression came towards him. My body trembled slightly, but I soon felt the power deep in my blood awakening. With a clear pulsation, I released the power of the Wolf King, and the oppressive feeling in my body disappeared instantly. Instead, the Black Wolf Leader clearly felt the counterattack from me. Playing tricks, the Black Wolf Leader roared, leaped suddenly, and grabbed me with his sharp claws. I flashed and easily avoided the fatal blow. The Black Wolf leader dug his claws deep into the ground, and when he pulled them out, not a speck of dirt got on them. It seems that speed is my advantage. My heart moved, and my gaze turned from the Black Wolf leader to the men it brought with it. Although these ordinary wolf monsters are numerous, their strength is far inferior to mine. The Black Wolf leader seemed to see through my plan and sneered. Do you think I'm unprepared? I brought the strongest captains and elites with me. You can't escape. System prompts Captain Black Wolf, level 6. The backbone of Black Wolf Mountain, second only to the leader level in strength. As it finished speaking, dozens of Black Wolf monsters, several captains, and the leading Black Wolf formed an encirclement. I know that today's battle cannot tolerate any negligence. I roared, and 3 wind blades flew out again, cutting through the air. Although the Black Wolf leader and the captain dodged flexibly, the ordinary wolf monsters behind them were not so lucky and were directly killed by the wind blade. Dozens of wolf corpses suddenly appeared on the ground, and system prompts sounded one after another. I didn't have time to check the results of the battle. Relying on the speed brought by walking on the wind, I dodged the attack of the Black Wolf leader again. At the same time, I seized an opportunity and pounced on a Black Wolf captain. My claws smashed hard on it, knocking the Black Wolf captain away. I looked at my claws and was slightly stunned. I exclaimed in amazement, "How can they be so strong?" I suddenly remembered the characteristics of the Snow Wolf royal family, a combination of a warrior and a magician. Rushing in the front, I'm a melee fighter. Retreat to the rear, and I will be the spell controller. With heroic spirit surging in my heart, I stared coldly at the enemy in front of me, and with a flash of my figure, I rushed forward again. The Black Wolf leader was knocked back by me and smashed into a tree that was so big that 2 people could hug it, and blood dripped from the corners of its mouth. "It hurts," I muttered. This guy is really stupid. He doesn't even understand the basic principle that speed equals power. I concentrated my strength on one point, and it would be strange if it wasn't blown away. However, this move requires extremely high physical fitness. Otherwise, instead of hurting others, you will be killed first. The Black Wolf leader staggered to his feet, licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, anger gushing from his eyes. It grabbed the broken tree trunk and used it as a weapon to smash it at me. I used the triple wind blade. The wind blade flew out instantly, cutting the tree trunk into 4 pieces, and the broken ends were as smooth as a mirror. "Do you think you are the only one who can use wind blade?" The Black Wolf leader sneered and plunged a claw into the ground. In an instant, thorns broke out of the ground and quickly attacked me. "It's no wonder you can do it. You're a leader. It would be embarrassing if you could only rush around." I easily avoided the spikes, turning and moving between them, moving as swiftly as the wind. These spikes seemed ridiculously slow to me. The Black Wolf leader's power was obviously great, but he used it very roughly. It seems that in order to hide its strength, it has never practiced this move properly, and its control is completely disorganized. Instead, under my guidance, many of his own wolf demon subordinates were accidentally killed. Of course, their deaths were all blamed on me. "I want you dead." The Black Wolf leader was completely mad. Obviously, he was going to use this power to challenge the Black Wolf King, but I forced him to expose it in advance. What's even more ridiculous is that I'm still giving it lessons, which has made it completely lose its mind. The wind blade flew out again, passed through the gaps between the ground spikes, and hit the Black Wolf leader directly. Earth armor. A layer of khaki armor instantly covered the entire body of the Black Wolf leader. My wind blade dissipated halfway through. Its defensive power far exceeded my expectations. He actually learned a skill on the spot? I cursed inwardly and became alert. The difficulty of the battle increased again. It seemed that it would not be so easy to kill this guy. While dealing with the Black Wolf leader, I was also harvesting ordinary wolf monsters, trying my best to weaken the power of Black Wolf Mountain and prepare for the future. The system prompts ding. "Your level has increased, and you have gained a skill point," I said happily. "Just in time. Upgrade the triple wind blade." The system prompts ding. Triple wind blade upgraded to multiple wind blade. Multiple wind blade condenses multiple wind blades to attack the target at the same time. I couldn't wait to try it out. Multiple wind blades. Countless wind blades flew out one after another. The ground spikes were cut off instantly, and I finally landed safely back to the ground. Then, I controlled the wind blades to continuously bombard the Black Wolf leader's earth armor. However, every time I blasted a hole, it would immediately repair itself. I was in a stalemate with the Black Wolf leader. "Your wind blade is nothing more than this." The Black Wolf leader sneered, but but I noticed the sweat on its forehead and its slightly trembling limbs. Nothing more than that? I sneered in response. We'll see. I looked up at the top of Black Wolf Mountain, my heart calm but full of fighting spirit. Now, my identity has undergone a qualitative change. System display, host, Suchin, race, Snow Wolf King, quality, leader level 10, 200/36,000. Talents, super evolution, repeat the same trick, Wolf King's might, Golden Sun and Silver Moon skills, multiple wind blades, wind binding, wind stepping, mountain shaking. Evolution points, 236/10,000. Leader level, Snow Wolf King. I whispered, feeling the power surging in my body. Although I am still in the growth stage and cannot be considered a true Wolf King for the time being, that day is not far away. A faint golden crown mark appeared between my brows. This was the power of the Snow Wolf Crown. Although I couldn't wear it completely now, I could already use some of its abilities, such as Golden Sun and Silver Moon. Whether it's the scorching sun during the day or the bright moon at night, I will be at my strongest under their shining. Of course, there are exceptions, such as cloudy or rainy nights. Then there is nothing you can do. I closed my eyes and recalled the commotion in Black Wolf Mountain these days. The news of Hei Lu's death had spread all over the forest, and every wolf demon was talking about it. A white wolf killed the Black Wolf leader and all his men. Dark clouds hang low on the top of Black Wolf Mountain. The Black Wolf King sat on the high throne with a stern expression. His voice was calm, but it contained an invisible sense of oppression. Interesting, a dignified leader was killed by a white wolf that appeared out of nowhere, and even his subordinates were killed. This Hei Lu died a good death. The leaders around held their breath and concentrated. Everyone could hear that the Black Wolf King was angry. In my opinion, Hei Lu was murdered because of a trick. Hei said slowly, his eyes cold. In Black Wolf Mountain, apart from Lord Wang and our leaders, who else can kill him? That makes sense. Hei nodded. However, a while ago, the volcano next door had a small-scale eruption and magma flowed out. Perhaps Hei Lu died in an accident. Without any witnesses, the wolf demon leaders could only guess. However, according to rumors, the murderer was a white wolf. Hei Chi suddenly said, Hei Lu is gone. What about his territory? With just one sentence, the entire hall instantly quieted down. The other leaders all turned their gazes to the Black Wolf King, greed evident in their eyes. Only Black 5 didn't care at all and sneered. Humph, Black 6 body is still warm and you're already thinking about dividing his territory. How shameful. Hei Wu is the most casual leader here. He never fights for territory and is even happy to see others take his territory away. No one responded to his words because he didn't care at all. The Black Wolf King glanced around coldly and said, How about this? Whoever can catch the murderer of Hei Lu will get Hei Lu's territory. It's settled. Hei was the first to nod, his eyes full of determination. With his strength, he didn't think other leaders could compete with him for territory. No matter what, I will not let the murderer of Hei Lu go. His voice was low, but full of murderous intent. I walked on the wind. My figure turned into a white light and shuttled through the dense forest of Black Wolf Mountain. There was a deafening crash behind me, and a black wolf as big as a truck was chasing me. It almost ignored all obstacles, rushed forward recklessly, and directly broke down the giant trees blocking the road and forcibly opened a path. Feeling the pursuers getting closer and closer, I suddenly accelerated and used the wind walk skill to instantly distance myself from them. Before it could react, I turned around and quickly hid in the depths of the forest, leaving only a white afterimage and disappearing from its sight. So that's it. Hei Wu stopped, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although it failed to catch up with me, it obviously figured out some of my details from this short chase. Black 5 said, to be able to kill Black 6, there really must be some tricks. After giving up the pursuit, Hei Wu returned to the top of Black Wolf Mountain, where the Black Wolf King and several other leaders were already waiting. Why are you all so confident before, but now you are all so listless? As soon as Hei Wu reached the top of the mountain, he mocked the leaders mercilessly. Black 5, the Black Wolf King shouted coldly, interrupting Black 5's words. He swept his cold eyes over the leaders present and said in a low but oppressive voice, It seems that you didn't do what you said. There's nothing we can do. That guy is too fast. If we can't beat him, he'll just run away. We can't catch up at all. A leader spoke, his tone sounding somewhat helpless and even a little embarrassed. His experience had already spread throughout Black Wolf Mountain. After being teased by Su Chun, he He was unable to fight back and almost became the laughing stock of the entire mountain. Isn't this normal for you? Heike sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. As the weakest among the 7 leaders, he naturally understood that Su Chun could even kill He Lu and let him go purely because he noticed the presence of other powerful people nearby. In that case, Heike, you should stay here for a while, the Black Wolf King suddenly said. If the White Wolf attacks again, you will definitely be the first target. Black Wolf King, Hei Chi's expression froze. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, he was interrupted by the Black Wolf King's unquestionable tone. I told you to stay here. Hei Chi was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, lowered his head, and agreed. Okay. The Black Wolf King looked around at the leaders and said in a cold voice, keep looking, find him. After you catch him, execute him in public, so that all living beings can see the consequences of offending Black Wolf Mountain. Fortunately, they haven't taken me seriously yet. I dealt with an ordinary wolf demon that accidentally discovered me, and felt a little relieved. These minions are no match for me at all. They're just tools to give me experience and evolution points. I hope they will continue like this. Have you found out the identity of the White Wolf? Hey, he asked casually at the top of Black Wolf Mountain. We found out. A wolf demon reported. It is said that its mother is a member of the Black Wolf Mountain, but I don't know why she gave birth to a white wolf. Why else? Hei Chi sneered. It must be the work of the wolves from outside. There has never been a white wolf born in Black Wolf Mountain. This is an iron rule. My appearance broke this rule, making all wolf monsters regard me as an alien. To them, I was not a member of their tribe, but an outsider. So, from the beginning, I was excluded and hated. You all underestimated him. Heiwu suddenly broke the casual atmosphere and said in a rare, serious tone, the White Wolf is definitely not as simple as he looks. His speed, even I can't keep up with him. Upon hearing this, the Black Wolf King did not speak immediately, but there was a hint of depth in his eyes. Then let's see if you have the ability to catch me. I stood in the shadow of the forest, with a slight sneer on my face. The game of chase had just begun. It's so close now. I can smell him. Hei-san sniffed, his eyes sparkling. His sense of smell was extremely sharp, and he had already caught the scent on me, which was obviously incompatible with the environment of Black Wolf Mountain. Hei-san, be careful. Don't let that guy get away. As long as we catch him, we can divide Hei Lu's territory equally. Hei-si reminded him from the side. He knew Hei-san's ability long ago, so he approached him deliberately and met him coincidentally, and then reached a cooperation naturally. Everything seemed extremely natural, at least to Hei-si. At the same time, several other leaders learned the news and quickened their pace to move toward the center of the encirclement. Ding! The host has been surrounded. Please leave in time. The system prompt sounded in my mind, waking me up suddenly. Surrounded? When did it happen? I immediately calmed down and looked around. This time they mobilized the entire Black Wolf Mountain strength, gradually shrinking from the periphery to the center. I didn't notice this and was so focused on enjoying the joy of the upgrade that I was careless for a moment. It's here that his smell is the strongest. Hei-san whispered, pretending to continue searching for my scent on the ground. In fact, he had already begun to use his own power. The ground suddenly cracked and spikes shot up into the sky, pointing directly towards the tree where I was hiding. Discovered. I looked around, and my white figure among the leaves was obviously exposed. Wind blade. I swung the wind blade to cut off the tip of the spike that was shooting up into the sky, then stepped on the spike and used the force to leap high into the sky. Want to run? No way. Hei-san snorted coldly, and the spikes on the ground suddenly softened. I lost my support and fell straight down from midair. With my limbs firmly on the ground, I looked around and found that there was a wolf demon with similar strength to me in front and behind, forming an unbreakable encirclement. Since I can't escape, I'll fight. I looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and the scorching sunlight was shining on me. The power in my body suddenly surged. My white hair gradually turned into dazzling gold, and my whole body radiated a burning glow. Ah! I let out a long roar, my fighting spirit rising, and I took the initiative to attack. I attacked Hei-san. The ground beneath my feet instantly cracked, and my body rushed out like an arrow. I accidentally discovered that this move concentrates the power under the feet and explodes it instantly. The effect is no less than the speed increase brought by walking on the wind, just like having a rocket booster installed. Rock armor! Hei-san snorted coldly when he saw me rushing towards him. As a leader-level wolf demon, His dignity did not allow him to dodge my attack. A layer of stone armor immediately appeared on its body. Although it was rough, it was obviously tighter than Hei Lu's earth armor. My attack hit Hei-san directly. His rock armor shattered instantly, and his body was violently knocked back. Do you think armor can block it? I sneered. Have you never heard of breaking through the surface with a point? Although the armor is strong, it is only one surface. My strength is concentrated on one point, and this attack is enough to easily break its defense. Hei-san, let me help you. Seeing this, Heisei immediately waved his claws to help. Multiple wind blades. I activated the skill without hesitation, and wind blades formed instantly and flew towards Black 4. The battle suddenly escalated. I calmed my mind and locked on Hei-san as my target. Multiple wind blades bombarded his stone armor continuously, forcing him to have no time to support Black 4. My battle with Heisei also turned into the most primitive collision and bite. Sharp teeth cut through the fur. Golden and black wolf hair flew around, accompanied by splattering blood, and each blow brought severe pain. But thanks to our wolf's abnormal recovery ability, new hair quickly grows on the injured area. Crack! I seized the flaw and bit Heisei's throat. At the same time, my front legs were also tightly bitten by Heisei's sharp teeth. The severe pain made me frown, but I had no intention of letting go. A leg for a life. I made up my mind and used force with my teeth to pierce Heisei's cartilage and go straight through his trachea. Heisei let out a final, dying whimper from his throat. At the same time, I clearly felt my front legs being bitten off, with the bones making a terrible cracking sound. As his vitality disappeared, Heisei finally let go of his mouth. His huge body slowly shrank and finally fell to the ground, turning into an ordinary black wolf. I spat out his body and lifted up the broken front leg, which was covered in blood, but looked at Hei-san not far away with fighting spirit in my eyes. Heisei is dead. Hei-san's pupil shrank slightly. He looked at me standing in a pool of blood and felt a strong desire to retreat. He knew the strength of Black 4 very well, and although I was injured after killing Black 4, I still had some strength left. With his ability, the chances of winning were slim. The system prompts. Ding! You killed the Black Wolf leader and gained 10,000 experience points. You killed the leader above your level and gained a 300% experience point bonus. You are also awarded an additional 30,000 experience points. The system prompts. Ding! Killed the Black Wolf leader and obtained 400 points of Earth Essence. Ding! Your level has increased and you have obtained a skill point. Following the system's prompts, I felt my internal strength rising again, and my physical level broke through to level 14. Finally, it's all complete. I looked down at my status panel, my heart full of anticipation. Host Suchin, race, Snow Wolf King. Quality, Lord level 14,67500/80,000. Talents, Super Evolution, repeat the same trick, Wolf King's Might, Golden Sun and Silver Moon, Sword. Skills, multiple wind blades, wind binding, wind stepping, mountain shaking, gigantic wind control. Evolution points, 10240/10,000. Evolution conditions have been satisfied. Evolve! I chose to break through without hesitation. With a violent tremor, the evolution process began. Unlike the gentle awakening last time, this time, the tearing feeling brought by evolution made me unable to move. The terrifying force poured into the body through the pores and began to wreak havoc. My internal organs were torn apart, my bones were crushed inch by inch, my muscles were completely peeled off, and blood mixed with them flowed out of my pores. My snow-white hair instantly turned red. Without the support of bones, my body collapsed to the ground like a pile of discarded skin. The sturdy body quickly became thin, leaving only a thin layer of skin covering the remaining flesh and blood. Although his body was on the verge of collapse, his consciousness was extremely clear, and this kind of pain of being shattered seemed to have no end. Finally, the feeling of oppression disappeared. Without the restraints, my body began to rebuild rapidly. New flesh and blood fills my skin, and tougher bones reshape my body. Although my body is still thin, the protruding bone structure on my spine is clearly visible, revealing a sense of strength that cannot be ignored. My heart began to beat, and strong blood rushed throughout my body. Every beat made my vitality stronger. After a moment, I slowly stood up. The sun shone on my body, reflecting a golden glow. I looked down at my brand new body. Incredibly powerful strength was hidden beneath the smooth, snow-white fur. Golden Sun. As I thought of this, my body quickly absorbed the sunlight, and its color changed from snow white to red gold, like a god of war under the sun. Golden wolf! A voice came from nearby. A wolf demon passed through the woods and was stunned when he saw me. It's a good time to try out new skills. I smiled slightly, and a force gathered in my mouth. A red gold spirit sword emerged from my mouth, lifted up by the invisible wind, and floated in front of me. Go! The spirit sword turned into a red gold light and instantly pierced through the wolf demon's body. It stared blankly at its own corpse falling, its eyes filled with confusion and fear. Sword. Summon your own spirit sword. The sword's shape changes with your form. Golden sun, red gold sword, silver moon, starlight sword. I exited the golden sun form, and my natal spirit sword transformed into a snow-white starlight sword, emitting a cold glow. My natal spirit sword, I'm also a wolf with a weapon. I whispered to myself, looking at my new skills, my heart filled with pride. However, as a wolf, the posture of using a sword is indeed a bit awkward. Either use wind control techniques to control it, or simply hold it in your mouth. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Now, my main enemies are Black Wolf King and Black 5. I growled, the hair on my body shaking slightly as my fighting spirit rose. Black 5 said, "Stop talking nonsense and show us your full strength. Grow bigger." I roared, and my body quickly expanded to dozens of times its size, level with the tall trees around me, looking down at everything below. "As you wish," Hey Wu sneered, and his body also began to grow rapidly, and his whole body was covered with a layer of hard rock armor. Blue steel. I looked at the armor on his body and frowned slightly. Blue steel is as hard as steel, and even better in some aspects. But my fighting spirit was not shaken. Mountain shaking force. The ground beneath my feet exploded, and my body turned into a golden meteor, rushing straight towards Black 5. Boom! The sound of the two huge beasts colliding shook the entire Black Wolf Mountain. The leaves in the forest rustled, and the beasts fled in all directions. In the distance, the Black Wolf King watched this scene coldly, his face ashen. I shook my dizzy head and looked at Black 5's cracked blue steel armor. It was indeed strong. Although most of it was shattered by the mountain-shaking force, it recovered in just a few breaths. Thorns of the earth. The ground was instantly pierced by a thick stone pillar. I quickly dodged and was almost ripped open. Wind blades! I raised my head and roared. Countless wind blades fell from the sky, cutting off all the spikes. The stone spikes that had just protruded from the ground were directly cut into pieces. It was hard to tell who would win the duel of spells. Black 5 obviously realized this, stopped summoning the ground spikes, raised his front paws, and instantly turned silver white, as sharp as a blade, with a cold glow. He swung his claws suddenly, and the tip of the claws brushed against my hair, and a few strands of snow-white hair fell into the air. Innate Spirit Claw. Hey Wu finally used his innate skill. I no longer hesitated and summoned my own innate spirit sword. The snow-white sword blade condensed. I bit it, and my figure turned into a golden light, confronting Black 5 head-on. Boom! Two huge wolf shadows ran wildly on Black Wolf Mountain, leaving deep footprints behind as they stepped on the ground. Dust was flying, and the mountains and forests were shaking, as if it was a war that was devastating. Suddenly, Heiwu stopped. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. He turned around and grabbed me with one claw. Crack! The magic sword slashed out, and the claws broke with a sound. Lost. Heiwu's eyes dimmed. The breaking of his innate spiritual claws made him completely lose the will to fight. He whispered, "Let me see your strongest means. In return, I will tell you something about the Black Wolf King." I replied, "Okay." Golden sun. The hair on my body instantly turned red gold, and the dazzling light enveloped my entire body, and even my life-definition spirit sword also transformed into a red gold sword. Come on, let me end this battle. My eyes were firm, and the red gold sword pointed directly at Black 5. Clang! I bit the red gold sword and slashed with all my strength. The sharp blade finally cut a hole in the shield. However, the next moment, the gap slowly healed and returned to its original state. What the hell? I frowned, feeling a little uneasy. This self-repair ability is obviously not something that ordinary strength can do. It seems that your natal spirit sword is just like this. The Black Wolf King grinned, showing his fangs proudly. This shield is a pleasant surprise for me. It really lived up to my expectations when I used it for the first time. As its voice fell, the shield disintegrated again, turning into countless pieces, which actually covered its body, giving it a layer of smooth and hard armor. I looked closely and found some unique markings engraved on the armor, which were obviously not formed naturally. It looks like something created by humans, I murmured. Even if the spirit energy revived and everything awakened, it was impossible for a living creature to create such a sophisticated device. Roar! The Black Wolf King, wearing armor, completely ignored the sharp edge of the red gold sword and rushed towards me. It was obviously confident that my long-range attacks would be useless against it, and was determined to completely defeat me with my best close combat. You wish, I sneered, and rushed forward to attack it, exerting my mountain-shaking strength to confront it head-on. Boom! The huge impact force made me retreat hundreds of meters, and my limbs left deep marks on the ground. My body trembled slightly, and my mountain-shaking strength was unable to break through that layer of armor. This is impossible. I gritted my teeth. The defensive power of this armor far exceeded my expectations. The Black Wolf King looked at my miserable appearance. A hint of pride flashed in his eyes, and he approached quickly, and his sharp spiritual claws went straight for my head. The evil spirit condensed on the claws made me feel as if I heard the wailing of dead souls. I quickly dodged sideways and lashed my tail at its face. My tail hit it right in the face, bringing up a pool of blood. The Black Wolf King's face was obviously the weakest spot in the armor, and this time I succeeded. Asshole! The Black Wolf King roared, the pain making it lose its mind instantly. The huge wolf head lowered, and its bloody mouth bit towards me. Red gold sword, I shouted, and the sword light suddenly burst out. I summoned the red gold sword and stabbed it straight at its throat. Chapter 15 Human. Ding! You killed the Black Wolf King and gained 30,000 experience points. For a higher level kill, the experience points will be increased by 500%, and an additional 180,000 experience points will be awarded. Ding! Killed the Black Wolf King. Obtained 1,500 points of Earth Essence. Ding! Your level has increased, and you have gained 2 skill points. Host, Suchen. Race, Snow Wolf King. Quality, Lord level. Level, 17, 3600/200000. Talents, Super Evolution, Old Tricks, Wolf King's Might, Golden Sun, and Silver Moon Sword. Skills, Multiple Wind Blades, Wind Binding, Wind Stepping, Mountain Shaking, Gigantic Wind Control. Evolution Points, 14500/100000. Ding! You killed the Black Wolf King and gained the Experience Field. Experience Field. After opening the Experience Field, killing creatures in the field will gain additional experience points. You will automatically gain experience points equal to your current level X10 every hour. I've been promoted twice in a row. This feeling is so great. Under the upgrade aura, all the injuries Suchen suffered in the battle with the Black Wolf King were instantly healed. Suchen has already thought it through. Next time he encounters a strong enemy, when both sides are exhausted, he will upgrade himself, and the situation will be reversed instantly. The most important thing is this experience field. In addition to the extra experience points gained by killing creatures in the field, the one that automatically gains 10 times the current level of experience points every hour is the most powerful. Suchen calculated that he was now level 17, so 10 times that was 1,700 experience points. In 24 hours a day, that would be 40,800 experience points. The next upgrade requires 200,000 experience points, which means that even if you do nothing, you will be automatically upgraded after 5 days. Cool! This time, the hard work is finally paid off. He finally doesn't have to kill every day. To be honest, Suchen has become numb and disgusted from killing all the time, but he has to kill in order to survive. But at least now, I can take a breath. Roar! Suchen let out a long roar, announcing the birth of a new king to the creatures of Black Wolf Mountain. Oh! At this time, the wolves that had retreated when Suchen was fighting the Black Wolf King came over, crawling at Suchen's feet and expressing their submission to the new king. From now on, I am the king of Black Wolf Mountain, Suchen said loudly. Meet the new king. I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and then all the creatures on Black Wolf Mountain faced the top of Black Wolf Mountain, knelt respectfully on the ground and spoke softly. A new king was born in Black Wolf Mountain? The Black Wolf King is dead. He, the new king, I just don't know how strong he is. The throne of a new king is often built on the corpse of the old king. So when Suchun was announced as the new king of Black Wolf Mountain, several surrounding forces all cast their eyes on him, because they don't want a new king to appear within their sphere of influence. Today is another leisurely day. Suchun stood on the top of Black Wolf Mountain, looking into the distance. Standing high, he could see far. Standing on the top of Black Wolf Mountain, Suchun could see a lot of things, such as the volcano next door. A long time has passed since the magma overflowed. The overflowing magma has long cooled and turned into stone, and new volcanic lizards have appeared on it. So when Suchun has nothing to do, he will run over to find trouble with the volcanic lizards and look for firestones by the way. Chapter 16. Faith Becomes God. Suchun rushed out of the woods, his body expanded rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, he was over 20 meters tall. Get out of here! Seeing that the red-striped python was about to attack this group of people, Suchun directly slapped the red-striped python on the head with one claw. Bang! The head of the giant red-striped python flew to the side, and its body rolled several times on the ground, knocking down dozens of trees. Hiss! The red-striped python looked angrily at the uninvited guest in front of it, who interrupted its meal. Its eyes were full of anger. Its snake head stood up dozens of meters high, looking down at Suchun from above. The snake's tail swept across. Suchun did not retreat or dodge, but bit the snake's tail. The sharp teeth bit through the scales and pierced deep into the body. The fishy snake blood flowed out from its teeth and fell into Suchun's mouth. Hiss! The red-striped python felt pain and swung its tail to try to throw Suchun off, but Suchun bit it tighter and tighter, and the python's actions actually tore the wound open. Bang! A huge piece of snake meat fell to the ground, and it was actually a piece of meat that Suchun had bitten off. Good! What a powerful white wolf! Someone was surprised. What nonsense! This is not the white wolf. Some elderly people had longing expressions in their eyes. This is a snow wolf. Look at his forehead. Can you vaguely see a crown? Indeed. It really seems like there's a crown? What's going on? Someone asked. This is the wolf god mentioned in the ancestral book. It is recorded in the ancestral book that our ancestors encountered the same thing as us. They traveled thousands of miles and migrated here, thinking it was a safe place. But they were wrong. It was not the safest place at all, but the most dangerous place. The reason it looks safe is because there is a beast king there. Therefore, when our ancestors encountered the king of beasts, they thought they were doomed to die. Who knew that the beast king did not kill them, but instead took them to a place with fertile land, allowing them to survive and reproduce there. This is the origin of our village, and why there is a picture of a wolf in the ancestral hall. It is our patron saint. The old man told the young people the stories of his ancestors. If the rumors of our ancestors are true, then yes, if I'm not mistaken, this snow wolf should be the descendant of the wolf god that our ancestors saw. The old people said, "Roar!" A roar shook the mountains and forests. Suchun was entangled by the body of the red-striped giant python and could not move. As the body of the red-striped giant python became tighter and tighter, Suchun's bones also made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. This guy has great strength. Suchun tried his best to break free, but he was no match for the power of the red-striped python. This is the only way. The sword comes out. The natal spirit sword appeared and was controlled by Suchun to slash towards the body of the red-striped python. Hiss! The red-striped python was shocked and hurriedly let go of Suchun, but it was still a step too slow and part of its body was cut off. The broken body rolled and jumped instinctively and was about to fall into the crowd. Suchun bit it and threw it out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red-striped python quickly dived into the woods, ready to escape. Suchun had long expected that the red-striped python would escape, so his natal spirit sword, which had been locked onto the red-striped python, flew out at a high speed and pierced through the red-striped python's head. My natal spirit sword is still the best. Chapter 17, The Judgment. It seems you have all noticed it, said a god whose figure could not be seen, clearly shrouded in light. The emergence of new beliefs in the world is not a good thing. There was more than one god shrouded in light, but they were all gathered together at this moment. The world does not need new beliefs. Wherever a new belief appears, I will destroy it, said the grumpy god. Not a very friendly place. A god took out a map of the human world, which was filled with different colors, and each color represented the belief of a god. But there is a large blank space on the map. Forgotten Forest. The Forgotten Forest is a place where the faith of the gods cannot develop. It is vast and sparsely populated, and it is not a good place to develop faith. In addition, There are existences in the forgotten forest that the gods are unwilling to provoke, so the gods gave up on this place. Forget about this place. It's full of uncivilized beasts. If we want to develop faith here, I'm afraid the believers would have been eaten by the beasts long ago. That's not necessarily true. The human world is different now. The beasts have also awakened their intelligence and can also become believers. But for the sake of caution, let's let the messenger of God go and take a look for us to see who this false god is. Great God, the messenger Nivada has understood God's instructions. In a city, a middle-aged man stood in a church with a statue of the god he believed in front of him. Anyone who opposes God is a heretic, and heretics must be judged. In Black Wolf Mountain, Su Chun was patrolling the mountain and taking the opportunity to see if there was any unpleasant creature that could contribute to his evolution. Why are there so few wolf demons here? When he arrived near the tribe, Su Chun discovered that more than half of the wolf monsters he had arranged to protect the tribe's safety were missing, and there were also fewer wolf monsters nearby. As for attacking the tribe, Su Chun believed that they did not have the courage to do so. His experience field could not only gain experience but also make everything within the field visible. But when Su Chun sensed the situation of the tribe through his domain, he could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that those wolf monsters were all in the tribe, living with the people in the tribe and eating and drinking for free. Yes, the wolf demons who are used to eating raw meat and drinking blood, once they eat delicious cooked meat, they naturally will not eat the raw meat full of blood and fishy smell. Su Chun himself often came to the tribe to enjoy the offerings they gave him. Lord Wolf God. Walking into the tribe, everyone looked at Su Chun with fanatical eyes. This was because Su Chun taught them some techniques from his previous life. As a member of the world's largest agricultural country in his previous life, Su Chun knew a lot of things, and those things placed here were incredible miracles. Through the technology of the previous life, the lives of the people in the tribe were greatly improved, and a large number of faith points were obtained. After seeing that the people in the tribe and the wolf monsters of Black Wolf Mountain lived in harmony, Su Chun felt relieved. But Su Chun had another purpose for coming here this time, which was to train troops. Before becoming the new king, Su Chun killed most of the high-level wolf monsters in order to upgrade and evolve, leaving only some low-level wolf monsters. So now, except Su Chun, there is no one else in Black Wolf Mountain who can show off his fighting power. After selecting some of the stronger wolf monsters, Su Chun divided them into several teams. He would lead a team out each time, and when the wolf monsters in the team had grown to a certain level of strength, he would let them lead other wolf monsters. This was equivalent to training a group of non-commissioned officers, and then letting the trained non-commissioned officers lead ordinary soldiers. This is extremely efficient. As for the training location, there are more than one volcano near Black Wolf Mountain. After the red-striped python was killed by himself, the power of the red-striped python has become quite strong. Ding, you gain a believer and gained 1 faith point. During this period, Su Chun received the system notification sound every day, but this time it took such a long time to receive it, which was indeed a bit strange. When Su Chun clicked on the detailed information, he was shocked because the one who believed in him this time was not a human, but a wolf demon. Wolf demons can also provide faith points? Su Chun was surprised. Any creature that has awakened its spiritual intelligence can be a believer. Chapter 18 Teaching Agriculture. Those who failed to dodge were instantly consumed by the poison and turned into a pile of white bones. More than a dozen soldiers died from this move. Ah! Sharp screams echoed through the woods. Some soldiers who were equally close were covered in green liquid before they could even raise their shields. Some people tried to slap it with their hands, but ended up losing their hands and couldn't shake it off, so they rolled on the ground in pain. After cleaning the venom of the bamboo spider, how many people are left? Jones, the head of the 7th Judgment Team, glanced at the scene with a gloomy face. The heavy losses he suffered just after entering the Forgotten Forest had caused him to lose all his dignity. Report to the commander, we lost 10% of our soldiers. Afterwards, Jones continued to lead the 7th Judgment Group and continued to move northward according to God's instructions. Due to the large number of troops, they almost became the target of the beasts in the Forgotten Forest and encountered many obstacles along the way. They hadn't even gone halfway when several hundred people had already lost 3 floors. In the tribe, Lord Wolf God, Su Chun was led to the throne specially set up for worship, and then a group of strong men carried up a pile of roasted meat. Why don't you come and worship Lord Wolf God? The oldest witch shouted, and the subjects of the tribe knelt down and kowtowed devoutly. Seeing this, The black wolf on the side also knelt down to show his loyalty. Lord Wolf God, may you live forever. The wolf god will live forever if he beats people. The sound was so loud that it shook the whole tribe for a long time. Suchin took a look and saw a large wave of power of faith gathering towards him from above their heads, and he was overjoyed. Okay. No wonder those big shots like to build up their power at every turn. I have to say, this is a very cool thing. From today on, the tribe will be called the White Wolf Tribe. On a whim, Suchin immediately gave a name to this yet-to-be-named tribe. After eating and drinking, we toured the entire village under the guidance of the village witch. Since we just moved here not long ago, many things in the village are still under construction. In the center of the village, there is a statue of a wolf god under construction, the prototype of which is naturally the current Suchun. Lord Wolf God, this is the statue that the villagers have made for you. Once the statue is completed, worship, blessings, and prayers will all be carried out here. Ding! A statue at the center of faith is found. Faith activities can gain more power of faith for the host. Wouldn't that mean I could gain a lot of faith points? Ding! Only believers who pray devoutly can gain the power of faith. 2. If they are forced to pray all the time, even the most devout people will be driven crazy, and their faith will be useless. Well done. I am very satisfied. Suchin nodded, which made Wu very happy. The greatest wish of believers is to please their gods. This is the food grown in the village, but the yield is not optimistic. We have to go into the forest to hunt to survive. On the outskirts of the village, a large piece of land was reclaimed, but the crops planted there were sickly. The rice in particular was completely different from the crops in Suchin's previous life. Not only was its color green, but each ear of rice only had a dozen scattered grains. The quality of these millets is not good either. Only a small portion of them are plump and round. Chapter 19, Conquering New Territory. The appearance of the fire of faith made Suchun very happy. This means that in the near future, this flame will be transformed into godhood, and he will possess the power of God. The foundation for all this is these believers. It seems that we need to greatly increase the food supply in the village first. When the believers no longer face survival crisis, they will give birth to more believers, forming a virtuous circle. 5 times more food than before? It is far from enough. My devout believers, since you have chosen me as your God, I will show you the power of God. Suchun moved to the front of the rice field, with the wolf head facing the rice. Suddenly, a ray of golden holy light emerged from between his brows, appearing in the world with warmth and compassion. Blessing! The power of faith was rapidly consumed and turned into a light of hope, illuminating everything ahead. Then a magical scene happened. Under the illumination of the holy light, the green rice grains began to change rapidly. Get bigger. Become round. Increase. Ditches were automatically drawn in the fields, forming evenly shaped blocks of tofu. Even the gravel and sand in the fields were washed away by the water in the ditches, leaving only fertile land. The changes are really huge. After comparing the rice from his previous life, and feeling that they were not much different, Suchin stopped. Of course, his faith points were also exhausted. However, he knew that as long as he could help the believers solve the problem of food, his faith points would continue to increase in the future. Miracle! Miracle! Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man ran forward, hugged clusters of plump rice ears, and tears flowed down his face unconsciously. These are tears of excitement. No one has ever used rice as a staple food, and daily life has basically been maintained by hunting or raising pigs and sheep. But the dreamy scene before his eyes gave the middle-aged man hope. This output is at least 50 times more than before. Under the wide-eyed gazes of countless villagers, the middle-aged man said a number that made them all unbelievable. How many? Some hard-of-hearing elderly people put their ears close to the sound, suspecting that they had heard it wrongly. Rice alone accounts for 1/5 of their daily food source. An increase of 50 times would mean 10 times the daily food intake. This data shocked the villagers. Everyone was in tears. When all the gods were trying their best to exploit their believers, their great wolf god blessed them. How great this is! The whole village knelt down. This time, everyone knelt down willingly, allowing Suchun to recover the faith points he had consumed before. A few skilled carpenters, please. I will teach you how to make a curved plow to replace manual labor in plowing. In this one, it's called a wind-powered water wheel. It was not until the sun set that Suchin roughly explained to these people some of the agricultural basics of their previous lives. At this rate, It won't be long before the happiness of these people increases, and they will give birth to many future little believers. However, population growth is a long-term strategy. Chapter 20. Armored Rhino. After taking over the Blood Red Cave, Su Chun had occupied 2 hills. The territory expanded from 30 miles in radius to nearly 100 miles in radius. Although most of the territory is barren, it is real territory. Report to the king. A group of armored rhinos broke into the southwest of the White Wolf tribe, and the leader of the blood-marked giant python asked the king for help. After the blood-veined giant snake surrendered, life returned to peace, until it was disrupted again now. The armored rhinoceros has a very high defense and is good at charging, so it is natural that the group of pythons are no match for it. Su Chun attached great importance to this matter. It was a rare thing that could convince the blood-veined python. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. Outside the blood-red cave, a blood-marked giant python leader was organizing people to resist the impact of the armored rhinoceros. Once these reckless creatures break in, their home will be gone. Blood Shadow goes berserk. You have to hold on even if you can't. As the leader, he used his innate skills to transform into a giant python with a diameter of 3 meters and several dozen meters long. The most special thing is that on the triangular head of this leader-level blood-patterned giant python, there is a blood-red shield that is extremely hard and cannot be pierced even by the horns of an armored rhinoceros. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Roar, roar, roar. However, no matter how tenacious the resistance was, the suppression by both sides was too obvious. This group of snakes is no match for the rhino. In less than a moment, it fell. I have sent people to ask for help from the Wolf King. Everyone must hold on. As soon as the leader finished speaking, wolf howls rang out from all directions, like an inspiring war song. Here it comes. The blood-marked pythons that originally looked down on the black wolf and even regarded it as its natural enemy were all very excited at this moment. Especially that extremely intimidating wolf howl. They knew that was their leader, the Snow Wolf King, Superior. The wolves that had quietly half-surrounded the armored rhinoceros jumped out and rushed towards the armored rhinoceros with lightning speed. Blood pythons, you are responsible for the sneak attack. Because the blood-veined python's armor-piercing ability was not very good, Su Chun let them target the injured armored rhinos and bite their wounds. These leader-level armored rhinos belong to me. This group of rhinos ran out from the Forgotten Forest. They are not even at the Lord level and are not worth mentioning in Su Chun's opinion. But what concerned him was that there was a hint of fear in the eyes of these honest rhinos. It was obviously not caused by them. Maybe something happened in the Forgotten Forest. Armored Rhino, Level 16. Introduction. Leader Level Rhino, with skills Earth Armor and Spike Charge. Ding ding ding. 5 or 6 light green wind blades shot out, leaving only a few faint white marks on the armored rhinoceros. The defensive capabilities of these guys are extremely abnormal. The 2 leader-level rhinos that were hit by the wind blade felt pain and turned to Su Chun with resentful eyes, with a hint of red in their eyes. Roar! The armored rhinoceros leader charged towards Su Chun. The horns on his head were sharp and shining with cold light. The 2 leaders attacked from both sides, trying to kill Su Chun, who posed the greatest threat to them first. Wind Binding. Use the same trick again. Chapter 21 Earth Snake Attack. Forgotten Forest. Half a month has passed since Jones, the leader of the 7th Judgment Group, entered here. Within half a month, they were attacked countless times. There are all sorts of bizarre poisonous insects, hard to guard against blood-sucking mosquitoes, Lord-level monsters as huge as hills, and tiny and agile rare and exotic animals. Of the original 500 people, only less than 300 remained, all of whom were elites in the army. What made them most fortunate was the group of armored rhinos that they had driven away earlier. Although it took a lot of energy to kill their leader, they successfully made this group of reckless rhinos clear the way for them, which reduced a lot of unnecessary losses. Otherwise, the current number of people would have to be reduced by at least 3 levels. There were almost no living creatures in the woods where the armored rhinoceros charged, and Jones successfully led them out of the dense forest. Arrived at the plain inside the Forgotten Forest. When they caught sight of the towering mountain peaks in the distance, hundreds of people were so excited that they almost cried. God knows what they went through in the Forgotten Forest. The depressing and life-threatening atmosphere was enough to make anyone collapse. Fortunately, it finally came out. According to the map, the heretic is in the Black Wolf Mountain ahead. All members sit down and rest immediately. We will leave for our final destination in 15 minutes. As long as they eliminate the damned heretics, they will be completely liberated and leave this horrible place. The group looked at the endless plain and suddenly relaxed. It is rare to find such a safe place in the Forgotten Forest. However, they didn't know that pairs of tiny eyes were staring at them, and there was cold-blooded ruthlessness in their eyes. Why do I have a bad feeling? Jones is a sword knight with lord-level strength and one of the 5 divine guards beside the messenger of God. He is very powerful, and his perception is naturally stronger than that of ordinary people. But just now, he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. But at first glance, there was nothing at all. This is too weird. It must be an illusion, right? Hiss. A series of barely perceptible sounds were heard. In an instant, Jones's face changed drastically. Quick, set up a circle defense formation. Enemy attack. Some of them stared blankly at the silent and vast plain, looking confused. Where did the enemies come from? The experienced soldiers had already raised their shields and formed an iron wall with the people around them. Hiss. Sudden. Countless earth snakes crawled out from the ground, and at a glance, almost the entire plain was occupied by earth snakes. A rough estimate is at least millions of snakes. Those soldiers who failed to react in time were immediately submerged in the snake tide and didn't even have a chance to struggle. The soldiers who formed a defensive formation with shields in time avoided the attack and were secretly grateful. If they hadn't followed orders like a conditioned reflex, they probably wouldn't have had a good ending. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they had fallen into a den of snakes. The originally lush green plain was invaded by the yellowish earth color. Damn it, at least 70 or 80 people died in this wave. Chapter 22, The Trickster Wolf God. What on earth is this thing? Several people stared at the familiar crops in front of them, and for a moment they couldn't remember what they were called. But I also felt a sense of déjà vu, because they were familiar to me. Captain, do you think this looks like rice? A young man stroked a bunch of rice ears with hundreds of grains and said uncertainly. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy head of the regiment reprimanded him. What a joke. If this were rice, I would let you be the deputy head of the regiment. When he was blind, hadn't he seen what rice looked like? Why are the grains of rice in your garden so full, so abundant, and growing so vigorously? It must be some species similar to rice. Although the other few people did not say anything, they all held the same view as the deputy head. If this was really rice, they would, according to Yinjianjing's testing, these are rice. When several group members were arguing with each other, the group leader Jones held up a silver mirror and said with an astonished expression. Even he himself had doubts about the result, but this mirror was a gift from the gods, and it would definitely not be wrong. The large field of fruitful crops before your eyes is rice. The yield is at least 40 or 50 times that of the rice they grow. Shock. Several people were stunned and speechless. No wonder this small tribe can survive safely here. With such a high yield of rice, they don't need to risk their lives hunting. So, what if we introduce rice into our tribe? Is it possible to have enough food and clothing without going out hunting? Just when a few people were about to touch the rice and collect some seeds, a roar exploded in their ears, and then the ground began to shake. The armored rhinos lined up in a row kept digging their hind hooves backwards and charged at the outsiders with red eyes. Su Chin kept a dozen armored rhinos in captivity in the White Wolf tribe. He had warned them in advance that if anything happened to the rice fields, they would be held accountable. Thinking of the cruel methods of the Snow Wolf Lord, several armored rhinos couldn't help but tremble. To do this, we must fight for the rice fields. Ironclad rhinoceros? Weren't these guys chased away? Why are they here? When they thought of the mad Lord-level armored rhinoceros, their eyes were filled with fear. Although they managed to kill the Lord-level enemy by relying on their numerical advantage, the loss was too great, and they could not afford it. Flames filled the sky. Jones opened his arms, and the spiritual energy in his body condensed into a thick wall of fire, blocking the people in front of him. The melting power of the flame was so strong that even the stones on the ground were melted into a pool of red magma. Feeling the scorching heat, the violent rhinoceros immediately steadied itself and stared at the few people cautiously. The strongest armored rhinoceros here is only at the elite level. It obviously has no chance of winning if it wants to resist the Lord-level humans. Beasts, I'm here to meet you. One of them was once tortured so badly by a herd of rhinos that he almost died. When the two enemies met, they were extremely jealous of each other, etc. Suddenly, an old man came out of the village, leaning on a cane. She is the witch of the White Wolf tribe. If he can't sense such a big commotion, then the title of Wu would be in vain. Please show some mercy. This is a rhino used for plowing in the tribe. It has a bad temper. If it bumps into you, I will apologize for it. The witch came hurriedly with a group of young people, and was relieved to see that they were also human beings. He thought that a powerful monster had escaped from the Forgotten Forest, which would be a real disaster. Chapter 23, Judgment. It's really ridiculous. A mountain king dares to call himself a god? No wonder the Lord Fire God was dissatisfied. Even Jones himself was surprisingly angry. Damn wolf god, he's just an ordinary evil wolf. He felt that he had an additional mission, which was to educate this ignorant white wolf tribe and make them completely throw themselves into the arms of the Fire God. I believe that Lord Fire God will be happy to accept these planning techniques. As long as the God of Fire is happy, Jones can be blessed. Maybe he could even become the Flame God's messenger to the human world and become the second most honorable person in the world. Thinking of this, Jones became more and more excited. Everyone of the White Wolf tribe, I, Jones, swear the most vicious oath to the God of Fire. As long as you return to the arms of the God of Fire, you will be treated well. On Black Wolf Mountain, Su Chun stared at the foot of the mountain without blinking, feeling Jones's malice towards him. It's really interesting. How dare you try to steal my girl? The development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to learn about the outside world from them, but now he clearly knew that this was no longer necessary. Just kill him. There is no need to be polite to those who dare to give seductive speeches to their own believers. Oh! Su Chun walked out of the highest cave and roared to the sky. Brothers from Black Wolf Mountain, someone is coming to our territory to rob people. Follow them. One call drew 100 responses, and countless roars were heard on Black Wolf Mountain. And at the foot of Black Wolf Mountain, Jones and his companions became more and more excited as they spoke. The people of the White Wolf tribe were so excited about their teachings that their faces flushed. Is there anything more fulfilling than this? Fools of the White Wolf tribe, accept the oath of the Fire God. Make the most vicious oath to the Flame God. From now on, you will belong to the Flame God's followers. As Jones spoke, a lot of red aura emanated from his body. This was the warmth he could convey. That's enough. A farmer carrying a hoe couldn't help but shouted. Jones was not angry, but happy, and asked, Have you decided to join the God of Fire? I wouldn't curse at anyone, but I'm so angry when I see you. You actually dared to insult Lord Wolf God? Damn it. I won't let you off even if I risk my life. The old farmer's face turned red, and he dug into Jones' face with his hoe. To him, Lord Wolf God is the sky, the supreme existence in this world, and the great God who can lead the White Wolf tribe to prosperity. Now that he saw someone belittling him in front of him, the old farmer was able to endure it until now, and his temper was considered good. The other young men and the witch were also shaking with anger. Jones's words just now belittled Lord Wolf God to the point of being worthless. How could they tolerate this? Everyone, we don't welcome these outsiders. Drive them all out. Get out. Get out. No matter how kind a person is, once his bottom line is touched, he will violently hurt others. Lord Wolf God is the most sacred bottom line of the White Wolf tribe. Jones, who dodged the hoe, and the deputy chief of the jury and others all looked distraught. They talked for a long time, but it was of no use. Chapter 24, Defeat. It just so happened that he had learned a new skill not long ago, and he could practice it on this group of people. When the flame slash was about to hit Su Chun, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. Wind barrier. The raging flames were directly bounced away by the wind barrier and could not cause any damage to Su Chun. Wind barrier can form a wind wall that wraps in front of itself, blocking all visible and invisible objects. Facing the wind barrier, Su Chun used gigantism, and his body turned into a giant, 30 times larger than his previous size. Shake. The force exerted by the enlargement is absolutely beyond imagination. Boom! The white wolf claws slapped forward with all their might, and Jones, unable to dodge, could only defend himself with the Holy Cross sword. However, Su Chen's strength was too great, and he could not resist it at all. He flew backwards from the village to the outskirts of the village. Su Chen jumped up and followed, and countless wind blades strangled Jones in the center from all directions. At the same time, the wolves and the soldiers also engaged in a fierce fight. It is worth mentioning that even a dozen armored rhinos that were plowing the fields joined the battle, and countless soldiers died under their feet under the sharp charge. A small-scale war officially broke out at the foot of Black Wolf Mountain. Flame Halo. You damned false god. Your actions have offended the gods to the point of angering them. If you don't surrender, the gods will punish you severely. Jones released a fire attribute defensive skill and temporarily resisted Su Chen's attack. In his opinion, how powerful can a mere scum who forged a god be? Sword. Staring at the fireman, Su Chen was not affected by his words. He summoned his natal spirit sword and started fighting with him. The flame had little effect on the sword, and the spirit sword effortlessly passed through the flame halo, trying to deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, Jones took out a silver mirror and blocked it in front of him, so the spirit sword had almost no effect on it. False god, let me show you the power of the gods. You should humbly prostrate yourself before the power of the gods. As Jones spoke, the silver mirror burst into white light, and the spiritual sword that was originally stabbing at him inexplicably turned around and flew towards Su Chen at a rapid speed. Fortunately, it was his natal spirit sword, and Su Chen could take it back at any time, so the sword was taken back a second before the attack fell on him. There are quite a few treasures, but my own strength is not that good. The white wolf head shook its head slightly. This was Su Chen's evaluation of Jones. Jones was extremely angry. As the leader of the Second Inquisition, he was actually despised by a wolf. How ironic. Flame slash. Flames fill the sky. The raging flames formed a wall of fire behind Su Chen, blocking his retreat, while the flame slash blocked Su Chen's way forward. He had used this combination of skills to severely damage a Lord-level warrior, and he didn't believe that Su Chen could resist it. Multiple wind blades. Call out. A wind blade shot towards Jones, who turned into flames, but was blocked by his strange silver mirror and bounced back. It's useless. This is a gift from the gods. Anyone who attempts to attack the followers of the flame god will be attacked back. Seeing that the flame slash became more powerful with the help of the wind blade, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. Windwalker. With his legs bent, Su Chen leaped into the sky with the help of the two skills of walking on the wind and controlling the wind, while the flame slash passed by his feet. If it weren't for the fact that the wind barrier still had some effect left, this white-haired creature would probably have died here today. The temperature of the flames was simply too high. Good opportunity. Seeing Su Chen becoming a sitting target in midair, Jones was overjoyed and hurriedly activated the Holy Cross Sword. Chapter 25, 100-Year-Old Willow Demon. A mouthful of blood spurted onto the ground. Jones muttered to himself while his hands kept moving, leaving bloody marks. Although he didn't know what this guy wanted to do, Su Chen's intuition told him that it was definitely not something that would benefit him. Just when he was about to kill Jones, this guy extracted most of his blood and essence and formed a pair of blood wings behind him. After looking at Su Chen with resentment, Bloodwing took Jones and left without looking back at a very fast speed. Wind Blade. The overwhelming wind blades chased after him, and a large amount of blood continued to sprinkle in the sky, which was very creepy. A shrill scream was heard from the sky, and Jones increased his speed, disappearing into the Forgotten Forest ahead. It seems that we can't catch up. Go into the Forgotten Forest. We must find the guy who insulted Lord Wolf God and kill him. Yes, Lord Wolf God cannot be insulted. A group of men who had killed many soldiers still could not hide their anger and were ready to rush into the Forgotten Forest to hunt down Jones. The Black Wolves were also waiting for Su Chen's order. As long as he gave the order, all the Black Wolves would rush into the forest one after another. Stop it all. You are no match for him. Now everyone, clean up the battlefield and take care of the wounded. This is what you should do first. Because the war broke out in the village, it was inevitable that some buildings were damaged. Similarly, many Black Wolves and people died here, and the smell of corpses was everywhere. This is also inevitable. They cannot live under Su Chen's protection forever. They must also learn to accept death and learn to take up weapons to fight. Fortunately, Su Chen quickly defeated their leader, which made the war easy to win, and the casualties were not as great as imagined. Although he won the battle, an unspeakable feeling lingered in his heart. If Jones is allowed to go out, if he attracts an attack from a more powerful messenger of God, or even the god of fire, the village will be in trouble. Although he didn't know how powerful the gods from the outside world were, he knew that they were definitely higher than the Lord level, perhaps even the Saint level. All the Black Wolves, stay in the White Wolf tribe. I will go hunt down the Lord level that escaped. After giving the order, Su Chen plunged into the Forgotten Forest. The bloodstains along the way were very obvious. If that secret method was used, as Su Chen expected, the other party would not live long. As long as he can catch up with him, Su Chen is 100% sure to kill him. Passing through the Earth Snake's nest, those Earth Snakes felt the power of the Lord-level Wolf King and did not even dare to come up to provoke him. They all huddled underground, trembling. Windwalker, as we followed the trail, we saw less and less blood. This does not mean that Joan's injury has healed, but rather that he is running out of blood. Why are there so many bloody roads here? Following the trail, we found that there were more bloodstains along the way, and we could see a lot of corpses whose clothes and appearance were no different from those of the soldiers of the Inquisition. It seems that he was an unlucky guy who was attacked by a wild beast and died before coming to the White Wolf tribe. Gradually, more and more blood was seen on the road. At first, he could barely distinguish them, but as some monsters were fighting in the forest and their fresh blood covered their escape routes, he discovered a big problem. I got lost. If you get lost in a huge forest like the Forgotten Forest and just rush around without thinking, you may never find a way out. Chapter 26, King Level Evolution. As early as when he attacked the female corpse, Su Chen had been on guard against other attacks. He had already noticed when the roots came. Through the hazy smoke, he could vaguely see a 100-meter-long willow monster connected to the roots of a tree slowly emerging from the ground, with a terrifying giant mouth on its trunk facing him. Being also a lord level, it is impossible for the willow demon not to be attracted to Su Chen. As long as it can absorb Su Chen's energy, its cultivation will be further improved. Let's fight. I don't believe that you have such good teeth that you can really swallow me. The action of releasing the wind barrier came to a halt. Call out. The tree roots rolled up Su Chen, who couldn't see anything clearly, and brought him to the front of the 100-year-old willow demon. In 100 years, you will be the second lord-level person I swallow. The willow demon screamed in excitement. The first time was a wounded lord-level elk, which made it leap from leader level to lord level. And the second time is now. An intact lord-level wolf king. Is there any better food than this? The willow monster's huge mouth, like a black hole, gradually grew larger, reaching a terrifying area of 3 meters wide and 10 meters high. And Su Chen, who had no power to resist, was sent into the mouth of the willow monster. When he was only 1 centimeter away from the willow demon's mouth, Su Chen finally moved. It's still unclear who will swallow whom. You disgusting dryad. Not only did he use beautiful women to seduce him, but he also used such a despicable trick as a sneak attack. Su Chen was going to teach him a lesson. Giant. The willow demon's tough vines could not trap Su Chen at all. As the vines shattered, a 50-meter-tall, snow-white wolf king appeared on the ground. The food was right in front of him, but the willow demon was helpless because his mouth could not swallow Su Chen at all. If you want to eat me, I'll give you some dessert to fill the stomach. Multiple wind blades. One after another, extremely sharp wind blades shot out from the willow monster's mouth, wreaking havoc inside. Whoa! A mournful cry was heard. The willow demon was severely injured inside and wanted to roll over in pain. But Su Chen didn't give it a chance. Come on, I'll let you eat. Mountain-shaking force. A huge wolf head used its head to force the tree demon's mouth open, and the whole person passed through it like a whirlwind. Boom! A large hole was punched through the willow tree in front and back, allowing you to see the scenery on the opposite side at a glance. This blow left the tree demon on the verge of death. The willow demon was originally good at confusing the enemy and killing the enemy before reaping the enemy. However, it was too impatient and exposed its true form to Su Chen. Isn't this seeking death? Finally, he used his claws to cut the century-old willow demon in half, ending its life completely. Ding killed the lord-level centennial willow demon, gained 200,000 experience points, killed a higher-level monster. Experience points increased by 400%, and an additional 800,000 experience points were gained. Ding kill a 100-year-old willow demon and obtain 3,000 wood essences. System upgrade. After being promoted 2 levels at once, Su Chen felt that his strength had reached a new level. But unfortunately, only 50,000 evolution points have been accumulated, which is still a huge number away from 100,000 evolution points. Host, Su Chen. Race, Snow Wolf King. Quality, Lord level. Chapter 27, a great increase in strength. This time of evolution, Su Chen gained 2 innate skills. Weakness penetration. There is a certain chance of seeing through the creature's own weaknesses. The size of the probability is related to the host's own level. The current probability of seeing through weaknesses is 22%. Levitation. Flying skill. The speed of flying is related to the host's strength. Both skills are very useful. Needless to say, the skill of penetrating weaknesses is a bug-level skill. The only pity is that there is only about a 1/5 chance of it being activated. And the ability to levitate in the air can be said to make up for Su Chen's weakness of being unable to fight in the air. If he had this talent before, he was sure that Jones would never be able to escape from him. Ding. Host, please choose the direction of evolution. Choice 1. Become the Blue Snow Wolf King and have the absolute leadership and deterrence ability over the Wolf Clan. Choice 2. Become the Battle Snow Wolf King. Your strength will be greatly enhanced, and you will have unrivaled qualifications. Choice 3. Become the Holy Snow Wolf King and possess absolute dominance and strength. Without any hesitation, Su Chen chose the Holy Snow Wolf King. The path cannot become narrower and narrower. Only children make choices. He wants both. Su Chen discovered that his originally pure white hair now had a hint of holiness, just like the feathers of an angel, looking sacred and inviolable. The most important thing is strength, which has grown almost explosively. A quarter of an hour later, Su Chen flew to the territory of a violent bull. Almost all forces that can take root in the Forgotten Forest possess Lord-level strength, and the violent bull is no exception. Where is your Lord class? Let it out. Su Chen landed on a huge rock and glanced at the violent bulls that were glaring at him. He was not interested in these monsters that were not even at the leader level. Even if you kill them, you won't get much experience points. Only the Lord level is barely worthy of his effort. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The reason why violent bulls are called violent is not only because of their strong strength, but also because of their bad temper. Violent Bull, Level 7. Introduction. Elite level, with strength surpassing most monsters of the same level. Skills. Iron Hoof Stomping, Bullhorn Skylock. This group of violent bulls are golden monsters. Iron hooves trample furiously. An elite violent bull fell from the sky and kicked Su Chen's head with its iron hoof. It was confident that even a leader-level player would not dare to take this attack head-on. However, Su Chen raised his wolf claw, pulled out a wolf finger, and shook it gently under the incredible gazes of all the violent bulls. Bang! The aggressive and violent bull elite was hurled far away, splashing a large hole when it landed. After the shock, there was deep anger. Someone actually attacked them in their base camp. Isn't that too arrogant? Bullhorn Skylock. Several violent bulls stood at different angles, and the horns on their heads stretched out suddenly, directly blocking all the space Su Chen could move. There was no room for movement, whether it was the hands, feet, or head. The horns are the hardest part of the violent bull's body. The enemy can never break them. Anyone who is hit by them can only wait for death. Is this your ultimate move? If you don't have any moves, then please die. A terrifying pressure erupted from Su Chen. All the violent bulls felt it. It was a pressure far beyond that of their lord. It was an absolute pressure that only a true king-level monster could possess. The violent bull, who had been disdainful at first, now truly realized his own insignificance and couldn't help but feel like kneeling down in submission. But Su Chen did not give them a chance. With one swipe of the wolf's claws, not to mention the violent bull, even their horns were smashed to pieces, and a lot of system notification sounds were received at once. Who is it? How dare you disturb my rest? Do you want to die? Chapter 28 Troubled. Half a month later, on the outskirts of the distant Forgotten Forest, a very powerful tribe is stationed here, the Flame Tribe. The scale of the Flame Tribe is comparable to that of a city, with a population of more than 100,000 people. Its strength is the strongest within a radius of 10,000 miles. Just as the Flame Tribe was patrolling as usual, a streak of blood flashed across the sky, shocking many people so much that they picked up their weapons and aimed vigilantly at the sky. That's the head of the 7th Inquisition, Headmaster Jones. Someone recognized the bloody figure and exclaimed. Everyone took a closer look and wondered who it could be other than Jones. But how could he end up like this? You have to know that Jones has the strength of a lord. Everyone remembers that when he went out, he brought hundreds of elite members of the Inquisition with him. But now he comes back alone in a mess. This is definitely unusual. Go and call the Lord of God. Soon, the messenger Nevada and the other leaders of the trial team hurried over to greet Jones. But when he saw Jones' miserable appearance, his heart shuddered. After half a month, Jones was in tatters with not a single intact part of his body. Especially his face, which was so pale as if he was about to die at any time, scared everyone. Great Lord God of Fire, please give Jones, the Lord of the Inquisition, some treatment and put an end to the wrath. Niveda cast a healing spell on Jones, which allowed Jones to barely regain some strength to speak. "Thank you, Lord God." Just as he was about to salute, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other heads of the jury were so frightened that they hurriedly supported him, fearing that he would not be able to get up after bowing. This made several people even more curious about what Jones had experienced. "Lord God's messenger, you sent me to wipe out the heretics, but I failed in my mission. Where are the other members of the Seventh Inquisition?" "Completely annihilated." Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. The troops sent by Jones could easily wipe out a large tribe, but this time they were completely wiped out. It is really hard to accept. Niveda's face was gloomy. Since he failed to complete the task given by Lord Fire God, he would also be held jointly responsible. "Explain to me what's going on." Then Jones told everything that happened to him in the White Wolf tribe. "What? They actually have rice with a yield dozens of times greater? And all kinds of advanced planning techniques. This is a number that ordinary people can clearly feel. Not to mention that as the leader of the tribe, Niveda knows the meaning of this number even better." The other heads of the jury looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. "Lord God's messenger, that White Wolf heretic is no longer someone we can handle. He has become a false god with a huge force of faith in his body. Throughout the continent, the power of faith is the supreme power that overrides all other powers. And before becoming a god, those who possess the power of faith are called false gods." This news had a greater impact on Niveda. After a while, Niveda returned to the magnificent palace, where he communicated with the god of fire. After feeling the breath coming from the depths of the forgotten forest, Suchin chose not to go deeper. Instead, he returned to the White Wolf tribe with his king-level perception. When Su Chun came back, he showed his kingly demeanor, and all the black wolves and believers danced with joy. That's the king level. Chapter 29, The Mysteries of the Mysterious. The people of the White Wolf tribe all have black pupils and black hair. Suchin had known this for a long time. "But I never thought that Wu was wearing Hanfu." "That's right, it's authentic Hanfu. Logically speaking, the clothing level in this world is also very backward. People either wear grass clothes or animal skins. It is rare for such epic-making things to appear." But the scene before him made Suchin realize that he was not dreaming. Could it be that the predecessor of the White Wolf tribe is related to ancient China? "Lord Wolf God, I came here today to tell you the secrets I know about the White Wolf tribe and the gods I know." Suchin nodded and motioned for Wu to continue. As soon as Wu opened his mouth, he fell into memories, gradually bringing up scenes from the past. Suchin saw the predecessor of the White Wolf tribe, the Snow tribe. This is a tribe that is no less large than the Flame tribe. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the tribe, and they all have black hair and black eyes. The Snow tribe lives on the hills and believes in a deity named Fighting God. Everyone in the tribe is warlike and always victorious in battle. This, which is the strongest in the tribe, a king-level master. With his mysterious methods, it is rumored that he can compete with saints. Just when the Snow tribe was thriving, a great turmoil broke out in the distant divine court. Their god, the Fighting God, rushed into the temple of the gods and had a very brutal battle with the gods. At the cost of the deaths of countless gods, the blood of the Fighting God finally stained the temple of the gods, and his body was sealed in an extremely cold place. This is the beginning of the Snow tribe's nightmare. Even after losing the god of faith, the Snow tribe was still able to intimidate all forces with its strength, but as a result, the strong men in the tribe fell one by one. Even the most powerful wizard disappeared inexplicably. When the Snow tribe was extremely weak, flames shot up from all directions, and the major tribal alliances launched a siege on them. In the picture, there seemed to be countless gods floating in the sky above the battle, watching the joke with sneers. The few people who managed to escape were cursed by the gods and would lose all their power. The witch in front of him was one of those who escaped. He was still a child at that time. Now, those who knew these secrets have died one after another, leaving only newborns who know nothing. The only one left in the White Wolf tribe who still knows the name of the Snow tribe is Wu. However, Wu was very glad that he met Su Chun. It was Su Chun who saved them and made the curse of the gods ineffective, allowing him to regain some of his former power and use witchcraft to simulate some of the scenes in his memory. Ever since the Snow tribe began to fall apart, Wu has been investigating the entire matter. He discovered in despair that all the evidence in his hands pointed to the gods high up in the sky, who were the ones instructing the tribe to besiege the Snow tribe. It was also they who deliberately eliminated the strong men in the tribe one by one. All this is a conspiracy of the gods. They are in awe and fear of the power of the fighting Lord. Lord Wolf God, the reason why I led the White Wolf tribe to follow you without hesitation was because I discovered that you possess the same power as the fighting god. Wu was not afraid of angering Su Chun and spoke frankly. Same origin. Su Chun murmured softly, as if he remembered something. Is it accidental or inevitable? He recalled the first time he met the White Wolf tribe. Their totem was a snow wolf king wearing a crown. Generally speaking, totems are symbols of one's own gods. Like the Flame tribe, their totem is a ball of flame. Doesn't that mean that the so-called fighting god is also a snow wolf? Chapter 30, Smelting Weapons. Since the inner demons were resolved, Black Wolf Mountain has returned to normal life. Su Chen took the hunting team out to hunt, occupy territory, and hone their abilities. However, when he saw the weapons of the White Wolf tribe, he couldn't help but shook his head. Although the young men of the White Wolf tribe are brave and good at fighting, they would definitely be considered fierce generals in their previous lives. But in this world full of strange powers, it's still not enough. On this day, Su Chen was wandering around the tribe. On the door of every household, there are 1 or 2 sets of freshly washed armor hanging. They look very heavy. They are the spoils of the White Wolf tribe. However, Su Chen discovered that although this thing was useful, it was not suitable for the people of the White Wolf tribe. Why? Because living in the Forgotten Forest, clumsy defense does not increase the survival rate, but will drag people to the gates of hell. So no one is willing to take this thing hunting. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Now the problem arises, but everyone is reluctant to throw away the shiny armor. It's tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away is what this means. Next to the armor, there are some old-fashioned weapons such as stone spears, stone swords, stone hammers, etc., which are essential weapons for hunting. Etc. As if he suddenly thought of something, Su Chen stopped. He had a sudden idea. If the smelting technology from the previous life was brought to this world, it might greatly increase the strength of the tribe. The first step is to start by refining these armors. Let's call this program the Waste to Treasure program. Su Chen was too lazy to think of a name, so he decided on it. If the people of the Fire tribe knew his thoughts, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. These armors were made with great effort and were extremely precious. How could they become waste in an instant? He summoned Wu and several young men who were doing farm work and began to teach them blacksmithing skills, how to remove impurities from the iron block, and how to make the knife sharper and harder. The whole morning passed like this. Fortunately, the people of the White Wolf tribe have very strong comprehension abilities. At the beginning, they still need Su Chen's hands-on teaching, but later on, they just need to be reminded from time to time, and there will be no problem at all. After all the strong people in the village became familiar with forging skills, the White Wolf tribe began to equip everyone with a steel knife. On this day, I happened to go out hunting. Lord Wolf God, let me do it. I want to fight too. This demon bull looks like it's easy to kill. The young men of the White Wolf tribe were more excited than each other. Holding steel knives in their hands, they effortlessly cut a thick-skinned and meaty demon bull into 2 halves, just enough to take home as a snack. Lord Wolf God, please forgive their rude behavior. This time on the hunting trip, Lien Wu also followed out of curiosity and was standing beside Su Chen, talking with a smile. The strength of the tribe is his lifelong wish. Today, these warriors are countless times stronger than before when they were holding stone spears. All this is thanks to Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen's smelting technology, these steel knives would probably still look like armor, gathering dust on the drying poles. Everyone look, it's a leader-level thorn mantis. Bone mantis, level 9 leader. Introduction. A pair of metal mantis blades with powerful cutting ability are so sharp that the enemy's body will be cut in half if you are not careful. Chapter 31. The Fire. A circle with Su Chen as the center spread outward. Within the range of the domain, everything appeared in his mind, making him feel like he was the omniscient and omnipotent god. He knew that this was just an illusion, an expansion caused by the surge in strength. The realm of faith began to cover Black Wolf Mountain, spreading from the foot of the mountain to the Forgotten Forest. Su Chen's perspective was constantly switching, and he could easily explore all corners of the White Wolf tribe. Fuck! Sudden, a flesh-colored area filled his eyeballs, shocking Su Chen so much that his eyes widened. This is even more exciting than watching a blockbuster movie. Wait, did I get something wrong? I'm here to test the realm of faith, not to see these messed up things. But this kind of thing is still worthy of praise. Su Chen's blood boiled at the thought that more babies would be born and the faith points would then experience another explosive growth. It was not until it passed the Earth Snake Cave and spread some distance into the Forgotten Forest that it reached the limit of the realm of faith. If you are farther away, your perception will be obscured by a thick fog, and you will have no idea what is happening. Very good. If any army wants to attack the White Wolf tribe again, he will make sure they never return. Instead of being complacent like last time, a place that is completely beyond the reach of Su Chen's faith. That is the outermost part of the Forgotten Forest. There is a small town on the edge that does not belong to any tribe. Dawn Town. Countless mercenaries looked in fear at the soldiers gathering in the center of the town. Look, that's the famous Red Fire Legion. No way. How could the Red Fire Army come to such a small place? This must be fake. What the hell? Didn't you see who's in the front? Who is it? You don't even know him. He is the envoy of the Fire Tribe, Lord Nivida. Is it famous? You useless idiot. He is a king-level warrior. Hush. Keep your voice down and don't offend him. Otherwise, we won't have enough lives to save him. Hiss. There were sounds of people gasping for air all around. It is natural that people don't know about Nivida due to the lack of information. But when they heard that it was a king-level expert, they had a clear idea. This is definitely someone they can't afford to mess with. Wearing a fiery red armor and holding a black scepter, Nivida commanded the army and slowly marched towards the Forgotten Forest. The Red Fire Legion, also known as the First Judgment Legion, is a force directly led by Nivida and enjoys a distinguished reputation among several large tribes nearby. In addition to Nivida, there were also the heads of the Second Judgment Group and the Fifth Judgment Group, all of whom followed Nivida to strangle Su Chen. The head of the Fifth Trial Team was a very shrewd man. He whispered in Nivida's ear, "Lord Messenger of God, since Jones said that there are many dangers in the Forgotten Forest, why don't we burn the forest first? When the time comes, there will be no one left in the forest. Let's see where that false god can run to. In this way, we can reap the benefits while sitting back and enjoying the benefits. Isn't that wonderful?" Nivida glanced at the head of the Fifth Trial Team and showed some interest. Since this is a place abandoned by the gods, perhaps the practice can be rewarded by the gods. Chapter 32, New Skill Tree. Nivida sensed something was wrong and immediately cast a defensive spell, and a white protective shield enveloped the Red Fire Legion. But the hasty strength was no match for the chilling claw that fell from the sky. Boom! The protective shield lasted only 3 seconds before shattering, and the unabated attack struck the center of the Red Fire Legion. The soldiers in the center of the attack were immediately turned into meat paste, and those who ran far away were also sent flying backwards by the aftermath. Even Nivida himself was not feeling well, because at the moment the defense shield was broken, he was the one who blocked most of the attacks. Otherwise, the Red Fire Legion would have suffered greater losses. Anyone who dares to destroy the Forgotten Forest will be killed without mercy. A roar rose up from the forest. Then a magical scene happened. A large dark cloud floated over the originally sunny sky, and after lightning and thunder, it began to rain. The rain was neither too heavy nor too light, just enough to put out the fire and prevent it from spreading further. Kill without mercy. A murderous voice came from the depths of the Forgotten Forest. All the beasts surrendered, and the people of the Red Fire Legion were crushed to the point that they could not even stand up. Saint-level pressure. Nivida gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. At this moment, he regretted his actions so much. If a Saint-level strongman chased him, he would definitely be dead. He now has the idea of offering Dilia to the gods. It was not until a long time had passed, and there was no movement in the forest, that Nivida breathed a sigh of relief. Go through the Forgotten Forest and slay the false gods. A bad feeling came over me. Su Chen always felt that something was about to happen, but both the White Wolf tribe and the Black Wolf Mountain were very peaceful, without any weirdness, making it impossible for him to guess whether his intuition was right or wrong. But very uneasy. Reporting to Lord Wolf God, 2 more Black Wolves have broken through to the elite level, and the Black Wolf captain has even broken through to the Black Wolf leader level. A Black Wolf reported the good news with excitement on his face. Real? Su Chen stood up suddenly. I quickly checked my faith points and found that they had indeed increased. This is really good information. You have to know that Su Chen himself has broken through to the king level. Even if he doesn't have a lord-level monster under his command, he should at least have a leader-level monster in charge, right? He has always been brooding over this. Now this wish has finally come true. The first Black Wolf who was loyal to himself was born. More than a month had passed since the last iron smelting event, and several elites had emerged from the White Wolf tribe. The most important thing is that a baby was born. When the baby was born, Suchin went to take a look. But unfortunately, the newborn baby could not provide him with any points of faith. This is also normal. When a baby is born, he doesn't know anything, not even what faith is. This kind of thing is too difficult for the baby, so it's better to wait until he grows up a little. But Black Wolf, who was reporting, was a little embarrassed and didn't know whether he should say it or not. But what? But recently, monsters have frequently come from the Forgotten Forest to our territory, and our defense force is far from enough. Suchin assigned this task to the captain of the hunting team, that is, the Black Wolf who had just been promoted to the leader level. Chapter 33, Danger Approaches. What a great luck! I actually drew an extremely rare Thunder attribute skill tree. There are many types of skills in this world. In addition to attribute skills, there are also some special skills and non-attribute skills. But in general, attribute skills still account for the majority. Among the attribute skills, the 5 most common ones are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also some special attributes, such as wind, thunder, fire, and the like. Generally speaking, special attributes are much stronger than general attributes. Suchun had previously relied on the flexibility of his wind attribute to defeat many opponents of the same level. As for the thunder, if he guessed correctly, it should greatly increase his attack power. Swish, swish, swish. Suchun, who has 8 skill points, lit up 3 skill trees at once. Thunder Sword. Attach thunder to the sword to increase the sword's attack power and penetration, and has a chance to cause a 3-second paralysis effect. Thunder Body. The lightning generated from the cells can greatly increase the activity of the cells. The lightning on the body surface has a certain paralyzing effect. Thunderball Explosion. Use spiritual power to condense a thunderball. The trajectory of the thunderball can be controlled, and the caster can also control the time of the thunderball's self-detonation, which can cause great damage within a short distance. At the same time, he also spent 2 skill points to upgrade the Thunderball Explosion Flame to Thunderball Explosion Flame. It can release multiple thunderballs at the same time, and its power is absolutely beyond imagination. After all, this is the natural enemy of all living things, thunder. Even the insulated wood-attributed monsters are afraid of this existence, and it is definitely a powerful weapon for other monsters. Now, the disadvantage of insufficient attack power has been made up. It greatly enhanced Suchin's self-confidence. Lord God, shall we start a fire? The Red Fire Legion has been traveling through the Forgotten Forest for more than 10 days, and the environment is extremely harsh. No wonder Jones was in such a mess when he came back, and the Forgotten Forest was largely responsible for it. At this time, Dilia, who could not bear it any longer, asked respectfully beside Nivida whether he wanted to light a fire. To make a fire? Bang! Nivida didn't say anything, but slapped Dilia away. If it weren't for maintaining the dignity of God's messenger, he really wanted to curse. I'm so angry with you. Haven't you been taught a lesson enough before? Even now, when Nivida thinks of that saint-level pressure, he still feels terrified. A guy at that level is definitely not someone he can fight against. Not to mention the saint level. He might not even be able to deal with the owner of the Cheelan Claw. The Kirin Flying Tiger was able to penetrate his protective shield with 1 slap. It was obviously a king-level monster on the same level as himself. If the two sides really fight, he will not end up well even with the help of the Red Fire Legion. Now this idiot Dilia came out and said he wanted to start a fire? Nivida was furious, and all his anger for so many days was vented on him, the head of the 5th Judgment Group. Dilia covered his wound and stood up carefully, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Roar! A group of mole pigs rushed out of the dense forest and pierced the stomachs of several soldiers wearing heavy flame armor. Archmen, get ready! Fortunately, with the presence of 2 captains and the supreme messenger of God, the soldiers quickly made adjustments and killed the wild boars. Who knew that he would stir up a hornet's nest? A lord-level mole boar led hundreds of fat mole boars to attack, and the momentum was very overwhelming. The soldiers' faces turned green. They were not afraid of going to war with other tribes, but this was the first time they had to fight such a fearless wild boar. Chapter 34, Breakthrough. Thunder and lightning are the natural enemies of almost all monsters. No matter how strong they are all afraid of the power of thunder and lightning in their bones. Not to mention that the one who used it was Su Chun, the king-level demon. The lightning attack he used was definitely not weak. Sizzle. Su Chun felt a numbing sensation throughout his body and discovered that his physical strength was increasing at an incredible speed. Almost doubled the physical strength. This is not the Lord level, but twice the physical strength of the King level. Such an improvement is terrifyingly huge. With a casual blow, a boulder as tall as a person was smashed into pieces. The mole boars were terrified. Having just escaped from a King-level human, not long after that he ran into a King-level wolf demon? Since when did the King level become so worthless? Could it be that something happened in the Forgotten Forest, and the King level has left the place? Just as the Mole Lord was about to run away, a white wolf appeared in front of him. In terms of speed, Su Chun, who used the Thunderbody skill, crushed the mole. Bang! One palm. The mole pig was knocked flying by Su Chun. Its powerful explosive power and speed were completely useless in front of Su Chun, and it died faster instead. Is this kind of power the King level? Dahe and several other Black Wolf elites had their eyes wide open. It's so shocking. It turns out that their king possesses such terrifying power. It's a pity that they are still worried that this wild boar will cause irreversible consequences. The king is mighty. If it weren't for cultural differences, these wolf monsters would all shout 666. The mole that had just beaten them so badly could not survive a single move from the king. Apart from shouting encouragement, they found that there was nothing else they could do. Are you willing to submit to me? It's a shame to kill a Lord-level wild boar, and it doesn't increase much experience points or evolution points. It's different when you conquer someone. You can do a lot of things. The molecular boar lord nodded his head rapidly, fearing that he would die if he wasn't careful. I have many wild boar elites under my command. I can summon them to serve you at any time. Now that it had worshipped Su Chun as its master, the mountain boar felt relieved. Following a king-level monster is much better than risking your life in the Forgotten Forest all day long. And the wild boar elites? Another idea came to Su Chin's mind. If it was handled properly, perhaps his strength could be greatly improved. There are more than 200 wild boars in total. A small half of them are wild boar elites, and most of them are ordinary level 2 wild boars. However, with so many wild boars gathered together, they are a strong force. After he demonstrated his power as a king-level wolf king, these wild boars that were originally a little restless became obedient one by one. Although they are brave, they are not stupid. They know that Su Chin's strength far exceeds theirs. After training some wild boars, Su Chun let them partner with the people of the White Wolf tribe. That is, they serve as mounts for the people of the White Wolf tribe and form comrades who fight side by side. The wild boars provide strength and speed, while humans use their wisdom to control the wild boars and can also attack them. If used well, the power of 1 + 1 is definitely greater than 2. Once the strength of the tribe increases, it means that Su Chin's faith points will increase, and his strength will also increase accordingly. Chapter 35 Sneak Attack. They understood it without having to think about it. There is definitely great danger waiting for them ahead. Maybe it's even more terrifying than the pothole ahead. Master Divine Envoy, why don't you sort things out here? Cain said with some heartache. He was responsible for the training of the Red Fire Legion on weekdays. He knew clearly that many soldiers had reached their limits and were just holding on. There were also many complaints among the soldiers. If we advance rashly without thorough investigation, the losses will be incalculable. These are the principles that they all understood as soldiers, not to mention Nivida as a general. However, Nivida just glanced back and said lightly, "A bunch of trash." How could he not know that the soldiers were in a very bad condition? But so what? As long as he kills the false god, he will receive generous rewards from the god of fire. Moreover, the rewards this time are definitely more than ever before. Will you still worry that the Red Fire Legion will be left with no one by then? A bunch of useless people whose deaths are not worth regretting. If they die, they die. It's no big deal. Nivida's cold-bloodedness frightened Cain's and Dilia, but they dared not refute anything. With my head lowered, I could only respond with yes. Under Nivida's tough demands, the Red Fire Legion had no choice but to charge forward. In fact, they were not far from walking out of the Forgotten Forest. Even soldiers with better eyesight could see the Great Plain in the distance. If it were normal, they might form a formation and burn the woods in front of them, and any traps would be exposed. But when I thought of the saint-level pressure, I could only endure it. By then, attracting a saint-level strongman would be far more terrifying than falling into a trap. Then, screams were heard one after another in the forest, as if people were being tortured in an inhumane way. Finally, after nearly 100 people sacrificed their lives, these people passed the second checkpoint. But before they could trigger the bell, a white figure flashed in the dense forest. What? Nevada was shocked. Even with his king-level strength, He could only see a faint silhouette. Maybe it was a Lord-level monster that was good at speed. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, countless wind blades rushed towards the Red Fire Legion from all directions. Form a defensive formation. Unfortunately, the order was given too late, and the wind blades killed dozens of people. By the time the defensive formation was formed, the attackers in the dark could no longer hide. Look, there it is. On the way they came, a huge white wolf was looking down at them, its eyes full of provocation. White wolf! And he possesses the power of faith. Nivida was instantly certain that this white wolf was definitely the false god that Lord Fire God had mentioned. When he thought about the gift of the god of fire that was right before his eyes, greed appeared in Nivida's eyes. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. High above the heavens, holy wings. Nivida put on wings on his back, rose high into the sky, and chased after Su-chan as he ran away. The white wolf is naturally Su-chan. Since he has discovered Nivida and others, he wants to seize the initiative and take the lead in weakening some of the enemy's strength. After the provocation, Su-chan used the two skills of Thunder Body and Walking on the Wind at the same time, and his speed reached an incredible level. The surrounding scenes turned into blurry shadows, constantly receding. Chapter 36, Moment of Crisis. Nivida led everyone out of the Forgotten Forest. But with the presence of the king-level Nivida, those timid earth snakes didn't dare to launch a sneak attack. The power gap is too big. I will really die if I go out. Wah! Nivida had a gloomy face. After being fooled by Su-chan, he didn't care about the lives of his soldiers anymore. He wants to flatten Black Wolf Mountain. Some soldiers glared angrily. They were already at the end of their rope, but they dared not stop moving forward. When they arrived at the outskirts of the White Wolf tribe, Nivida's eyes widened. He had always thought that Jones had invented rice to cover up his own failure. But after actually seeing it, he finally realized that not only was it not fake, but the actual output was even greater than Jones estimated. Miracle, miracle! It must be the flame, God appearing to bless the world. Crops like this are definitely the work of the god of fire. So, Nivida called a few soldiers with this slogan and said, "Go get some rice seeds and transplant them to the flame tribe when the time comes. With these things, the fire tribe will become more powerful. Stop. If you take another step forward, don't blame us for being rude." In the White Wolf tribe, a very outstanding young man loudly scolded these outsiders. Rice is their food and the basis of their survival. He does not allow anyone to touch the rice. However, they underestimated Nivida's shamelessness. These rice plants were gifted by the Lord Flame God. You were just a group of people who took possession of them by chance. You should be executed. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers surrounded the White Wolf tribe. Bullshit. These were bestowed upon the White Wolf tribe by the Wolf God. When did they become the things of the damn Flame God? That's just nonsense. To protect Lord Wolf God, we must not give in. Many people in the White Wolf tribe were furious. They could curse them, but when it came to Lord Wolf God, that was their bottom line. Shoot! The witch had long understood the character of the people of the Fire tribe, so he ordered the people who were ambushing in secret to shoot without hesitation. Wu was also feeling fortunate in his heart. If Lord Wolf God had not asked them to prepare in advance, they might still be in a passive situation. Countless arrows rained down from the White Wolf tribe in all directions, falling towards the people of the Red Fire Legion. Set up a trap. However, due to lack of manpower, the soldiers were in a panic, and some of them died after they formed the formation. The corner of Nivida's mouth twitched. In order to kill the false god, he really paid a heavy price this time. By then, if we want to train another Red Fire Legion that can compete with the power of the king, the amount of materials consumed will be an astronomical figure. Spiritual energy takes shape. Killing formation. A killing array was formed in the trapped array. A dark red flaming palm began to form as the soldier's spiritual energy was injected into it. The temperature of the palm alone made Wu's face change drastically. The palm covered the sky and the sun, was more than 20 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. It was difficult to resist with the strength of the White Wolf tribe. Just at this moment, Black Wolves, the king has given the order, follow me and kill. The leader Dahe led all the Black Wolves on the Black Wolf Mountain to support the White Wolf tribe. This time the Black Wolves were much stronger than the last time, and the momentum alone was enough to scare many soldiers and make them waver in their faith. Good. The big black leader is here. When the White Wolf tribe saw this scene, they all expressed surprise. Not long after, a strong force was gathered from the White Wolf tribe, which was a group of warriors who had tamed the mole. There were wolves outside and wild boars inside, and the trap formation was on the verge of collapse. But the flame palm finally took shape. Although the formation is becoming shaky because it is about to be broken, the power contained in it cannot be underestimated. The Red Fire Legion wants to destroy the White Wolf tribe with this attack. Chapter 37: Destruction is coming. The famous Red Fire Legion actually had deserters. This is the biggest shame for Nivida. By chance, he noticed the weapons in the hands of the White Wolf tribe. It flashed with a cold light and was incredibly sharp. The Red Fire army was suppressed by this group of unorganized and scattered soldiers. In addition to their strength, there are weapons in their hands. Picking up a fallen steel knife from the ground, Nivida held it up and looked at it carefully. What a fine weapon, although he can't use it. But if this equipment is equipped to the jury, it will definitely raise the strength of the jury to a higher level. However, we need to find out the smelting process of the steel knife before we can reproduce it in large quantities. With this steel knife, the elite level can fight head-on with the leader level. If the leader is careless, he might even be killed by the steel knife. Nice one. Rice is fine. Unexpectedly, the White Wolf tribe gave him another big surprise. With this thing, what is the Red Fire Legion? As long as any member of the Inquisition is equipped with this kind of weapon, the overall strength will definitely exceed that of the Red Fire Legion. This further strengthened Nivida's determination to destroy the White Wolf tribe. Only the Flame tribe, which believed in the god of fire, deserved such a good thing. Other tribes don't have this qualification. Thinking of this, Nivida decided to take action himself. The two heads of the jury and a bunch of losers are not trustworthy at all. Flames burn the land. Nivida was too lazy to even wait, and summoned a large red flame, ready to burn the White Wolf tribe. For him, who is at the king level, causing this level of damage is just a matter of a casual strike. The overwhelming flames enveloped the White Wolf tribe from the sky. This move did not distinguish between friend and foe, and many Red Fire army soldiers were also within the range of the attack. Witch's barrier. At the critical moment, the witch stood up with the power of faith. As the last man of the once large snow tribe, Wu is proficient in countless kinds of witchcraft, but suffers from a lack of strength to perform them. With the power of Su Chun, he was as if assisted by God and used witchcraft to block Nivida's attack. Is this a lost witchcraft? Nivida's face changed drastically. You know, not every tribe has the profession of witch. Generally speaking, they are either witches who pretend to be gods in some small tribes, or witches who are extremely powerful in large tribes. Even in the Flame tribe, no one can become a witch. He is the only one, the messenger of God, who has inherited some of the power of the god of fire and does things according to the will of the god of fire. As far as he knew, there was a great war several decades ago, and all the witches should have disappeared, with witchcraft sealed by the gods. But how can this person still perform witchcraft now? The witchcraft was so powerful that it easily blocked Nivida's fire attack. Witch's curse festering. A strange and unpredictable power spread from the witch's body. Some soldiers inexplicably became covered with pus and watched themselves die from festering. Most of the decaying power rushed towards Nivida. Seeing the occurrence of the festering power, Nivida's face turned solemn. This matter must be reported to Lord Flame God. You know, witchcraft in the past was known to be a force no less than divine power. Now this old guy has integrated the power of faith and witchcraft into one, and his strength has reached an unfathomable level. Holy shield! Nivida did not dare to be arrogant, and a crystal shield made of a mixture of spiritual energy and the power of faith appeared in front of him. Sizzle. Just like corrosion, the power of witchcraft continued to erode the holy shield. Finally, the holy shield was broken, but the power of witchcraft was also completely consumed. Chapitre 38 Renforcement arrive. Su Chun snorted coldly, pressed lightly with his front paw, and the wind whip turned into a dancing gust of wind that wrapped around the giant hammer. The speed of the giant hammer suddenly stopped, and its descent speed became extremely slow, posing no threat to the White Wolf tribe in the short term. You false god who hides his head but shows his tail. Today my divine messenger Nivida will kill you here on behalf of the Lord God of Fire, and use your blood to warn the world that a beast is not qualified to covet the power of God. The spiritual energy of the two poured out, creating a situation of evenly matched strength. Press it for me. The divine stone in Nivida's scepter flickered, and a tremendous force poured into the giant hammer along the space, making the already huge hammer a full circle larger. The speed is also increasing. Su Chun, who had been observing Nivida, looked serious. The magic stone in his hand was obviously not simple. It contains the power of faith. It seems that this guy who calls himself a messenger of God is borrowing the power of the god of fire to fight. Su Chun was not afraid at all of a king-level warrior who didn't even believe in his own strength. Wind binding. The wind whip and wind binding were activated at the same time, creating a binding force that even made the giant hammer stagnate in midair, unable to move. The two king-level warriors were in a stalemate in the sky, with violent spiritual energy spreading everywhere, and neither could do anything to the other. Dilia, organize the people and let them form a meteor formation. Nivida's idea is very simple. Since I can't do anything to you, the false god for the time being, I can kill all your believers and subordinates. At that time, without the source of power of faith, wouldn't Su Chun be like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by anyone? Hearing Nivida's order, Dilia, who was fighting the mole, became excited. Why didn't the envoy of God order Cain's? Doesn't that just prove that he is the one most valued by the envoy of God? Upon receiving the order, Dilia withdrew from the battle with the Boar Lord, raised an iron order in his hand, and ordered all the Red Fire Army. Although the morale of the Red Fire Army was unstable, there were still about 100 to 200 people who persisted in fighting until now, which was more than enough to form a meteor formation. All the Red Fire Army gathered together and formed a strange triangular formation. At the same time, the token in Dilia's hand also flew into the air, gathering the spiritual energy from these soldiers. Thousand rain of meteors. Drops of rain like meteor showers condensed and formed above the White Wolf tribe. The red raindrops contained terrifying energy, especially when they noticed that a drop of red rain fell to the ground, corroding the rock into a large hole. If this fell on a human, even the skull would probably be pierced. Hiss! Looking at the large area of red rain above their heads, the White Wolf tribe and the Black Wolves were a little panicked. There is no way to dodge this kind of large-scale attack. No matter where you run, you can't avoid the danger of being hit. The so-called messenger of God turned out to be a despicable villain. Nivida's behavior annoyed Su Chun. Nivida laughed. In the face of heresy, any action is great. Accept your death obediently, so as not to suffer the pain of fatigue in vain. Su Chun finally understood that this was a guy who did all kinds of shameless things in the name of God. Since it's unreasonable, Su Chun doesn't have to worry about anything anymore. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of dust in the distance, and a look of joy appeared on Su Chun's face. It seems that his reinforcements have arrived. There was dust in the distance, and the ground was shaking slightly. At the end of the sight, there appeared a group of hyenas and red-striped pythons wandering in the grass. The red-striped giant python is a monster with fire attributes, while the hyena is a monster with water attributes. Chapter 39, Broken Arm. Stop! You damned false god! You will be sent to hell by the Lord of Fire and suffer endless torture. Unlike those who died easily or those who deserted, those who were still fighting were all his staunch supporters. Each of them possessed elite-level strength and were the foundation for him to rebuild the Red Fire Army. But now, these foundations have died one by one, and it will be impossible to form the Red Fire Army again in the future. It is simply impossible to find so many people with high talent for fire. The Thunderball was extremely powerful and exploded everywhere. Even the Lord-level Dilia did not dare to gamble his life on whether the Thunderball would kill him. He wanted to gain Nivida's appreciation, but once the price involved his life, he could not afford it. Even Dilia was afraid, not to mention those ordinary soldiers. Most of them were only elites. Even if there were some leader-level soldiers, they could not withstand the attack of a Thunderball. The number of people dropped sharply, and even the ability to form a defensive formation was lost. The soldiers could only scatter and try to reduce the number of people affected by the Thunderball. But going on like this is not a solution. Sooner or later, they will all be killed by Su Chun. God's angel, please save us. We don't want to die yet. Faced with a king-level powerhouse, they were simply unable to contend and could only place their hopes on Nivida. Resisting the urge to swear, Nivida's eyes became increasingly gloomy. Su Chun's actions successfully provoked his anger, although he was the shameless one first. Holy Hammer, attack. The giant hammer that was originally falling downwards turned around and rushed towards Su Chun. Caught off guard, it actually broke free from the wind's restraints. Gigantic! The White Wolf roared towards the sky in midair, and its body grew bigger and bigger. 100 meters! 100-meter-long holy snow wolf king stepped into the air, blocking the sun in the sky, and the white wolf tribe was shrouded in shadow. Go back to where you came from. The huge wolf claw slapped forward, competing in strength with the giant hammer in the air. Clang! Bang! The holy hammer was knocked away by Su Yu and thrown towards Nivida, who was standing there with a sneer. Not good. A bad feeling came over me, just like when the Red Fire Legion was about to arrive at the White Wolf tribe. It was not until the sneering shadow of Nivida opposite Su Chun was blown away by the wind that he finally understood why. Nivida disappeared right before his eyes. I don't know what strange method he used. It's as if he disappeared out of thin air. Go to hell? An angry shout came from behind. Lord Wolf God, be careful. He's behind you, Lord Wolf God. A group of worried people shouted below, not caring whether Su Chun could hear them or not. Before he could turn around, the spear of void, made of white flames, was attached to the scepter by Nivida and swept towards Su Chun from top to bottom. Swish! This is the sound of flesh being cut. Su Chun, who was in pain, not only flew in the air, but also stepped on the wind, trying his best to get rid of the damage from the spear of the void. When the attack landed, a large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. Lord Wolf God, you damned messenger of God, you shall not die a happier death. Kill! Su Chen's followers and his subordinates all had tears in their eyes when they saw this scene, but they were unable to go up to help, so they could only direct their attacks at the Red Fire Army and the two heads of the trial team. For a time, even the two Lord-level forces could not contend with such a large number of people and were beaten back step by step. Chapter 40, Chasing. Su Chen recognized him almost at a glance. The person who took Nivida away was one of the leaders of the trial team. The name seems to be Dilia. I originally wanted to catch up and wipe out Nivida, but when I thought about my current condition, I had no choice but to give up. Even though he defeated Nivida, the damage from the Spear of the Void left him unable to fight again. Now, even a Lord-level strongman might be able to cause a lot of trouble to Su Chun. Just as he was about to stand up, he found that his waist was about to break. Most of the attack from the Spear of the Void was concentrated on the wolf's waist. If Su Chen's waist had not been tough enough, the spear might have been broken in two. A piercing pain came over me. This was arguably the most serious injury he had ever suffered. His spiritual energy was completely depleted, and his body could barely move. This is really bad luck. However, one thing is very regrettable. That is, Nivida and the Red Fire Legion cannot be completely killed here. I'm afraid it won't be long before the other party makes a comeback. Once the other party is prepared, we will be in trouble. Su Chen's body continued to shrink until it became the size of a normal white wolf, and then it finally stopped. Feeling his body was weak, Su Chen began to use healing techniques, trying his best to heal his injuries first. Otherwise, the bleeding alone would be enough to make him suffer a lot. Lord Wolf God, are you okay? Wu rushed in from outside. Wu noticed Dilia's actions, and at the cost of his old bones, he wanted to stop the other party from causing any harm to Su Chen. However, when he saw Su Chen was safe there, he immediately felt relieved. Lord Wolf God, I have a sorcery that can restore a person to his peak in a short period of time, but the consequence is that he will be weak for 3 days. As if seeing the unwillingness on Su Chen's face, Wu spoke cautiously. How long can it last? 1 hour. That's enough. Nivida was injured, the Red Fire Legion was in disarray, and the two leaders of the Inquisition were exhausted after fighting for so long and could not run far. An hour is definitely enough for Su Chun to catch up and kill them. As long as the messenger of God Nivida dies, the Fire Tribe will have a hard time protecting itself, let alone sending people to hunt down Su Chen. The power of faith is infused into the witch's body through the connection of faith. Witch's healing. A dark energy wrapped around Su Chen's wolf body, and the wound on his waist was recovering rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. Cough, cough, cough. After performing this move, the witch knelt on the ground and coughed up blood, obviously paying a heavy price. Lord Wolf God, I'm fine. It's more important to hunt down the outsiders first. Su Chen looked at the witch deeply, summoned the people of the White Wolf tribe to take care of him, and then flew to the outskirts of the Forgotten Forest. Wu is a talented person and will definitely be of great use in the future. Su Chen doesn't want to lose him just like that. Only after you truly experience witchcraft can you understand how magical it is. But faith points are also consumed quickly. This move of witch's healing alone consumed several thousand faith points. But if we can kill the messenger of God, it won't be a loss. A white wolf figure turned into a white rainbow in the sky and disappeared into the forgotten forest in a flash. Through the remaining traces, Suchin easily determined the direction of Niveda's escape. After all, Suchin cut off one of his arms, and lightning was infused into the wound, so the injury could be said to be very serious. If Dilia hadn't been holding him up, he wouldn't have been able to even walk. This is the terrifying aspect of the combination of the Thunder Sword and the Spirit Sword. Lord God, are you okay? After fleeing some distance into the forgotten forest, Dilia began to relax. Chapter 41 Spear of God. Boom! The earth shook, and all things were destroyed. With just one strike, the mountain that was several hundred meters high was flattened to the ground. Looking down, all that was left was a hemispherical pit emitting smoke. Hiss! Even Suchin couldn't help but take a breath. An attack that seemed so insignificant could actually cause such unimaginable damage. Suchin thought that if it hit him, there would probably be no ashes left. What a shame! This body is too fragile. It's so hard to even hit it. Shaking his head, the strange fluctuations on Niveda's body disappeared, and the remaining strength could only carry Niveda to fly out of the forgotten forest. Tick! Cold sweat dripped down. Suchin stood there, not daring to move for a long time. That attack gave him too much shock. Even if he was even slightly touched, he would definitely die. System. What exactly is that? When faced with the unknown, people always feel fear, and Suchin is no exception. Ding! What the host encountered was the projection of the god of fire, which possessed the body of the messenger Niveda. When Suchin heard the words fire god, his pupils shrank suddenly. Originally, he thought that Niveda was just making his last dying struggle, but I thought that he actually attracted the true god. Ding! The system has calculated that the danger level of this projection to the host is 1%, and it is unlikely to be fatal. What if you encounter that 1%? What the system said was probably that the opponent's energy wave had extremely poor accuracy and was almost impossible to hit. But what if? Ding! That means the host received it very accurately. Suchin. System, are you happy with this? After killing a dozen more members of the Red Fire Legion, seeing that an hour was almost up, Suchin flew back to Black Wolf Mountain as fast as he could. As soon as he returned to the cave, he felt so weak that he couldn't even straighten his waist. The originally healed injuries did not recur, but the physical injuries were transferred to the mental level. Suchin was so uncomfortable that he couldn't help but roar. But he still held back. As a qualified wolf god, he still had to save some face for himself. What would it look like to shout and scream? It was not until 3 days later that Suchin came out of the painful mental exhaustion. He swore that he would never let a witch treat him again. In other words, it's refreshing to heal, but it makes you cry afterwards. I have no idea how I got through those 3 days and a days. It felt like a year and a day. However, my current strength is far from enough. Looking at the distant horizon, Suchin felt extremely complicated. Being a god is good, but if you don't have a certain level of strength, you will only be devoured and killed by other gods. When the gods have already controlled almost the entire continent, it is extremely difficult for a new god to be born. But no matter what, since he has chosen this path, he will continue to go on. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, he will overcome them. When Suchin thought of the oppression that the god of fire brought to him, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. It was the first time that he felt so embarrassed. In front of such a big shot, it seemed as if he had difficulty breathing. I will definitely take revenge for this. Chapter 42 Experience. As soon as he returned to the Flame Tribe, Niveda suppressed the entire tribe with his absolute power. Afterwards, he summoned the remaining heads of the trial team and senior officials of the Flame Tribe to discuss the matter. The content of the meeting was simple. Make a plan to kill the false god. To this end, the entire Flame Tribe will take a series of actions against Suchin and Suchin's forces. Many people expressed their dissatisfaction and believed that Niveda should first appease the people and stabilize their hearts. But when Niveda said that this was the will of the Lord God of Fire, everyone shut up. They dared not show any disrespect to the God of Fire they believed in. You are not even allowed to recite it in your mind, as that would be blasphemy against the God of Fire. 3 months later, the heretics will be wiped out. Suchin walked to the foot of Black Wolf Mountain, from where he could directly reach the top of the Black Wolf Mountain. Looking at the bare area, he always felt that something was missing. My lord, what's the problem here? Dahe has become Suchin's lackey, serving Suchin at his beck and call. Shaking his head, Suchin then ordered, since the tribe at the foot of the mountain is called the White Wolf Tribe, then this mountain will be renamed White Wolf Mountain from now on. You can tell the people of the White Wolf tribe to build a stone tablet and erect it at this location, with the words White Wolf Mountain engraved on it. Black Wolf Mountain had long become a thing of the past, and Suchin always felt unlucky to use this name again. From then on, this place was Bailang Mountain. These days, Suchin's life has returned to normal. His strength also entered a period of stagnation. Even if you can accidentally find a Lord-level strongman and kill him, the experience points and evolution points gained will be almost negligible. Suchun felt a headache when he thought about the 1 million evolution points needed to evolve again. Even if we slaughtered the lords like pigs, we couldn't gather them all in a short time. Not to mention that the lords were relatively rare in the Forgotten Forest. I can't stay here any longer. The area near Bailang Mountain was like a novice village and could no longer bring him much improvement. If you want to evolve faster, you can only explore unknown areas. In his original plan, heading north was a good choice. This was something he had thought carefully about. First of all, rule out the south directly. Going south will definitely lead to the Fire Tribe. To the east was an endless plain without any cover, so Su Chun instinctively excluded it. As for the west, I heard the giant red-striped python mention it. There are very few powerful monsters in the west, and the farther west you go, the poorer the place becomes. Then there is only one direction, which is north. The road to the north of Bailang Mountain is very rugged, with mountains and ravines everywhere. If you are not careful, you may even fall off the cliff, making it very difficult to walk. But for Su Chun, who can fly, this is nothing. If you encounter someone you can't walk, just fly over. News that Su Chun was leaving for a while spread throughout the tribe. Everyone in the White Wolf tribe sent their heartfelt blessings to Su Chun and even held a farewell ceremony for him. After settling all the matters in Bailang Mountain, Su Chun went to the Northern Jedi to explore alone. Su Chun is very fast. On the first day, they traveled thousands of miles and arrived at a place very far away from Bailang Mountain. This place is sparsely populated and filled with danger everywhere. From time to time, the roar of animals could be heard from the mountains and forests. Even Su Chun didn't dare to continue flying in the sky so brazenly. Just like before, he broke into the flying formation of tens of thousands of carrion crows. He was not suitable for fighting in the air and was in a very embarrassed state, with bruises all over his body. Even though he has reached the king level, Su Chun will not think of himself as the best in the world. Before you have invincible strength, you must be cautious. Walking to a mountain stream, Su Chun took a comfortable bath. It is rare to see the lake water so clear and cold in such hot weather. Chapter 43 Vampire Bats. Damn invader. I want you to taste the pain of dying. Repent at this move. The poisonous flame python was extremely angry when it was disturbed by Su Chun. This move, poison flames all over the mountain, is a complete king-level attack. The fire poison will corrode everything it encounters into dust. This is a price to pay for interrupting its promotion to the king. It turned out that the poisonous flame python had just activated a special stealth skill that allowed it to blend into the surrounding environment. It then flew high into the sky and dealt Su Chun a fatal blow. The calculation is quite good. If Su Chun was still at the Lord level, he would probably succeed. But he is not. Wind barrier. The poisonous fire fell on the wind barrier, only causing a few ripples. And this minor damage was quickly repaired by Su Chun. It's like it has no effect. The flames couldn't even break Su Chun's defense, let alone the fire poison in it that would cause harm to him. Impossible. How can you block this move? The poisonous flame python couldn't believe it at all. However, when he sensed the pressure emanating from Su Chun, his soul was suppressed. That is the instinctive suppression of lower-level creatures by higher-level creatures. King. The poisonous flame python was horrified. He just wanted to make a breakthrough, but he never thought that he would offend a king-level wolf demon. Without any hesitation, the poisonous flame python swam away into the distance. Even its special moves were useless against Su Chun, and it knew that it was no match for Su Chun. Run? Can you run? In Su Chun's hand, there was a thunder sword made purely of electric light, which he cut off the snake's head with one blow. The poisonous flame python died. Ding! You killed the poisonous flame python and gained 210,000 experience points. Ding! Obtained 4,000 fire elements. The top-level lord is even stronger than the century-old tree monster that Su Chun killed in the Forgotten Forest. Just enough to advance to the next level. Su Chun's level rose from 24 to 25. Host, Su Chun. Race, Holy Snow Wolf King. Quality, King level. Level 25, 200/1100000. Talents. Super Evolution. Repeat the same trick. Wolf King's Might, Golden Sun and Silver Moon, Sword, Experience Field, Weakness Penetration Levitation. Skills. Multiple Wind Blades, Wind Binding, Wind Stepping, Mountain Shaking, Gigantic, Wind Control, Shadow Wind Whip, Thunder Sword, Thunder Body, Thunderball Explosion. Healing, Residual Health Smash. Evolution Points. 27370/1000000. Faith Points. 45109. One more skill. Low Health Heavy Attack. After being seriously injured by the enemy 3 times in a row, the enemy's strength will be absorbed and a superimposed burst will be performed. The power depends on the degree of serious injury. It is a good life-saving skill that can turn the tide in adversity. The gallbladder of the poisonous flame python, what a good thing. Suchin used his sharp claws to cut the body of the poisonous python and found a red gem-like snake gall inside, which contained a very pure energy. System. What is the use of this snake gall? Ding! It has been detected to be the essence of the poisonous flame python, which can greatly enhance physical strength. Suchin swallowed it without hesitation. Chapter 44, King Level Tiger Monster. Ding! Skill Weakness Penetration is triggered. The strength of a vampire bat's entire body is concentrated in its mouth. If its mouth is destroyed, the vampire bat will die immediately. Suchin. If the skill had not been triggered this time, Suchin would have almost forgotten this innate skill. Although the vampire bat's weakness was discovered, there were simply too many bats here. The discovery of the weakness could only provide Suchin with a way to kill vampire bats a little faster, but it could not improve his situation much. Windwalker. After opening the wind barrier to prevent the vampire bats from biting him, Suchin ran outside as fast as he could. He didn't know how long he ran, but Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief after he got rid of the group of sticky bats. The Forgotten Forest is indeed full of dangers. Even a bat cave has so many mysteries. Suchin was sure. If a Lord-level monster entered the bat cave today, it would either bleed to death from all 7 orifices or be sucked dry of blood and die. This lesson made Suchin completely put away his inflated heart. The killing sprees in the forest these days have made him quite inflated. Immediately, the vampire bat taught him a lesson. The most important thing is that this lesson made Suchin understand a truth. Level is not everything. Just like those vampire bats, they are all elite level, but when they merge together they can threaten king-level monsters, which is really scary. In the days that followed, Suchin behaved more cautiously. But being careful doesn't mean being afraid. Just more cautious. Over time, before he knew it, Suchin had traveled tens of thousands of miles northward. Meanwhile, a month had passed. During this month, Suchin has suffered all kinds of hardships. He also witnessed countless things that amazed him. The most important thing is that his strength grew rapidly, and he was completely consolidated in the king level. If he were to face Nivida, who was also a king-level warrior at this time, he would definitely be able to defeat him within 100 moves, without even paying too much of a price. Heading north quickly, there is a big mountain ahead. Suchin came directly to the top of the mountain, looking down at everything around him with a pair of huge wolf eyes. When Suchin observed an aura in the distance that was no weaker than his expression changed slightly, and then he showed a hint of excitement. After a month, I finally encountered a king-level monster. No fear. Some were just excited. He was so eager to fight with a monster of the same level. Only in this way could he know how much his strength had improved and whether he was weaker or stronger than other kings. Without any hesitation, Suchin increased his speed to the maximum and flew towards the locked position. He could not bear it any longer. In the forest not far away, a tiger with wings on its back and purple stripes all over its body was squatting on the ground, seemingly basking in the sun. After a while, its wings moved. It seems that an interesting guy has come. Already here. The giant tiger raised his head and saw a holy snow wolf king in the distance staring at him and walking towards him. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. The closer he got, the more Suchin could feel the powerful aura from the other person. This kind of aura can be compared to that of Nivida. No, not even Nivea can compare. This giant purple-striped tiger will become a strong rival of Suchin. Kirin Flying Tiger, level 27, king level. Introduction. He is the offspring of an ancient Qilin and a tiger. He possesses the power of the Qilin, and his physical strength is terrifying. Chapter 45, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Even though you make me happy, I won't show mercy. If you can't take this move with your physical strength, you will only end up destroyed. A serious look appeared on Qilin Feihu's face. This is respect for the enemy. Su Chen grinned. If you really can kill me, then go ahead, I will do my best to accompany you. The kingly pressure of the two men reached its peak. As the king's aura spread, it also attracted the covetousness of many beings in the forest. Some powerful monsters were watching the confrontation between the two king-level monsters. At the very edge of Bailing Mountain, there is a volcano. This is the place Su Chen had been to before. And under the volcano where lava is rolling, a strange bird-like flame creature is swimming, splashing extremely hot magma from time to time. It seems that the new king level and that reckless man are fighting. The Forgotten Forest may see major changes. Batcave. Deep inside the cave, there are tens of thousands of bats. Suddenly, a flash of red blood appeared. The enchanting blood light seemed to be able to devour people's souls and consciousness, making them sink into it and unable to extricate themselves. Is this the Wolf King who broke into here a few days ago? How interesting. If there's a chance, I'll go and learn from him. Now, it's not the right time. The far north, in the cruel living environment of ice and snow, cold winds blew, and there were very few living creatures here. But all species that can survive in this place have strong vitality. At this time, in the snow where ice knives were flying all over the sky, an Arctic snow bear was looking for prey everywhere. This Arctic snow bear is very powerful. With just a slight knock, it can create a huge ice pit on the ground, from which it can catch fish. But at this moment, a huge shadow enveloped the Arctic snow bear, causing it to tremble all over. Before it could make any move, a humanoid monster grabbed the Arctic snow bear and put it into his mouth to chew. Belch! After a long time, he burped. Then, as if sensing something, he looked towards the distant south and said excitedly in a rough voice, "You are all my prey. I will eat you." Su Chen didn't know that the king's fluctuation caused by his full strength had attracted the attention of many powerful people. Now, he just wanted to enjoy the battle. Just as he was about to summon his natal spirit sword to fight, a dragon roar came from the east of the Forgotten Forest. The dragon's roar pierced the sky, and even a distance of thousands of miles could not stop the sound from spreading. When Qilin Feihu heard the dragon's roar, his face changed slightly. Then he flew towards the direction where the dragon's roar came from without looking back. Su Chen, let's save this battle for next time. I have something urgent to do, and I'm leaving now. After saying this, Qilin Flying Tiger's wings shook violently, and its figure disappeared into the sky. Su Chen did not force his move. There's no need for that. Anyway, his goal this time has been achieved. Through the battle with Qilin Flying Tiger, he clearly measured his own strength and also gained a lot of insights and improvements. It's okay to leave it for next time. Chapter 46, New Skill Thunderchain. Even the king-level monsters could feel Su Chen's breath. Not to mention the gods. A new god that rises is not tolerated by other gods. Flame Tribe. Because the strength of the tribe was weakened a lot by Su Chen, the second largest Golden Wolf tribe nearby launched an attack and wanted to annex the Flame Tribe. As the strongest, Nivida stood alone on the high wall, overlooking the Golden Wolf tribe who were at the gates of the city. Everyone in the Golden Wolf tribe is like a wolf, extremely ferocious, and is loudly challenging the Flame Tribe. However, due to the shortage of manpower in the Flame Tribe, no one dared to go out to fight for a while. A bunch of rubbish. With a disdainful curse, Nivida's face flashed with a hint of annoyance. These damn barbarians, don't they really think they have the power to replace the Fire Tribe? Spear of God. A golden spear appeared in Nivida's hand, looking extremely dazzling. He wanted to get rid of this group of barbarians at one time and try out the power of the Spear of God at the same time. Of course, he only used the surface power of the Spear of God. As for the strongest trace of divinity, it was reserved for Su Chen, the pseudo-god. Old man Nivida, I would say that you Flame Tribe are just a bunch of cowards. Why don't you just admit defeat? Why are you still fighting? When your Flame Tribe becomes a subsidiary tribe of my Golden Wolf tribe, we will treat you well. Ha! The mocking sounds continued one after another in the Golden Wolf army. Court death. Niveda gets angry. He possesses the power of a god, but the end of his anger is destruction. Go to hell and repent. The Spear of God was thrown downwards at an extremely slow speed. The members of the Golden Wolf tribe burst into laughter when they saw this scene. Ha, Niveda, are you out of tricks? With such a slow spear, Do you still want to kill us? It's not that they underestimated Nivida. With such a speed, he couldn't even hit an ordinary soldier. How could he pose any threat to them? It's ridiculous when you think about it. Maybe Nivida, the messenger of the fire tribe, had been kicked in the head by a donkey. But the next second, their laughter stopped abruptly. An expression of horror appeared on everyone's face. They found that although the speed of the divine spear was extremely slow, it seemed impossible to avoid it. This is not just an isolated case. The entire Golden Wolf tribe's 3,000-strong main force has this sense of danger. It was clear that the divine spear was not aimed at them, but it seemed to be aimed at everyone, as terrifying as if it would pierce through everyone's soul. There is no possibility of escape, whether walking or running. What a joke! The king of the Golden Wolf tribe roared, leaped into the sky, and punched the divine spear with his wolf claw-like fist. But it's no use. The divine spear annihilated the king-level body with overwhelming force, leaving not even a trace in the air. The Golden Wolf tribe below ran away faster than anyone else, as if they had seen a ghost. Boom! The power of the divine spear exploded completely, and dust filled the battlefield. When the smoke and dust cleared, the people stationed by the fire tribe widened their eyes. The position originally occupied by the 3,000 troops of the Golden Wolf tribe turned into a bottomless pit. Nivida returned to the palace and once again received the will of the god of fire. This time, the plan to kill Su Chun can only succeed and cannot fail. The gods of the tribes scattered across the continent gave orders. Chapter 47: Ice, Crystal, Snow, Lotus. As we continue northward, the harvest will be negligible except that it is getting colder. This place is not as good as the forest. At least there are quite a lot of Lord-level monsters in the forest. They might have hidden in the ice and snow. After wandering around for 7 or 8 days, Su Chun only killed 3 Lord-level monsters. It's really too little. Su Chun didn't know where he was going, and the snow was getting heavier and heavier. At a glance, everything is white. If you don't shake it off occasionally, the snow on your back will pile up into a small hill. There are no traces of glaciers or mountains here. Either it is an endless ice field or icebergs towering into the clouds. Other than that, nothing could be found. Is there really a powerful monster in this broken place? He's not bragging. Even if he were asked to live here for a long time, he would definitely not be able to bear it. The temperature has reached minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. A sneeze can turn into a column of water. Do you still expect monsters to survive here? It always feels a little unrealistic. But a few days ago, I clearly sensed the king's pressure deep in the ice field. No doubt. This is why he decided to go deeper into this damn place. If he didn't want to challenge a king-level opponent, would he enter such a harsh place? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Click. As I stepped on the ice in front of me, a long-lost sound was heard. Then, before Su Chun could struggle, a strange-looking object grabbed Su Chun's legs and pulled him down in an instant. The whole process was extremely fast, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Of course, Su Chun deliberately cooperated with this. In such a vast and boundless place, do you expect the monsters to confront you face to face? That's impossible. So Su Chun has become accustomed to strange things suddenly emerging from the ice. In order to reduce their troubles, Su Chun would even pretend to be a fool and actively cooperate. It was not until Su Chun fell into the water and saw the situation underwater clearly that he knew what it was. They are a group of piranhas with serrated mouths and bloodshot eyes. There were big and small, fat and thin piranhas among them. But without exception, they all stared at Su Chun like hungry ghosts. In their eyes, Su Chun is the only food in this snowy world. Also, the most delicious food. Su Chun saw through the intentions of this group of piranhas at a glance, and a sneer appeared on his face. Shake the mountain. This is not the first time that he has used mountain-shaking power in the water. The violent force poured out, rolling up countless turbulent currents and forming whirlpools. Those piranhas that rushed toward Su Chun were unable to get close to him. Occasionally, 1 or 2 piranhas that were brought by the turbulence would be easily crushed to death by Su Chun's wolf claws before they could even open their mouths. Piranha, Level 1 Common. Introduction. A very rare species of piranha with sharp teeth, good at living in groups, and its meat contains extremely high medicinal power to improve human qualities. Pinching the fish's tail and taking a look, Su Chun really didn't expect that such a ferocious-looking piranha actually had medicinal value. Whether it is for consumption by oneself or for consumption by the people of the White Wolf tribe, it is a very good decision. But unfortunately, he couldn't take it with him. Chapter 48: Ancient Behemoth. The system's identification will change according to Su Chen's strength. If any level were to be raised by 30%, then this snow lotus would no longer be a rare treasure. But it is a divine object. Even the gods would be jealous, so there would be no place for Su Chen. When the morning light rose the next day, the snow lotus completed its final blooming in the cave. Beautiful, to the extreme. However, Su Chen just looked at it twice more, then picked it up and swallowed it. Beauty or not has nothing to do with him. He's a pragmatist anyway. As soon as they entered the wolf's mouth, the soft petals turned into a ball of warm energy in Su Chen's mouth and flowed into the abdomen along the esophagus. The meridians, limbs, bones, spirit, and other aspects are all strengthened. The medicinal power of the snow lotus could not be absorbed in a short time, so Su Chen simply squatted on the ground, ready to absorb it before continuing on his journey. However, what he didn't know was that the energy fluctuations he unconsciously emitted after absorbing the snow lotus attracted the covetousness of certain beings. Forgotten forest outskirts. A group of warriors from the White Wolf tribe, about 20 people, were hunting wild boars. The powerful monsters they encountered along the way were unable to withstand their charge. However, at the entrance of a valley, they happened to encounter several people being entangled by a tiger and seemed to be in danger. Captain, there are 2 men and 1 woman fighting a fierce tiger not far ahead. Please give us the next instructions. Do you know who they are? Report, not clear. Go and have a look. Yes. In his daily training, Su Chen imitates the military methods of his previous life. So even though the people of the White Wolf tribe are not particularly powerful, when it comes to their ability to unite, they are definitely at the top of the world. The elite team leader led his men to the front of Liehu and found that Liehu was about to pounce. The people of the White Wolf tribe are all very kind-hearted, and it is impossible for them to remain indifferent when seeing someone being killed in front of them. Go! Kill the fierce tiger. We can't make it in time. The team leader raised the bow, an arrow in his hand, aimed at Liehu's neck, and shot an arrow through his throat. Liehu was shot to the ground and died after not struggling for long. The 3 of them hurried over, bowed to the group of people from the White Wolf tribe, and said, "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Then the 3 of them told their origins. It turned out that these people were originally from the Flame tribe and were relatives of the Red Fire Legion. However, after Nivida returned, he liquidated the deserters of the Red Fire Army and their relatives. They were driven out of the Flame tribe and left to fend for themselves. Well, the team leader and several other people looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Nivida was such a scourge that he even spared no one from his own tribe. In this world where tribes are the form of survival, to separate a person from his original tribe is tantamount to letting him die. There are generally only 2 outcomes for escaping from the tribe. Either they died or were captured and made into working slaves. As for women, it will be even more miserable. Damn Nivida. Our Lord Wolf God will definitely kill him. The words of these few people resonated with everyone in the White Wolf tribe, and they all cursed Nivida, the culprit. After learning the identities of the few people, the warriors of the White Wolf tribe brought them back to the tribe and prepared to settle them in the White Wolf tribe. The 3 followed the hunting team and left in the direction of White Wolf Mountain. However, a relative of the Red Fire Army, who was left behind, looked at the large army in front. A sinister smile appeared on his honest face, and he spoke in a voice that only he could hear clearly. I will definitely be appreciated by Lord Nivida. Chapter 49. Repel. Su Chen's physical strength was only improved through active evolution. More power is concentrated on attribute power. Afterimage Wind Whip. Mountain shaking force. While Behemoth was entangled by the wind, Su Chen gathered all his strength on the wolf's head and pushed hard into Behemoth's belly. Bang! Even Behemoth was knocked away and flew backwards into the iceberg in the distance, sinking deeply into it. Go to hell? Tundel by l'explosion. Multiple wind blades. Su Chen controlled the thunderballs on his left and the wind blades on his right. The continuous attacks pounded into the iceberg, and even the iceberg thousands of meters high could not withstand it and collapsed. Boom! The sudden collapse of the iceberg was like a catastrophic snowstorm for the surrounding monsters, and they all ran away like crazy. If you don't run, the only outcome will be death if you are covered by the snow-capped mountains. With an attack like this, there's no reason not to die, right? Su Chen breathed slightly, his expression looking solemn. The system did not show any kill prompt, which means the opponent is still alive. It can withstand such attacks. It is worthy of being called Behemoth. I'm afraid that ordinary King Level 1s are not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of this Behemoth. Just as Su Chen was quietly waiting for the opportunity, A rustling sound was heard from the collapsed snow mountain. A giant hand covered with gray hair suddenly groped out from the snow pile, and then the entire body of the behemoth turned out from the snow. Damn, Wolf King, I will tear you into pieces. I want you dead. Behemoth became more angry and more powerful. However, this increase in power seems to come at a price. Behemoth's mind will be gradually eroded by this power, leaving only the most primitive desire to fight. Boom, boom, boom. Behemoth slapped his chest with a deafening sound. Its already gigantic body grew even bigger. What's more special is that the originally gray body was covered with black that spread from nowhere. Su Chen's wolf claws hit it, making a crackling sound of steel. There wasn't even a trace left. The strength of this behemoth is simply outrageous. Behemoth, with greatly increased defense, showed his great power, and Su Chen was beaten back step by step. Behemoth is not only powerful, but his fists are as hard as steel, leaving Su Chen no chance to attack. But I have completely lost my mind. If a very intelligent monster mastered this power, Su Chen would run away without saying a word. But now Behemoth has lost his mind for the sake of power and has become a beast-like existence. Then there is nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong your power is, you won't be able to exert your full potential if you don't know how to control it. Thunder Chain. The lightning chain spreading out from Su Chen as the center wrapped around the behemoth, and the power of lightning temporarily paralyzed the behemoth, and was also trapped by the lightning chain. Good opportunity. He summoned his natal spirit sword, but since there was neither sunlight nor moon here, he could not unleash its full power. But it's enough. The natal spirit sword will grow as Su Chen's strength increases, so the spirit sword is extremely sharp at this time. At the king level, almost nothing can be cut down. With the infusion of Su Chen's spiritual power, the originally slender spiritual sword changed into 100 meters long and slashed down from top to bottom. Clang! Behemoth's black skin was able to block the slash. Chapter 50, The Unfinished Battle. Do you feel it? He has become stronger. Brother, let me go again. This time, I will expose him under the eyes of the gods. I will be preparing for a breakthrough soon, so I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter. What are you talking about, big brother? If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. My life belongs to you. Why are you still talking about whether it's a bother or not? Perhaps due to the distance, the battle between Su Chen and Behemoth took place in the far north, and it was difficult for the other king-level players to feel it. However, the black dragon that touched the saint's realm felt it clearly. Su Chen's power surged again in a very short time. Now, even Shilin Flying Tiger would find it difficult to deal with him. After this battle, Su Chen will completely become his cover. Even if I don't plot against you, you will be killed by the gods sooner or later. Only after Qilin and Fei Hu left did a long sigh, mixed with helplessness, come from the dark, deep pool. Su Chen stopped when he passed by the piranha territory. Let's catch some fish first. I wonder if this piranha has the effect of healing injuries besides improving qualifications. You know what? It really exists. After the piranhas entered Su Chen's stomach, the power hidden deep in their bodies began to continuously repair the injuries on Su Chen's chest. In less than a moment, everything looked the same as usual. Although the broken ribs inside have not yet healed completely, there has been amazing progress. Maybe when I retire, I can come here and fish, and it can help me live longer. Su Chen smiled and found that it had a healing effect and continued to eat more piranhas. Mainly piranha tastes delicious too. As a food ingredient, it has so many functions that it is impeccable. When he felt that his ribs were almost repaired, Su Chen started on his journey. More than 2 months have passed since he began his training. I don't know if there have been any changes in Balang Mountain during the 2 months he was away. Maybe Dahe has taken over more territory? Maybe there are more little kids in Balang Mountain? Or was Nivida already planning how to kill himself? No matter what, the safest thing to do is to rush back and take charge of the situation. Su Chen is not worried about anything else. The only thing he is worried about is the people from the Flame Tribe. If the Flame Tribe really didn't want to die and sent all its fighting forces into the Forgotten Forest and arrived at White Wolf Mountain, it would be a disaster for White Wolf Mountain. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. For half a month, Su Chen traveled at his best, and only stopped occasionally when he encountered a Lord-level monster. This day, Su Chen sensed familiaridad, the aura of a king. Unconsciously raising his guard, Su Chen looked into the distance and saw a purple-striped tiger exuding a fierce aura with 2 broad wings on its back. It was the Kirin Flying Tiger that appeared after many days. At that time, due to some special reasons, The victory between it and Su-chan was put on hold. Now that they have come to me, the meaning is self-evident. Su-chan's face also showed excitement. The last time they fought, Qilin Flying Tiger brought great pressure to Su-chan. But now, the pressure has lessened. Isn't this a good opportunity to measure your own progress? Both of them are not good at speaking. Besides, the two of them don't need to communicate too much. Only by fighting can each of them meet their respective needs. The last battle was undecided. This time, you and I will compete. That's exactly what I meant. Neither of them released their body size but maintained their normal size. Chapter 51. The victory is decided. Is that all the strength you have? You haven't eaten yet? Su-chan got up from the ground again, covered in blood, but with a sarcastic smile on his face, which made people shudder. Madman. Absolutely a lunatic. If it were a normal person, the winner would have been decided long ago, and there would be no need to fight any further. But Su-chan still stood up and even provoked his enemy. If this isn't madness, then what is? I can see that you have reached your limit. You have already lost. Qilin Feihu shook his head. Su-chan's life is still of great use, so he cannot be beaten to death. Ha, lost. I think the loser is you, right? Su-chan grinned, not caring at all about Qilin Feihu's pitying look. He doesn't need this kind of thing. If this is all you have, just admit defeat. If he also admitted defeat, Su-chan would return it to Qilin Feihu. It's impossible to force yourself to admit defeat. After fighting for so long, Qilin Feihu was really angry. Well, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me if you kill me. It's serious. Qilin Chongyuan fist. This punch was more powerful than the previous two because its claws were covered with a layer of purple crystal. Su-chan was like a madman. He neither dodged nor prepared to defend. He just stood there open and let the attack hit him. There was even an inexplicable excitement in his eyes. No matter what you're thinking, you're dead after this punch. Bang! The force enough to destroy a hill was all bombarded on Su-chan. Su-chan could even feel the damage to his own muscle tissue and his internal organs being tangled in pieces. The whole body was on the verge of death. Even Qilin Feihu could see that Su-chan would not live long. But what surprised it was that Su-chan could actually laugh. It wasn't a forced smile, but a real smile. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, it's time to decide the winner. Su-chan grinned and stood up again. But this time was different. A terrifying force gathered in front of him. Remaining health, heavy attack. Su-chan had long wanted to try out the power of this move. Today, I just happened to test the waters with this Qilin Flying Tiger. After 3 near-devastating blows, Su-chan was seriously injured. This means that the power of this move will be amplified to the maximum extent. Perhaps it will be the most powerful move that Su-chan has mastered at present. Remaining health, heavy attack. Su-chan's listless aura continued to rise, from the king level to the peak of the king level, and even seemed to have touched a little bit of the saint's realm. There was a rumbling thunder in the sky, but Su-chan was not afraid at all, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. The power is huge. He had a hunch that if he used this force to bombard the several thousand-meter-high White Wolf Mountain, he would be able to break the mountain in half. Before the power could be fully gathered, cracks appeared on the ground. This means that even with Su-chan's king-level strength, he is unable to control the dissipation of power. This power far exceeds his own strength. When the power took shape, a hurricane surrounded Su-chan, and the surrounding sand, rocks, and huge trees were swept in without any resistance. What? How is this possible? Chapter 52 Return. After testing his own strength, Su-chan left. Qilin Feihu looked at Su-chan deeply and left in the opposite direction. Left not long ago. Ahem. Su-chan fell to the ground and took a breath. The physical injuries were too severe. He had never been injured so badly. If there were no certain means, an ordinary king-level warrior would definitely die if attacked by this kind of attack. But Su-chan is different. System, upgrade. What if the experience points he had accumulated for so long were just for nothing? Immediately, Su-chan reached level 26, and all his injuries were completely healed without any sequelae left. That's the best way to heal. From now on, I will never use witchcraft to heal him, even if I beat him to death. The last time he used the witch's treatment method, he suffered for 3 whole days, and it still left a shadow on Su-chan. The witch's healing magic reminded Su-chan of the syringes in his previous life. Different worlds, equally frightening. Let's go back to White Wolf Mountain. After walking for nearly 10 days, Su-chan finally saw the White Wolf Mountain. Looking from a distance, a tall, but not very steep mountain stands there like an iron tower. Familiar place, familiar air. This is indeed Bailang Mountain. After 3 months, Su-chun is back. Ouch! Standing on a cliff, Su-chun howled comfortably towards the White Wolf Mountain in the distance, and his voice spread far and wide. The king is back. Dahe, who was patrolling the mountain, was delighted and even put aside the urgent matters in his hands. What could be more important than welcoming Su-chun? In Dahe's eyes, no. The left-behind black wolves looked at each other, uncertainly asking. Just now, the leader said that the king was back, wasn't he? When they realized what was happening, they all showed expressions of joy and ran away. The king has been away for so long and finally comes back. White Wolf Tribe. When the people who were working hard heard the familiar wolf howl, they all raised their heads and looked into the distance. Lord Wolf God has returned. It's Lord Wolf God. I'm back. After a brief period of calm, the White Wolf Tribe became lively again. Su-chun's return is a major event in the tribe. Their god, Lord Wolf God, is back. When Su-chun stepped into the tribe, almost everyone was there. Dahe, and a large number of black wolves. Except for the black wolves defending their territory, all the black wolves are present. The people in the tribe, led by the witch, presented a tribal welcome dance to Su-chun. Only, it's really an eyesore. If it was a group of girls dancing, Su-chun could barely accept it. But what did it mean when a group of men danced? And woo, are you sure you didn't sprain your waist? However, Su-chun was still very happy to be so popular. This means that they have become their own loyal believers. Even though he had been out for so long, Su-chun still received about the same amount of faith points as usual. This shows that no matter whether Su-chun is present or not, they always have awe and trust in Su-chun in their hearts. Huh? Why haven't I seen these 3 people before? Su-chun pointed at 3 guys wearing coarse linen clothes. He was very confident in his memory and remembered every person in the White Wolf Tribe clearly. Chapter 53, Su-chun's Divine Envoy. If it weren't for the Black Dragon's scales, it would have died. Su-chun's hidden power was obviously beyond the expectations of Ihu and Ilong. Power comparable to that of a saint. Feihu, are you seeing right? It shouldn't be. Su-chun is obviously just a holy snow wolf king, and there is no way he can be compared with the saint level. But how could that be? When Black Dragon saw a Chilean flying tiger take out a pile of dregs, he believed it. It can be seen at a glance that this is its Black Dragon armor. Now it has become a ball of black charcoal. Ordinary king-level attacks would never be able to cause such damage. It seems that this Su-chun is a little out of control, but it doesn't matter. His main function is to attract the attention of the gods and let me break through. The 2 horns of the Black Dragon changed again. It seems that it is getting closer and closer to a real dragon. This shows that it is already on the verge of the saint level. Just one final step away from making the leap to becoming one of the world's top masters. Black Dragon spoke slowly. This time, I will be in seclusion for quite a while. As for whether it will succeed, it all depends on God's will. He had done all that was possible. The sound spread over the black pool, but was blocked by the invisible air. As the Black Dragon sank, everything turned silent. Su-chun returned to Bailang Mountain, and after a few days, he thoroughly took care of all the affairs of Bailang Mountain. It's really troublesome. Sure enough, only becoming stronger is suitable for me. Before becoming a leader, he thought that leaders were people who yelled and ordered people around while they themselves lived a leisurely life. He took it for granted. The reality is that leaders have a whole host of bad things, both big and small. If there is no reasonable management, the people below will leave all matters to him as the leader to make decisions. Go and call the witch for me. It would be most appropriate to assign this kind of thing to Wu. Forget it. I'll go by myself. By the way, go and check to see how far the White Wolf Tribe's technology has developed and whether they can skillfully use the things I give them. We have just reached the foot of the mountain. Then an accident happened. It turned out that it was an untamed mole that had gone mad. In the past, there would be warriors in the tribe watching over them at all times. So even if they went crazy, they could be suppressed in time. But today, the warrior in charge of taming the mole was nowhere to be found, and a group of naughty children let the mole out again. This is very troublesome. How can a group of children fight against a boar that can penetrate rocks? Some women who heard the noise looked over with their children in their arms and were terrified. Someone come quickly. Something terrible has happened. Not to mention the children, even the adult women would not be able to stop these mountain boars. Brother Yao, I'm scared. Among these children, a little girl was holding the clothes of another little boy and said timidly, "The wild boar has rushed out." The group of children were terrified except for the little boy called Yao. "Don't be afraid, sister. I'll take care of this wild boar." There was no fear in Yao's eyes, and even a strong desire to fight emerged. Logically speaking, this scene should be quite ridiculous. How could an underage child actually have the desire to fight against a strong and powerful mole? But no one could laugh at this time. Yao run. Chapter 54 Spy. But if he is said to be a messenger of God, then I can accept it. After all, there is hardly anyone in the White Wolf tribe who is more talented than this child. Let's talk about it when we grow up. This child is still too young to be a messenger of God. The job of God's messenger is nothing more than helping Su Chun take care of some things. But look at how old this child is. Isn't this exploitation of child labor? Su Chen didn't want him to become a victim of Shang Zhongyong. If his growth could meet Su Chen's expectations, there would be no problem in letting him become the messenger of God. Life returned to normal. In the past few days since returning to Bailang Mountain, Su Chen has been digesting the battle with Qilin Flying Tiger. Although he was seriously injured in that battle, his strength increased rapidly after he recovered. According to his current situation, he should have few rivals even in the king level. But he will not be complacent. Above the king level there are saints, and there are also high and mighty gods. Not to mention these distant existences, just the monsters in this world have all kinds of strange and bizarre abilities. If you are not vigilant, you never know when you will be killed. Before he possesses absolute strength, Su Chun will always be cautious. Report to the king. There is a Lord-level 1,000-feathered beast attacking our territory. 1,000-feather beast is the flying mount captured in White Wolf Mountain. Not only is its back wide enough for carrying people, it also has a pair of wings that are 5 or 6 times wider than its body, making it a natural flyer. Although the combat effectiveness is not that good, it wants us to release all the 1,000-feathered beasts we captured. Hearing this, Su Chun became a little interested. A Lord-level 1,000-feathered beast must be very good at flying. Maybe it can be used as your own flying mount. Lead the way. I'm going to meet this 1,000-feathered beast. When Su Chun arrived, this Lord-level 1,000-feathered beast was wreaking havoc at the edge of the territory. Although the 1,000-feathered beast clan generally has low attack power, it is still a demon beast with Lord-level strength. Dahe and the others cannot stop it at all. The molecular boar lord who was subdued by Su Chun was also there, but he couldn't fly. Therefore, no one could do anything to this 1,000-feather beast lord. At the same time, at the entrance of the White Wolf tribe village, a furtive man was peeking around, seemingly searching for something. When the figure saw a white rainbow passing across the sky, he immediately hid in the shadows. Lightly, "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a hand patted the man's shoulder. "Ah!" The man called Lightlai was startled and quickly put the thing in his hand behind him. He was relieved when he saw that it was someone he knew. "Are you born in the year of the monkey? Why do you make no sound when you walk?" Lightly complained and walked away quietly. Lightly is one of 3 adopted members of the Flame tribe. At the same time, he has an extremely secret identity, a spy of Nivida. As long as he could report Su Chen's news to the White Wolf tribe in time, Nivida would agree to release his family. That is, one of the deserters in the Red Fire Legion. In order to achieve his goal, Lightly must succeed. Chapter 55 New Changes. Lord Wolf God. Although Yao is a fearless kid, he respects Su Chun very much. All this is because he is a loyal believer of Su Chun. Putting down the bow and arrow, Yao performed the greatest courtesy in the tribe to Su Chun. "It seems that you have a very good talent in witchcraft. Keep practicing. At the same time, don't waste your natural powers. If you have time, exercise more." Afterwards, Su Chun asked Yao to attack him and gave him some pointers on his fighting abilities. You have to know that Su Chun has experienced endless fighting in the Forgotten Forest, and his combat experience is so terrifying. It is easy to guide a child like this. This made Yao admire Su Chun even more. In this primitive world, there is no one who does not worship power. Belief in gods is sometimes also a yearning for power. Ding, issue the task. The task is being generated. Task? Su Chen's mind was confused for a moment. The system has been dormant for a long time. If Su Chun hadn't asked occasionally, the system would have almost lost its presence. Now a mission suddenly appeared, which made him very curious. What kind of mission will it be? Ding, the task has been generated. Please check it. Mission description. 3 days from now will be the first anniversary of the White Wolf tribe's migration. Many children have been born and need to be blessed. Mission requirements. Bless the children of the White Wolf tribe on the first anniversary of the White Wolf tribe's migration. Mission reward: space storage bag. The task description is reasonable. Basically, every tribe has such a ceremony, which is also held once a year. Even if the system didn't tell him to do it, Suchin would do it once, but not necessarily 3 days later. But now that the system has issued the task, we can only give it a face. Of course, he would never admit that he was coveting the space storage bag. With a storage bag, I can go and salvage all the piranhas, and I can also carry a lot of things at any time. It's really convenient. Storage bags involving the power of space are not common things in this world. Su Chun once asked Wu if there was something like a space ring. The answer was no. Even large tribes with hundreds of thousands of people would not have such a thing. Perhaps only God possesses such mysterious things. Forgotten Forest. An inconspicuous bee finally made its way through the forest and reached the outskirts. After passing the town of Dawn, we arrived at the Flame Tribe. Almost without anyone noticing, the bee came to Nevada's temple and flew to Nevada's hand. Oh, the false god is finally back. It seems like it's time. Originally, he was planning to lead his army to attack again. But when he thought of that bunch of trash, Nivada frowned. Forget it. Even without these rubbish, I can still kill the White Wolf. With the divine spear bestowed upon me by the Lord of Fire. Once he held the spear of God, he had absolute confidence. Truly, the power contained in the spear of God is too strong. Not long ago, it was with the help of this spear that he successfully conquered the Golden Wolf tribe and turned it into a subsidiary of the Flame tribe. Chapter 56, Danger Approaches. Su Chun was naturally happy to see such changes. It represents that one is getting closer and closer to God. At the same time, Su Chen's area of faith is also expanding step by step. This is the change brought about by the power of faith. When the fire of faith is compressed to the extreme, the power of faith seems to disappear. Can't see it, but only Su Chen knew that it did not disappear. Is this the Godhead? Although it is just a shadow, the change is truly astonishing. That's right. The fire of faith turned into a pale, golden shadow of the Godhead, which looked extremely inconspicuous, but had a touch of divinity. If before Su Chun was just a strange creature with the power of faith, now it can be officially said that he has the qualifications to become a god. As long as the shadow of the Godhead condenses into Godhead, he will be the new god of this continent. However, this process will not be too easy. Ding, mission completed, obtain the space storage bag. A quaint bag appeared in front of Su Chun. It doesn't look like anything special, just an ordinary bag made of cloth. However, once Su Chun used his mental power to explore it, the spacious space inside was revealed. This is a 100 by 100 by 100 space. Although it is not very large, it can hold a lot of things. System, you don't have a more advanced bag yet. It doesn't need to be too big. A bag the size of 1 or 2 planets will be enough. System. After Su Chun finished speaking, the system lost connection and ignored him. The request is too difficult. What, a whole planet? Why don't you put yourself in it? No matter what, I am a person who has space items. Just walk up to someone, wave your hand, and the item disappears. With another wave of the hand, the item reappeared. You know what? Just imagining such a scene is quite impressive. Instead, as a god, he should carry things like a porter, which would be so degrading. When Su Chun came to his senses, he heard cheers from the bottom of the mountain. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Su Chun, who possessed the phantom of the divine nature, seemed to have greatly improved his intuition. Sitting in a cave today always gave him a feeling of extreme uneasiness. I don't know if it's an illusion. As early as after he condensed the phantom of the divine body, his strength was further enhanced, and he could almost be said to have reached the peak of the king level. Even the lord-level monsters near Bailang Mountain would submit to him when they saw him. So, where does this inexplicable sense of crisis come from? Even if I wanted to have a good sleep, I still felt nervous and couldn't sleep well. Forget it. Let's go out for a walk. Su Chen summoned the hunting team and prepared to lead them hunting personally. The king is going to take us hunting himself. Is that true? I will stay by Lord Wolf God's side and protect Lord Wolf God's safety. Come on, it's better to say that Lord Wolf God is protecting you. With your half-baked martial arts, be careful not to be taken away by monsters. Every member of the hunting team was very excited. They hadn't gone hunting with Su Chun for a long time. I remember the last time Su Chun led them was a few months ago, when Su Chen had not yet gone out for training. In a flash, so much time has passed. Chapter 57, Su Chun is dead. Without hesitation, Su Chun used the two skills of walking on the wind and flying in the air. At the same time, a defensive skill, wind barrier, was also used. As if this was not safe enough, Su Chun summoned countless wind blades and countless thunderballs to hover around him. If an enemy wants to attack him, he must go through these layers of obstacles. I can't sense it. How could this happen? This is within the scope of Su Chen's faith, but he can't feel any strong spiritual fluctuations anywhere. It was as if this danger was lurking in space and was difficult to detect. False god, you can't run away. This is the spear of the Lord of Fire. A faint voice came from the void, mixed with pride. Talking about the god of fire is like talking about himself. As soon as Su Chun heard it, he knew it was Nivida. Before Su Chun could take any action, ripples began to form in the void behind him. The space seems to be broken at any time. Run! This scene is really weird. Even Su Chun had no way to resist this strange attack method. Su Chen's speed almost broke the speed of sound. Only an afterimage is left in the air. But the ripples in space were always behind him, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close, and he could not get rid of them, no matter what. Seeing that the crisis had not been resolved at all, Su Chun also came to his senses. It is useless to just run away like this. Then we can only fight back. Su Chun summoned his natal spirit sword, which turned into a red-gold sword under the sun. As Su Chen's strength increases, the power of the red-gold sword is no longer comparable to what it was before. The current red-gold sword is so sharp that even the king-level monsters dare not confront it. It is one of Su Chen's trump cards. Su Chun turned around and faced the spatial fluctuations. Just at this moment, murmurs continued to come from all directions in the space. It was like some kind of sacred spell that contained special magic power, and Su Chen's mind was in a trance for a moment. The space is becoming increasingly turbulent. A golden spear slowly stretched out from the wave. Su Chun finally understood why he sensed danger. It wasn't because of Nivida, but this is the item of the fire god, which carries a trace of the fire god's divinity. Su Chun, who possesses the phantom of the godhead, can clearly feel this divinity, which is extremely powerful and can break anything. The most important thing is that the divine spear mobilized that trace of divinity. This attack even had more power than a king-level attack. Contains the power of the saints. Su Chun didn't have the slightest confidence to take on such a terrifying attack. Thunder Sword, Thunder Body. This time, it is the biggest crisis Su Chun has ever faced. It was a real threat to his life. If you can't stop it, you will really die. Destroy it for me. Su Chun used almost all his strength. However, he can only exert the power of the peak king level and is still a long way from becoming a saint. The divine spear seemed to be doing nothing in the face of Su Chen's heavy resistance. It actually went straight through all of Su Chen's attacks and shot straight towards him. Before he even thought of running away, Su Chen felt his heart suddenly stop. The golden divine spear pierced through Su Chen's body. His huge wolf body fell from the sky and was nailed to the ground by the divine spear that pierced his body. Chapter 58, Ascension. My lord, I am your loyal subordinate. Lightly stood beside Nivida and kicked Su Chen twice to express his loyalty. Lightlai is the spy planted by Nivida in the White Wolf tribe. Very good, very well done. Nivida was satisfied. However, when he felt an itchy sensation on his right arm, his expression suddenly became ferocious again. If it weren't for Su Chun, the false god, how could he have lost his arm? After killing Su Chun, Nivida will not let go of White Wolf Mountain and the White Wolf tribe. He wanted to destroy everything of Su Chun, leaving him with nothing. This is what happens when you dare to go against him. Lord God's messenger, do you think I can go back to the Flame tribe? Lightly said cautiously. He had been a spy for so long, just for this moment. His relatives were still in prison, but Nivida promised him that his family would be released only if he completed his mission. Moreover, all their sins will be forgiven. When he thought of this, Lightly became particularly excited. Return to the Flame tribe? Unexpectedly, Nivida sneered. His expression was full of indifference. I don't understand what you were saying. Didn't you join the White Wolf tribe a long time ago? Now you still want to return to the Flame tribe? Boom! Nivida's words exploded in Lightlai's ears like a bolt from the blue. Isn't it just for this that he did all these careful things? Lord God's messenger really knows how to joke. My identity is fake, but you asked me to be an undercover agent. Naturally, he thought Nivida was joking. Joke? I would joke with a lowly person like you? You think too highly of yourself. Your family was executed the day you left. Do you still want to return to the Flame Tribe? Nivida doesn't believe you, Leilai, at all. Even if Lightly was doing things for him, a spy is a spy, and there is a chance that he would betray him. In order to prevent such things from happening, he must do everything he can to prevent them from happening. Lord God's messenger? Are you joking? My family is not dead, right? Please, Lord God's messenger, please tell me the real truth. Lightline knelt on the ground, pulling at Nivida's robe, and said in fear. Bang! One kick. He was kicked directly away. In the end, Nivida didn't even look at Lightline, the hero who had made great contributions to him. You died so quickly. I wanted to torture you. After confirming that Su-chan had completely stopped breathing, Nivida pulled out the divine spear and walked away. The White Wolf tribe will be completely destroyed today. Where is this? Where am I? Su-chan was in a daze and felt as if he had ascended to heaven. There was no air or moisture around. It was a completely unfamiliar space. It was all white all around, and I couldn't see anything clearly. I have traveled through time again? After Su-chan got up from the ground, he was a little confused. He looked at himself and found that he was not in wolf form, but in the same human form as in the 21st century. He was wearing jeans and a blue t-shirt and had short hair that went past his eyebrows. It was not the familiar body of the Holy Snow Wolf King. If this wasn't time travel, it would be hard to understand where we were. Chapter 59, here we come. Things are changing. Above the distant sky, Zhu Rong kept trying to spy on the secrets of the underworld, but there was always a blank space that obscured the truth. Even he, a superior god, could only deduce some minor details. Brother Zhu, is there anything bothering you? Zhu Rong couldn't figure it out, and the others were even more confused. After a long time, Zhu Rong raised the wine in his hand and drank it all. Everyone, just have fun. There was a glimmer of gloom in his eyes. Very good. Su-chan clearly felt how magical the godhead was. Before long, his consciousness had returned to his body, and the injury to his heart had almost healed. Not long after, Su-chan was able to control his body and move. This familiar feeling, he is not dead. Nivida, I didn't expect you haven't learned your lesson after I broke your arm last time. This time, there will be no chance for you to turn the tables. The divinity on the spear of God is gone, and Su-chan is absolutely confident that he can kill Nivida. At the same time, Su-chan was also angry at his own weakness. The strength is still not strong enough, especially when you are in a short state of suspended animation and see the scene in an unknown place. If Su-chan was not mistaken, the middle-aged man with red hair was the fire god Zhu Rong. It is the god of the fire tribe. He had already noticed Su-chan and could even feel Su-chan's peeping. Such a realm is far beyond Su-chan's understanding. If the fire god really came to him, Su-chan could not think of any other way except waiting to die. That is an existence above the saint level. But this time, Su-chan did not become depressed like last time. A strong spirit of not giving up was aroused in his heart. He, the fire god, just became a god earlier than himself. As long as he is given time, he will be able to stand on the same level with him. In fact, far surpass him. Ding, new tasks issued. Mission description. Nivida, who hates the host very much, is ready to destroy the White Wolf tribe in one fell swoop. Mission requirements. Protect the White Wolf tribe. Mission reward. Attribute fusion talent. Su-chan didn't care what the mission reward was. Regardless of whether there is a reward or not, he must stop Nivida's behavior. It was unknown how long it had been, but Su-chan's almost dried up blood finally began to circulate normally again. He slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the coagulated blood on the ground, I couldn't help but sigh. If this was an ordinary king-level being, he would have died long ago. Even if he is a saint, he can't survive, right? Fortunately, I still have godhood. Su-chan walked to the nearest river, cleaned the blood and dirt on his body, and then recovered his spiritual energy and physical strength on the spot. Even if the spear of God has lost its divinity, it is still an extremely powerful weapon. If Su-chan drags his weak body and stands in front of Nivida again, it would be tantamount to seeking death. The last death can be resurrected. The price was that his faith points were almost drained, and he wouldn't be so lucky next time. If he died again, Su-chan couldn't think of any way to resurrect. System? Su-chan had no hope. Apart from helping him become stronger, he didn't find any other function of this system. This time, it's really embarrassing. So weak that he couldn't even use the field of faith. At this time, even if Su-chan wanted to check the situation of the White Wolf tribe, there was no way. I can only hope that I can hold on until I get back. Su Chen didn't know that in the river where he was resting, there was a pair of green eyes staring at him from underwater. Chapter 60, Detoxification. I will never take a step back, because Su Chen is right behind it. This is his duty as the leader of the Black Wolves. Bang! But the next second, Dahe was blown away by the snake's tail. But it still stood up again, limping in the way of the blue water snake. The other Black Wolves also fearlessly pounced on the water snake's back, ready to tear its back and belly with their claws. Damn ants! Being obstructed again and again, the blue water snake became really angry. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. The blue water snake broke free from the encirclement and jumped into the water. Water chaos. Rows of fine water lines shot out from its snake mouth. These water lines can easily penetrate rocks. If this hits Dahe and others, they will definitely die. However, Dahe and his men did not retreat a single step. If there is a reason, it is because Su Chen is behind me. They swear to protect their king even at the cost of their life. The water line was approaching quickly and was about to cut Dahe and the others into pieces. Then a voice rang out, surprising the hunting team. Stand back, I'll take care of the rest. Su Chen barely supported his poison body and cast a wind barrier to block the attack of the blue water snake. I don't know how you got into my territory. You still have time to back out now. Once I make a move, you won't have a chance. Su Chen recovered some of his spiritual energy. Killing the Lord level is enough. Ha! However, the blue water snake seemed to have heard the best joke in the world. I think you don't understand the situation. You have been poisoned by me, and your life is coming to an end. How dare you say such ridiculous things? Now, your life is in my hands. Not only you, but also your subordinates. I will swallow them all up, so that you will have a companion in the underworld. As it spoke, it bared its black fangs. There is ease in all the words. No monster that has been poisoned by it has ever survived. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes turned cold. Since when did a Lord-level monster dare to shout in front of him? Then be prepared to die. A golden sword shone brightly under the scorching sun and slashed fiercely at the blue water snake. When? It was startled and tried to escape. But it was a step too slow. Swish! Its tail was cut off. This move made it roll on the ground in pain. I told you, you don't stand a chance. Now, even if you want to escape, you can't. Because Su Chen was already angry. Impossible. You've been poisoned by me. But before the blue water snake could finish its words, the sword flashed again. This time its mouth was cut off and it couldn't even speak. The Lord-level blue water snake was finally scared. Su Chen was like a devil approaching it step by step. Chapter 61, Working Together. This is their god. He is the supreme being in the tribe. How could he be killed by such a villain? Many people in the White Wolf tribe showed panic on their faces. The strongest warriors among them followed Su Chen out hunting and might have died outside. Those who stay in the village will not have strong fighting power. It is almost impossible to face a king-level powerhouse like Nivida. Didn't you see that he broke the trap they had painstakingly prepared for several months with just one move? No matter how sophisticated the traps and weapons are, they are useless in the face of absolute strength. Impossible. Lord Wolf God must not be dead yet. You must be lying to us. Lord Wolf God cannot possibly die. Su Chen is their faith. They also believe that it is invincible. There is no way we can lose. A bunch of stupid people, they keep saying it won't die, but look at what it is. Nivida raised a spear, on which there was half a broken heart. The people of the White Wolf tribe are Su Chen's believers, and they can all clearly feel that this heart is indeed Su Chen's. It also means Su Chen is really dead. Their faith is dead too. Many people showed pain and despair on their faces. Sometimes people's lives depend entirely on a belief. Now that faith is lost, we will become like the walking corpse. The White Wolf tribe is a thing of the past. From now on, this is the territory of the Flame tribe. It is understandable that the winner occupies the loser's territory. Nivida was in a good mood and easily subdued this group of fools. He would then trick them into revealing all their skills and kill them. You're talking nonsense. However, just when many people in the White Wolf tribe were wavering in their faith, Yao stood up. His idea is simple. He unconditionally believed that Su Chen was alive. Even if those adults no longer have any hope, he will always believe in it. It is absolutely impossible for such a great wolf god to die. He wanted to stop the guy who was attacking the tribe. Which power, which arrows? Pull the bow to its full extent. Aim for Nivida. Yao loosened his fingers without hesitation. The arrow containing which power shot straight at Nivida, but was easily blocked. Yao did not become frustrated because he missed the shot. Instead, he looked extremely determined. Everyone, we must trust our Lord Wolf God and never be deceived by an enemy. Lord Wolf God will definitely come to rescue us. We can't give up. As long as we gather our strength, we can definitely hold out until Lord Wolf God saves us. Everyone is faced with a dilemma. Only Yao never believed Nivida's lies from beginning to end. His beliefs have never changed. Many people were infected by Yao's words. I couldn't help feeling ashamed. Even a child is braver than them and has stronger beliefs than them. What reason do they have not to take up arms and fight? Yes, Yao is right. This is our tribe. We have to protect it ourselves. If we give up on ourselves, what's the point of living? People of the White Wolf tribe would rather die standing than live on their knees. After the first person stood up, more and more people stood up. Their shaken faith could not be stronger at this moment. Even if they die, they will never submit to this guy who attacked their gods. They will fight to the last moment. Chapter 62, Wolf Roars. Boom! The tallest building in the White Wolf tribe was directly pierced by the divine spear, and the attached firepower burned the house on the spot. Resist! Why don't you resist? I'm still waiting for you to resist. Nivida's expression was ferocious. The divine spear was under his control, flying around the tribe, but he did not kill anyone. He wanted to watch those people despair and see their faith collapse. This was the most satisfying thing. The first target, of course, was Yao, the little kid who was the first to stand up and resist. The divine spear fell from the sky, and the flames on it boiled little by little. The breath of the gods and the power of the god of fire were all vented. Under this pressure, many mortals and monsters lay on the ground, suppressed by the pressure. Get up! Get up! Weren't you very powerful just now? Nivida walked up to Yao and stepped on his face. I, the great wolf god, will not be killed by a despicable villain like you. Yao struggled and wanted to resist, but under the suppression of Nivida and the pressure of the divine spear, he couldn't even raise his head to look. At this time, only words could express his attitude. My whole life is dedicated to the wolf god, everything. The despicable man and liar in front of me cannot scare me. Good job. Yao, you are the best, you are the best. You can never surrender. You can conquer my body, but you can never destroy my spirit. The wolf god is undefeated and will never fail. Absolutely, absolutely. You are a despicable person. You are a delusional person. You are a big liar. With Yao's persistence, some other wavering people felt guilty and roared loudly together. The sound made Nivida's face look very ugly. Thinking back to the time when those annoying reptiles had broken his cognition time and time again, Nivida had the urge to destroy everything. His eyes began to blaze with anger. As a believer in the god of fire, this was a manifestation of his absolute anger and also his most insane manifestation. Ah, ha, ha. Nivida laughed. He released his big foot that was pressing down on Yao and grabbed Yao's hair. Yao was lifted up with one hand. Facing the power of Nivida, Yao could only face it with his unyielding eyes. Very good, very good, very good. Although your persistence and stubbornness are useless, you have pleased me. I will punish you well. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to know how I'm going to deal with you? Do you want to know? Nivida spoke loudly in Yao's ear, trying to make Yao collapse in this way. I'm telling you, I'll break your limbs first so that you can't move. Then I will poke out one of your eyes, cut off your nose, break your neck so you can't make any sound, and finally deafen both your ears. Does it feel horrible? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. As the messenger of the great god of fire, I will eventually use fire, little by little, to let you know what burning means. Don't worry, I am very good at this. You will not die immediately, and you may not die for several months. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. His hair hurt and even felt numb. Yao felt boundless fear spreading and approaching madly. He didn't want to think about what Nivida said. He wanted to overcome it with his courage. Chapter 63. Shooting the divine spear away. Full school. You are still alive. You are still alive. Nivida's voice was getting louder and louder. He was a little afraid. He was not afraid of Su Chun, but he was afraid that once the god of fire got to know about this, he would be charged with deceiving the gods, which would be unforgivable. The only way to save himself at this time is to kill Su Chun again and wipe out all life here. Only in this way can he avoid being punished by the gods. Those who followed him would all be wiped out. Get out of my tribe, or I'll kill you. Suchin looked at Nivida with cold eyes, and the hatred in his eyes was clearly revealed. As long as you look into Suchin's big eyes, you can see the flame of hatred. You are injured, and your breath is very weak. Even in your strongest state, you are no match for me. How dare you come out now? You are really looking for death. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for killing you again. Haha, killing you in front of your believers may be the best ending. Go! The divine spear flew up, but this time, its target was not Su Chun, but the deserters at the edge of the forest. Yes, it was those deserters that Nivida attacked. He had already seen that Su Chun was strong on the outside but weak on the inside and was no match for him at all. With his divine spear in his hand, he posed no threat. The only threat was the fleeing soldiers. Those were soldiers who saw Su Chun returning and were frightened. I don't want such soldiers. The best outcome for a deserter is death. It doesn't matter if all the soldiers die. I can recruit again, or even annex other villages. I can have as many soldiers as I want. As long as you make your life happy and complete the mission of the great god of fire, everything is worth it. The speed of the divine spear is extremely fast, and Su Chun has personal experience of this. Looking at the divine spear with flaming flames, Su Chun was a little puzzled. Why is the aura on that divine spear so much weaker? When he attacked me first, his aura was 100 times stronger than it is now. Could it be that the divine power on it has been completely consumed? This is a good thing. Su Chun did not move, neither attacking nor retreating, but just supported himself with all four limbs, as if waiting for something. This is to mobilize the power of faith within the tribe. When people are in despair, the power of faith will be generated several times, or even dozens of times. Especially when he appears in the tribe, he becomes 100 times more powerful. The source of faith that had been thirsty actually began to reappear some power of faith. Without wasting any power of faith, Su Chin used half of the power to heal his wounds and the other half to gather into attack, preparing for a fatal wave. The power of faith of the entire tribe gathered together, which gave Nivida some sense. After killing all the fleeing soldiers, he gathered the divine spear and placed it in front of him. Kneel down, false god. This is your last moment. I will not make a mistake this time. When the time comes, I will decompose your body and make it impossible for you to be resurrected. You talk too much, go to hell. Su Chin no longer accumulated strength, but put all his strength into his claws. The shining golden light was the concentrated power of faith. Combined with Su Chin's sharp claws, its attack power exceeded his previous strongest. Su Chun had never expected such an extravagant attack. Chapter 64. The Threat from Nivida. Su Chun, who was rushing towards him rapidly, brought with him an infinite threat of death, which made Nivida's mind extremely concentrated. There had never been a moment when he was so close to death, even only a few dozen meters away. Su Chun is 100 meters tall, and each of his teeth is several times bigger than him. The murderous intent seemed to solidify, causing Nivida to react immediately. Divine Spear. Facing the explosive Su Chun, the only thing Nivida could use was this divine spear. Any other spells or powers bestowed by the god of fire are not enough at this moment. When facing the White Wolf tribe, those spells can cause crushing defeat, but facing the false god Su Chun, it is just like a tickle. Only the divine spear can help. Nivida placed all his hopes on the divine spear. Bite! The divine spear returned and blocked Nivida's attack. A look of ecstasy appeared on Nivida's face. The great god of fire would not fail. Absolutely would not fail. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? I think you're going to die. God spear, kill him, kill him. Go, spear. Why aren't you moving? Spear. Before Nivida could be happy for long, the expected scene of the divine spear piercing Su Chun never happened. Instead, it was Su Chun who caught the divine spear. Yes, caught it. 100-meter-long giant wolf grabbed the divine spear like an adult grabbing a child's toothpick. That posture is funny no matter how you look at it. Looking at Nivida at this time, he couldn't smile at all, and his cheeks were a little stiff. This was a manifestation of fear, and his expression was frozen. Is this your attack? Su Chun smiled, a very happy smile. In his eyes, this divine spear was already covered with cracks and might break completely in the next moment. The divine power attached to it has disappeared, and there is nothing left. The last bit also dissipated in the collision just now, and Nivida no longer had any ability to resist. Thinking of this, Su Chun threw down the divine spear, and it landed directly at Nivida's feet. Boom! The divine spear was deeply inserted into the ground, with only half of it sticking out on the ground. Looking at the divine spear inserted into the ground, Niveda's face returned to normal. You don't come over here, don't come over here. Suchin opened his wolf mouth wide, revealing his sharp fangs. He wanted to bite Niveda to death with one bite. Although he didn't want to eat or bite anyone, facing Niveda who had killed him, this was the only way he could express his greatest hatred. Kill him this way. Niveda's eyes turned red. The wolf head that was getting closer and closer, and the fangs that were getting bigger and bigger, were telling him that he was going to die soon. Don't come over here. If you come over here, I will kill him. Niveda picked up Yao and held him in front of him, the power of faith and the power of fire in his body ready to be unleashed. Some flames appeared on his hands, and these flames made Yao scream in pain. Great wolf god, leave me alone. Kill him, only in this way will I be happy, kill him. Yao didn't beg for mercy. He was already very happy. Just as he prayed not long ago, the great wolf god heard his voice and came to save him. He has done enough. As the reserve emissary of the wolf god, sacrificing for the wolf god is the highest honor. Thinking back to the great things we had once told him, Yao felt that now it was his turn. Chapter 65, Madness. Niveda's eyes changed wildly as he was thinking about how to escape. At this moment, for Niveda, staying alive is the first step. As for the mission of the great god, he can start again after he is safe. He has even thought of an excuse. After leaving this place, I will once again ask the great god to give me a divine spear, a stronger divine spear, so that I can kill Suchin again. Yes, that's it. Thinking of the excitement, Niveda laughed out loud. Ha ha, you don't dare to do it. Get out of here. Let me leave. Don't do it in front of me. She struggled to move her feet, trying to get out of Suchin's big mouth from behind. But my feet were already a little numb because I was scared and threatened by death. Even though Suchin is only threatening with his teeth now, this kind of threat, the threat of death at any time, is the most unbearable. Do you want to escape? Do you not want to complete your mission as God? Suchin closed his mouth, but did not attack Niveda. He didn't want Yao to die. Looking at Niveda, who was half squatting on the ground, and the expression on Niveda's face, Suchin saw a lot of things. After several infusions of the power of faith, coupled with the information of his victory, the surviving believers became excited, which caused the power of faith to be acquired again. With these powers of faith, his injuries were stabilized and the domain was directly opened, allowing Suchin to see more things. From God's perspective, we see a different Nivedita. Unlike Niveda, who appeared strong on the surface, in this state, Niveda's emotions fluctuated violently, even up and down beyond imagination. That was not the state of a normal person at all. Something was wrong with Niveda. Maybe this is a good opportunity, a chance to rescue Yao. Run away? There is no way I can run away. After I leave, I will come back again. Then, it will be the day of your death. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Don't worry. Niveda said very arrogantly, but after he said this, he immediately changed his tone. No, I can't come back. When the time comes, I will just claim to be sick and let others trouble you. Don't worry, I won't come back. Absolutely not. Please let me leave. Two completely opposite words were spoken from the same person in a very short period of time. Although Suchin was not a psychologist, he also understood that something was wrong. Either he was pretending, or he was already sick, or he was frightened into illness. Is Niveda's mental quality so low? Probably not. Suchin's idea was correct under normal circumstances, but it was not normal at this moment. First of all, Niveda's worldview was refreshed several times when he was in the White Wolf tribe. First of all, there was a huge amount of food, which was dozens of times more than the outside world, which made Niveda feel unfair. The second point is that the will of the people of the White Wolf tribe is completely different from that of his tribe, which also caused psychological imbalance. The third point is Yao and others' insistence on Suchin, which makes him even more psychologically abnormal. In addition, there is Suchin's return and the failure of the divine spear. These factors combined have made Niveda mentally abnormal. Although Suchin didn't understand, he could see that something was wrong with Niveda. What will the god of fire think if you leave like this? Are you betraying your god? What will God think of such a traitor? You should know, Suchin said gloomily. No, it's impossible. No, I won't betray the great God. I won't. You can't say that. You can't say that I have never betrayed. Kill you. As long as I kill you and everyone around me, I won't betray you. I never have. Niveda's performance was even more interesting. He even waved one hand, trying to use this method to keep Suchin away from him. It would be even better if he let go of his other hand as well. Unfortunately, whether it was because he was afraid of death or for other reasons, his other hand held Yao tightly, not letting Yao escape from his control. Su Chen's injuries have not yet fully healed, and his strength cannot be compared to that in his heyday. If he still had the strength of his heyday, he would dare to take the risk of a surprise attack, but he can't do that now because his speed is not enough. There was no way to save Yao before Nivida attacked him. What to do? Just keep provoking him with words and see if that will give you any chance. So that's how it is. You killed those soldiers outside to silence them. You were talking nonsense, stay away from me, stay away from me. I definitely didn't. I swear to the great God that I never wanted to betray. I didn't. But you did it. You didn't have it in your heart. But everything you did was a betrayal of your God. You wanted to kill me, but you didn't kill me. This is the ironclad evidence that you deceived your God. If you live, your God will also take action against you. Su Chen spoke again, but this time his tone was a little lighter. Under normal circumstances, one would not think so, but Nivida was not in a normal state at this moment. No, you were talking nonsense. Nivida's body began to tremble, and his eyes became blurred. The flames on his body flickered, and he was in an abnormal state. In this situation, Nivida's power simply could not be maintained for long, but there was still no chance of saving Yao. Is it impossible for me to save Yao? Time passed little by little, and Su Chen spoke from time to time. Every time he spoke, it was a shock to Nivida's spirit. What Su Chen said was very simple. That is, your God seemed to have noticed something, your God seemed to be investigating something, and your God seemed to have seen something. Without saying anything specific, Nivida was left to guess on his own. If I tell it all out, it may not have much effect, but if I let Nivida think and guess on his own, things will get worse and worse, and he will scare himself more and more. Sometimes ghosts are not scary, but once you mistakenly believe that ghosts exist, you are just scaring yourself, and you may even scare yourself to death. There are such cases. Psychological suggestion: this is a very serious matter. But there is no problem at all when using it on Nivida. Because he deserves to die, he must die. Within the territory, Su Chen saw the losses of the White Wolf tribe. Not to mention the buildings, almost all of them were destroyed. The loss of life is what Su Chen is most worried about. And all this is because of Nivida. Killing him is the best outcome. Chapter 66, Hidden Arrow. Impossible. Impossible. Nivida made a low sound, his body trembling slightly, and his eyes were a little blurry. The appearance of this scene made Su Chen's eyes light up. He canceled the enlargement of his body and got as close to Nivida as possible. But when Su Chen was 5 meters away from Nivida, Nivida seemed to wake up. This scared Su Chen so much that he quickly took 2 steps back. He stopped when he was 7 meters away from Nivida, and Nivida fell into his mental state again. Even though Nivida is not in a good situation now, as a master at the king level, some necessary instincts still exist. What a shame. If his instincts weren't there, I could have sneak attacked him and saved Yao. This time, it seems there is no other way. He has entered into the illusory fear he created. It will not be resolved for a while, but what should Yao do? Although Yao, who was controlled by Nivida, was unconscious, once Yao woke up and disturbed Nivida, Nivida would subconsciously counterattack, which would be disastrous. Su Chen was at a loss and a little worried, and the warriors of the White Wolf tribe also came over one after another. Wolf God, do you need our help? A tall warrior whispered in the distance that they also saw Nivida holding Yao hostage, and even saw Su Chen's fearful look. This scene did not reduce their faith in Su Chen, but instead added a large amount of power of faith. A God who loves his people is a perfect God, their God, a God that belongs to them. It is worth fighting for such a God and sacrificing everything for such a God. But Yao is still young and should not be sacrificed, so the warriors of the White Wolf tribe also want to help. Shoot an arrow, shoot him. Su Chen made a sound to send a signal to the outside world. If someone shoots an arrow from a distance at this time, when the arrow hits Nivida, Nivida will definitely fight back, or even catch the arrow or bounce it back. This is the instinct of the king, and among the people present, except Su Chen, no one else can hurt Nivida at all. Even if Nivida stood there and let them shoot, they could not hurt him. This is the crushing of the king over those below the king. As soon as Su Chen's words came out, the people of the White Wolf tribe took action. The shooters have to be carefully selected, and only the strongest archers will stand out. He is Xian, an elite warrior who is 2 meters tall and has the strongest arms. Archery has almost become his instinct, and he is the best archer in the White Wolf tribe. He even has good management skills. He may even become the leader of the White Wolf tribe in the future. Great God, I'm about to shoot an arrow. Please be sure to save Yao. Xian knelt on one knee behind Nivida. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I don't want Yao to die. Then I'll go get ready. Be careful. You may not be able to withstand Nivida's counterattack. Remember, after shooting the arrow, flee from the spot immediately. And don't leave anyone around Xian. The White Wolf tribe can no longer sacrifice anyone. Yes, great God. Respected God. Xian went to prepare, and the others dispersed, leaving the battlefield to Xian and Su Chun. Not only that, even the warriors outside the tribe kept staying away. The next battle represents a war between kings and may even determine the life and death of a king. The final blow of the powerful king, the power, the effect, and the explosive force are not something that ordinary elites can withstand. Chapter 67 Fanatic. Ah! Nivida screamed madly. He wanted to cover the broken part with his arm, but he still held the arrow in his hand. His mind was in complete confusion. The pain, fear, terror, and threat of death had made Nivida lose control. He could only lie on the ground and wail madly. Die. Let me send you to hell. Click. The claws lay down and directly broke through Nivida's defense. The spikes pierced Nivida and tore Nivida's body into pieces. Not only that, but through the attack of the power of faith, Nivida's soul was disintegrated, making it impossible for his soul to enter the temple of the god of fire, so as to conceal the situation here to the greatest extent. Although it cannot be concealed for too long, time is still very important to Su Chun. Ding! Kill the King Realm Nivida. Gain 10 million experience points and obtain 500,000 flame essence. Ding! Successfully protected the White Wolf tribe, and the attribute fusion talent is activated. Finally killing this guy, Su Chun looked at the system prompt, his body shrank rapidly, and he fell directly to the ground. Panting heavily, this battle was really too tiring. From death, to resurrection, to fighting in weakness, and finally to the successful kill, this series of rhythms. If there is a slight deviation in any link, then everything will be ruined. Great Wolf God, what should we do next? Xian knelt carefully in the distance. He did not dare to step forward. The respected Wolf God was worthy of him doing so. Any servility was normal in front of the Wolf God because the Wolf God was worthy of it. Gather everyone, help people with treatment, and then clean up our home. This is our home, and home needs to be restored to its original state, or even better, don't you think? Su Chun raised his head and looked at Xian with a smile. He had a lot of good feelings towards this warrior, and even wanted to make him the leader of the White Wolf tribe. After shooting this arrow, Xian has the possibility of a breakthrough, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes a leader. Maybe by the time the home is rebuilt, Xian will have made a breakthrough. At that time, as the leader, he can lead the tribe better, and he can have fewer troubles. Yes, great God, your suggestion is really great. I'll take care of it right away. Go ahead. I believe you can do this well. Go ahead. Yes. Xian left, and Su Chun continued to lie on the ground. He didn't want to move now, not even for a moment. After killing Nivida, he gained 10 million experience points. Such a huge amount of experience points was enough for him to level up. But Su Chun didn't want to upgrade, because he felt that even if he upgraded, he would not be able to return to his heyday. This is different from being injured, but rather a kind of weakness, a kind of fatigue, a state that can only be repaired by time. After death, the Godhead is resurrected. There are so many things that need to be alleviated in this state. Level 27 is already enough, and I can even upgrade it to another level. However, in terms of essence, it is still far behind. It takes 1 million evolution points to upgrade. Although I got 500,000 by killing Nivida, where should I go for the remaining 400,000? Kill another strong man at the king level? Is it so easy to kill the king? Chapter 68, Divine Envoy Method. Lying in front of the statue, Su Chun became energetic. Maybe it was because of Yao's changes, the appearance of the first fanatic, or maybe it was for some other reason. Although he had not yet recovered his full combat power, Su Chun did not want to sleep. My lord, perhaps this thing can be of use to you. Xian strode over, holding something in both hands, and placed it carefully in front of Su Chun, then retreated obediently and knelt down about 30 steps away from Su Chun. What is this? Su Chun looked at Xian in confusion. I found this from the remains of the demon messenger. There are a lot of words on it, but I can't understand them. I asked the witch, but she couldn't understand it either. But I think this thing will have a very good effect on the Lord, so I took it and gave it a try. Xian's honesty made Su Chun at a loss for words. He slid his claws slightly, and the thing opened. This is a book. A parchment scroll written in divine script. Of course, humans do not know the words on it. Even before he gathered the godhood, he could not understand it. But now he understood it. Intercept the power of faith to strengthen yourself. This is exclusive to God's messengers. God's messengers must never use it. After a quick look, Suchin frowned. This thing is good, but it seems to have no effect on him. As a god who has condensed the divine nature, although he has not yet ignited the divine fire, he no longer needs this method of saving the power of faith. His divine nature is the best method, which is several times more powerful than this method. But this thing is still useful. I see. This thing has some effect. You can go down and rest first. Also, there is no need to rush the work overnight. Don't tire everyone out. Everyone go and rest. Yes, my great god. Xian went down to rest, while Suchin continued to watch. He just took a rough look at it just now, and he wanted to study whether this thing could be mass-produced. If possible, then all his new believers in the future can become God's messengers and increase the speed of their cultivation. You must know that the power of faith can be used for cultivation. It is exclusive to gods. Once mortals begin to use it, the speed can be increased by at least 10 times. It all depends on how much power of faith is saved. With a move of his eyes, the parchment scroll flew in front of his eyes, spinning back and forth. He was checking whether there were any sequelae or traps on it. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find that possibility. Since this was obtained from that person, it means that he cultivated in this way. No wonder he could break through to the king level. This method of saving the power of faith is useless if he cannot reach the king level. As long as he lives long enough, even the saint level is not impossible. If Yao uses this method, can the speed of cultivation be accelerated? How much faster can it be? No, it seems to say here that we should not spread this method in large quantities, otherwise there will be too many divine messengers and it will affect me. After weighing the pros and cons, Suchin finally made up his mind. Use it and let some people use it. Anyone who uses this method is his core believer and will never betray him. If someone uses this method of saving money and still betrays himself, he is a traitor, and traitors should be killed. After realizing this, Suchin became excited. It won't take long. Maybe after a few years, the number of powerful leaders in the tribe will increase to more than 10. And even within a year, a second king-level powerhouse may appear. When Suchin thought about the speed and scale of the tribe's future development, he wanted to laugh. The next morning, Wu was called over by Suchin, and Yao was with Wu. As a reserve of God's messenger, especially a fanatic like Yao, it would be best for him to practice this secret method. Wu, this is for you. This is the text after I translated it. Take a look and see if you can practice it. Suchin handed the document he wrote to Wu, and then looked at Wu with a smile. Wu didn't think much about it and started reading it after taking it. This. After reading it, Wu looked at Suchin in shock, somewhat confused. Was he asking him to practice? But this seems a bit bad. Originally, the believers believed in the Great Wolf God, so all the power of faith belonged to the Great Wolf God. But after this kind of austerity, isn't that a betrayal of the Great Wolf God? Lord Wolf God, this is an evil secret method and should be destroyed. The witch said hurriedly. No, this is a secret method that can make people become stronger quickly, and the White Wolf tribe is still too weak and needs to become stronger quickly. This secret method is the best way. I hope you can practice it and spread it. Suchin said with a smile. In the White Wolf tribe, he is a god. Once his territory is opened, he knows everything here. Wu can be trusted. He is a loyal believer. As for Yao, there is even less need to think about it. He is a fanatical believer, the kind of believer who absolutely believes in him. Both of them can be trusted, and the other believers have no motive to betray, at least not now. But Wu was still a little wary. Once it was used on a large scale, the power Suchin could mobilize would be too little. Don't worry, even if I want to spread the secret method, there are conditions. I will divide it according to the contribution to the tribe and the loyalty to me. Those who rank at the top can learn it, and there are some conditions. Then I can teach it appropriately and test those people's popularity. Suchin had already thought of a solution. It was obviously impossible for everyone to practice. Once there were too many people practicing, the power of faith he obtained would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the people who practice would not be able to obtain too much power of faith to strengthen themselves. Instead, it would not be as fast as normal practice. This is destined to be a secret method that can only be practiced by a few people, and no one will cherish something that is too easy to obtain. Only those who obtain it with great difficulty will treasure it. So that's how it is? My lord is really far-sighted, and I am far inferior to him. However, this secret method should still be destroyed. Once I remember it, I will destroy it directly and pass it on by word of mouth. How about this? The witch has his own persistence, and Suchin also agreed with this method. However, when Wu was flipping through the book, he let Yao watch on the side. He didn't want Yao to listen to the text after Wu translated it. When it comes to the transmission of secret techniques, first-hand information is the most important and comprehensive, but after second-hand information, especially after the original information is destroyed, some changes seem to occur. Chapter 69 Target. Wu has already started practicing, and Yao has also started practicing step by step. The scent of Su Chen's power of faith was clearly evident on the two of them. It was very faint, but it was the real power of faith. As soon as they started practicing, the two of them demonstrated a speed that was more than 3 times their previous practice speed. This made them very happy, but also made them more cautious about spreading this secret method. Su Chen knew Wu and Yao's choice, but he did not refuse. The affairs of the White Wolf tribe should be accomplished by themselves. As a god, he only needs to choose a direction. If he has to deal with everything else, it would be too tiring. Back to the top of the mountain, Su Chen closed his eyes. The power of faith fills the whole body. This is a form of cultivation, repairing the tired soul. When the power of faith entered the Godhead devoured the power of faith infinitely, and its never-satisfied look made Su Chen feel distressed. All the power of faith accumulated in the past few days was used up, and he didn't even have much reserve left. Call! He exhaled heavily, and this breath directly blew away the huge rocks on the ground. The breath mixed with some power of faith had an extremely strong impact. Based on how I feel right now, if I do this 5 more times, I'll be fully recovered. If it's once every 3 days, does that mean it will take 15 days? It's a bit long, but it's enough. Opening his eyes and feeling the current situation, Su Chen felt somewhat happy. Being able to recover from injuries without having to upgrade is naturally the best way. However, you still need to keep the upgraded thing in case you need it in the future. Thinking about upgrading, Su Chen checked the properties. Host Su Chen. Race, Holy Snow Wolf King. Quality, King level. Level, 26, 100-12350/20000000. Talents, Super Evolution. Repeat the same trick, Wolf King's Might, Golden Sun and Silver Moon, Sword, Experience Field, Weakness Penetration, Levitation, Attribute Fusion. Skills, Multiple Wind Blades, Wind Binding, Wind Stepping, Mountain Shaking, Gigantic, Wind Control, Shadow Wind Whip, Thunder Sword, Thunder Body, Thunderball Explosion. Healing, Residual Health Smash. Evolution Points, 597-370/1000000. Faith Points, 182. There is no shortage of experience for the time being. The current experience can be upgraded by at least 2 levels, and there is even a lot left. As for talent, the attribute fusion obtained by the heart has not been used yet. In terms of evolution points, there is still a gap of more than 400,000, which is a big gap. As for the most scarce points of faith, they can only be accumulated slowly. Fortunately, after this battle, the people of the tribe have become united. There are no more general believers. All of them are loyal believers, and even fanatical believers may appear in large numbers in the future. How about trying attribute fusion? Su Chen was somewhat interested and immediately clicked on the attribute fusion in his talent. Please select 2 talents or skills to fuse. You want to consume some experience points during the fusion. Looking at the description of attribute fusion, Su Chen felt as if he had suffered a loss. This fusion actually requires experience points, and it seems that there are quite a lot of them. Fuse multiple wind blades and wind binding. Ding! I want to consume 2 million experience points. Do you want to fuse? After fusion, a new skill will be formed. Because they have the same attributes, the power will be increased to a certain extent after fusion. Ding! The fusion degree is 90%, triggering a hidden effect that can add an extra million experience points, making the new skill even more powerful. Is it Buddha fusion? After hearing 2 consecutive sounds, Su Chen's face turned black. 3 million all at once? Is this going to kill me? 3 million can directly upgrade to the next level. Chapter 70 Dragon Roar. Among the kings that Su Chen had fought with, the one he was confident that he could defeat without suffering too much loss himself was the 2-winged tiger. By killing it, he could gain king-level experience. Killing Nivida can earn you tens of millions of experience points, So if you kill the double-winged tiger, you will get even more, right? Thinking of this, Su Chun set out directly. Before leaving, he told the witch about his short absence so that they could be prepared. He also ordered the monsters under his command to guard against him and wait for his return. Looking at it now, Nevada's death will definitely make this period of time temporarily safe. Even if the enemy wants to launch an attack, it will take time. After leaving the White Wolf tribe, Su Chin returned along the same route he took last time, hoping to find the tiger in this way. And shortly after Su Chin left, a pair of huge eyes opened in a deep pool. This is an eye as big as a millstone, and the fiery look in the center of the eye seems to be able to ignite the entire deep pool. The dark, deep pool suddenly turned green because of the power of that look. Boom! The deep pool began to tremble and shake violently, as if indicating that some changes were about to occur. Around the deep pool, the two-winged tiger, also known as the Qilin flying tiger, looked at the pool with a nervous expression. Is Big Brother going to leave? Qilin Feihu was very nervous. If everything went well, his eldest brother would be able to become a saint-level warrior and could even go to the place where the gods were to challenge those so-called gods. Some weak gods could only run away and pray that his eldest brother would not chase them. But he remembered that his eldest brother said that he would be in seclusion for a long time. So why did he come out in such a short time? Did something happen? Is there a problem with breaking through to saint level? Qilin Feihu was very nervous. He was so nervous that he wanted to find someone to fight. However, he did not go out. Instead, he stayed where he was. Even though his claws had already dug into the rock, he did not change at all. Suddenly, the color of the deep pool turned red, a color full of anger. Brother! Ouch! A dragon roar sounded. And as soon as the sound came out, all living beings within 1,000 miles around heard this earth-shaking dragon roar. As they were about to arrive at the location of the last battle with Qilin Flying Tiger, Suchin also heard the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar that was full of anger and power. Oh no! Did we break into some big boss's territory? This voice makes me feel oppressed. I'm no match for him. Let's go and stop looking for that tiger. Suchin thought it over again and retreated directly. Before figuring out who the owner of the dragon's roar is and why it's roaring, it's better not to act rashly. Not only Suchin did this, but other monsters, especially the king-level monsters, did the same. On this land, except for the newly crowned king Suchin, everyone else knows who the owner of the dragon roar is and what strength he has. They naturally understand what to do now. Was it that idiot who provoked that guy? Even I don't dare to do that. However, his strength seems to be even stronger. A behemoth king sneered, then continued to lie on the ground, enjoying the brief peace. These are troubled times. Should I move to another place? That new neighbor is not friendly at all. That's strange. Why did the dragon's aura become stronger? But it doesn't seem to have broken through to the saint level. What's going on? All kinds of doubts and questions flashed through the minds of the king monsters, and then the land returned to peace again. Chapter 71, Evil Light. Brother, how are you? Qilin Feihu hurriedly got up, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and greeted his elder brother in a vague voice. Good? Good ass. The dragon's tone was extremely unfriendly, and he even looked as if he was going to beat someone up the next moment. Brother, what happened? Why did you come out early? Qilin Feihu asked again. He didn't want to be beaten, and the best way was to ask the key to the matter. A god has attacked me. The dragon sighed, raised his head, and looked above the white clouds. The divine realm should be somewhere in the sky, but no one knows where exactly it is. Only those who are above the saint level can enter, and those who are even stronger must be able to do so. Now he is already half a step away from becoming a saint, and he is only one step away from a breakthrough, but unfortunately he failed at the last moment. What are the specific circumstances? What was the specific situation? At that time, I was in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough. When I was about to break through, a divine light descended from the sky. Divine light? Shouldn't this be a good thing? Qilin Feihu interrupted Jiaolong's story. Shut up and listen to me slowly. I'm in a bad mood now. Okay, go ahead. Just lie down obediently and make your presence as minimal as possible, so you can avoid a beating. That divine light is not a good thing. It is a divine light full of evil. Yes, it is an evil divine light. That divine light is meant to stop me from breaking through. This is the malice of a certain god. Unfortunately, my strength is still not enough. If it were, I would never be ambushed by the other party, causing me to be seriously injured or even fail to break through. From the mouth of the dragon, Qilin Feihu understood everything that had happened during this period. At that time, he had been looking around the deep pool, but he didn't see any divine light at all. Maybe it was because he didn't have enough strength, or maybe it was something else. Anyway, he didn't sense it. Brother, I failed to guard well. Please punish me. Qilin Feihu lowered his head and apologized to his brother for his mistake. It's not your fault. You still can't see the divine light. You're not strong enough. If you become several times stronger, maybe you can see it. Unfortunately, I can't break through again in a short period of time. Although my foundation is very strong, this forced interruption has caused me heavy losses. Sighing and feeling regretful, the dragon felt a little uncomfortable. However, he did not attack Qilin Flying Tiger because it was not his fault, let alone Qilin Flying Tiger. Even if there were 10 or 8 more of them, they would not be able to withstand the divine light. The dragon even had an illusion that only those who truly reached the saint level could resist the divine light, and other levels would not be able to do so. Brother, can you make a breakthrough? Qilin Feihu asked a question that deserved a beating. In the White Wolf tribe, Su Chen's return instantly made the tribe excited. Although Su Chen had been gone for only a short time, they still felt a little uncomfortable in the absence of the Great Wolf God. Great Wolf God, you are back? Have you dealt with things? Wu looked at Su Chen in confusion. According to what Su Chen said at the time, he should be away for a few days, but it's only been 1 day. Why is he back? Is it completed very quickly? No, something went wrong. I had to come back early and give orders to everyone in the tribe to be alert. Once I give the order, they should leave the tribe and seek refuge elsewhere. Su Chen issued an order that was somewhat unbelievable. Seek refuge elsewhere? Why is that? When the evil Nivida came with a large army, they did not flee, but chose to fight and finally won. But now they have to evacuate? Is there an enemy stronger than Nivida? Great Wolf God, may I know something? I'm not sure either, but it's definitely not something I can resist. In order to prevent the White Wolf tribe from being destroyed, do what I have to do. Yes, I'll go and give the orders right away, but it shouldn't be like that. Wu is still reluctant to leave this place. Although Bailing Mountain is not a very good place, it is the best place for them who are displaced. With the protection of the Great Wolf God, plenty of food, and all kinds of knowledge passed down by the Wolf God, within a few months, they can live happily and become stronger quickly. After leaving Bailing Mountain, where's the next place? No one knows. Wu knew very well how miserable the days of exile were. But the Wolf God's orders were everything, so the witch went ahead to carry them out. Soon, everyone in the tribe knew the news, and then collected everything they could take away. Even those rice fields outside the tribe were where people were arranged to be ready to harvest at any time. Even though it was not yet time to harvest, as soon as they decided to leave, they would just harvest and leave. Time passed by little, and when the sun set and the day was about to end, Su Chen issued the order to cancel. The owner of the Dragon Roar did not chase after us. If we were to catch up, it wouldn't take so long. It seemed safe. When the order was conveyed, the entire tribe breathed a sigh of relief. People took their things back home and began to prepare dinner. My great lord, is the danger averted? Yao knelt respectfully near Su Chen and asked carefully. It should have been canceled, but I can't be sure. Maybe you are still in danger. Yao, you must remember that no place is absolutely safe. Safety is only brought by your strength. Other security is temporary. Only strength is eternal. Su Chen glanced at Yao and gave him a brief lecture. My great lord, there is one thing that is eternal, and that is my faith in you. You are everything to me. As long as you are still here, I will never be defeated. I will become stronger and protect your faith and everything you have. For you, I am willing to do anything. Yao proudly stated his declaration, and as soon as this declaration came out, the most direct result was that Su Chen directly gained 1,000 faith points. Under normal circumstances, this would take Yao several days of accumulation to achieve, but now, he reached it in an instant. So Yao has made a breakthrough to the elite stage? Not bad. Not bad. To reach the elite stage at this age, it seems that the secret technique is really effective. In the past few months, can he reach the leader stage? Looking at Yao's breakthrough, Su Chen was very pleased. The more powerful Yao is, the better, and the more power of faith it can provide. Chapter 72, Dragon Goes Out to Sea. On the west side of the deep pool, Qilin Feihu held his head with his front paws and closed his eyes, waiting for his elder brother's teaching. But the expected whipping did not occur, which made Qilin Feihu feel something was wrong. Could it be that big brother is angry? Is he going to do something ruthless? The few times I spoke rudely in the past, I was always taught a lesson by my elder brother, but it seems I'm done for this time. Just when Qilin Feihu was daydreaming, his elder brother's voice rang out. Stop pretending. Get up. I won't hit you anymore. It's useless to hit you. You've grown up now. I can't hit you anymore. I have to give you some face. Xiaolong sighed. He really wanted to go back to the past and educate his younger brother whenever he did something wrong. But now, it seemed that it was of no use. He was already injured, and the evil force was still affecting his body. Although most of it had been dispelled, some of the power still remained in his body. And now is not the time to educate my younger brother. It's time to leave. If I don't leave now, I may never be able to leave again. Once the god who emitted the divine light knew that he was not dead, he would probably take action himself. Now he has no ability to withstand the attack of the gods. In his heyday, he still had some chance, but now he has no chance at all. Originally, if I could break through and reach the saint level, I could still have a chance of winning in a battle against the gods in the mortal world, but now it is best to evacuate. Go? Where to? Big brother? Are we leaving here? Qilin Feihu opened his eyes immediately after hearing this. The huge tiger eyes stared at the eldest brother, not understanding why he did this. It's not a good thing to leave so easily. He has lived in this land for too long and even likes everything here. Those opponents who cannot be defeated for the time being can be his best training objects. I have become so much stronger over the years, all thanks to the training from my opponents. Wouldn't it be too hasty to just leave like this? Don't talk nonsense. Right now, pack up all your things and get ready to leave. I have to collect my things too. Buzz! As soon as the dragon finished speaking, its body changed immediately. The gigantic body covered the entire deep pool in the blink of an eye, and was even bigger and stronger than its initial 1,000-meter state. A 10,000-meter-long dragon, this is the state of Big Brother Dragon at the moment, and it is also almost his strongest posture. Bang! Rushing into the deep pool, Wanmi's body directly exceeded the limit of the deep pool, and the entire deep pool exploded directly. The crack spread and extended to extremely far places. Even the area around White Wolf Mountain was affected. Be careful, there's an earthquake. Go to an open area. Don't get close to defenses or trees. Watch your step. Watch your step. The chiefs take care of the elites, and I'll take care of the others. Su Chun flew up directly, used the wind control skill, and began to consume his faith points. He used this almost explosive method to calm down all the people in the White Wolf tribe and protect them. The violent earthquake came and went quickly. In just a dozen seconds, the earthquake slowly disappeared. Su Chun was a little confused, but he didn't dare to take it lightly. If it was a real earthquake, it would definitely not end so easily. It is difficult to calculate how powerful the earth is, especially in this fantasy world. Even gods cannot contend with such power. Chapter 73 Gaze. Looking at the entire tribe, Su Chen's gaze became far-reaching. The residents of the tribe have recovered from the shock and are happily packing their things. Some children are also playing freely in the streets. Xian started going from house to house, informing each family what they should do. Wu and Yao were communicating with each other in front of the statue. Every person and every monster has his or her own things to do. He alone seemed to have nothing to do. His mind was a little confused. Just after waking up from the power of the master of Dragon Roar, Su Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. I suddenly looked up and saw that it was dark. No, it's not that it's dark, but that the sky is blocked by someone. Thick black clouds appeared, and the boundless black clouds seemed to cover the sky directly. The feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city gave people tremendous pressure. Why is it dark? Is it going to rain? Hurry, tell the children to come back and stop playing outside. It would be bad if they get sick from the rain. It was dark, and ordinary people didn't notice anything at all. Even Wu and Yao didn't notice anything at all. Only Su Chen felt something was wrong, extremely wrong. The dark clouds came too quickly, it was too abnormal. It was man-made and did not appear normally. Who is it? Su Chen really wanted to rush into the sky to see who it was, but when he saw the huge body in the dark clouds, he stopped this action and thought, wow! The sound of flowing water was heard, but there was no water stain. Huge scales were faintly visible in the dark clouds. The scales looked like fish scales, but they were so big that a single fish scale was at least 10 feet in radius. What a huge body that is. Ichthyosaur? Or something else? No, not an ichthyosaur. I saw it, a part of the body. It was a slender body, similar to a snake. The snake's body is covered with scales. They are dragon scales, not fish scales. Under the pitch-black clouds, the dark dragon scales seemed to be glowing, as if they could devour everything. More and more details appeared, and seeing the general situation, Su Chen's claws were exposed unnaturally. Dragon. That's a dragon. That was the dragon in the legend of the previous life. As a descendant of the dragon in his previous life, he remembered the legends about the dragon very clearly. The horns are like a deer, the head is like a cow, the eyes are like shrimps, the mouth is like a donkey, the belly is like a snake, the scales are like fish, the feet are like a phoenix, the beard is like a human, and the ears are like an elephant. This is what we can vaguely see. However, it has some similarities with the dragon in the previous life. That is, the dragon horns seem to be different, and the dragon claws are also a little small. These differences in details did not make Su Chen feel at ease, but made him even more nervous. This is a dragon. This is a dragon. It may not be a real dragon, but at worst it is a dragon. That aura, that powerful aura, is the owner of the dragon roar at the beginning, and also the owner of this earthquake. What is it doing? What is it trying to do? Is it coming for me? Su Chen's heart was beating wildly as he thought about all the possibilities. But no matter how hard I thought, I couldn't know what the dragon was thinking. Chapter 74, A Dragon Scale. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air was heard, which made Su Chen alert, but looking at the thing falling from the sky, Su Chen was a little confused. What is that? Boom! The thing hit the White Wolf Mountain, which is Su Chen's mountain. Judging from the extent of the impact, it didn't seem to be an attack, but rather like something was thrown down. Dragon poop? Or is it the garbage thrown away by that Qilin flying tiger? Is this a warning to me? Or is there some other purpose? Soon, the dark clouds dissipated, and the figures of the dragon, unicorn, and flying tiger also disappeared. Flying into the sky, looking at the black spots in the distance, that was where the dark clouds were, and the dark clouds were at least 100 miles away from here. What a fast speed! What are they going to do? Su Chen became even more confused. This sudden incident made Su Chen completely confused. There is too little information. We know very little about the Qilin and the flying tiger and about the dragon. My lord, are you the one who dispersed the dark clouds? Yao's voice sounded below, and he actually came out. It's not me, it was just blown away by the wind. Su Chen smiled slightly and fell from a height. My lord, is there anything I can do for you? Yao said with a smile. No, continue to practice, but don't overdo it. You have to be moderate in everything. There's still a lot of time. You can't ruin your future by being anxious to become stronger. I understand. Thank you for your concern, my great lord. Yao obediently retreated and continued to practice, while the tribesmen hiding in the room slowly opened the door. First he looked at the sky around him, then muttered a few words, and finally continued to do the unfinished work. The children started playing games again, and Su Chen made up his mind to go and take a look. The purpose is not to catch up with the Jiaolong, but to see what the Jiaolong and Qilin Feihu have dropped. A gust of wind blew, and Su Chen's speed increased to the limit by using his wind control technique. Bailang Mountain may not look big, but its area is quite large. It was originally very difficult to find something in such a huge place, but that thing exuded a strong breath all the time, which gave Su Chen a good direction to search. It didn't take long for Su Chen to see a large pit. In that pit, a dragon scale was lying quietly. Is this the dragon scale of the dragon? Su Chen first circled around the dragon scales a few times, and then looked at it vigilantly. He felt a dangerous aura from the dragon scales. There was abundant power and many other things in the dragon scales. Did the dragon do this on purpose? Is this for me? I was confused, but this seemed to be the correct meaning. Otherwise, why would the dragon throw down this powerful dragon scale and leave it on his mountaintop instead of somewhere else? Did he throw dragon scales in other places as well? No way. No matter how powerful the dragon is, it is unlikely to achieve that. He should not have reached the god level yet. Is he at the saint level? Or the king level? Chapter 75, Observing Dragon Scales. Host, Su Chen. Race, Holy Snow Wolf King. Quality, King level. Level, 26 7283718/20000000. Talents, Super Evolution, Old Tricks, Power of the Wolf King, Golden Sun and Silver Moon, Sword, Experience Field, Weakness Penetration, Levitation, Attribute Fusion. Skills, Multiple Wind Blades, Wind Binding, Wind Walking, Mountain Shaking Power, Gigantic Growth, Wind Control, Afterimage Wind Whip, Thunder Sword, Thunder Body, Thunderball Explosion, Healing, Low Health Smash, Tornado Blade. Evolution Points, 597370/1000000. Faith points 21182. Looking at the current attributes, Suchin opened his eyes. An hour had passed since he lay on the White Wolf Mountain, and the dragon and the Chilan flying tiger had not appeared yet, and they might not come out again. After thinking about it, he took out the dragon scale from the system space. When the dragon scales hit the ground, making a dull sound. The sound was very heavy, which also indicated the weight and defense of the dragon scales. Suchin placed his claws deep on the dragon scales, but his claws did not leave any marks on it. With a little force, Suchin quickly retracted his claws. If he stabbed with all his strength, he could pierce through it, but Suchin also felt a dangerous aura and seemed not to be able to do that. Is this a dragon scale that can explode? A strange thought flashed through my mind. Could this be the dragon's way of wanting to blow me to death? The more Suchin observed the dragon scale closely, the more he felt that this thing held a huge secret, but he was unable to detect what the secret was at the moment. Various investigations were conducted around the dragon scales, but no matter what method was used, it seemed to have failed. Using fire is useless. Ordinary flames cannot harm the dragon scales themselves. Using water is also useless and has no effect. It even seems that the water has been absorbed by the dragon scales. This allows Suchin to roughly judge the attribute of the dragon. It should be water attribute, and dragons control water. As for wind, it's useless, and lightning is not very effective either. After various attempts, Suchin could only calm down and slowly think about how to use the dragon scales. Time passed little by little, and when night fell, Suchin still felt nothing. At this moment, a giant python suddenly appeared from the foot of the mountain, a giant python that was 100 meters long. This is an ice python at the peak of the Lord level. It sensed the aura of dragon scales and rushed directly over from hundreds of miles away. Although this mountain exudes the aura of Suchin's kingly realm, the smell and power of the dragon scales still attract him all the time. Pythons can evolve into dragons and step by step become real dragons. Although that evolution is extremely difficult, even one in billions, the opportunity for evolution is right in front of us. As long as it eats the thing that exudes dragon energy, it can evolve. The greed and desire of evolution prompted it to enter Suchin's chassis. Get out of here. This is where our wolf god is. Do you want to die? At the foot of the mountain, the elite of the wolf tribe discovered the ice python. Chapter 76, The Evil God's Gaze. Return? What is that? How come I don't know? Chilan Feihu had many questions in his mind and wanted to ask them directly. But the dragon, who had thought of this a long time ago, directly deployed an ice barrier to seal himself off. This way, he would not have to listen to the nagging words and he could be a little quieter. It even knocked Chilan Feihu unconscious, and the flying dragon tail hit Chilan Feihu directly on the head. Faced with a loving attack from his eldest brother, Chilan Feihu didn't even have the chance to react and just lay down. It's finally quiet. Those gods won't be able to sense me in this place. I hope the means I left behind can divert my attention. As for the other white wolf, maybe I can use some of it, but I don't know if he can withstand that kind of gaze. Damn it, if it weren't for the attack from that evil god, I would definitely be able to break through to the saint level. Absolutely. The dragon's eyes became empty. Then it closed its eyes and fell into sleep. Creatures like dragons, even Jylongs, have a long lifespan during their growth stage and even after they grow up. They can easily live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. This is even more true in this fantasy world, and it is even more special. Sleeping has become the best way to pass the time and heal wounds. And this is also the method chosen by most monsters. When sleeping, one will naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and then use it for self-cultivation and healing. Being in this special place, there is no need to worry about danger for the time being. All that remains is to restore oneself to the strongest state and then try to consider the issue of breakthrough again. God's world. Somewhere. The residence of an evil god. When the dragon lay quietly, the evil god suddenly flew out of the cave. Strange, where is the dragon? The evil god looked a little angry. His muddy body exuded a purple aura. This aura was poisonous. Once it fell to the mortal world, a trace of the gas could directly poison all the people in a city to death. And this was not his strongest point. The curse is the real source of his power, and the poison gas is just a byproduct. Let me see where you are. You actually escaped my fatal blow. I'm a little surprised. However, using you to kill time is naturally the best. Let me look for you and see if you are still there. Are you dead? The scene changed, and he exerted his spiritual influence directly on the mortal world through the divine world. His eyes appeared on the deep pool where the dragon originally was, and he looked at the deep pool coldly. Not here. No, there's no breath. Is this death? Impossible. I clearly feel that he is still alive. Is he hiding? As expected of a dragon, he has many tricks. But if you want to avoid my pursuit, you can just dream on. Let me look for it, and I found it. The evil god's spirit moved, and his eyes appeared directly in an abyss. In this abyss, there is a python happily surrounding purple blood. This blood is naturally the blood of a dragon. No one knows how it flowed here and was found by the python. There was some of the evil god's power in that blood, so he naturally came to check it out because he sensed this power. Not here. There is no smell or scent of a dragon here. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to distract me? Huh? You're dreaming. Gods have many ways to do this. After taking one look at the python, the evil god gave up immediately and didn't even think about attacking. The python, which is not even at the king level, cannot withstand the power in the blood at all. Once the python starts to devour the blood, it will undoubtedly die and will be directly killed by the remaining power. There is no need to take action at this time. The scene changed, and the evil god came to a cave. In the cave, a giant bear was gnawing on a small piece of dragon scale. This was also one of the dragon scales of the flood dragon, but this dragon scale was very incomplete, only 1% the size of Su Chen's, and apart from the breath of the flood dragon, there was no huge power in it. Not yet. This is a bit far. Don't let me find you. If you do, I'll just kill you. Being deceived again, the evil god was a little unhappy and continued searching. But the evil god failed again and again in the following searches, and in the end, he even laughed. This was not an expression of extreme anger, but a real smile. He was very happy because he found the best toy. You can avoid my attacks and use this method to delay time. Very good, very good. I have found an interesting toy. Hey, on this mountain, the dragon's aura is the strongest, and there are even violent energy fluctuations. That's my power, and the power of that dragon. This is another fake. Before even going up the mountain, the evil god concluded that this place was fake. When his eyes appeared above the White Wolf Mountain, looking at the intact dragon scale and the king-level white wolf next to the dragon scale, the evil god shook his head. This white wolf is pretty good, but it's too weak. It's a king that just broke through, so it's a bit low level to be used as a guard. It will be more useful when it becomes stronger. Let's go to the next place. I want to see how long you, a little dragon, can hide. The evil god just glanced at Su Chen and then left. He didn't care about Su Chen at all and didn't grasp Su Chen's thoughts. To him, Su Chen was too weak, pitifully weak. Although Su Chen had some divine aura, that feeling of weakness made him lose interest at all. All his attention at this moment was on the dragon. Being teased several times has made the evil god excited. Being a god is lonely, especially being a powerful god or a powerful evil god is even lonelier. They need to find something to do, and practicing seems to be a way to pass the time. However, after practicing for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, this kind of practice becomes meaningless. Finding interesting things or even destroying the world is what most evil gods would do. But this time, the evil god seems to be failing. The Jiaolong is no match for the evil gods of the past. The place he chooses and the means he uses are all well thought out. It is a place that even gods cannot find. So if the evil god wants to find him, he has to take his time. Chapter 77 Swallowed. A few minutes ago, on White Wolf Mountain, Su Chen suddenly felt a chill in his spirit. There is a feeling of being spied on, a very special feeling. This is also because Su Chen's soul is special, which is equivalent to the soul of 2 lives. Only then can he feel the feeling of being peeped in the air. It was a kind of naked voyeurism, a very uncomfortable feeling. Who is it? That dragon? No, it seems to be a being more powerful than that dragon. Is it a god? Is the god of fire going to attack me? Su Chen felt waves of chills, a feeling that made his soul feel nauseous. He didn't know who the spy was or why, but he knew that he was definitely no match for the spy's master. He continued to pretend without making any noise, as he didn't want to reveal that he had discovered the spying. If it was discovered, it could cause bad things. Keep pretending to check the dragon scales. Yes, keep going. I have to keep going anyway. His eyes were always on the dragon scales. Su Chen didn't dare to look around or find out who the owner of the spy was. Su Chun is very clear about what kind of strength one has and what kind of things one can do. If you do something bad, it will only bring disaster upon yourself. I continued to watch as if nothing had happened, and suddenly, the feeling of being spied on disappeared. But Su Chen was not happy at all, because he seemed to sense some of the thoughts of the spy on his master. Weak and ignorant. Quack! Su Chen clenched his teeth, his heart filled with anger. He was actually despised by someone. Although you have the right to despise me, and you have the power to influence me, I am still angry and unhappy. That was not the spying of a dragon, nor was it the spying of the god of fire. Rather, it was an evil and extremely powerful feeling. After thinking for a while, he picked up a broken stone not far away. This stone was exactly the part of the divine spear that was left. In the end, only this part was left, and he placed it on White Wolf Mountain. Looking at the divine spear turning into stone, Su Chun recalled the scene of his death in his mind. He has died once, no, twice. No, I am a beast. There was something wrong with his mind, which should be due to the influence of the evil prying. Su Chun shook the wolf head violently, trying to calm himself down, but no matter what he did, he couldn't calm himself down. A thought flashed through my mind wildly. Become stronger, 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 and then let those gods and those dragons see your true strength. Once this thought appeared, it could not disappear, and it almost became Su Chen's obsession. Ouch! Howling at the night sky like a wolf, venting everything in his heart, Su Chen lowered his head and directly became huge, even to the limit, directly reaching a size of 200 meters. With a dragon scale of this size, Su Chen ate it in one bite. No matter what the problem was with the dragon scales, Su Chen didn't dare to believe that the dragon had left any tricks up its sleeve. He only knew one thing. After eating and digesting the dragon scales, he should become stronger, definitely stronger. Stimulated by the evil god spying, Su Chen made a somewhat unwise decision. All that can be done has been done, and the rest can be dealt with later. Chapter 78, Incident. Pain, itching, and numbness. This is how Su Chen felt at this moment. He had lost control of his body, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to waiting for this feeling to pass. Although I have a vague illusion that something is wrong, I can sense that I am getting stronger. It's not the kind of level up that makes you stronger, but a feeling of evolution. No, half evolution. Su Chen, who had experienced many upgrades and evolutions, could naturally feel what was happening, so he relaxed and waited silently. Boom! Su Chen's body fell heavily to the ground. The distance between them was only a few meters, but his fall made a roaring sound. The ground beneath him seemed unable to bear Su Chen's weight. It was a strange situation. Click! Some cracks appeared on the ground. Although they were not big, they still caused Su Chen's body to shake. This is Su Chen's weight changing. Under the tremendous power of the dragon scales, Su Chen's body became denser and heavier. Even in Su Chen's spiritual consciousness, he felt as if he was about to grow scales, but this change seemed to be resisted by his body's instinct. If Su Chen was a snake-like monster, he would definitely grow scales, which would be the dragon scales of the future. But he is not. He is a wolf monster. Even if something grows on his body, it would be hair, not scales. So this change disappeared. No wonder the ice python wanted this thing. It seems that this thing can transform into a dragon. It's true. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly became nervous. A strong wind emanated from his body, affecting everything around him, and everything within a radius of several miles was affected. Fortunately, an order was given in advance to let all the black wolves leave. Otherwise, this would definitely hurt a lot of people. Feeling the burst of strong wind, Su Chen was very happy. This burst of gale is already stronger than his tornado blade. This amplification is a very good situation. The only thing to worry about is how to restore the situation after waking up. Is White Wolf Mountain going to disappear? The strong wind lasted for about half an hour and then turned into thunder. The thunder emanating from the body directly affects everything around it. Under the attack of thunder, the earth turned red and even covered with blood. Su Chen's body sank into the burning red earth bit by bit. But the strange thing was that Su Chen's fur was not affected at all and was still so clean and tidy. The only change might be the color. Su Chen's fur turned snow white, so white that it was the same color as thunder. The original golden color had disappeared, and the crown on the head seemed to have a lightning mark, appearing and disappearing. Wind, thunder, and then fire. All the attributes that Su Chen possessed blossomed at this moment and were enhanced one by one. Not only that, Every time an attribute was released, Su Chen's body would be enhanced to a certain extent. In terms of proportion, the wind increased Su Chen's original physical strength by 40%. The thunder increased the power of the wind by another 30%. Then came flame, and then other attributes appeared one by one. However, the attributes that appeared later could not be compared with wind and thunder at all. This shows that Su Chen's important attributes are wind and thunder. Wind is the strongest, followed by thunder, and then flame and other elements. Gradually, Su Chen's body no longer radiated elemental power. This was the final manifestation of the dragon scale's energy. While Su Chen was observing his body, a hidden force entered Su Chen's heart. Su Chen did not notice this change at all, and the system did not give any reminder, as if it was just an insignificant change. At the same time, the dragon far away in the sky smiled slightly and opened its eyes. Good, good. The plan seems to be successful, but the evil god doesn't seem to be looking for me anymore. Has he given up? That shouldn't be the case. Gods like that don't seem to give up easily. God knows what those mentally ill gods are thinking. But if they want to find me, they can only dream about it. Unless you kill all my backups, you will find that you can never find me. If you can kill all of them, then at least many years will have passed, and I can break through again. It's a good plan, but why do I feel like that wolf will create a miracle for me? The Jiaolong was a little unhappy because in his memory, even the Snow Wolf King did not evolve as fast as Su Chen, nor did he reach Su Chen's level. Su Chen had already exceeded his expectations. Later investigations even revealed that Su Chen had actually defeated the believer of the god of fire, and that he was a messenger of God holding the divine spear, which greatly surprised him. In addition, Su Chen actually defeated his stupid younger brother, which was also somewhat unexpected. Although the stupid younger brother is a little foolish, his talent, ability, and fighting power are all first class. Maybe he is not as good as me at the same age, but not too far behind. Never mind him, find me first. I don't believe that I can be found lying here quietly. The dragon thought happily, while the evil god who was looking for the dragon sat on the throne angrily. Damn it, how many tricks did that dragon have? I searched for 632 locations, and they were all fake, all fake. Damn it, you actually deceived me like this. Humph, do you think I have no other options? Dream on. I will definitely find you. You're already injured. You cannot break through the saint level. It is impossible for you to become a saint beast. After yelling at the people around him and venting his frustration, the evil god gave a ghostly smile. Those garbage can be put to use now. Coming to the other side of the throne, the evil god waved his hand, and a statue appeared. It was a strange statue with 12 arms and 7 heads, and this statue was one of the statues of the evil god. As an evil god, he is also a god. He also has his own believers, and the strength of those believers is not exaggerated. Spread my oracle, all my people, gather together and fight for your great god. As this voice sounded, all the believers who heard the evil god's voice looked towards the statue in shock. Did the gods answer my voice? There is something to do. So, I can leave this damn place now. Go and see what's going on. Walk. Chapter 79, Desert of Life. In the endless desert, there is no green at all. There is only desert and black and purple land. This is the desert of life, the forbidden zone of life. In the past, no one came here, and naturally no one was active here. But today, something different happened. Coax. A pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the black earth, with skinny arms above. Soon a shriveled person crawled out. Was it a man or a woman? It was impossible to tell from the appearance. Who called me? A hoarse voice sounded, and he looked around blankly. It's me. A woman walked out of the shadows, a woman with a hot body, and this woman exuded a dangerous aura. Why? The great god has conveyed his will. We need to go out again. The woman smiled slightly, then looked at the skinny man warily. Really? I understand. The skinny man stretched out his hand and walked towards the woman. Don't come over here. You just woke up and your strength is less than 1/10 of your peak. You may not be my opponent. The woman was a little scared, but no matter what she said, the skinny man slowly walked towards her. Squeak! The skinny arm went straight through the woman's heart, and her proud figure did not win any mercy. You talk too much. If you don't run away after you finish talking, you're just waiting to be eaten by me. Women's figures shrank rapidly, while skinny people became plump. It turned out that the skinny person was a man, a middle-aged man. By the time the woman was eaten by his body, he had almost recovered. Since there is an order, Let's go to the temple and take a look. What do you think? The middle-aged man looked to the other side. As expected of you, Dunan, your strength remains the same, as if you haven't regressed at all. A man appeared from the shadows and looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. You seem to be stronger. Dunan looked at the man coldly, as if he was looking at food. Do you want to eat me? Let's talk about it later. Let's go to the temple first. Okay, together? You've become a lot braver. Naturally. The two men exchanged a few hundred meters of words, then headed towards the center of the desert of life. The temple is naturally located in the center of this life-forbidden zone, and the statue is also there. As the messenger of God delivered the message, all those who believed in the evil god slowly came out of the mountains and headed towards the temple. God's will must of course be accomplished, but what exactly is that what we need to ask clearly? Chapter 80 Memories of the Evil God. 3 days. The evil god's followers only have 3 days, and the talisman can only keep them from hiding their aura for 3 days. Before becoming a follower of the evil god, everyone has their own legend, but the legends are never good. If he is not a murderer, then he is a heinous criminal, wanted by the temple, by a powerful tribe, or being hunted by countless people. In desperation, he entered the desert of life and became a follower of the evil god, using this method to exchange for temporary safety. It is easy to join, but it is basically impossible to leave, unless you can defeat the evil god. But if you can, they will not join the evil god temple. Dunan is one of them. He has a special physique. When he was young, he made a mistake due to the burst of power and was wanted by the tribe. After a struggle, he escaped, but the change in his physique turned him into a monster that eats people, monsters, and all living things. After tossing and turning, he entered the temple of evil god and became one of the masters. He is a king-level master and can be ranked among the top 10 in the evil god temple. However, he is still not strong enough. His physique is very special. If he can devour more powerful kings, he can even break through to the saint level directly. But is it so easy to kill the king? Any king is a person or monster with superior qualifications, talents, and abilities. It is extremely difficult to kill them. Perhaps this mission is an opportunity. If we can reach the Forgotten Forest, it will only take 1 day. I hope I won't be disappointed. Dunan muttered to himself, and his speed naturally began to increase. The other people from the evil god temple also began to speed up. The sooner they finish their tasks, the more free time they have. 3 days? 2 days to complete, and 1 day to travel. This was the time they imagined. If they went earlier, they might be able to return to where they were originally. There were even people who simply gave up their mission and tried to find a way to escape from the evil god's temple, but these people were doomed to fail. No god will accept them. The only way to escape from the evil temple is to find other temples and ask the gods of that temple to cleanse the marks on their bodies. However, the evil god is special, and few gods want to offend him. The divine realm, where the evil god resides. The evil god sat on the throne, silently looking at the hundreds of pictures in front of him. Those pictures were the believers of the evil god's temple. That talisman was his best means of surveillance. In this way, there is no need to use divine power, and all consumption is reduced to the minimum. Is there still someone betraying? It doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity to see what those bastards are doing. Well, the speed of action this time should be much faster. I just don't know which dragon would be hiding somewhere. Forgotten Forest, it's a place I really miss. The evil god's thoughts were a little disturbed. When he thought of the dragon, he thought of the past. At that time, he had just become a god and did not have the current strength. He was too weak to have much say. Under the influence of powerful gods, he and other gods launched an attack on the once powerful tribe. That battle was truly brutal, extremely brutal. Kill everything you see. Got it? This is my order. Kill everything. The evil god's mood suddenly changed. He stood up abruptly and gave new orders to the messenger. Chapter 81 Ancient Memories. Somewhere in the world, a dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Why do I have a bad feeling? Why do I feel this way? Did something happen? I wanted to go out and take a look, but in the end I held back. It is safest to hide here obediently. Once you get out, it will be the end of Xian. After thinking about it, he took out the Dragon Ball. On the huge Dragon Ball, a tiny diamond was sparkling. Is this something from my father? Looking at the sparkling diamonds on his Dragon Ball, Jiaolong's expression changed. For thousands of years, the diamond had not changed at all, but now it began to flicker. What did this mean? Was something big going to happen? After thinking for a while, he took back the Dragon Ball and then froze his body. Second brother, I need to rest for a while. Don't go out during this time. Be good. I won't sleep for too long. Before falling asleep, he left this signal to tell Qilin Feihu not to go out, and then began to study the mystery of the diamond. It was not his original possession, but a treasure he obtained during an expedition. After some research, he confirmed that it was a relic left to him by his father. When Xiaolong thought of his father, he became a little strange. In his memory, the word father is too long ago, so long ago that he can't remember anything. His father had died in battle before he was born. He had no idea how he died, and his mother couldn't answer that question either, because his mother was not his biological mother, but his adoptive mother. He had been taken care of by Qilin Feihu's parents since he was a child, so he was considered Qilin Feihu's adopted son. Whenever he asked about his parents, he was told that he didn't know. They don't know? It's impossible. Now things seem to be taking a turn for the better. When the soul touched the shining diamond, the dragon soul suddenly entered a strange world, a world where he did not exist. My child, when you see this image, I may have died, and you may have entered the saint level. What you need to do is to become as strong as possible, and at the same time be careful of those gods. Be careful of them. They may rush down again, rob everything, and destroy everything. If you have something that needs to be protected, then go and protect it, but be careful. Is it the father? The dragon made a loud noise, but no matter how loudly he roared, he couldn't change anything. It's just a memory from ancient times. In his memory, he could do nothing but watch what happened thousands of years ago, or even longer ago. In this era, there are the best times and the worst times. No one knows who found the way to become a god through faith, and was the first to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine nature, and become the first god in the true sense. With the first one, there was the second one, but when there were more and more gods, the struggle began. There are only so many believers, or rather, there are only so many living people. If people believe in you, they will inevitably reduce their belief in other gods. In order to compete for believers and to seize the power of faith, the first war between gods broke out. Chapter 82, Legendary Battle. The war has begun. The gods are greedy for the population dividend and want to break the restrictions of the legendary tribe and make millions of people become their believers. But a single god was no match for the other gods. And in the end, more than 300 gods joined forces, together with their respective believers and messengers, to form an alliance. The strength of this alliance was so great that Xiaolong could not even imagine it. More than 300 gods, what a terrifying number and strength. He is no match for a single god, let alone hundreds of them, plus a large number of believers and messengers, so their fighting power is not weak either. The gods' alliance is powerful, but the black-haired tribe is not weak either. As soon as the war started, it fell into a stalemate. Be it the coalition of gods or the warriors of the tribe, they were unable to defeat the other side in the first place and could only remain in a stalemate and kill each other bit by bit. Boom! In the southwest corner of the war, a huge flash appeared, and a beam of light shot down directly from the sky, illuminating the wreckage somewhere. This was the death of a rainbow god, which caused a resonance between heaven and earth. Every god represents a rule, and when a god dies, the rules return to heaven and earth, which naturally causes strange phenomena. This is not the first god to die, nor will it be the last. This war led to the twilight of the gods, and also to the emergence of a new dawn. Xiaolong watched patiently. He wanted to see his father's heroic figure more. What a pity, what a pity. At that era, his father seemed to be the weakest among the holy beasts. The strength of the other holy beasts was far superior to his father. Although his father's performance was not bad, and he killed a weak god, he was much weaker than the other holy beasts. Long, you go back and guard first, we will take care of this. A huge white tiger opened its mouth, and as soon as it opened its mouth, it spit out endless ice, freezing the god in front of it. Yes, Long, you should go back and see how the clan leader and elders are doing. Long, we'll come this way, you go back and take a look. Zhuge and Xuanwu also spoke up, wanting Long to go back and take a look at the situation in the tribe. With their 3 sacred beasts guarding outside, there will be no problem in the short term. The dragon nodded and moved his huge body. Amid the rolling thunder, he broke through the blockade of the gods and returned to the tribe again. Elder, is the tribe okay? The elder in front of Long was actually a saint-level warrior, and judging from his aura, he seemed to be even stronger than Long. The situation is not good. Those evil gods have poisoned it. Long, I need to go out and find an antidote. Please help me keep an eye on it for a while. Okay, I hope the elder will come back soon. My three brothers are still fighting outside. Ha! The clan leader is also fighting outside. Don't worry, we will not be defeated. No way. The elder was very confident, but Jiaolong was a little confused about the term elder. What is an elder? Is he second only to the clan leader? But from the conversation between the elder and the clan leader, it seems that the elder is above the clan leader and even orders the clan leader to do something. It's a surprising position, but being strong is a must. Each elder is at least in the late king stage, and there are 9 elders at the saint level. There are 4 holy beasts. No, it seems like there are 5. Is that the ancestor of Qilin? Chapter 83, The Birth of a Dragon. Looking at the scene of his father's tears, Jiaolong felt a little uncomfortable, but memory is memory. He can't change anything at all. He can only continue watching. The war ended with the complete defeat of the Black Hair tribe. This battle cost the lives of nearly 200 gods and more than 50 saint-level warriors. It is estimated that such a large-scale war will never happen again in the future. When the war stops, the surviving gods will reap their joy. First of all, the population of the Black Hair tribe. All the strong people above the leader will be rounded up. If they can be brainwashed, they will be kept. If they fail to be brainwashed after a long time, they will be killed directly. As for the elites and lower-level mortals, it is simple. They are directly divided up and taken away by their respective gods. The gods seem to have gained nothing, but these mortals were their biggest gain. Moreover, they also divided up the talented children in the Black Hair tribe. These children were their future messengers of gods, the talents they were cultivating for the future. While they are still young, they won't remember the things from their childhood, and when they grow up, they will become loyal subordinates. They will not miss such a good thing. The gods even fought each other for those children, but there are not many such memories, just a flash. It divided up the population, the gifted children, and destroyed the entire tribe, making this once powerful black-haired tribe a thing of the past. The ruins of that tribe gradually became the Forgotten Forest, which was formed slowly over thousands of years. The division of benefits is over, and the next step is probably for everyone to go back to their own homes. The gods who had reaped rich rewards left, while some gods who were not powerful enough and had not reaped much reward stayed. They couldn't compete with those powerful gods, and they couldn't gain much benefit. This was not acceptable. If the 8-year battle ended like this, they would suffer a great loss. Even many gods are unable to maintain their thrones because almost all of their believers have died. Before the destruction of the Black Hair tribe, an elder took some elites away, and those elites and the escaped elders attracted these gods. The chase began. Among them is the father of Jiaolong, the sacred beast True Dragon. As a sacred beast cultivated by the Black Hair tribe, he naturally stood out at this time, but no matter how powerful he was no match for the pursuing gods. If there were fewer gods chasing him, he would not be afraid at all, but after several battles, he was injured and very seriously injured. Not only injuries, but also curses, toxins, and so on. When he once again fought off the pursuing gods, he could no longer fight. As a last resort, he chose to leave and also chose to hide. The attributes of a true dragon are wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Each of these 4 attributes is very powerful, so it is very easy to hide them. The fog dissipated, which was actually a key defense of the Forgotten Forest. The fog that spreads over tens of thousands of miles is one of the powers of the sacred beast, the true dragon. Not only that, the occasional thunder traps also troubled the pursuing gods. In the end, they gave up hunting the sacred dragon and turned to hunting the elder and other people from the Black Hair tribe. When the gods stopped chasing the dragon tremblingly found a cave and crawled in. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As soon as he entered the cave, the dragon opened his eyes wide. At the bottom of the cave, a water snake appeared. It was a Lord-level water snake, and she is the mother of the dragon. Please lend me your support at this time. Please accept my little strength. Chapter 80, For the Evil God Enters. Watching his father die, Jiaolong had a blank expression on his face. He had already guessed this. As powerful as my father was, he died due to serious injuries, leaving no foundation for himself. Although the saints are powerful, they are still not enough to defeat those gods. I just don't know how many levels of saints there are. Judging from my father's appearance, he should have only been a saint beast for a short time. If my father had the strength of the other saint beasts, or the strength of the black-haired patriarch, maybe the ending would be different. He was a fierce man, a strong man who could fight against dozens of gods. Is the scene not over yet? Is there anything else you want me to see? The dragon looked at the picture in confusion. The picture in his memory had not ended yet, but continued to extend. I don't know how much time passed before he came out. A weak dragon, a dragon that is only elite level when it is born. If he was the offspring of a true dragon, he would at least have the strength of a lord when he was born, but he was only an elite, which showed how weak he was. When he first appeared, he looked so stupid that the grown-up dragon was speechless. Luckily, there's no one here. It would be terrible if anyone else saw us. Am I going out? Watching himself stumbling out of the restriction and walking out, Jiaolong felt a little nervous. He has forgotten his childhood memories, or rather, it was too long ago. From the time he turned into an egg and then came out of the egg, almost 1,000 years passed, or even longer, before he barely left the solid eggshell. The moment he left, he was targeted. Is this the young master? That should be it. But why is the young master so weak? Maybe it's because His Majesty the Holy Dragon was injured or something else happened. So what should we do? The Qilin couple appeared. As the second line of defense to guard the dragon, these two are extremely powerful. The cultivation level of the late kings allowed them to look down upon the entire Forgotten Forest, and their lifespan of more than 1,000 years also allowed them to know a lot of things. Compared with 1,000 years ago, the Qilin couple are stronger, but they have not yet broken through to become the king and become the sacred beasts. Is it really that difficult to achieve a breakthrough as a saint? Uncle Qilin and Annie Qilin have been trying for 1,000 years, but still haven't made a breakthrough. Do I still have a chance? The dragon felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this scene. He has already failed once. If he tries again, is there any chance of success? I think so. Young master. Young master, don't run around. Come, follow us. Go over here. I'll take you to play. The Qilin couple took on the responsibility of raising Jiaolong. Thanks to their dedication, Jiaolong was able to spend his childhood in relative peace. Plus, the Forgotten Forest is still very quiet during this period, so there is no problem. But just when the dragon was about to leave its infancy, an uninvited guest entered the Forgotten Forest. This is a god seen by a dragon. Chapter 85, End of Memory. The scene changed, and the evil god appeared not far from the little dragon. Looking at the little dragon, the evil god's eyes revealed endless greed. He saw some traces of the holy dragon from the little dragon. This should be the descendant of the holy dragon. I've captured you and made you my slave. As long as I train you, it will all be worth it. The evil god was about to take action when he was suddenly stopped by the Qilin couple. This is God's restricted area. You should leave here. No gods are welcome here, leave. You two are also good prey. Kneel down obediently, and I won't kill you. The evil god was very arrogant. He also had the capital to be arrogant, but he did not take the two late-stage kings seriously. If it was a holy beast, then he would need to be careful, but as for the king, he had killed countless kings. Dream. Kill. The Qilin couple flapped their wings, moved the little dragon away, and then fought the evil god directly. When the evil god saw this scene, he showed disdain in his eyes, waved his hand, and severely injured the Qilin couple. The king is no match for the gods, and cannot even get close to the gods' true selves. However, what the Qilin couple wanted to do has been done, because the evil god has taken action, and this is their purpose. The evil god felt something was wrong, because a terrifying force enveloped him and even locked him. That is the power of a saint, one of the powers left behind by the holy dragon. This is to protect the power left by the little dragon, which is used specifically to deal with gods. The other gods did not encounter it, but the evil god did. Sizzle. The purple lightning hit the evil god directly, severely injuring him on the spot. Even the evil god changed his appearance because of this. His originally handsome appearance turned into mud. This was also the root cause of the evil god's current appearance. He was injured by the power of the holy dragon. You plotted against me. Go to hell. The severely injured evil god did not stay for long, but before leaving, he furiously attacked the Qilin couple. This attack was one of the strongest powers of the evil god. Under such an attack, the Qilin couple could not resist at all, but for the little dragon and for the safety of their children, they used their lives to block this power. Then, the scene ended. The dragon opened his eyes. He already knew everything from his memory. Is the enemy that evil god? I think I understand everything now. My mortal enemy. You are my mortal enemy. When I break through to the saint level, it will be your death. You can be forgiven for attacking me. The dragon was neither depressed nor angry, but full of fighting spirit. Originally, the gods were his enemies, and now that he had a detailed target, that was naturally better. Without breaking free from the frozen state, the dragon continued to practice. Chapter 86: Searching for the Tribe. Ouch! Su Chun controlled his body again, and his figure became even smaller. In the past, he didn't need to become giant. He was almost 3 meters tall, but now he is only 1.5 meters tall. Is this a decline in strength? No, that's not the case. It's just that my strength has become stronger and easier to master. With a height of 1.5 meters and a body length of 2 meters, Su Chun stands out among ordinary black wolves. Even among the elite level, he is not inferior to them in any way. Only a lord-level demon wolf could be bigger and stronger than him. But a huge size does not necessarily mean great strength, and a small size also has its advantages. The strength can be more concentrated, and the body will become stronger. There was no change in attributes, and even skills and talents did not increase at all. But Su Chun knew that the enhancement brought by swallowing dragon scales was not an enhancement in data, but an enhancement in foundation. Originally, he was just the Snow Wolf King, but now he is the Snow Wolf King with some of the qualities of a dragon. It should be something like the Dragon Wolf King. No, the word Jialong should be added in front of it. The difference between a flood dragon and a real dragon is like the difference between a lord and a king. They are simply incomparable and are two completely different levels. Giant. The moment he took control of his body, Su Chen's body began to grow bigger. The original maximum limit was 200 meters, but now it has changed to 400 meters. This huge increase directly doubles the size, which is a real enhancement. With his strength doubled, how could Su Chen not be happy? The skills have also been enhanced. The extent of the enhancement varies depending on the attributes. Several talents have also been enhanced. Not bad, not bad. It's almost equivalent to upgrading several times. It's really great, really great. After a night of investigation, Su Chen finally figured out everything. Looking at the sun rising in the east, he fell into deep thought. The strength has reached a bottleneck. It is still very difficult to break through from a king to a saint. Unless you find other king monsters and kill them, you can get enough evolution points, and it is not certain whether it will be enough. The majority of the evolution points he obtained came from the God's Messenger. Perhaps the God's Messenger and the king are also different. Unless another divine messenger comes, I may need to kill many kings before I can break through. But are kings so easy to kill? I originally wanted to kill Qilin Feihu, but the appearance of that dragon made me realize that the kings of this forgotten forest might all have backers. Those without backers are probably dead, right? With a self-deprecating smile, Su Chun went down the mountain. Cancel the gigantic size, directly become 3 meters in height, and then return to its original size. If it is too big, it will be difficult to enter the tribe. If it is too small, it will lack dignity. The distance and size are just right. Wolf God. It's the Wolf God. Good morning, Great Wolf God. My lord, you have come down from the mountain. Great Wolf God, please bless my family. As he walked along and looked at the people in the tribe, Su Chun discovered a problem. There are so few people. Chapter 87: Savage Tribe. Du Nan's face was gloomy. He had met an opponent. As a man of extraordinary talent, few of his peers had to worry about him. However, the woman in front of him seemed to be also extremely talented and could even vaguely restrain his devouring talent. Who are you? The one who killed you. The woman held the weapon excitedly, her eyes always on Du Nan. The believers of the evil god are naturally enemies, and enemies are also divided into levels. The Du Nan in front of him is definitely the highest level. Although he is not as good as the messenger of God, the messenger of God is too powerful, and she is not his opponent. Du Nan is the best target. Kill. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'll leave first. Don't run. Chase. The followers of the evil god are very powerful, but they are all scattered and they don't trust anyone else at all. Take the evil god's messenger as an example. His strength is stronger than the believers of the god of war, and the god of war's messenger did not come at all, which means that no one present can fight against him. But the god of war had more people. With a team of 1,000 people, dozens of people were dealing with one person. Relying on the formation passed down by the god of war, they could barely contain the evil god's messenger, while the other believers fled. When the evil god's messenger saw this, he retreated immediately. If you have the ability to kill the followers of the god of war, then that would be a good thing, but if you cannot defeat them, then there is no need to do so. Wait for those damn bastards to leave, then wait for an opportunity to enter the Forgotten Forest. The evil god's envoy had a good idea, but the result was that the followers of the god of war did not leave. After encountering the evil god's believers, they would directly set up camp and wait for the evil god's believers to fall into their trap. Even the god of war's messengers would rush over to strengthen the strength of the god of war's believers. Faced with the increasingly powerful believers of the god of war, the believers of the evil god all stopped and hid quietly around. This disguised battle between gods is a huge help to Su-chun. Otherwise, after he left, the people of the tribe would be unable to resist the attacks of the evil god's followers. And now, he had plenty of time to find other people, other tribes. Heading north, madly north, flying along the mountains and following the water source. If people want to live, they must have water, and the best place to live is around water sources. The forgotten forest spreads over thousands of miles. Within such a vast distance, there are countless rivers, countless mountains, and even more numerous forests. Even though the fire god set fire to the mountain, now the burned areas have become green again, while the other areas that were not burned have returned to their original state. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Snacks delivered to your door? Ding! Killed the 19th level Viper, gained 1,300 experience points and 11 evolution points. Looking at the pitifully few experience points and evolution points, Su-chun sighed. He has gathered all his aura and his appearance has been as small as possible, which makes him look a little weak, with a body size of only the highest elite level. This change has fooled many monsters on the road, and they have become one of Su-chun's snacks. Killing them will increase his experience points and evolution points. As for the corpses, he will collect them and prepare to use them as food for the tribe's population. Some monsters that sensed something was wrong moved away. His spiritual consciousness spread out, sensing everything around him, and Su-chun shook his head again. Still no one here? It's really hard to find someone. After 7 days, we still haven't found any trace of the others. How did Wu and the others get here? With doubts in his heart and no trace of other people after searching for a long time, Su-chun immediately returned to the tribe at full speed. This time, he didn't plan to travel alone. Wu, you bring some of your people with me. We're going to find other tribes and increase the population of our tribe. Chapter 88 Flame. The Savage Tribe is located in a valley. The valley is not big, but it is large enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Outside the valley, there is a lake, neither big nor small. The lake is surrounded by dense trees. This is why Su-chun did not discover it at first. That's it. The witch pointed to a white hill not far away with a look of shock on his face. It's a salt mine. Su-chun's face showed an expression of expectedness. There is enough fresh water here, as well as salt mines, a large number of trees, and valleys to protect the savages. It is a natural barrier and the best place for a small tribe. The only thing missing was food, which is why the savages went out to look for food. You stay here, I'll go over and take a look. Don't follow me, or you might be exposed. Su-chun ordered Wu and others to stay, and even had to talk a lot before he went to the savage tribe alone. When we arrived at the gate of the savage tribe, we saw a simple city gate. The city gate needs to be opened by someone dragging it, and then it will slowly rise to allow people outside to enter. Click, click, click. The sound of the door opening is so loud that it can be heard from far away. This should be the greatest technology of these savages, right? This should be the case. Su-chun felt a little happy. The less these savages know, the better. Once these savages are subdued, it will be easier to recover in the future. The more ignorant a person is, the more likely the savages will surrender to him once he demonstrates supernatural power. Just like people in ancient times were afraid of thunder and fire because they didn't understand them, so they worshipped them. This also applies to the strong. Not in a hurry to enter, Su-chun watched the other party open the door very patiently and watched the savages hunting outside come in. The 10-meter-high wooden wall was a complete joke to him. Even without using the wind control skill, just jumping is enough to get straight up. Approaching the city wall, Su-chun observed it carefully. It's a clever design. They used the surrounding terrain to build this gate. It seems there are smart people among the savages. I just don't know if he is still alive now. From the gate, Su-chun saw traces of time. This gate has existed for at least 1,000 years, or even longer, which means that the tribe here has existed for a very long time. Such an ancient tribe should have a lot of good things. Just as he was about to jump onto the city wall, Su-chun suddenly discovered that a hunter at the city gate was using fire with his bare hands. Yes, flames. The aura of fire was emanating from that person's body and was being used in a way that Su-chun could not understand. Was this burning the vines outside, mending the walls and gates? Su-chun looked very carefully and seriously. It took more than 10 minutes of burning to burn all the dozens of vines. Then the flames of the burning vines returned to the man's hands and were absorbed into his body. These people seem to have a special power, which is fire, and the fire has even become one with them. A special talent? No, it's not like that. Suchin suddenly jumped up, and the wind absorbed all his sounds. As long as the level was not higher than Suchun, there was no way anyone could discover him. Chapter 89 New Mission. Lying quietly on the city wall, Suchun was drooling. Good stuff, maybe even better than dragon scales. If this were seen by the gods, it would probably trigger a new round of war between gods. That flame has no consciousness, no soul, and has existed for who knows how long. However, the savages here obviously worship that flame very much. It is like a storage battery of faith, accumulating faith here for who knows how long. More importantly, the power of faith seems to have become a part of the flame, which is even more rare. I must get it. I must get this thing at any cost. Also, all the savages here need to be taken away. Whether it is fire or savages, Suchun is sure to win. But what can we do? Ding. Trigger a new mission and obtain the sacred fire. New mission? Click on the taskbar and look at the tasks on it. Obtain the sacred fire. Mission requirements. Obtain the blue sacred fire. Mission rewards. A random piece of equipment, 1 million experience points, and 10,000 evolution points. Task deadline. Within 3 days. Failure penalty, none. Looking at this task that suddenly appeared, Suchun was a little confused. Is this a welfare task given by the system? Even if there is no mission, I will find a way to get everything, but with a mission, it will require a more detailed plan. Observe for a while, then we'll talk. Calm down and look carefully at everything in the tribe. It was almost noon, and everyone in the tribe was eating. Because of the help of the power of fire, food can be cooked directly. No, it can be roasted directly. Compared with other tribes, this is a great convenience. It is extremely difficult for other tribes to light a fire, but it is easy for people here to make fire. What are those people doing? In the afternoon, some children were gathered together, and even some adults began to dance. Led by a figure who looked like a priest, a group of children, about 14 or 15 years old, came tremblingly to the sacred fire. Is this a coming-of-age ceremony? From ancient times to the present, there have been similar coming-of-age ceremonies. When a person grows up and is no longer a child, a coming-of-age ceremony will be held. Each place has a different way of holding it. The tribe's method is to use the sacred fire. At the order of the priest, the leading child walked directly to the sacred fire, stretched out his hand, and touched the dark blue flame. Ah! A scream was heard, and the child wanted to leave because it hurt so much. Suchin discovered that there was no firepower in the child's body. Unlike other adults, the child was like an ordinary mortal. Then a wonderful scene appeared. The priest grabbed the boy forcefully, and then pushed him towards the sacred fire even harder. When half of the child's body was covered by the divine fire, the child fainted, and the area on the child's body that was burned by the fire was slowly decreasing. Is this a way to gain strength? It's a bit primitive, but effective and simple enough. For the savage tribe, the only way to become an adult is to increase their strength, gain recognition from the sacred fire, and then obtain the power of fire. If you succeed and make it through, then you become an adult. Chapter 90, Defeat. Wu made many attempts, but all failed in the end. The people of the savage tribe would not let them get close at all. If they got close, they would face attacks. Although those attacks seemed to have no destructive power, they would scare the savages inside. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. When it got dark, Wu could only leave with his people in disappointment. Great Wolf God, I have brought shame upon you. I have failed. Wu looked a little dejected. He really didn't expect that those savages would be so vigilant and xenophobic. It's okay, I expected it. You guys rest here and be safe. I'll go back. I have a solution. Yes. Wu and others rested here, while Suchin flew into the sky at a rapid speed. They returned to the tribe as quickly as possible. It took the group half a month to find the savage tribe, but with Suchun at their feet, it only took a few hours to get back. This is flying at full speed. It's fast. Ouch! The howling of wolves was heard, calling the wolves on White Wolf Mountain. After a while, my eyes were filled with green spots, which were the eyes of the wolves. Wolf God. The Wolf God is back. I wonder what the Wolf God wants us to do. Follow me, some wolf demons. Follow me to fulfill one of my requests. The remaining wolf monsters, keep an eye on the White Wolf tribe. Don't let other monsters destroy everything in the tribe. Su Chun howled at the starry sky, and then the entire White Wolf Mountain split into two. Some of the elite wolf demons followed Su Chun, and the rest came to the White Wolf tribe, guarding and waiting for Su Chen's return. Although there are not many wolf monsters on White Wolf Mountain now, the number can still reach more than 300. Following Su Chun, there are 100 wolf monsters above the elite level, including 6 at the Lord level. While leading the way, he used his wind-controlling skills to allow the wolf demon following him to move forward faster. It took about 7 hours for Su Chun to arrive at the location with many wolf monsters. Go in and kill them, but remember, don't kill them. It's enough to hurt them at most. Go ahead. I'll watch over you. Ouch! At the command, many wolf monsters rushed in directly. There are wolves. Oh no, a monster is attacking. Alarm, alarm. Let the witch come out quickly. The witch could not understand the language of the savage tribe, but Su Chun had no such obstacle. He quietly listened to the howling of the savages and watched how they fought. Defeat them first, then drop from the sky, and then have Wu and others come over. Under such a big stick, these savages will definitely surrender. After we take down these savages, we can consider the matter of the sacred fire. This is Su Chen's plan, simple, effective, and quick enough. Chapter 91, Controlling the Savage Tribe. He did not enter immediately, but let the people from the White Wolf tribe go in first. The wolf demons suppressed the attack with force, while the people of the White Wolf tribe provided medical treatment. In the previous battle, although the wolf monsters were relatively restrained, some people from the savage tribe were still injured. The wolf monsters are wolves, and there are bacteria on their claws and teeth. They are not Su Chun, who pays great attention to personal hygiene, so they have to disinfect in time. Otherwise, when they return to the White Wolf tribe, they may need to reduce the number of people by at least 1/5, which is not what Su Chun wants to see. After waiting for another hour, until the noise in the savage tribe disappeared, Su Chun turned huge and headed towards the savage tribe. With a body length of 400 meters, he turned into a giant. The 10-meter-high city wall was simply insignificant in front of him. Even a touch from the tail directly destroyed the wooden wall. The arrival of the huge Su Chun made all the savages dumbfounded. They had never seen such a huge and massive creature in their entire lives. Are we going to be eaten? Is the purpose of these people and monsters to let us be eaten by that huge monster? Help, help. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Fear appeared, but fortunately the people of the White Wolf tribe and the wolf monsters suppressed it again, and after Su Chun did not make any other moves, he calmed down his uneasiness. Are you the witch of this tribe? Su Chun directly communicated with the souls of the people in the savage tribe. Language is just a means of communication, while communication between souls is the most direct way. However, this method is also dangerous. If you communicate with a soul that is more powerful than you, then you will be in danger. On the contrary, there is no danger in communicating with weak beings, and it can even influence the other party's judgment. It's me, who are you? The witch of the savage tribe was a little panicked at first, not understanding who was speaking. Later he found out that it was Su Chun, and he suppressed his fear and communicated with Su Chun. I am Su Chun, the wolf god, the patron saint of the White Wolf tribe. God! Yes, I am a god, the wolf god. The gods of those humans in armor and holding iron weapons in front of you are also your future gods. Are you willing to submit? If you submit, I will treat you well, and I will also treat the people of your tribe well. If you refuse, you will die, and I will choose a new witch for this tribe. Whether to refuse or agree, you need to make a judgment. I don't give you much time. You need to make a decision as soon as possible before my patience runs out. Through coercion, inducement, and situation analysis, Su Chun put considerable pressure on the savage witch. Even Su Chen's eyes were fixed on the savage wizard. Under Su Chen's gaze, the powerful king was staring at an elite wizard. The difference in level, strength, and size made the savage wizard break out in cold sweats. He, who could decide the direction of the tribe with just a word on weekdays, was now in a state of hesitation. Agree or refuse. It seems like there is only one option. Then can you treat my people well in the future? Will we treat the people of that tribe the same? Compared to other savages, this witch still has some abilities and seems to know some foreign words. Chapter 92, Heavenly Frost's Secret Sword. Coming in front of the sacred fire and feeling the enormous power of faith, Su Chen's mouth cracked. This is the best treasure, even better than those savages in the short term. But how should it be collected? He had never collected this kind of flame before, and he didn't know whether the system space could accommodate it. Ding! Collection failed. Failed? Su Chun was a little puzzled. and then looked at the savage witch. Can you control the divine fire? Suchin asked casually. No, I can only mobilize part of the power. This is a secret method passed down by my tribe. It can only be used if you want your bloodline to continue. Do you need it now? The savage witch said carefully. The secret method of bloodline? It seems to be of no use. Suchin doesn't want to transform the other party's bloodline, so how should he receive it? After thinking for a while, Suchin still couldn't come up with a better solution. Grab the holy fire and leave? No kidding. This is fire after the power of faith is enhanced. Even Suchin is not immune to this kind of fire, unless he also uses the huge power of faith to resist it, but he will suffer a loss in that case. If you can't accommodate it, then try to use my body to accommodate it. Eat it. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Suchin immediately did it. However, he did not eat it directly in one bite. Instead, he asked the savage wizard to control the sacred fire and draw out some of the power. He would try to eat some first to see if he could eat it. If it can be digested, that would be the best. If it cannot be digested, it will be stored in the body as a storage of the power of faith. Yes, please be careful, wolf god. The divine fire is very fierce. Great ancestor, please use your power to separate part of the power of the divine fire. The savage wizard began to move, and the divine fire trembled slightly. A trace of the power of the divine fire separated and formed a thread, coming towards Suchin. No dodging, just accepting the thread completely. The meeting started with just a thread, and this was the limit of the savage wizard. But the next scene made the savage wizard dumbfounded. Not only the savage wizard, but other savages were also dumbfounded. The huge divine fire was surprisingly swallowed by Suchin in one breath. The divine fire that had existed for who knows how long, the divine fire that made the people of the tribe helpless, was easily eaten up in front of Suchin. How powerful is this god? Ding! The divine fire has been absorbed successfully. Over the next period of time, the power of the divine fire will be slowly digested. Ding! Completed obtaining the power of the divine fire. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! You have obtained the Sky Frost Secret Sword. Suchin did not hear the sound of the system, and even his body stood still. All of his spirit entered his mind and into his own godhood. The originally weak divine nature, which seemed illusory, now had a solid feeling. The last time he was killed by the god of fire, his divine nature was somewhat damaged, or in other words, his energy was consumed. But now, it has all been restored. No, it is in a stronger state than before. It can be felt that the godhead has become more solid and powerful. If the godhood before being injured was 10, it was 5 after being injured, and now it is 15, at least 15. Chapter 93, Netherworld Wolf. After swallowing the divine fire and gaining unimaginable help, Suchin opened his wolf eyes, and his pupils had turned into a dark blue. The originally sky blue pupils changed several times before returning to normal. God, great God, a powerful presence. I hope you can protect us. We are willing to give everything. The savages knelt down and paid the greatest respect to Suchin. Even the wild witch who followed was the same. The sacred fire has existed for who knows how long, and it is considered the biggest secret and trump card of their tribe. But this kind of trump card is sometimes not a good thing. Whenever you gain power, you lose something. For example, the divine fire would erupt once every month, and after that eruption, all the savages who had obtained the power of the divine fire would be burned by the flames. And no matter where you were, you would not be able to escape from that burning. Even in a lake, underground, or inside an iceberg, there is no way to avoid the burning. Because they are one with the divine fire, any changes in the divine fire will affect them as well. However, as Suchin devoured the divine fire, these changes disappeared, but the fire power in their bodies still remained, but it was much weaker than before. I will protect you. As long as you obey the will and rules of the White Wolf tribe and become my tribesmen and believers, I will treat you equally. Get up and go to rest. Yes. Great being, please save my child, okay? Great wolf god, powerful wolf god, can you give me strength? I hope I can defeat those terrifying monsters. My brother was once eaten by a monster. Some people retreated, but many people stayed. The problems that the tribe was unable to solve in the past now seem to see hope. However, Suchin did not stay to deal with these trivial matters. He asked the witch to handle them. He could not do everything himself. Unless it was something that affected the safety of the tribe, it would be the turn of him, the final boss, to take action. After leaving the savage tribe, Suchin rushed into the nearby lake. As soon as he entered the lake, Su Chen's body began to emit flames. It was not because he could not withstand the power of the divine fire, but that he was accepting it step by step. Cool. There's only this one thought in my mind, and I feel comfortable. Whether it was the physical comfort or the spiritual relaxation, Su Chen was somewhat addicted. He could feel that this was a way to become stronger without any side effects, and he could accept it without any problems. The body is changing color, and talismans appear on the hair on the surface of the body. Those things slowly gather together and form a strange pattern. It was just like the divine fire that we saw at the beginning, with a faint blue pattern. The originally pure white hair now turned into a dark blue, a deep color. Su Chen had sunk to the bottom of the lake, and the entire lake was boiling. The scorching temperature caused the entire lake to begin to evaporate, but because of the cold air above, it fell down again. After a short while, water vapor filled the air, making everything around less real. Chapter 94 Migration. The dragon opened its eyes and looked somewhere curiously. Is it my illusion? Why did the method I arranged fail? Could it be that the gods came down and killed the white wolf directly? Isn't this possible? Or has the white wolf found a way to remove my tricks? Impossible, impossible. That was a method used by other powerful people in ancient times. It was extremely secretive. Xiaolong was getting a little restless. The arrangement made by Bailang was an important means for him. Through some unknown secrets, the white wolf can be controlled. Although it is impossible to control it all the time, it can change the outcome at the critical moment. After waking up from the ice, Xiaolong tried again to see if he could activate the hidden hand. Sure enough, I didn't sense it wrong, but I still failed. No, we can't just sit there and wait. I need to send someone out to check. Well, let it go out and have a look. Looking down at somewhere underground, the dragon suddenly let out a low roar. Wake up! Bang! As the earthquake shook the mountains, a huge monster walked out. What happened? What happened? Hey, isn't this that big fool? Qilin Feihu also woke up and curiously circled around the big fool who came out of the ground. This big fool is naturally the overlord at that time, Frost Behemoth. In the Forgotten Forest, there is a Behemoth King. Its strength gives even Qilin and Feihu a headache. Only the big brother Xiaolong can crush it. Later, Xiaolong brought Qilin and Flying Tiger here to hide, and they encountered this Frost Behemoth. After a battle, they directly subdued this Frost Behemoth. Go to this location and show me what happened. If there are any problems, report them in time. Go! Roar! The Ice Behemoth was a little dazed, but still did as the dragon asked. Brother, you let that big fool go out? Aren't you afraid of ruining things? Qilin Feihu asked stupidly. In his mind, the Ice Behemoth is just a fool who only knows how to fight. Of course, his fighting ability is still very strong. The king's initial combat effectiveness is even comparable to his in terms of strength. His only weakness may be that he cannot fly. Yes, the Ice Behemoth cannot fly, which made Qilin Flying Tiger happy for a long time. But in the battle on the ground, this Ice Behemoth is stronger than Behemoth King. And Jing, a powerful enemy, is coming. It is an existence that you and I cannot defeat for the time being. It is also our mortal enemy. Now all we have to do is wait quietly and become stronger. During this period of time, you are not allowed to go out. Just stay here and strengthen yourself. After a scolding, the Xiaolong blocked everything with ice, while the Qilin and Feihu looked at the thick ice and could only sigh in despair. Oh, okay, practice. Qilin Feihu felt very uncomfortable. He was a flying tiger with wings. He could fly. He was born with the ability to fly. This restriction of his freedom made him feel very uncomfortable. The dragon saw all this and took note of it silently. It's not that I don't want to tell you everything, but I'm afraid you'll get excited. The enemy who killed your parents might be out there, and I don't want you to go and die as well. Chapter 95 Finding Traces. Why is the system's experience wrong? And why are there so many fewer evolution points? Su Chen asked about the doubts in his heart. If there are so few people like this in the future, then the difficulty of breaking through to the saint level will increase many times. I originally thought that after killing a king-level enemy, I could consider a breakthrough, but now it seems that it was just an illusion. As the host becomes stronger, the rewards from killing weaker enemies will decrease. Is this a problem? The system's question left him speechless. That's right. When I played games in my previous life, when high-level players killed low-level monsters, their rewards would be reduced. I just didn't expect that this would be the case in this different world. I knew it earlier. Forget it. What does it matter if I knew it earlier? Is it to cheat the score? The idea of cheating on the score quickly disappeared, and then Su Chun forgot about it. Since weak monsters don't bring much benefit, then switch to powerful ones. If one doesn't work, then kill 10 or 100. There are so many enemies, I don't believe that if I kill a god, can I evolve? Rest here, and then eat this guy. Wu, come over and make a fire. Now rest for a while. Su Chun spoke, and then the order was quickly passed on. The savage shaman moved quickly, and flames covered the bear monster. It must be said that the people of this savage tribe had really great barbecue skills. Even Su Chun couldn't find any problems with it. It's just lacking some seasoning. It would be better if it had cumin. What a pity. What a pity. Cumin? What is that? The witch carefully lifted the bear's paw and asked appropriately. It's a delicious barbecue, but it's a little difficult to find. Su Chun swallowed half of the bear paw in one gulp and said nostalgically, while eating barbecue, I watched the people from the savage tribe. The bear monster is very large, but it is obviously not enough to feed hundreds of people. However, the effect Su Chun wanted has been achieved. Not long after he left, he encountered a monster. The powerful monster almost hurt the savages. At the critical moment, he killed the bear monster and even let the people of the savage tribe taste the meat of the powerful monster. It was obvious that as the power of faith gathered, he gained more believers. Although the number is small, the road ahead is still very long. As long as he hides the wolf monsters, the surrounding monsters will not miss such delicious food. This is also one of Su Chun's goals. Hunting the surrounding monsters can save food on the one hand and collect faith on the other. This is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. At the same time, it can also win back the hearts of these people, truly win them back. Fighting together, eating together, and doing activities together can maximize the sense of belonging. On the following journey, some monsters appeared here and there in the mountains. Sometimes there are large groups of elite monsters, such as dog monsters and powerful monsters at the leader level. At the beginning, the people of the savage tribe were very frightened, which formed a very sharp contrast with the people of the white wolf tribe. When a large group of monsters appeared, there were even a few people who wanted to escape. Fortunately, they were stopped by the people of the white wolf tribe and did not run far. And when the battle is over, those who escape will naturally be punished, which means they cannot eat and have to watch others eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. After a few times, the people of the savage tribe were full of trust in Su Chun, and they all became general believers. There were even some loyal believers among them, which was very rare. It took the group of people almost a month to walk from the savage tribe to the white wolf tribe. After 20 days of walking, when there were still 10 days left to the white wolf tribe, Su Chun felt something was wrong. Everyone stop. Giving the order to stop directly, Su Chun flew into the sky and then arrived at the ruins of a campfire. Feeling the charred land and all the spiritual energy on it, Su Chun narrowed his eyes. This was a bonfire that was lit by someone, but definitely not by anyone from his white wolf tribe. Before he left, he gave an order that the people of the white wolf tribe were not allowed to go out during this period and needed to wait quietly in the tribe. This is an outsider. The outsider has come in again. Who is it? There was a bad feeling in my heart, as if the enemy was coming again. Is he a follower of the god of fire? Or a follower of some other god? Or just a monster hunter? Rest where you are. Don't go out during this time. Wolf demons guard them. I'll go back and take a look first. Without time to think about it, Su Chun directly gave orders, asking the people of the savage tribe, the witch and others, and even the wolf monsters to stay, and he would go back alone to take a look. If the people who come are believers of the god of fire, or even other messengers of gods, then these people will be of no help at all, and may even be a burden. Only if he goes back in person can all this be resolved. Su Chun left the team and flew low, following the traces of outsiders on the road, searching bit by bit. After searching around, he confirmed that those people's target was the white wolf tribe. This is directed at myself. Good guy. This is a good opportunity for me to test my current strength. Su Chun moved and headed towards the white wolf tribe. He wanted to see who was so blind as to dare to come here and seek death. At the same time, the followers of the evil god stopped one day's journey away from the white wolf tribe. Rest. Rest where you are. If you don't rest, your injury will get worse. Damn the people of the god of light. Damn it. Next time I see them, I will definitely kill them. As someone spoke loudly, other believers also sat down to rest. But when someone sat down, he could no longer get up. His wounds worsened, and he died on the spot. Dunan was one of them. Compared to others, his injuries were much less severe, but they still looked quite serious. Thinking back to the battle with the believers of the god of light a month ago, Dunan felt a headache coming on. The woman who seemed more special than himself was not eaten after all, and both sides ended up suffering losses. Whether they were believers of the evil god or believers of the god of light, they all suffered heavy losses in the end. The believers of the god of light retreated, while the believers of the evil god were asked to enter the Forgotten Forest again and complete the evil god's mission. This is how the current scene came about. A group of injured evil god believers headed towards the White Wolf tribe. As to whether they could complete the mission, no one could give an answer. Chapter 96 Nightfall. Su Chen quickly returned to the tribe. When he landed, it was already afternoon. Great Lord, you are back. Yao ran over quickly and saluted Su Chen respectfully. Has anything happened during this period of time? Su Chen asked hurriedly. Everything is fine. Oh, I understand. Give the orders. During this period of time, everyone should hide and not go out. It might be dangerous. Su Chen gave the order hurriedly. No one knows how many people are from the outside world, but the target is definitely the White Wolf tribe. The other party is not friendly. They need to be prepared in advance. It would not do if they behaved like the Vulcan followers who were attacking us. The population was originally huge, but many people died in that war. Yes, I'll convey the order right away. Are there any other instructions? Yao seemed a little excited. Not for now. Then I'll go and inform them. Go ahead. Seeing Yao happily going to notify, Su Chen had a headache. Why has this kid become a little belligerent? This is not a good sign. Coming to the statue and looking at his own statue, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. This is his statue. There are still many secrets on this statue. The spirit merged with the statue, and in an instant, the statue seemed to come alive. Su Chen's spirit expanded 100 times in an instant, and he could observe everything around him in more detail. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. Su Chen saw it all from a distance of 100 miles, and he saw it very clearly. Although this behavior would consume a lot of faith power, for Su Chen now, isn't it just some faith points? It doesn't matter. Compared with faith points, population is more important. 17, 18, 19, no, still 18. After closing the state of unity, Su Chen slowly lay down. He had already determined that the number of enemies was 18. Originally, there were 19, but when he was observing, the 19th person had already died. Among the 18 enemies, the strongest is at the king level, and there are quite a few enemies at this level, 6 in total, and the rest are all strong men at the leader level. Such strength is really exaggerated. However, those people all had some wounds on their bodies to varying degrees, which should be the result of fighting with some existence. Could it be that there is such a powerful being in the Forgotten Forest? Is it that dragon? In Su Chen's opinion, the only human or monster that could defeat such a large team was the dragon. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The people who defeated the evil god's believers, or injured them, were also believers of the god of light. It was a battle between two sequences of different beliefs, a battle between the subordinates of two hostile gods, and they would kill each other right from the start. According to what Su Chen saw, the other party was still about a day's journey away from the White Wolf tribe. This distance is very close if you say it is short, but it is also very far if you say it is far. After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to go and take a look. Go check it out at night and see if there is a chance to kill all of them. The night belongs to monsters, and all monsters understand this. Especially the wolf monster, which is a night owl. Most of the time, the wolf monster is a kind of monster that moves at night and rests during the day. Chapter 97. Killing 6 people in a row. The sun has set in the evening. Night falls. Tonight is cloudless and a full moon appears, illuminating the earth with a silver light. This isn't a good time to sneak up on someone, but it is for everyone else. For Su Chen, this kind of weather is just right. Silver moon. The hair changed from white to silver white. When illuminated by the moonlight, Su Chen felt that his strength seemed to have increased by half again. This is the state of silver moon. Under the moonlight, its strength can be greatly improved. With the bright moonlight tonight, its strength is even greater. Not bad, not bad. My talent has become stronger after being amplified many times. Originally, it could only be amplified by 1/5 or even less, but now it has increased by half. Who can resist me? But you need to be careful. If you get beaten up by a group of people, you might be doomed. Those evil auras. Who are these people working for? Through observation with the power of faith, he saw the aura of those people. It was not the breath of the god of fire from last time, but a very evil, very disgusting breath. It can be judged that this is the breath of a certain god, but he doesn't know who it is. Those who have fought with him were just believers of the god of fire. No matter who you are, if you come to my territory, go to hell. Blending silently into the moonlight in the silver moon state, the skill of invisibility was developed to the extreme. As long as there is moonlight, Su Chun seems almost transparent. Unless you are stronger than Su Chun or have some special observation talent, otherwise, just wait for Su Chun to approach you. As long as we get close, everything will be over. According to the location in my memory, the first one is naturally towards the south. But when Su Chun arrived, he found that there was no one there. Discovered? No one has been here for a long time. The person has moved to a new place. The first attempt to approach failed, but it was not because Su Chun was not strong enough, but because the other party seemed to have made a judgment in advance. Start the second approach. This time, Su Chun succeeded. He approached a human in the middle stage of leader, next to a fair-skinned woman with golden hair and a pretty face. To be honest, Su Chun still has some feelings for this woman. At least she is pleasing to the eye. But apart from her appearance, the aura from her was so uncomfortable and evil that Su Chun wanted to slap her to death with one claw. Sky Frost's secret sword. An icy air appeared and froze the woman in an instant. Before the woman could react, she was killed instantly. Even the soul was frozen and all vitality in the body disappeared. This was the first time I used the Tianshuang's secret sword to kill someone. It was very good and silent. Apart from the slightly lower temperature, there were no other problems. Next, the second target was a man, a gray-haired man who looked very strong. The man was very alert, observing his surroundings from time to time, and even frequently looking at where the frozen woman was. He seemed to have discovered something. Perhaps it was because the distance was too close, and the change in temperature made this person very alert. But being vigilant is useless. Pa! He stretched out a claw and gathered the power of shaking the mountain. Before it became huge, Su Chen's destructive power was completely sufficient. Kill the opponent with one strike, and at the same time use the wind control skill to cover all the sounds, and then bury the opponent's body. Chapter 98. A scrappy meeting. The other party started to form a group? This is not good news. Su Chun is already quite adept at sneak attacks. Maybe this is the wolf demon's hidden talent. No, it's the hunter's hidden talent, especially the night attack, which is the specialty among specialties. But we can't do anything if the other party sticks together. Want a ruthless one? But it doesn't seem possible to kill the opponent. After thinking it over, Su Chun slowly lurked around the evil god's followers and others. When he was about 1,000 meters away, he stopped. I pricked up my ears and felt the changes in the wind. At this distance, if you feel with all your heart, you can still hear some vague messages. Get information? What information? No, it's still too far away. I can't hear it clearly. But if you get close to it, it will be dangerous. What shall we do? Su Chun fell into deep thought and finally made up his mind. A lot of people, huh? But having more people may not necessarily help. I have more people. Quickly retreat, then quickly take off. Su Chen's speed in the Silver Moon state has almost reached its limit, which is several times faster than during the day. He first arrived at the place where the savages were resting and directly called all the leaders here, leaving only 2 leaders to guard, and took the others away. Su Chen quickly brought these people back to the White Wolf tribe. He consumed almost 1,000 points of faith power, but it was all worth it. Xian, take your weapons, bring the others, and follow me out to join a battle. Yes, great God. Xian did not refuse at all. As he had already reached the leader level, he was eager for a fight. As the leader of the White Wolf tribe, Xian satisfied Su Chen both in terms of strength and other aspects. This fellow, who shot an arrow at the envoy of the god of fire, actually has a good talent. His understanding of archery is extraordinary. It has only been a short time since he stabilized his Lord realm, and is even advancing towards the King realm. Perhaps in a few years, he will be able to break through and even become one of the first advanced kings of the White Wolf tribe. Of course, the one with better talent than him is Yao. Unfortunately, Yao is a little young, and he must advance to the king after Xian. Having 2 geniuses in one tribe is already like winning the lottery. Su Chun was in front, followed by 3 wolf demons at the lord level, followed by Xian, Wu and others, and the group strode towards the evil god's believers. This time, Su Chun did not hide his aura. The powerful aura of the king realm was vented to the outside and scrupulously. When they were 1,000 meters away from the enemy, Su Chun and his group were discovered. Who are you? Xian asked loudly. Su Chun did not speak. It was not appropriate to speak at this time. He was carefully observing the weaknesses of those people. We are followers of the great god of death. The god of death, this is the official name of the evil god. The god in charge of death. But most gods selectively forget this name and choose to call him the evil god instead, because the evil god's actions do not make him worthy of being called the god of death. The god of sneak attacks, the god of poisoning, or the god of survival may be more appropriate. What god of death? I have never heard of it. We are believers of the great wolf god. This is our territory. What are you doing here? Are you looking for death? Xian questioned the other party loudly, as if he wanted to gain the upper hand in momentum. The evil god's envoy was a little puzzled. How dare you, a mere lord, do this? Is it because of that wolf demon? Wolf demon? Chapter 99. Netherworld Divine Fire. Su Chen was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was none other than the messenger of the evil god, the only old man who could put some pressure on Su Chen. I've already expected you to launch a surprise attack. Go ahead, set up the formation. I can't hold on any longer. The messenger of God let out a strange cry, and then his body flew off the ground. Blocking Su Chen's sneak attack in a hurry was the best he could do. When the messenger of God was knocked away, several other powerful kings also reacted and rushed towards Su Chen. From different positions, different angles, using different means. Just as he was about to leave, Su Chen felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire, a very strong quagmire at that. Even he was unable to break free for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. The evil god's messenger roared and rushed over from a distance. 5 evil god believers at the king level cooperated and formed a muddy formation, which controlled Su Chen. With the help of the evil god's messenger, even with the combined efforts of 6 people, Su Chen was unable to break free. Even the power in the body seemed to have fallen into chaos and could not be used. Roar, roar, roar. He roared madly and used his teeth and claws. But no matter how Su Chen resisted, it was useless in front of this formation. Gradually, Su Chen was suppressed. Hold him down, the others attack, kill it. The messenger of God continued to roar, veins bulging on his forehead. Not only him, but also the others who controlled Su Chen felt the same. Even if several kings joined forces, Su Chen's strength was too strong. If it had not been a full-scale outbreak, if it had not formed a formation, if it had not been a surprise attack, they might have been taken away in one wave. The terrifying power, astonishing speed, and attributes made the believers of these evil gods terrified. When the king spoke, other Lord-level believers reacted quickly and rushed up with weapons in hand to kill Su Chen. The suppressed Su Chen could only rely on his body to defend himself. Although such defense was good, it was bound to be unsustainable. Maybe we can only hope that those people's attacks weren't strong enough. Kill them. We can't let them harm our god. Superior. Xian couldn't bear it anymore, so he shot an arrow directly, aiming at the king who set up the formation and was also the one who was most seriously injured. This arrow of his did not injure the opponent, nor did it even break the opponent's defense. The gap between the king and the lord was too big. Even if the other person stands still, Xian may have to attack him hundreds of times before he can be injured. This won't work. Xian Du was unable to seriously injure the opponent, let alone the others. At this moment, the weakness of the White Wolf tribe was revealed. That is, apart from Su Chen, there was no other expert. Although there are several Lord-level people, they are weaker than the believers of these evil gods in terms of strength and combat experience. Suppressed by the formation, Su Chen felt particularly uncomfortable. Perhaps the only thing that was not affected much was his spirit. With the enhancement of the divine power, the opponent was temporarily unable to imprison his soul, but Su Chen, who had no means of soul attack, could only watch everything. Move. We can't let them attack so recklessly. Move. Su Chen was fighting desperately. He had to fight desperately. He even started using faith points. This change also caused the formation to become unstable because Su Chen's resistance was too great. Hurry up. I can't hold on any longer. How come this guy is so damn strong? Is it the end? The evil god's believers roared together, and then blood began to seep from their faces. Some of the injured powerful kings almost vomited blood and fainted, but they gritted their teeth and barely held on to continue controlling Su Chen. Chapter 100 Nothing. My lord, are you okay? Xian came running over breathlessly, his face terribly pale. The sequelae had begun to show. Su Chen looked at Xian's changes, raised his wolf head, and exhaled. The rich power of faith directly entered Xian's body. Don't resist. This power can help you recover quickly. This time it's all thanks to you, otherwise I might be injured. Naturally, he would reward those who could help him. The other people and monsters also gained some small amounts of power of faith. You have to know that the power of faith is basically a panacea that can be used in many places. Repairing injuries, practicing, and even repairing the body can all be done. It's just that the amount required varies according to different situations and levels. Xian and others were naturally happy to receive the reward from Su Chen. Go back first and guard the tribe first. Also, have those people over there start moving and head towards the White Wolf tribe. Yes. Yes, sir. Su Chen was in front, Xian and others were behind, and the 8 evil god believers who had become puppets were at the end. Originally, Xian and others were still a little confused, wondering why those former enemies had become like this at this time. But since Su Chen didn't say anything, there was no need to ask. Xian and the others were savoring the power of faith so that they could become stronger and recover faster. Naturally, they had no time to ask about the situation of those 8 people. Back in the White Wolf tribe, everything was normal, and after discovering that everything was normal, Su Chen felt relieved. Before the statue, start studying the 8 puppets. Tell me the real purpose of your coming here. He asked the question, but none of the 8 puppets spoke. Their eyes were dull, as if they were dead. Yes, the soul has been devoured, and this person is just a dead person, a living dead. It was only with the power of the netherworld divine fire that these people were able to move. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago. The netherworld divine fire has such power? It's really terrifying. I was not resisted by the divine fire at the beginning. Is this the system's credit? Thinking back to when I rashly swallowed the divine fire, I feel a little scared. Perhaps it was the help of the system, or perhaps it was something else that prevented him from being disturbed by the divine fire. The power of the netherworld divine fire is already unprecedentedly strong at present, but as to what other powers are hidden, that is not certain. Forget it. You will know later. These 8 people have become waste. Maybe we can use it a little bit. Through observation and testing, Su Chen knew that the strength of these people had declined. Originally, he had the strength of a late lord or even a king, but now, the highest he has is only a mid-lord or early lord. Not very strong, but fearless and always obedient. This is a very good method. Incorporate these 8 people into the guard, and let them guard the tribe. This will become a trump card. Chapter 101 Behemoth arrives. Hurry, everyone go to your new home. This will be your residence in the future. I heard everything. Everything here was given to us by the great wolf god. As a member of the tribe, we need to be grateful. Every morning, we need to learn the language and writing of the White Wolf tribe, and in the afternoon, we need to do a certain amount of work. Every morning, noon, and dinner, you will know what to do then. The savage which spoke loudly and briefly explained the rules of the tribe. In the future, these people will be completely incorporated into the White Wolf tribe, and all previous rules will be completely invalid. In the short term, there will definitely be some discomfort and even a small amount of confusion. But in the long run, this is a good thing. The population of the White Wolf tribe has increased dramatically, and with the increase in faith points in the future, there will be even more. The increase in population will also lead to an increase in the number of children in the future, which is a good thing no matter how you look at it. The current total population is about 600 people. It will take Su Chen some time to digest such a large number of people. My lord, we encountered a huge monster on the road. Fortunately, that monster did not attack us. Otherwise, we might not be able to come back. The Black Wolf Lord came to report and told Su Chen what happened on the road. Giant? Su Chen was stunned. Could it be a powerful monster? At this time, Su Chen no longer had much thought about hunting monsters. Even if you kill the king monster, you won't get much experience points and evolution points, unless a high-reward mission appears again, or a powerful monster is killed. For example, if one could kill a dragon or something like that, then everything would be sufficient to advance to a saint. What position? What's the opponent's size? What's his aura like? Give me detailed descriptions. Yes, the Black Wolf Lord quickly told everything, describing what he had seen and heard. 50 meters tall, with a cold aura, sharp claws, a broad chest, light blue fur, and so on. When this information came out, Su Chen seemed to have seen it somewhere. It seems that only the size and hair are slightly different, and other aspects are very similar. My lord, that monster seems to be of the king level. I dare not approach it, and the monster did not chase us. This makes me wonder, maybe the monster's target may be us. The Black Wolf Lord's information made Su Chen alert. To resist the attack of the evil god's followers, he needed to put all his energy into it. The effect of the formation was far beyond Su Chen's expectations. Of course, this was also Su Chen's mistake, because he did not truly understand the strength of the Netherworld Wolf. If he knew the horror of the Netherworld Wolf and the irresistibility of the Netherworld Divine Fire, there would be no need to hide. He could just push forward head-on, and everything would be over. Now that I know, it seems that there is no problem. Behemoth? The king of the land. If that's the case, then we need to go and take a look. Such an existence will not leave its territory at will. Every king has his own territory. Well, let's go check it out. As his strength increased, Su Chen naturally became a lot bolder. After some instructions, Su Chen left the tribe directly and went towards the place where the monster was found. When Su Chen arrived at the location, he indeed found huge footprints on the ground. The size of this footprint is consistent with what Lord Black Wolf said. Judging from the traces, it should have been left yesterday. Chapter 102: Snow Mountain and Anxiety. Instead of chasing after them rashly, Su Chen first returned to the tribe and used the power of faith and the statues to observe everything around him. After making sure that there were no enemies within 100 miles, he gave instructions and also ordered the 8 puppets to guard the tribe. If any other outsiders or monsters wanted to come in, they would be killed without mercy. After the order was given and the puppets started to move, Su Chen left with peace of mind. Without rushing to catch up, Su Chen flew directly from another place. Observing through the eye of faith, the ice behemoth's route was curved, not straight, which gave him a chance to catch up. Anyway, it has been calculated in advance. Even if there are some mistakes, Su Chen, who was flying, can still catch up. His hair turned golden, and Su Chen had transformed into the golden sun state. The sunlight shining on his body provides Su Chen with endless power. Compared to the silver moon state, the gold sun state is more fiery and its power is more violent, but this method is still very good. He flew into the sky, his body blending into the sunlight. Unless one hit it directly, it would be difficult to spot him. This is even more convenient and effective than the invisibility in the silver moon state. Not everyone looks up at the sun, and what is the result of looking at the sun? Naturally, you can't see anything. The shining sun is the best shielding object, and the saying, "It is dark under the lamp," is similar to this. After chasing for 2 hours, Su Chen could feel the breath of Ice Behemoth from afar. Is he fighting? The feeling of him firing on all cylinders is really overbearing. Approaching the Ice Behemoth, Su Chen was about 20 miles away from the Ice Behemoth at this time and could see everything from afar from high in the sky. Looking at the Ice Behemoth's rampage, Su Chen was speechless. If it were him, he would not act so recklessly. Looking at those monsters that were frantically dodging the Ice Behemoth, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh that there were quite a lot of monsters. Is that the king of monsters? Before the Ice Behemoth, the aura of other king monsters appeared. This is going to be interesting. I don't know what the Ice Behemoth will do when it enters someone else's territory. Will it continue to move forward, or will it take a detour? The king monster in front was a divine wind bird, a gigantic divine wind bird. When its wings are spread out, they are a full 200 meters long, and its body length is about 100 meters. What will the Ice Behemoth do when faced with such a huge monster blocking its way? Leave my territory, the kamikaze bird roared, warning the Ice Behemoth. At the same time, a gust of wind blew out, directly attacking the Ice Behemoth. This is the territory of the kamikaze bird. As the king of the sky, it hasn't encountered an enemy for a long time. Today, the Ice Behemoth came uninvited, which made the kamikaze bird very angry. All the changes in the territory flashed through the mind of the kamikaze bird. It must not let the Ice Behemoth come over like this, otherwise the terrain would be destroyed. The Ice Behemoth was advancing at full speed with unstoppable force, leaving behind a huge gap wherever it arrived. The outline of more than 10 meters was enough to destroy most of the trees and terrain. The kamikaze bird naturally did not want the Ice Behemoth to cause damage. But his attack could not hurt the Ice Behemoth. It could only tickle it. Behemoth's defense is already among the best, but the Ice Behemoth is even better in defense. The attribute of ice has a very strong effect on freezing and defense. No matter how the kamikaze bird attacks, it cannot stop the Ice Behemoth from advancing. Chapter 103: Second Meeting. The Snow Mountain gave Su Chen a bad feeling, but if he went back like this, it would be a failure. 3 days of tracking was a complete waste of time, so Su Chen finally decided to give it a try. Yes, go and have a look. Be careful and nothing should happen. He slowed down a little and caught up with the ice behemoth. Su Chun was even only 100 meters away from the ice behemoth. This distance is very dangerous, but Su Chun still did it, because he found that the ice behemoth seemed to be in a wrong state and had no ability to perceive anything. During the 3 days, Su Chun was not the only monster following him. There were also some lord monsters following him, the stealth type, who even came within 100 meters of the ice behemoth without being discovered. Later, they were too close, only 10 meters away, and then they were discovered and killed. So if Su Chun is close to 100 meters, there will be no problem. If there is a problem, that's okay. Anyway, the strength of this ice behemoth is average, and he can easily defeat it. Closer to the towering snow-capped mountains. Su Chun suppressed the discomfort in his heart and remained cautious and alert. The body is tense, ready to explode at any moment. When the ice behemoth arrived at the foot of the snow mountain, his speed slowed down immediately because he could not get up by running. He could only jump and then grab some rocks and ice to get up. The temperature here dropped instantly, at least dozens of degrees lower than other places. The temperature is even lower on the mountain. There is no life in this place, let alone plants. It's such a barren place. I wonder why the ice behemoth came here? It's really weird. Carefully following behind the ice behemoth, wherever he settled, Su Chun would also settle there. Anyway, his body is small, and he can reach the place where the ice behemoth jumped with just a random jump. In this way, the two monsters, one big and one small, slowly climbed upwards. Just when he was halfway up the mountain, Su Chun suddenly felt as if he had broken into somewhere. A filmy feeling emerges. Is this a barrier? Su Chun was alert in his heart, and an inexplicable emotion came over him. Before he could react, he saw a huge monster flying towards him. That's the ice behemoth, and there's something attacking the ice behemoth. What on earth is that? Why does it seem to cover me too? The time goes back to a few seconds ago. Just after the ice behemoth entered the barrier, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Is he back? Is there any news? Sensing the return of the ice behemoth, the dragon gave up his rest and prepared to wake up to see what had happened. Did the evil god kill the white wolf? Or did the white wolf find an opportunity to break his own tactics? Before the dragon could fully wake up, he sensed a second presence entering the barrier. This time, he was completely awake, and without any hesitation, he swung out his dragon tail instantly. At the first moment, it directly hit the ice behemoth on the top. The powerful ice behemoth, whose defense even the kamikaze bird was helpless against, was directly shattered by the dragon's tail. The ice behemoth, which was covered in blood, was seriously injured, but the dragon's tail did not stop at all and continued to attack downwards with the ice behemoth. This attack also covered Su Chun. The ice behemoth was one step faster and flew past Su Chun with blood all over it. Before Su Chun could figure out what was happening, his body suddenly grew larger. Mountain-shaking force. All the strength was gathered together to resist the attack of the Black Shadow in this way. With his limbs tightly grasping the ice of the snow mountain, Su Chun was ready to resist. Chapter 104. The Shock of the Dragon. The murderous intent turned into a strong wind, blowing wildly on Su Chun. The dragon no longer hides its body, but shows its true form. The kilometer-long body directly surrounded Su Chun from above. The dragon body that surrounded him made Su Chun narrow his eyes. Jialong, it was indeed him. Judging from the posture of the dragon, the two sides were only a few hundred meters apart. This distance should be very close. Ouch! With its gigantic form, its body length of 400 meters is still a little small compared to that of a dragon, but it is no longer a huge gap. At least it can be compared. Not bad, not bad. You are much stronger than the first time I saw you. Did you eat my dragon scales? The dragon was happy, as if he had seen a very nice toy. He attributed all the factors that led to Su Chun's strength to the dragon scales he left behind. Yes, I ate it. Su Chun admitted it. It didn't matter if he admitted it, but he still looked at the dragon vigilantly. At this moment, the dragon appeared with clear murderous intent. He sensed clearly that the dragon wanted to kill him. Did they discover the secret of the dragon? Or was there some other reason? Then how did you break through my methods? Asked the dragon. Before killing Su Chun, he wanted to ask how Su Chun cracked his ancient secret technique. It seemed that he had no good way to remove it, unless he replaced his heart, but in that case, 99% of the people and monsters would be dead. What means? I don't know what you were talking about. Methods? Since you want to know, it doesn't matter if I tell you. You're going to die anyway, and today is your death anniversary. The dragon's eyes burst into divine light, and the formation of the entire snow mountain changed again. The pressure is greater, and the feeling of threat in my heart is also increasing. Is this going to happen? The means are naturally left in the dragon scales. As long as you eat my dragon scales, I can control you. I originally wanted to use you as a means to deal with the gods, and even attract those gods to attack you. Unfortunately, you seem to have broken free from my means. You know, that kind of means was learned from a powerful being in ancient times. You can actually break free. It is really beyond my expectation. The dragon told Su Chen everything about the dragon scales. When he finished, he felt a little scared. He didn't even know about it. The dragon said I broke free? How did I break free? Could it be the netherworld divine fire? Looking back, it seems that this is the only possibility. When the netherworld divine fire strengthens itself, it will burn and temper every part of the body with the divine fire. In that case, the opponent's methods will naturally fail. You are plotting against me, Su Chen yelled, while at the same time observing the surroundings as much as possible for weaknesses, trying to break through. Fighting against the enemy in their territory, especially when the enemy has the help of formations, would be a bit difficult. Of course, because I am stronger than you, the weak can only bear it obediently. Don't you think so? The dragon said confidently. Hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. The other side said that the strong can decide everything, and the weak probably don't even have a chance to resist. If he hadn't been lucky enough to obtain the netherworld divine fire, the dragon's plan would have succeeded. You are very strong, but I am not bad either. I won't give you a chance. If you want to kill me, it depends on your strength. Show your true strength. Su Chen's fur began to change, which was a state of transition. Chapter 105 Alert. Boom! The wolf claws and the dragon claws collided. A dull sound was heard, and then the 1,000-foot snow mountain actually trembled, which shows how powerful the attack was. If Qilan Feihu had been subjected to such an attack, he would have been seriously injured or even fallen down and died. But for Su Chen and Jialong Lao, such an attack was just average. Not bad. Not bad. You can actually withstand an attack of 80% of my strength. And your flame is a bit difficult to deal with. I need to waste the remaining 20% of my strength to eliminate it. He was a little wary of Su Chen's divine fire, but when the dragon actually suffered the attack of the divine fire, he found out how difficult it was to deal with. No wonder the clan leader at that time could fight against more than 10 gods alone and even gain the upper hand. The power of this divine fire seemed to be too strong. Looking at the divine fire on the dragon's claws extinguished, Su Chen felt a little regretful. If the divine fire could not be extinguished or even devoured the dragon's soul, then things would be simple. Although it is impossible to obtain all the evolution points from killing the dragon, being able to obtain a puppet in the late king stage is also a good deal. You're not bad either. I used 90% of my strength, but the last 10% is the most crucial. Come on. After the paralysis of his body disappeared, Su Chen rushed into the sky again. The wind control skill is used, and then the tornado blade comes. The power of the skills after being combined increased greatly. What's even more terrifying is that Su Chen attached the power of the netherworld divine fire to it. That's the tornado nether wind blade. A tornado appeared, mixed with the power of divine fire. The energy that exploded with destructive power even made the formation on the snow mountain unstable. How brave! Ouch! The dragon's eyes were ferocious, and the entire dragon god began to tremble violently. The blizzard instantly intensified 100 times, and the snow mountain formation also exploded powerfully. With the added strength of so many factors, the dragon blocked the tornado's netherworld wind blade. Although it looked a little embarrassed, that was only on the surface. Take my move. Crack. A bolt of lightning shot out from the dragon's horn. It was blue lightning, and it was lightning that contained a dangerous aura. Although Su Chen's skills also include thunder attribute attacks, the gap compared to the dragon's attacks is too huge. I can't resist it head-on, but looking at the opponent's thunder, it seems to be able to lock onto me. After several changes, the thunder is still chasing me. Golden Sun and Silver Moon shoot. Facing the opponent's thunder attack, Su Chen's choice was a bit tricky. By utilizing the attacks of the Golden Sun and Silver Moon, the power of thunder is guided and then vented on the snow-capped mountains. This way, they could avoid being attacked, while also allowing the opponent's power to destroy the snow mountain. It was a clever move. It's useless to do this. You'll take my blow again. The dragon sneered and used thunder again, but the golden sun and silver moon were already a little damaged. If it happened again or twice, they might be damaged. Suchen didn't want his treasure to break down, so he directly used the Tianshuang's secret sword. Using the Tianshuang's secret sword on the snowy mountain can have a significant effect. What is that? Chapter 106, Ancient War. Following the dragon, both of them shrunk their bodies. Although becoming larger could create more powerful strength, it would be inconvenient when communicating. When he reached the top of the snow mountain, Suchun saw the Qilin flying tiger. When he saw Qilin flying tiger again, Suchun had no intention of communicating with him at all. Qilin flying tiger was also a little wary of Suchun. He stood obediently behind the dragon and looked at Suchun curiously. "This is my brother. You should know him." The dragon sat down. "Yes, I know you. You are my defeated opponent. Now you are no match for me." Suchun's words were a bit irritating, but they were also true. Qilin Feihu was somewhat dissatisfied, but he could only endure it all obediently. "I came to you because I want to have a good talk with you. Let's not talk about other things first. How about I tell you a story? Second brother, you listen too. This story is about something that happened on this land thousands of years ago." Speaking of the ancient battle, the dragon concealed his own life experience and some things that would expose himself, and then told everything else. Even this snow mountain is one of the secret means left by his father. Here, he can block the detection of those gods, and it is a good hiding place. Suchun listened carefully, but he still had some questions. What does the war in ancient times have to do with me? It seems like they have nothing to do with each other, right? Suchun was very confused that the dragon noticed this change. Do you feel something is wrong? The battle thousands of years ago is too far away from us. If you think so, you are wrong. Very wrong. Xiaolong's tone changed, and he began to fly. Among your white wolf tribe, most of them have black hair and black eyes. Yes, this is also what I am confused about. I found that the skin color and hair color of people in other places are different. There are obvious differences between them and the people in my tribe. Suchun nodded and said affirmatively. That's right, because the people in your tribe are the remnants of that tribe. After the battle, an elder took some people away, and the place where they live is naturally the Forgotten Forest. Why is this place called the Forgotten Forest? Of course, it's because they want to be forgotten by the gods. In that battle, the losses were too great. The secret of black hair appeared. Was it because of the war? Is this true? Suchun wanted to deny it, but he seemed to have no ability to deny it. The words spoken by Xiaolong were clear and logical, and did not sound like lies. But why does Qilin Feihu look a little shocked? Didn't the dragon tell him these words? Second brother? There doesn't seem to be any kinship between dragon and Qilin. Especially this Qilin, it is just a tiger with wings. If you're still confused, I can show you a video clip of the battle. But I hope that after you watch it, you will not leak all the information on it. Because once it is leaked, you will be suppressed by the gods with all your strength. Even the gods themselves may come down to join the battle. The consequences of that battle will be too serious. I promise. Suchun agreed, and then the dragon released part of the battle scene from that year. When Suchun saw one of the men with black hair and black eyes use the netherworld divine fire, he understood why the dragon's attitude had changed so much. That's not right. Chapter 107, Revenge Plan. What do I want? Of course it's revenge. Revenge on the gods for what they did back then. To tell you the truth, my father was the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. I should have had the body of a true dragon, but unfortunately my father was injured, so my birth was not perfect, and I even had many defects. After I found out that it was the gods who did everything, I made up my mind to seek revenge. I wanted to let them know that if they make mistakes, they will be punished. I hope you can help me complete this revenge plan. The dragon told the truth and revealed the biggest secret in his heart. When this secret came out, not only Suchun, but even Qilin Feihu was shocked. This plan is too big. To seek revenge on the gods, most people simply don't have the courage to do so. Suchun also thought that the dragon wanted to rule the entire Forgotten Forest and then become a god with this power. It seems that the dragon has other ideas and his ambitions are greater than he thought. Of course, even if you didn't choose to join forces with me, the gods would not let you go. Do you know why the gods attacked you? The new god is one thing, but the bigger problem is your white wolf tribe. The man with black hair and black eyes is the one that the gods fear. Almost all the gods now have experienced the war. Even though thousands of years have passed, they will never forget the shadow of the war. You naturally stand before the gods, unless you give up becoming a god. But can you give up? I have never heard that one can give up after becoming a god. so you can only choose to join forces with me. Your foundation lies in the people of the White Wolf tribe, and your enemies are the gods. My enemies are the same. You and I have a common enemy. The key to our alliance is already there, isn't it? Jialong has a good eloquence, or rather, he speaks the truth more often. Su Chen heard all these words and took them to heart. No wonder those people came to cause trouble in various ways. The people of the God of Fire came first and even wanted to exterminate my tribe, so that's how it is. Then did the later followers of the evil god have the same purpose? Su Chen and he were opposite in the front, but they were different in the back. The evil god's target is the dragon, but it's the same to look for his tribe. They are both enemies anyway, just one is slightly weaker and the other is stronger. The shadow left by the Azure Dragon has never been forgotten by the evil god, so he doesn't want the dragon to become a real dragon. It would be terrible if it showed its former power. Another Ragnarok? Are you the descendant of Qinglong? How old are you this year? Su Chen asked a question, a rather sensitive question. The battle took place thousands of years ago, but Jialong couldn't tell exactly how long it took. Yes, I am the descendant of the Azure Dragon. I hatched from my shell more than 1,000 years ago. I am already 1,300 years old this year, and have been an adult for 600 years. The Jialong said this, and there was no need to hide this. I am 700 years old this year, and I have only been an adult for 100 years. Qilin Feihu said proudly. It seems that being an adult for 100 years is already something to be proud of. 700 years old? 1,300 years old? This is at the grandfather level. Su Chen felt a little emotional, but if he thought about the races of the two monsters, there would be no problem. It is quite normal for a dragon to take 1,000 years to become an adult, and the other party's father is a real dragon. Qilin Flying Tiger is also a special species. Maybe not as good as a real dragon, but it is also a top-level one. It reaches adulthood at around 500 years old. It looks exaggerated, but it is very normal. Chapter 108 Offensive and Defensive Alliance. Evil God, what are you doing? The god of light roared and questioned his neighbor, the evil god, who actually attacked his believers, which was a violation of the rules of the gods. The evil god did not answer and took the opportunity to attack again. It is against the rules for a god to attack mortals, but the evil god has no other choice but to do so. Too many of his followers have been killed, and the remaining ones can only be hidden away or sent out again at a critical moment. This was the only way he could do in order to avenge the god of light for attacking his believers. The roar of the god of light was met with disdain from the evil god. There was a stir in the divine world, but it soon quieted down again. On the top of the snowy mountain, Su Chen raised his head and looked at the dragon, unicorn, and flying tiger in front of him. After thinking for a while, Su Chen thought that joining forces was the best solution. When you are weak, it is beneficial to join forces with others who have a common enemy. I agree to join forces with you. I hope to conclude an offensive and defensive alliance with you. Su Chen raised his wolf claws and said very seriously, I am willing. I, Jialong, am willing to form an alliance with you. I hope to fight against the gods and our common enemies together with you. Jialong agreed loudly. The same thing happened to Su Chen. One dragon and one wolf. They just clapped their hands and established an alliance in this simple way. The two did not use any contract or other means to restrain each other, because it would not be very effective. The two have a common enemy, the gods. Before the gods were destroyed, the alliance between the two was basically unbreakable. Once one side was damaged or killed, the other side would also be in danger. This is a good opportunity for Su Chen. If he joins forces with the dragon, his tribe will not be attacked again in a short period of time. Even if it is attacked, there will be dragons outside to help. After confirming this matter with Jialong, Su Chen relaxed. At least for the time being, he didn't need to worry about Jialong killing him. Jialong was also somewhat relaxed. The battle with Su Chen was still a bit strenuous for him who was injured, unless he brought out all his trump cards. Now that we have formed an alliance, we need to discuss carefully how to implement this alliance. Don't you think so? The dragon coiled on the ground, a cunning look in its small eyes. Of course, some basic things need to be discussed carefully. I have no problem with that. Su Chen also lay down and looked at the dragon seriously. His eyes concealed his thoughts well, not revealing all that was in his mind. This kind of negotiation naturally requires you to fight hard for yourself. First of all, our common enemy is the gods. There is no doubt about that. As soon as the dragon opened his mouth, he identified the enemy. Of course, those gods are not good people. Killing them all is the best option. When Su Chen thought of the information he heard when his soul ascended to heaven, He no longer had any good feelings towards those gods. It would be best to kill them all, and then he can occupy the believers of those gods. This would be the best thing to do. In this case, once the people of the gods enter the Forgotten Forest again, you and I need to contact each other immediately, and then work together to kill all those who are lurking in the Forgotten Forest. Is there a problem with this? Xiaolong's first suggestion appeared. Su Chen thought about it for a while, then nodded and agreed to this. There was no doubt about it. The followers of the gods came in, either to cause trouble for him or to cause trouble for the dragon. Su Chen also told the story of the evil god's followers who had invaded some time ago. Hearing the name of the evil god, the dragon's expression changed slightly. I see. You did a great job. Next time we meet, just kill them all. Then we can continue the discussion. I was injured. When I was breaking through the saint-level recovery, I was ambushed by the evil god. He sent people here to find me and kill me. My father Qinglong may have left a deep impression on him back then, so I may not be able to show up during this period of time. But don't worry, I have other means to help you. That behemoth is one of them. Su Chen was still a little shocked when he heard the dragon say that he was injured. The injured dragon could actually fight with him and even suppress him. What a terrifying strength it was. And if Xiaolong breaks through to the saint level, will this alliance between him and me still exist? By then, it might be dangerous. This information revealed a lot of things and made Su Chen a little alert. Fortunately, Su Chen covered it up well. Xiaolong didn't know what Su Chen was thinking, nor did he have any thoughts in that regard. He is the descendant of Azure Dragon, and Su Chen is the descendant of Sky-Swallowing Bird, which the Black Hair tribe calls Vermilion Bird. As the predecessors fought together, the younger generation should join hands and avenge those enemies together. If he had broken through to the saint level, he would not have attacked Su Chen. A saint alone could not fight against all the gods. The powerful Black Hair tribe, with so many strong men, all failed in the end. So he hoped to see Su Chen become stronger and even break through to the saint level. At the same time, he also firmly believed that Su Chen would break through because the Sky-Swallowing Bird had broken through back then, even earlier than his father and stronger. Su Chen, who has inherited the Sky-Swallowing Bird's heritage, will definitely not be inferior to himself in the future. He may just have the advantage of being born first. And even if he wants to make up for all the shortcomings, it will take a long time. Next, the two discussed for a while what the offensive and defensive alliance needed to do. What both parties should do, what they should do, and how they should do it are all explained in detail. Not only did the dragon speak, Su Chen also put forward his own requests. For example, if he wants more human believers, he hopes that Xiaolong or Fiishenhu can help him look for humans in the Forgotten Forest. If so, he can gather them all together and make them his believers to increase his foundation. The dragon did not refuse this. He did not want to follow the path of becoming a god, and humans would not be of any help to him. On the contrary, Su Chen has taken the path of becoming a god. The more people there are, the brighter Su Chen's future will be, and the more attention the gods will pay to Su Chen. When black-haired believers and gods appeared in the world, and when Su Chen became stronger and stronger, even the Forgotten Forest was basically unable to stop those gods. This is a good way to attract firepower, and Xiaolong naturally strongly supports it. Even Xiaolong had better expectations for the alliance between the two. Chapter 109, Qiankuntu. The discussion lasted for a whole day. After the general idea and details were finalized, Su Chen planned to leave. However, just before Su Chen was about to leave, the dragon showed Su Chen his true strength. Are you curious about me? Since I can't get out, how can I help your tribe? Let me show you my treasure, which is also my most important means. Come out, Qiankuntu. As the dragon roared, a scroll appeared at the location of the dragon's reverse scale. The scroll slowly opened and a picture appeared. In this picture, there are hundreds of beasts, all kinds of monsters, and it gives people a super real feeling. What is this? Su Chen was a little curious about the Qiankuntu, and at the same time, he felt that it seemed to be a treasure that was not inferior to the Tianchuan secret sword. Come out, my warriors! Roar! Oh! Cry! Different cries were heard, and the ice behemoth on the snowy mountain also rushed up. This is... Su Chen's tone changed. In front of him, 4 king-level monsters appeared. These 4 monsters had one thing in common, that is, they were a little sluggish, but their strength was definitely good enough. Any one of these 4 monsters could sweep through his White Wolf tribe. Of course, that's when he's not around. Not only these 4 king monsters, but also other monsters. The number is even greater, far exceeding 1,000, and they are all monsters above the Lord level. This is the fate of the monsters that have opposed me over the past 1,000 years. I refine them into puppets. You should have similar means. I remember that the divine fire can do this, or even better. But you don't have much time. If you want to refine it, the longer the better, because after refining, the strength will drop by 1 level in a short period of time, or even more. In Xiaolong's explanation, his trump card was directly revealed. In this Qian Kuntu, there is an army of tens of thousands of beasts, including thousands of lords and above, for kings. And as for the special elite level monsters, there are also a large number of monsters that can ignore their realm and cause damage. Such a treasure, carried by the dragon, and even the Qian Kuntu itself, has special effects. It is said that this is the treasure left to him by his father, and the name of this treasure is also very good. Qian Kuntu, this is one of the names of Su Qin's treasures in his previous life, and his ability is also extremely strong. I am even more confident. Such a treasure can definitely deal a fatal blow to the gods. Su Qin became more convinced of the dragon's strength. Of course, I even arranged a military formation. When my army is formed into a military formation, I can only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. That is the strongest state. The dragon has no hiding. This is an open and above-board ability. If you can block it, then you can block it. If you can't block it, there is no use knowing it in advance. Once the army is in formation, they can only face the enemy head-on. There is no such thing as a sneak attack from behind. Su Qin was very envious, but he also had a secret that Xiaolong didn't know, and that was the system. In the eyes of the Xiaolong, the source of Su Qin's power is the White Wolf tribe, which is the inheritance of the sky-swallowing bird. As long as Su Qin's White Wolf tribe did not reach the strength of the Black Hair tribe back then, he would not be his opponent. He thought well about this, but he never expected that the real source of Su Qin's power was not those, but the power of the system. This is a power beyond the imagination of the dragon, a power that even the gods cannot imagine. It is a power that transcends time and space, and belongs to another world, or even a different dimension. To be honest, Su Qin was also a little curious about the system. He was curious about what the ultimate purpose of this thing was. After bidding farewell to the dragon, Su Qin returned to the tribe in a very low-key manner. After he came back, a new round of harvesting faith points for the tribe began. The integration of the savage tribe originally caused some problems, but fortunately both sides were exercising restraint and learning. After a few days of adjustment, the minor problems were gone, but big problems still occurred. As believers of the wolf god, what should they do? Apart from the requirements arranged by Su Qin, what should we do with the rest of the time? The people of the original savage tribe wanted to go out hunting, but were rejected by the people of the White Wolf tribe. For the White Wolf tribe, there is no shortage of food, and they even have more than they can eat. Su Qin's improved breeding ensures that as long as the food is not wasted, they will have more than they can eat. With more food than ever before, and no shortage of water and other supplies, all we have to do is practice diligently. They practiced according to the original practice method of the Black Hair tribe, but this kind of practice was a bit tiring, and some of the people of the savage tribe could not hold on any longer, so they wanted to go out and fight with the monsters. This difference will gradually grow larger over time. If Su Qin has not returned yet, it may cause problems or even a fight. But when the wolf god returns and their faith emerges, this problem will be a small one. All the people in the tribe must practice the training method. Only those who persevere and reach the elite level or even the lord level can serve as the high-ranking officials of the tribe or even the reserve emissaries of the temple. Go practice and become stronger. As for the witches, the original witch of the White Wolf tribe is now called Witch 1, and the later witch of the Savage tribe is called Witch 2. Subsequent witches are marked with numbers. Also, within the White Wolf tribe, fighting is prohibited except in the ring. If you have any questions, go to the ring to spar and fight under the watchful eyes of the public. Battle is glorious and belongs to the strong. Any conspiracy or trickery is despicable. As soon as Su Qin came back, he directly dealt with the issue of the integration of the two tribes and then set the tone. With Su Qin's words, the tribe's problems were solved, and more people from the original savage tribe returned. These points of faith naturally appeared one after another, and many casual believers became loyal believers. However, with the appearance of the fanatic, Yao is the only one left. After dealing with the tribal affairs, Su Qin lay in front of his statue, thinking about the dragon's trump card. As for the Qian Kuntu, I can't resist it. Once an army formation of that size is deployed, unless I break through the saint level or try my best to resist at the saint level, and use the remaining blood to counterattack, there is a certain chance of defeating the opponent. But what about the Jialong? Although we have reached an offensive and defensive alliance, we still need to take necessary precautions. I want to become stronger. My current strength is not enough. It is far from enough. Chapter 1:10 Target Tribal Ruins. How to become stronger. Sutsun looked at the current attributes. Host, Suchun. Race, Holy Snow Wolf King. Quality, King level. Level, 26. 81234512000000. Talents, Super Evolution. Repeat the old trick. Power of the Wolf King. Golden Sun and Silver Moon. Sword, Experience Field. Weakness Penetration. Levitation. Attribute Fusion. Sky Frost Secret Sword. Netherworld Wolf. Skills, Multiple Wind Blades. Wind Binding. Wind Walking. Mountain Shaking Power. Gigantic Growth. Wind Control. Afterimage Wind Whip. Thunder Sword. Thunder Body. Thunderball Explosion. Healing Low Hell Smash. Tornado Blade. Netherworld Fire. Evolution Points, 71001/1000000. Faith Points, 171541. The experience value increased slightly, and the evolution points also increased a lot, but there is still a gap of more than 1/3 of evolution points before breakthrough. The level increase can bring very little help. How about upgrading a skill again? Forget it. No matter how I improve my skills, it seems that I can't achieve a breakthrough in Realm. The only way to change the current situation is to accumulate evolution points and then break through to the Saint level by 1,000,000. Once you reach the Saint level, you will have the ability to protect yourself. Now Suchun doesn't have many rivals in the King realm. Even for a half-step Saint Dragon, it was very difficult to kill him, let alone others. How can we break through? After thinking about it, Suchun couldn't come up with a better solution. The increase in faith points is good, because with the addition of hundreds of people, the daily accumulation is a considerable number, and it will increase in the future. However, if faith points are exchanged for evolution points, it would be a bit of a disadvantage. 10,000 faith points can be exchanged for 1 evolution point. 300,000 would require 3 billion faith points. If Suchun had so many faith points, why would he care about the Saint level? He would have upgraded his godhood long ago, making his path to godhood stronger. Becoming a god is also a path to becoming stronger, but this path requires a massive amount of faith power to pave the way. With the current amount of faith, it is difficult to take the second step, so Suchun's godhood has not changed much and is still the first level of godhood. It seems that I need to go out again. With his eyes fixed to the east, after talking with the dragon, Suchun began to yearn for the battlefield of that year, and he wanted to go over and take a look. To be honest, that battlefield is in the Forgotten Forest, but there is no life or other plants in that place. More than 100 gods have died there, and more than 30 saints have died. That place has become a Jedi, and that is the real Forgotten Forest. Maybe there is something you can gain. Well, let's go and take a look. During his several wanderings in the Forgotten Forest, Suchun had never been to that place because there was nothing there. Whether it is a monster or a foreign hunter, they will choose to avoid that place. There seems to be a legend that anyone who enters that place will be cursed and die. This is of course a rumor. There may be something over there emitting radiation or something. Maybe it is a treasure, or maybe it is the unwilling will of a god or a powerful person. If it was that thing, then Suchun would have to go over there. Suchun, who possesses the netherworld divine fire, likes this kind of soul attack the most. As long as the divine fire burns, everything will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 111, Beyond the Forgotten Forest. The wind became gentle. Suchun's body sneaked up and merged with the surrounding sun. He looked ahead silently, staring at the huge team in front. This is a group of lion monsters. The strongest one has the combat power of a late-stage lord, and its level is around 21. In addition to the Lion King, there are 3 lords, 12 elites, and nearly 100 other ordinary lion monsters. This is a dangerous creature that lives in groups. Suchun set his target on these lion monsters. This place is still a little too close to the White Wolf tribe. If people from the White Wolf tribe come here in the future and fight these lion monsters, they will basically have no chance of winning. Suchun felt a fierce aura from these lion monsters. They were a group of lions that had experienced many battles. Wait, be alert. Just when Suchun was about to take action, the Lion King suddenly became alert, as if he had discovered something, but after looking around, he found nothing. Is it my illusion? No, you are very sensitive. Who? Watching Suchun slowly reveal his whereabouts, the Lion King began to tremble all over. One of his talents is perception, And an enemy who can avoid his talent must be stronger than him. Is it the peak of Lord? Or the king? Why are my limbs shaking? Is this an unstoppable enemy? Die, tornado blade. There was no noise or nonsense. Suchin launched a group attack as soon as he made a move. The strong wind that enveloped the surroundings for 1,000 steps buried everything. When the strong wind dissipated, Suchan had disappeared. Only the ground was in a mess, with all kinds of broken meat evenly distributed on the ground. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Ding! Kill the lion monster, gain 100 experience points, and gain 5 evolution points. Ding! Kill the Lord Lion monster, gain 8,000 experience points, and gain 500 evolution points. Bye! Hundreds of system prompts flashed across the screen, and Suchin looked at them silently. For him, if he wanted to accumulate evolution points for upgrading in this way, would he have to kill all the monsters within thousands of kilometers of the entire Forgotten Forest to have a chance to get enough? But the time spent in that way is undoubtedly the longest. Even if the meat is small, it is still meat. If you see it, you can't let it go. With this idea in mind, Suchin would let go of weak monsters when he encountered them, and would kill monsters or groups of monsters that could pose a threat to the tribe. Experience points accumulate little by little, and so do evolution points. Why? Why do you, who are so powerful, want to attack us? I am willing to surrender. A rhinoceros king at the peak of the Lord level spoke up, begging Suchin to accept him and not kill him. As for the rhinoceros people killed by Suchin, just consider it as a tribute to Suchin. I don't need you. If you were a wolf demon, maybe I would accept you, but you are just a rhino. You are useless to me. Let me make you in it quickly. Even if I don't kill you, you won't be able to survive when the war starts in the future. What Suchin said was true. As he got closer to the border of the Forgotten Forest, he could vaguely see traces of human beings. In a few days, he would be able to walk out of the Forgotten Forest. What was the situation outside like? He wanted to go and take a look and even deviated slightly from the direction. Well, Chapter 1:12 The Ruthlessness of the Gods. After figuring out the direction, Suchin continuously adjusted his position according to the location described by the dragon and headed toward a certain place. I remember Jiaolong said that the location of that tribe was around a huge volcano, and that tribe was also a tribe of believers in the god of fire. The envoy of the god of fire who attacked the White Wolf tribe was from this tribe, and this tribe was also one of the more powerful tribes around the Forgotten Forest. After 3 hours of rapid progress, Suchin finally arrived. Looking at the huge volcano emitting thick smoke from afar, Suchin felt the rich fire energy from the volcano. The body seemed to be stirring, or rather, the netherworld divine fire was stirring. It must be because it was hungry and wanted to consume the energy in the volcano. Wait a minute, there's no need to rush. Besides, the flames may not taste very good. They may be the leftovers of the god of fire. Suchin comforted himself, and then quickly landed above the flame tribe. It can be seen that the name of the tribe seemed to have been changed recently. Yes, how long has it been since the fire god was killed? It has only been a few months, and during this time, a lot seems to have happened in this tribe of fire god believers. The tribe is not small, about 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide, which is the size of a small city. However, the population in the tribe is quite sparse. There are less than 3,000 people. Such a size is a little small for a tribe that can give birth to a messenger of God. According to what Jiaolong said, the number of people who can give birth to a divine messenger must be around 5,000, and the top divine messenger tribe can have more than 10,000 people. 10,000 people is the number of the largest tribe in the outside world. Once the number of people exceeds 10,000, if it is too much, the gods will issue an order to divert the people of the tribe, and some people will go to other places to create new tribes. This is a way of ruling by the gods. They were a little afraid that if the number of people became too large, would the tribe with a population of 1 million be born like that of the past? If there is another war of gods, the gods may not have the courage to start a war again. Looking down at the flame tribe, Suchin frowned. Is it impossible to see through? Is this because of the power of the god of fire? Or is it something else? Unexpectedly, the tribe that seemed to have no defense at all encountered problems when Suchin wanted to take a closer look. It seemed as if there was some force that blocked the tribe, preventing people from the outside world or gods from seeing everything inside in detail. Suchin even had a feeling that if he entered, the person who deployed that power might know. This made Suchin feel a little uncomfortable. I originally wanted to enter this tribe, observe it carefully, and even do some damage. But now, that is no longer possible. Are we going to go back empty-handed? No, you can't leave like this. I don't believe it. Don't you know how to go out? I'll just sit back and wait. Suchin stopped at the gate of the Flame Tribe, hid himself, and waited silently. This wait took several days. 4 days, a full 4 days of waiting. And during these 4 days, Suchin did not gain nothing. Ordinary people in some tribes still need to go out hunting or even go to other tribes to trade. The coming and going of those Pan-believers did not attract Suchin's attention, but the communication between those people made Suchin aware of some changes in the tribe during this period of time. First of all, the death of the original messenger of God in battle caused heavy losses to the tribe. First, the messenger of God was killed, and the direct contact with God was lost. Then, the tribe suffered too many losses of elite warriors, which gave some surrounding tribes an opportunity to take advantage of. The tribe was almost wiped out, and after that incident, the name of the tribe was changed to the current Flame Tribe. Another point that should be noted is that after 1 or 2 months, new messengers or spokespersons of the God of Fire appeared again, and not 1, but 3. As for why he is the spokesperson, it is because there are no more king-level believers in this tribe. No one below the rank of king is qualified to become a messenger of God. Only a new god like Suchun would choose a weak person to be a messenger. Some old gods would choose a strong king to be a messenger. A weak messenger of God is simply unable to bear the power of God. Only a powerful messenger of God can obtain more divine power and fusion from God and is not so easy to die. By piecing together the bits and pieces of information, Suchin was able to see the true face of the God of Fire, or the true thoughts of other high and mighty gods. These believers, these tribes, these mortal humans, are just the animals or pigs that the gods raise. Yes, it's a pig. The gods impart some power and select some people, calling them spokesmen or messengers of God. Messengers of God are more senior, and they are allowed to rule over mortals. Spokespersons and messengers convey God's will and guide mortals to move in the direction God wants. If there were some good gods like Suchun, the people in the tribe would still have a good life. But if you meet some unreliable people like the Flame Tribe in front of you, then life will be a bit miserable. Every once in a while, a sacrifice needs to be offered, either by burning or directly igniting it. Suchin has seen more than one sacrifice in the past few days. The flames rising into the sky exuded a fake smell. It seems like the spokesperson is causing trouble, appealing to the rights of mortals, or something else. From these aspects, we can see the ruthlessness and meanness of that god. This is wasting the time of those mortals, making them foolishly worship gods, and brainwashing those mortals through repeated sacrifices and activities. It may be that the God of Fire is too lazy to show up and just represents people in various activities. In any case, Suchin didn't feel any breath of gods. He didn't feel it at all. Another discovery was that the people of this tribe were relatively weak overall. The strongest should only be in the early stage of Lord. There are not many elites, and most of them are ordinary people. If there is no participation of the God of Fire, Suchin's White Wolf tribe can defeat several such weak tribes. You should know that in Suchin's tribe, not to mention the monsters, there are already several Lord-level humans alone, and there are more than 50 elites, and they are breaking through at any time. It is just a matter of time before there are more than 100 in the future. Ordinary people will not last long either. The Fire tribe before them was weak as a whole, and had a lazy vibe. It was not a good tribe. Chapter 113, Meeting of the Gods. Suchin no longer had any ideas about the tribe in front of him. Such a tribe, no matter how many years of development, can never return to its former situation. Unless a strong man falls from the sky or a baby with strong qualifications appears, this situation can be changed. He even needs the mercy of the God of Fire to become a king again. But above the king, there will basically be no one. In the mortal world, there are no saints because the gods will not allow it. Unless one is a god's illegitimate child, that kind of situation can only occur, right? Mocking himself, Suchin planned to leave. After staying here for a few days, it's time to leave. Just when Suchin was about to leave, he suddenly looked towards the entrance of the Flame Tribe. At the entrance, the door opened like it did a few days ago, and a group of people riding on horses and monsters rushed out. Not to mention anything else, the person in the lead attracted Suchin's attention. This is a man who has been watched by the gods, and he is one of the 3 spokespersons of the Fire Tribe. Suchin felt the bloody smell from this spokesperson, and also from the other knights. This is interesting. Could it be that these people are fighting among themselves? Following those knights, Suchin looked at the aura of the Fire Tribe from afar. He found that the aura of the fire god believers seemed to have weakened a lot all of a sudden, which was even more interesting. There is only one possible explanation for the situation. That is, there are fewer believers in this tribe, and it is very likely that the knights in front of them did it. 3 spokespersons are still too many, 1 is the best. Let's go to the Ada tribe and find helpers. The Flame tribe will be ours in the future. Hurry up and try to finish half the journey before dark. Don't take anything lightly. Be careful of the monsters around you. Listening to those people's conversation, Su-chin smiled slightly and did not rush to take action. If he took action around the Flame tribe, it would be bad if he was discovered by the god of fire. It just so happens that this group of people are about to leave the fire tribe and go to other places. Let's take action when they are a little farther away. It's no wonder that these people who left the tribe are considered the core elite of the tribe. The leading spokesperson has the aura of an early lord, and the rest are mostly elites. Although ordinary people have it too, their auras are relatively strong, and they may be able to break through to the elite level at any time. This is already 1/3, or even 1/2 of the number of masters in the Flame tribe. Interesting. In the evening, the knights stopped, and Su-chin also took action. This place is a full 300 miles away from the Flame tribe. At such a long distance, it is unlikely for the god of fire to sense it. At least that's what Su-chin thought. Call. A strong wind blew, and the wind blades directly accompanied the strong wind, wiping out most of the knights. Ding! Kill the Flame god's ordinary followers, gain 115 experience points, and gain 5 evolution points. Ding! Kill the elite believer of the Flame god, gain 1945 experience points, and gain 300 evolution points. The system was refreshed again, and Su-chin discovered a problem. That is, the believers' experience and evolution points seem to be much more than those of the monsters, and even the gap between levels is very obvious. Who is it? Soon, the only surviving spokesperson for the god of fire made a loud sound, and even flames began to swell on his body, which was an action to contact the god of fire. If you contact the god of fire, I won't have any chance. Chapter 114, Flame God Clone. Under the night sky, a streak of light flashed by, and Su-chin leisurely went towards his destination. While flying stealthily, I was thinking about what the spokesperson said. It seems to be similar to what Jialong said. The gods will not come down in person unless it is necessary. Maybe they are afraid of being slaughtered. The sequelae of that battle have not been eliminated yet. They are really a bunch of cowards. But the dragon has been discovered, and this seems to be a problem. According to the spokesperson, the messengers of the surrounding tribes and the kings of the powerful tribes began to gather. The purpose of their gathering was naturally the dragon, which was Su-chin's alliance partner. It may be that the sacred beast Azure Dragon was too powerful back then, leaving a shadow on many gods, and the dragon was about to break through to the sacred level. Once the dragon breaks through, those gods may not be able to sit still. Regardless of whether the dragon attacks the divine world after its breakthrough, the arrangements of the gods in the mortal world will change. Therefore, killing the dragon is naturally a better choice. But the evil gods' messengers and believers were annihilated before, which made the gods alert, so they joined forces this time. The gods have joined forces, and this is not good news. Should we tell the dragon? If Su-chin wanted to tell Jialong, he could only go back. The communication jade pendant had a distance limit, and now it was far beyond the limit. He had to go back before he could contact Jialong. After thinking it over again and again, Su-chin gave up this idea, because even if he went back and told them, it wouldn't have much use. The dragon must have been prepared, but he was not. It seems we need to speed up. The ruins must be explored as soon as possible. After all, it's only been a few hundred years since the dragon last appeared. I wonder if anything has changed in the ruins. I feel like there might be a surprise waiting for me after this time. With a thought in his mind, Su-chin's speed soared. In the Silver Moon state, Su-chin's speed was increased to 30%. In this case, he could hide while traveling, and the time spent was reduced by 3 times. It only took him 20 hours to reach there. Just as Su-chin was moving forward rapidly, the god of fire from the divine realm left the meeting with an unhappy look on his face. The long meetings of the gods were always so uncomfortable, so long, and so unhappy. The gods are powerful and eternal. This is the idea of all gods. Once the gods decide to do something, it becomes lengthy and long. Returning to his palace, he thought of the tribe that had changed its name to Flame. My tribe is the closest to the Forgotten Forest. I don't know what the situation is like in that tribe. Let me ask them. The god of fire became interested, considering the location of his tribe and his concerns about the dragon. Although the evil god swore that he had severely injured the dragon, he would not be able to rest in peace until he had killed the dragon. What's going on? Where's my spokesperson? Why is he gone? Just as he was about to communicate with the next spokesperson and inquire about the situation, Kagami was surprised to find that there was no spokesperson at all. He had just set up 3 of them. How come they suddenly disappeared? This doesn't seem right. Could it be that the tribe was destroyed by someone? That's impossible. He has activated the protective formation, so he should not be destroyed. Try a different way to contact the spokesperson, and this time the method is a bit overbearing. He planned to possess it directly, but he still couldn't find it, and almost possessed the body of the messenger of other tribes. Chapter 115 Descendants of the Gods. Facing the rising sun, Suchin flew at a low altitude. He looked ahead and observed anything suspicious. As he flew, he slowly slowed down. A few thousand meters ahead, he smelled a special smell. Yufeng. Becoming one with the wind, Su Chun turned into wind and heard sounds from afar. It was a group of men and women, young and panting. Don't get the wrong idea, he's not doing anything bad. He's just running away madly. Brother, I can't run anymore. You go first. This is my sister's voice. It's quite soft and nice to hear. I won't give up on you. If you want to leave, we'll leave together. If you want to stay, we'll stay together. Hold my hand. Elder brother. Don't talk, grab my hand. I'll pull you, hurry up, the other party is catching up. The brother's voice is very similar to his sister's. Although his voice is a little feminine, what he did was what a man should do. Protecting your own sister. Is this the right thing to do? Why do these 2 siblings have a pleasant smell? Suchin was a little curious. Normally, he would not participate in this kind of pursuit and escape. But since the brother and sister aroused his curiosity, he went over to take a look and find out why there was something about them that attracted him. Could it be that these 2 people have some treasure? He came to the sky above the brother and sister, looking at them hiding in the mountain stream. You know what? Just looking at their looks, they are both handsome men and beautiful women. Even though they are not very old, their allure is amazing. From their appearance, they were probably around 15 years old, maybe younger with blonde hair and golden eyes. If you first met them, they would give people an extremely noble feeling. Are these the prince and princess of some tribe? Or something else? But his strength is too weak, only about mid-elite level, not as good as Yao, who was much younger than the 2 of them. He turned his head and looked at the person who was chasing him. There were quite a few people, more than 30 in total, and among them there was actually a lord, and the rest were all elites. Logically speaking, it should be a very simple matter for the lord to hunt down the elites, and it should even be impossible for the 2 teenagers to escape, but the facts were somewhat disappointing. The lord and the team was injured, and judging from his expression, he seemed to be seriously injured by the 2 children. Head, I can't find it. What can't be found? They must be nearby. 2 cunning little foxes. Search them for me. Spread out immediately. Form a team of 5 and search in all directions. We must find those 2 little foxes. My injuries cannot be wasted. We must catch them, or we will all die. The Lord was in a bad mood, and his orders and words made others alert. When they thought about the tasks given by those people, they knew very well what the consequences would be if they did not complete them. They must catch those 2 little guys. As long as they are brought back, they will receive a reward from the other party, dead or alive. But if they couldn't complete it, they would be dead, unless they escaped. But how could they escape under the power of the other party? They couldn't escape from a place thousands of miles away, or even hundreds of thousands of miles away. That was simply impossible. Looking down at the pursuers, Su Chun was wondering whether he should take action. Should he watch the 2 boys and girls being taken away? Or should he kill all those who were chasing him? Chapter 116, Attendant. Standing in front of the girl and the boy, Su Chun looked at them closely. Are you here to eat us? The girl made a sound again, her expression very frightened. The boy's expression was similar, as if he had guessed Su Chin's identity, and his face was full of despair. Unexpectedly, the gods themselves came out to capture them. This should be the most unlikely thing to happen. Their bloodline is not pure theology, but diluted after generations. Such bloodline should not end up like this at most because of the attention of gods. Are we thinking wrong? There's no need to be anxious or panic. I won't attack you for the time being, and I have no interest in your bloodline. But I do have some interest in you. Do you want to be my servant? Su Chin said lightly. To be honest, he still has a strong resistance to cannibalism. Maybe it was because he was a human in his previous life that he didn't want to eat humans, So he ate the blood of 2 people and drank their blood, which Su Chun could not do. Since you can't eat or drink, just accept it and make it your future servant. As descendants of a dead god, no matter how poor their qualifications are, the king should be able to arrive. Maybe a saint has no chance, but a king still has a good chance. Isn't it a good plan to accept the seeds of these 2 kings, cultivate them for a period of time, and then take them in? You won't eat us? Is this true? When the 2 heard this, they immediately smiled, but their smile showed satisfaction and doubt. During this period of time, there were many people chasing after them, but there was no one like Su Chun who actually wanted to accept them as servants. What exactly did this god in front of him want to do? Do you have any other plans? Agree or refuse. If you agree, I won't kill you. If you don't agree, then go die. Your blood is useless to me. If you are useless to me, then I won't leave you alone. Su Chen's eyes were very calm, as if he was looking at 2 objects. If the girl or boy in front of him had black hair and black eyes, he might not be so mean, but he didn't like people with blonde hair and golden eyes. I promise to be your servant. Please agree to it quickly, sister. I agree too. Under Su Chen's semi-coercion, the 2 men agreed. After accepting the 2 people, the first thing to do was to change their names. Your name is Jean E, and your name is Jean Air. From now on, these are your 2 names. As for your past, I don't care. I don't want to know. Now, start your journey. Go forward to this location. Ride the wind. Use the power of wind to reduce the weight of the 2 people, while speeding up their movement speed and further reducing their physical consumption. When they were blessed with Su Chen's power, the 2 were shocked, and the increase in speed also caused some jokes. Because they were running too fast and couldn't brake, they crashed into a tree. His brother's nose was crooked, and Su Chun didn't help at all. Keep going. If you slow down, you 2 will be of no use. Yes. Forced by Su Chun, the brother could only cover his nose and run wildly with tears streaming down his face. It's no wonder that the descendants of these gods recover very quickly. Maybe it was because he was born with the ability to heal himself. In just half an hour, the crooked nose was restored. The 2 were running on the ground, while Su Chun was flying in the sky. He was still hiding his figure, and even Jean E and Jean Air could not sense Su Chun. Brother, should we stop? I'm a little hungry. Chapter 1:17 Secret. Outside the tribe, Jean E and Jean Air were happily communicating. Brother, I didn't expect that we would get the news about the ruins as soon as we arrived. Do you think that if that person knew about it, he would reward us? Jean Air fantasized. I think so. After all, we have fulfilled that person's request, right? But why doesn't that person go in by himself? Isn't this a bit weird? Jean Air looked at his brother in confusion. Jean, he was a little puzzled when his sister said this. That's nothing. Such beings are all like this. Let's not waste time. Let's quickly find where that person is. Good. The brother and sister came outside the tribe and were dumbfounded. According to Su Chen's request, the 2 had entered the tribe to look for information about the ruins. They bought the information with some money. After coming out, they found that they could not find Su Chun. Did Su Chun leave? Or did something happen? Just as the 2 were searching, an old man in a gray robe appeared on the side. It's you. You followed us out. Genie became alert when he saw the old man. In the tribal market, the old man from whom they bought information was the gray-robed old man in front of them. The old man had a thin face, dry and yellow hair, and gray pupils. He was a very inconspicuous old man. But now, the old man had a happy look on his face, as if he had met some fat sheep. Yes, you are actually 2 descendants of gods. How dare you wander around outside? You really brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. The old man laughed. He actually judged the identities of the 2 people. This vision is very rare. What are you going to do? What? Of course I'm going to capture you too. As for whether to sell you or something else, let me think about it slowly. Don't struggle. Your strength is of no use to me. Resistance is useless. The old man's aura was revealed, and he was actually a human warrior at the peak of the Lord level. His aura was a little obscure. He could be considered a strong water attribute person. No, it should be a variant of the water attribute person. He's right, you 2 are too weak. Owner, my lord. Su Chen's voice rang out, and he quietly fell behind the old man. Jean E and Jean Air were naturally very happy. With someone backing them up, they naturally didn't need to be afraid of the old man. Who are you? The old man in gray robe turned around hurriedly and then carefully dealt with Su Chun. Looking at the equipment in the old man's hand, Su Chun shook his head slightly. Don't worry, kneel down, and I won't kill you. Suchin gave a rare reply. If it was anyone else, he would probably kill him outright if he met him, but the gray-robed old man in front of him was a little special. Suchin felt murderous aura and a lot of murderous intent from this gray-robed old man. That was the murderous intent formed by killing countless lives, but in that murderous intent, there seemed to be not many human lives, only the lives of monsters and other living creatures. Is this a principled killer? You. Chapter 118, The Ruins Are Found. The old man in gray robe was in front, Jean E and Jean Air were behind, and Suchun disappeared from the sight of the three again. After the group walked for a while, the old man insisted that they stop and rest. I can't walk unless you two carry me. I'm too old, and my power is sealed. I can't move at all. The gray-robed old man didn't say anything harsh, but spoke the truth. He is already over 130 years old. At this age, if he had not reached the late stage of Lord, he would have died of old age. His lifespan is around 150 years old, and some special ones can live up to 200 years old. The only way to break this limit is to break through to the king realm. Once you break through to the king realm, the lifespan limit will be increased again. Some kings can even live to 500 years old. As for being above the king, that is not something the gray-robed old man can imagine. Being the king is his dream. After meeting the king, he will first reach the king. Then I'll carry you on my back. Jean E didn't say anything. He picked up the old man in gray robe and continued to move forward. Jean E's actions made the gray-robed old man a little dissatisfied. He just wanted to stop and find an opportunity to communicate with Suchin. He could see that the leader of this team was the wolf that could speak, and he was at least at the king level. Facing that kind of existence, he couldn't defeat it, but he also had his own little thoughts. Slow down, my legs are hanging on the ground, ouch, ouch. After running a few steps, the old man in gray robe screamed again. Because Genie is still young, and his body has not completely stopped growing, his height is not as tall as the old man. Even though the old man in gray robe is over 100 years old, he is still 1.8 meters tall, much taller than Jean E, who is 1.7 meters tall. Therefore, this behavior of carrying an old man on one's back seems to be nothing wrong no matter how you look at it. Why don't you just lift your feet? Don't waste time. Hurry up and leave. Jean E was a little unhappy and looked down on the old man in every way. Maybe he knelt down directly when facing Suchun and gave up his weapon, which made Jean E despise the old man's character. Although he knelt down and surrendered to Suchun at the beginning, only in this way did he get a chance to survive. But you just can't be happy with the old man. There is no reason. You just can't be happy with him. Jean Yi's attitude made the gray-robed old man's eyes darken. This means that he treated Jean E as a target for hunting. If Suchun was not around, he might have taken action and killed Jean E directly. He was a murderous person by nature. In the past, he only killed aliens, monsters, and the like, and rarely killed people. But if it was those annoying humans, he would kill them. Don't give me a chance, or you'll be dead. And that girl, I'll let you go and keep him company. Give me a chance, or you two will be dead. As for the wolf, I have other options. The old man in gray robe has not figured out Suchin's background yet. Before he knows who the other party is, it is better for him to behave well. We continued on our journey and stopped for a while on the way, but after eating, we continued on our journey. The group did not stop until dark, and Suchun disappeared again after dropping off the food. Suchin's strange whereabouts made the gray-robed old man at a loss as to where to start. How could he gather information? Jean E and Jean Air are somewhat disgusted with me, so it is very difficult to collect this intelligence. Hey, old man, have you been to the ruins? Jean E was gnawing on the monster meat and looked at the gray-robed old man with a happy face. He hasn't had delicious food for a long time. This monster meat is from a monster at the Lord level. It does not require much cooking. As long as it is roasted, it will be very delicious and does not even require any seasoning. Chapter 119, Silencing. In 3 months, the old man in gray had had enough. Because he was not good at finding the ruins, he was tortured by the two little brats. That should be torture, at least that's what the old man thought. When I leave, I will find a way to leak your information, and then let those greedy people kill you too. I will extract your bones, strip you of your flesh and blood, and make you food for the greedy. As for the wolf, I will try to tell the surrounding gods' messengers, hoping they will have some ideas. Although he was thinking about how to take revenge, the old man in gray robe did not show any expression on the surface. As an experienced man, he would not make such a low-level mistake at a time like this. Brother, is this the ruins? Why do I feel it is so dangerous? Jean Eyre said with some trembling, and even made a dodging motion. He leaned behind his brother, not daring to look at the entrance to the ruins. Speaking of which, the entrance to the ruins looks like the mouth of a giant beast, as if it can swallow everything. As descendants of gods, Jean E and Jean Eyre have some special sensing abilities and can naturally sense if there is any danger. This relic is dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you enter it, you might even die. Before meeting Su Chun, the two siblings used this talent many times to escape danger. It was also through this method that they survived time and time again and grew up to where they are today. Have you ever entered the ruins? Su Chun spoke, interrupting all the thoughts of the three people. Me? Of course I haven't been in there. The old man naturally would not admit it. He had been there and knew some of the secrets within the ruins, but he would never tell them. He was able to break through to become a lord because he came out of the ruins. Back then, dozens of them entered the ruins, but he was the only one who came out alive. The danger of the ruins made him dare not come here again, let alone enter. Really? You didn't lie. Su Chun looked at the old man seriously. Of course, I wouldn't dare to do that in front of you. Oh, I see. Su Chun stopped asking and stared at the entrance of the ruins, as if he was thinking about something. Su Chun didn't say anything, so Jean E and Jean Eyre just stood aside obediently. Instead of thinking about whether it is dangerous or not, it is better to think about whether Su Chun should enter or not. As Su Chun's attendants, the two of them naturally had to follow Su Chun. If they were separated from Su Chun, the two of them would be in danger, extremely dangerous. With Su Chun around, when they encounter an enemy that they cannot defeat, Su Chun will take action directly to end all the enemies. This is also the case when they encountered situations during this period and everything that happened. Once someone comes and their target is the two of them, if they are weaker, Su Chun will let Jean E and Jean Eyre do it themselves to train their fighting ability. As descendants of gods, they naturally cannot be afraid of fighting. Once he encounters a powerful one, Su Chun will quickly end everything. Even during this period of time, he has killed more than 10 late-stage and peak lords. This is one of the reasons why the gray-robed old man is so obedient. Well, Your Excellency, can I leave now? I have helped you find the entrance to the ruins. The old man asked carefully. This was the only request he made during this period. In the eyes of the old man in gray robe, Su Chun was quite easy to talk to. As long as you follow Su Chun's requirements, there will be no problem. Anyone who disobeys his orders will not have a good ending. Did you really not enter the ruins? Do you know what is inside? Su Chun looked at the old man in gray robe. There was a look in his calm eyes that made the old man feel a little uneasy. Chapter 120 Bloody World. Passing through the barrier of the outside world, Su Chun was in front, and Jean E and Jean Eyre were behind. Wave! This was not the first time he had crossed the barrier. He had the same feeling last time on the snowy mountain. Su Chun did not panic, but remained very calm. His calmness also made the two people behind him calm down quickly. Why is this a red world? Jean Eyre said carefully. Yes, this is the red world. As soon as you enter the Black Hair Ruins, the color of the whole world changes. The main color here is red, and after red there is black. It is a very strange situation, and even the ground seems to be emitting red light. Be careful, you might get attacked. Su Chun's eyes changed slightly, and the netherworld divine fire in his body became particularly excited. This also indicated that the enemy was not far away, and might even be very strong. Otherwise, the netherworld divine fire would not be like this. Well, we will be careful, but I hope the master can help me when the time comes. I don't want to die here. Jean E said with some fear. Compared to his sister's fear, his fear was more obvious, because the blood in his body was telling him to leave here quickly, as it was extremely dangerous. It was the first time in his life that the fear was so strong that it even affected his actions. Come with me. After looking at everything around him, Su Chun walked straight towards somewhere. Just after walking less than 100 steps, a transparent being flew over. What is that? He's coming towards me. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Call. Su Chun spat out a breath of fire, and under the attack of the netherworld divine fire, the illusory figure disappeared. Ding. Kill an elite ghost, gain 1,000 experience points, and gain 100 evolution points. Elite level wrong soul? Looking at the system prompt, Su Chun's eyes lit up. The experience points gained are relatively small, but the evolution points gained are very good, a ratio of 10 to 1, which does not exist in the outside world. Is this a treasure trove for gaining evolution points? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Suchin suddenly looked at the ground. The ground trembled slightly, and soon a bony arm stretched out. No, not just one, but many, densely covering the ground. Be careful, don't get hurt. There may be toxins or something on those bones. Please be careful, Suchin said simply, and then exhaled a breath of gust of wind. Wind blade. The skeleton that drilled out from the ground was not very strong and of low level. The only difficulty was its number. However, this number and strength were no match for Suchin. Any wind blades flying out could break all those bones. Ding! Kill the elite skeleton, gain 100 experience points, and gain 8 evolution points. The experience points became even less, and Suchin's attention was focused on other things. The fighting, killing, and harvesting began. The skeletons in front were cleared away, but the skeletons in other places around them were gathered around. Suchin did not rush to take action, but observed from a distance. In the ruins, Suchin's soul perception was somewhat weakened, but he could still sense the situation within 100 meters around him. More and more skeletons are awakening and rushing towards Suchin and others, while scattered wrong souls are flying in the sky, looking for weaknesses and waiting for opportunities to attack. The number of enemies is increasing, 300, 500, 700. Chapter 121 Bronze Mirror. Wake up! The aura of the king emanated, directly suppressing Jean E and Jean Air. Under the tremendous pressure, the brother and sister woke up immediately. Compared with being infected by the ruins, the threat of death was much greater. What's wrong with me? Brother, I feel a little tired. The two people who woke up were very confused about what had just happened, as if they had no idea at all. Suchin didn't say much. He directly consumed some faith points and cast a mental shield for the two of them, so that they were temporarily immune to being infected by the power of the relic. Let's do this for now. Rest in this building and see how it goes after a while. Don't go out during this period. Do you understand? After Suchin said this, he took out the fur and lay directly on it. Outside the building, a large number of skeletons and wronged souls were wandering around, as if looking for something, and a strange scene appeared. Those undead spirits didn't dare to come in, and couldn't even get close. Is there any secret in this building? Or was this building the residence of a powerful person? It's better not to act rashly before you figure it out. He doesn't care, but for Jean E and Jean Air, that's a problem. After spending several months together, Suchin began to have some feelings for the brother and sister and really wanted to win them back and make them his maids. Think about it. In the future, when you go out, there will be two handsome men and beautiful women standing next to you with blonde hair and golden eyes. Wouldn't you feel very proud when you go out? It might be this idea that made Suchin want to keep the brother and sister alive and take them back. Anyway, there are not only people with black hair in the tribe, there are also people with other hair colors and skin colors. There must be more people from outside, because on this continent, there are not only more people with black hair and black eyes, there are a huge number of people with other hair colors, and those with black eyes are destined to be a minority. Perhaps there are beings with black hair and black eyes in other continents or other places. Once we've dealt with the gods, we'll go look for them. Maybe there's a way home. Suchin began to wait quietly, while also conserving his energy. There was an aura in the ruins that made him a little alert. It might be that there was a super powerful person. He needed to be alert and accumulate strength. After waiting for a while, Jean E and Jean Air found that no enemies were coming, so they carefully stuck their heads out. After seeing the massive amount of skeletons and wronged souls outside, they stayed inside the building obediently. However, they were not the type to sit there and do nothing. Instead, they started searching. Maybe there are some treasures in this building. Suchin sensed the movements of the brother and sister, but there was no movement at all. He wanted to see if there were any changes here with the movements of the two people. Time passed by little. In this bloody world, time and space seemed to become illusory, and everything gave people a false feeling. Sister, look, this seems to be a treasure. Jean E came out holding a bronze mirror and showed it off to Jean Air. When Suchin heard the voice, he also looked up. It was a broken bronze mirror. When it was complete, it was about the size of a person, very large. But now, it was only 1/3 of its original size. Brother, look, the me in this mirror seems a little weird. Why do I seem to be emitting golden light? Is this what I will look like when I grow up? Jenna exclaimed in shock. Chapter 122, The Great Demon of That Year. Delicious flesh and blood. A black shadow suddenly appeared and rushed directly towards Suchin and the other two. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The black shadow was stunned for a moment and wanted to dodge, but he had been sealed for too long and could not make any effective movement. Boom! After being slapped to the ground by Su Chen's claw, the building, which was not solid to begin with, trembled several times, as if it would collapse at the next moment. Let me see what you are? The shadow's disguise was torn off, revealing a brown face. This is a gray wolf, which is actually Su Chen's relative. Very interesting. During the fight, Su Chen had an illusion that this enemy seemed very strong, but when he actually met him, he found that this guy was pitifully weak. At most, he has the strength of an early lord. Even if they fight head-on, Jean E and Jean Air may be able to defeat this guy. But why did he exude an aura that made Su Chen a little wary, just like the aura of a dragon? Could it be that this guy used to be at the peak of the king level and is about to break through to the saint level? Damn it, if I hadn't been sealed for so long, you wouldn't have been able to suppress me. A weakling like you wouldn't even be qualified to carry my shoes. The gray wolf screamed. He also saw clearly that Su Chen was actually suppressed by a white wolf with only the aura of an early king. This was hard for him to accept. Back then, as the Wolf King, all wolves needed to crawl under him, and then he enjoyed the first delicacy and the first beautiful wolf girl. Who are you? I feel like you might be some kind of antique. Su Chen smiled sinisterly and directly used the faith point to seal the gray wolf. Are you God's running dog? Gray Wolf felt the power of faith, and his tone became unbearable again. I'm asking you, who are you? Answer my question, or you'd better be careful of physical pain. Su Chen kicked the gray wolf away, and then stepped on the gray wolf's head again. When facing a guy who talks tough, the easiest way is to let him know who is the boss. Stop it, stop it, stop it. After fighting for a while, the gray wolf couldn't hold on any longer. The main thing is that Su Chen not only tortures the other party physically, but also uses the power of faith from time to time to torture the other party. After some torture, Su Chen had some understanding of the general details of this gray wolf. This gray wolf was once a strong man, stronger than Su Chen. But for some reason, it has become so weak now. In addition, the ancient aura on its body also indicates that this wolf is more than 1,000 years old. How long exactly, I don't know. I'll tell you everything. Just ask me. The gray wolf lay on the ground, lowered its head in humiliation, and its tail drooped down, not daring to stand it up at all. Chapter 123 Mirage. Looking for death. Su Chen's eyes widened, his aura burst out, and he swung out a claw, and the sharp claw that tore through the air directly caught up with the gray wolf. Without a doubt, Su Chen blew the gray wolf's head off with one claw. Originally, he wanted to keep him and then slowly conquer him. But who could have thought that this former Gray Wolf King would break free from his own seal and attack Jean E and Jean Air? I wonder how Jean E and Jean Air are doing? Are they safe? Su Chen was a little hesitant, not knowing whether to dismember the Gray Wolf. If Jean E and Jean Air were lucky, they might still be alive. After thinking about it, he directly ripped open the Gray Wolf's stomach. This is... A burst of golden light shot out, and Jean E and Jean Air appeared inside the Gray Wolf's belly. As the Gray Wolf King, who was once a king-level figure, it was natural for him to become gigantic, and he could even shrink himself. Jean E and Jean Air were shrunk by him, and then swallowed into his stomach. Give him time to thoroughly digest Gold 1 and Gold 2. With the divine blood in their bodies, the Gray Wolf King will surely be able to enter the realm of king again, and it will not be long before he recovers to the peak of the realm of king in the future. Unfortunately, the Gray Wolf King angered Su Chen and was killed by Su Chen directly. He gently touched the golden light outside Jean E and Jean Air's bodies with his claws. The soft touch and the fact that the two were unconscious made Su Chen understand that it was the divine blood in their bodies that erupted and saved them at the critical moment. If there was no blood shield, the two would have become four people. Even if the Gray Wolf became weaker, its gastric juice could still devour humans, especially the two elites. You are lucky. It seems that the connection between you two and me cannot be severed. With a slight smile, Su Chen felt that these two guys would not be able to wake up in a short period of time, and after waking up, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Bloodline of God, you are the continuation of a kind of power. Now that this power has been stimulated, the fire of the two awakening is at least at the late elite stage, or even perfect, where they can directly break through to the Lord. This is also equivalent to a plug-in, but it is a relatively low-level plug-in. Looking around and seeing the undead appearing again around him, Su Chen shook his head slightly. Maybe the Gray Wolf died, or for some other reason. It looks like we need to wait for a while. Su Chun was a little unhappy, but when he saw the evolution points increase from killing the Grey Wolf King, he was quite happy. Ding! Kill the Grey Wolf King, weakened state. Gain 1 million experience points and 50,000 evolution points. 1 million experience points and 50,000 evolution points. This kind of harvest is already very good. This is because the Grey Wolf King is in a weak state. If he were in his prime, perhaps just killing it would be enough for Su Chun to achieve all his needs for a breakthrough. What a shame, what a shame. But it's getting closer to 1 million. Lying on the ground, Su Chun waited silently, waiting for Jean E and Jean Air to wake up. But when 5 hours passed, Su Chun frowned. Why do I feel like the surroundings seem to be changing? What's going on? Fog appeared, obscuring Su Chun's vision. Even a peak king like Su Chun could not see everything around him. If Su Chun had not felt that there was no danger, he might have exploded. Just let me see. What else will appear here? Is the boss finally out? Time passed little by little, and 3 hours later, the fog dissipated. Chapter 124. Day and night are different. I don't know how much time had passed before Jean E opened his eyes. His aura was completely stable. For an early lord, such strength did not surprise him much. Instead, he looked around vigilantly. Looking at those humans and monsters with powerful auras, Jean E felt nothing but fear. Sister, sister, wake up immediately, wake up. He couldn't understand the voices of the people around him, and found that his sister was still unconscious, so he had to wake her up in a hurry. This breakthrough was interrupted. Sister Jean Air's realm was only elite perfection, and she was almost able to reach the Lord level. Brother, why are you disturbing me? I'm a little sleepy. Don't sleep, look around, and follow me. Holding his sister's hand, and even putting her on his back, Jean E began to stride forward. He was about to leave this strange place. Are those powerful humans and monsters here to hunt him? If so, they were both dead. All right. I remember we were given away by that gray wolf. Where's the master? Jean thought of something and then slowed down his pace. I looked back and saw that those people were not chasing me, so I relaxed a little. Brother, put me down. Good. Jean Air fell to the ground and looked around curiously. Brother, don't you think that everything here looks like the ruins once did? As expected of a girl, her observation is very detailed. No, it should be Jean Air who discovered the bronze mirror that sealed the Grey Wolf King back then. She could even vaguely see the figure of the Grey Wolf King. The appearance of the complete bronze mirror naturally gave her a lot of guesses. Maybe? But what are we going to do? Go find the master? In such a strange place, the best way is naturally to find a strong person to back them up, and their backer is naturally Su Chun. Yes, go find a master. Come on, let's go over there. I think I saw the master. After some searching, Jean E and Jean Air stood in front of Su Chun in surprise. At this time, Su Chun was lying lazily on the stone table, as if basking in the sun. Are you two awake? He raised his head and looked at the brother and sister calmly. When they heard Su Chun's voice, they breathed a sigh of relief. These were understandable words, not the voice of those weirdos. Master, what the hell is this place? Jean E asked vigilantly. Where? You'll know in a moment. It's about time. Su Chun smiled slightly, turned his body around, and then hung slightly in the air. About time? While Jean was hesitating, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. The originally magnificent buildings, exquisite pavilions, countless people and monsters, everything disappeared. What replaced it was the bloody world they had seen at the beginning. Ruined buildings, numerous undead spirits, and a world dominated by red and black once again appeared before our eyes. Is that an illusion? Am I dreaming? The brother and sister were so shocked that they were speechless. Chapter 125, Sacred Beast Azure Dragon. Sitting on the recliner, feeling the different shaking movements, that drowsy feeling is quite comfortable. Glancing at the owner next to him, Jean E hesitated. He didn't know whether he should ask. Although Su Chun has shown a lot of extraordinary abilities during this period of time, in this virtual world, it seems as if he is a native of this place. Could it be that the master was also a member of this tribe back then? Brother, what are you thinking about? I want to try that, the red one. Do you want to try it? Jean Air's voice interrupted Jean Yi's thoughts. No, it doesn't look tasty. Jean E refused. Then I'll try. Oh. Jean Air's expression was very strange. His face was red, but his expression was very excited. Is this poisoning? Jean E was a little nervous. It's okay, it's just chili peppers. There aren't any major side effects. The only thing is that it's a little spicy. No, the chili peppers in this world seem to have some other effects, right? Looking at Jean Eyre with a smirk on his face, Suchin suddenly turned around and looked into the distance vigilantly. The illusory human figures around gradually disappeared, and even the monsters disappeared. It was as if they went to where they were supposed to go, and a huge monster appeared before their eyes. What is this? It seems like it's invincible. Jean E and Jean Eyre fell directly to the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They didn't even have the slightest desire to fight against the huge monster that dropped from the sky. Too big. Its body length is over 10,000 meters, and just one of its scales is dozens of times larger than that of the brother and sister. It was an aura that could wipe out the existence of two people. Are you the sacred beast Azure Dragon? Suchin spoke loudly and asked about the other party's identity. Suchin had seen this figure in the picture given by the dragon. It was the sacred beast of the Black Hair tribe back then. It was said to be the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. The rest seemed to be White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Sky-Swallowing Bird, and Black Tortoise, which also compares to the names of the 4 sacred beasts in a previous life. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. According to Jiaolong, Azure Dragon is the weakest, White Tiger is the strongest, Vermilion Bird is second, and Black Tortoise is third. This is divided according to age. The White Tiger is the oldest, the Vermilion Bird is the second oldest, the Black Tortoise is the third, and the Azure Dragon is the youngest. Now, the Azure Dragon actually appeared before our eyes, which was quite interesting. Is it possible that everything here was arranged by Qinglong? It doesn't seem so. It is said that the place where Qinglong died was that snowy mountain. Hello, outsider. Qinglong smiled slightly, and his body shrank rapidly to a size almost the same as Suchun. Looking at the exquisite real dragon, Suchin looked at it very seriously. It basically satisfied all his fantasies about real dragons. This was a real dragon. It was still far inferior to the flood dragon. Just the expression and breath were completely wrong. Hello, Qinglong. Suchin also responded quickly. Do you want to play together? Qinglong pointed at the wooden horse and asked with a smile. Certainly. Chapter 126, Azure Dragon's Gift. Qinglong knew that he possessed the Shizuka Divine Fire, and Suchun was not surprised at all. After all, the Azure Dragon is a sacred beast. Even if the Azure Dragon in front of him is just the power left by the Azure Dragon back then, it is very easy for him to see through the divine fire in his body. Back then, the Azure Dragon and Shizuku had been together for a long time, and they had a thorough understanding of each other. But what is the real strength of Qinglong? How strong is the remaining power of Qinglong now? While Suchun was thinking, a white light flashed, and Qinglong actually turned into a human. Yes, a person. Suchin's eyes widened. It seemed that when he reached the saint level, he could transform into a human. This was what he had always dreamed of. This is for you. I hope you won't let it down. This is fate, I guess. Qinglong stretched out his right hand and gently touched Suchin's forehead. In an instant, a huge amount of knowledge poured directly into Suchin's head. That huge amount of knowledge made Suchin confused for a moment. Seeing Suchun becoming dazed, Qinglong smiled slightly. His figure gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Before disappearing, Qinglong raised the corner of his mouth. My child is still alive. This may be the best news. As for revenge, it all depends on fate and luck. If revenge is really impossible, then forget it. However, maybe we were all used. What happened back then, even I can't explain it clearly. Qinglong didn't finish his last words because he completely disappeared. Suchun was left lying on the ground in a daze, while Jean E and Jean Eyre were also unconscious on the ground. I don't know how long it took, but the power of the illusion dissipated and Suchun woke up. Suchun felt a little dizzy. The vast amount of knowledge made him very irritable. He wanted to vent immediately and then try out his newly acquired skills and talents. Yes, Suchun acquired a lot of skills and talents. Some are related to water, some are related to ice and washing, and some are related to thunder. Dragons can ride on clouds, control the weather, and control thunder. There are too many legends about dragons, and the Azure Dragon of the Black Hair tribe, as a sacred beast, naturally imparts extraordinary heritage. Looking at his greatly improved skills and various talents, Suchun was ecstatic, and this joy also diluted the feeling of dizziness. Host Suchin. Race, Holy Snow Wolf King. Quality, King level. Level 26, 9144451/2000000. Talents. Super Evolution. Repeat the old trick. Power of the Wolf King. Golden Sun and Silver Moon. Sword Experience Field. Weakness Penetration. Levitation. Attribute Fusion. Sky Frost Secret Sword. Netherworld Wolf. Flowing Clouds and Water. Cloud Control. Rain Control. Thunder Mastery. Primary Defense. Primary Penetration. Primary Lock. Skills. Multiple Wind Blades. Wind Binding. Wind Walking. Mountain Shaking Force. Giganticization. Wind Control. Wind Whip. Thunder Sword. Thunder Body. Thunderball Explosion. Healing. Low Hell Smash. Tornado Blade. Netherworld Fire. Dragon's Tail. Thunder. Rain of Ice. Flooding the Golden Mountain. Water Escape. Water Prison. Water Confinement. Water Healing. Thunder Chains. Thunder Prison. And Call the Wind and Rain. Evolution Points. 790004/1000000. Faith Points. 771541. These are just some of the initial skills he mastered. Su Chun can feel that once he has fully mastered all the knowledge taught by Qinglong, there will be more skills and talents waiting for him. There are some abilities that require saint level to perform, and those are the most critical, but they are all connected with the skills learned so far. The reason why the Black Hair Tribe could accommodate a population of 1 million was that the 4 sacred beasts played a big role. The most crucial point is the sacred beast Qinglong, which has the ability to bring good weather and good harvests. With the help of Azure Dragon, the Black Hair Tribe would not suffer any natural disasters all year round. Even when there was a lack of rain or something else, they could just use their talents and skills to make rain and snow fall. As long as there is water, everything is possible. Not bad, not bad, it's a good harvest. Hey, both of you wake up, don't sleep anymore. Su Chen looked around and found that the world had turned red again, which meant that at least several hours had passed since he absorbed the knowledge. He had not had time to check the exact number. The crackling sounds were heard again around. It was the skeletons coming up. Jean E and Jean Air were still unconscious. It would be no fun if they never woke up. Just when Su Chen was about to take action, the skeletons around him seemed to sense something and stopped moving. And this scene was also seen by Su Chen. What is this for? They seem to be saluting me? No, it should be a salute to the Azure Dragon's gift. These warriors, even though they have been dead for thousands of years, still fight for the tribe. Looking at those skeletons saluting and retreating, after turning into bones, the action of saluting became very awkward, but Su Chen did not smile at all. His face turned serious. This was his return salute to those who persisted until death. It seems that these enemies know these respectable people cannot be harvested. There are still about 210,000 evolution points left to break through to the saint level, which is actually very close. If all the skeletons and wronged souls in this place were killed, that would be basically the end. But after seeing this scene, Su Chen was not in the mood to harvest them. He just let them continue to guard this place until the time came to bury them. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel a little sleepy and a little hungry? Jean Air climbed up in a daze, then sat on the ground, looking ahead stupidly. Jeannie on the other side also slowly stood up, and like Jean Air, he looked ahead stupidly. His hands and feet seemed to have lost some feeling. This should be because they slept a little too long, and their bodies seemed to be temporarily frozen. This is an interesting situation. Are you hungry? Su Chen lay on the ground, looking at the two of them quietly. Master, I seem to have lost a piece of memory. It seems to be about you. What is it? Jean Air said carefully, expressing his thoughts. She completely forgot about Qinglong and the conversation between Su Chen and Qinglong. Not only Jean Air, but also Jean E is the same. Su Chen did not explain. He understood that this must be Qinglong's method. Perhaps it was because he had not yet broken through to the saint level. In the eyes of the saint level strongman, he did not have the ability to protect himself. In order to prevent outsiders from knowing, he temporarily blocked the news and deleted the memories of Jean E and Jean Air. At this moment, Su Chen was even more enthusiastic about the power of the saint level, but if he had known Qinglong's approach in advance, he would not have needed to do so. Regardless of whether the gods in the outside world know that the inheritance of the Azure Dragon is in me, they will not let me go, that is certain. Chapter 127, Guardian of the Undead. After some corrections and a good meal, the two men and the wolf set off directly on their journey. Because of the gift from the Azure Dragon, the undead they met on the road all bowed and stepped back, making way for Su Chen. This scene was seen by Jean E and Jean Air, who then looked at it in shock. Brother, what's going on? We were fighting to the death yesterday, but why is it like this today? Jin asked his brother in a low voice. I don't know either, but it may have something to do with the master. He expressed his thoughts. He could see that the undead were saluting Su-chun, not the two of them. One can even feel that outsiders are not welcome here at all, but to Su-chun, everything is open. During this period, the two men and one wolf encountered Lord-level undead, and a military formation formed by 100 people. If Su-chun had not received the gift from the Azure Dragon, he would have suffered a small loss if he encountered such an opponent. These should be the soldiers of the Black Hair tribe back then. Even after their death, they still formed an army to protect this place. If the strength of the undead is improved by a few small levels, it will be almost the same as its strength when it was alive. This Lord of 100 people should have been in the late stage or even the peak stage of Lord during his lifetime. Such a strong man was actually just a soldier, which shows how strong the Black Hair tribe was at its peak. And that military formation also revealed a strong aura. This is definitely not the military formation of those tribes in the outside world now, but a stronger one that can expand the strength of the team. Su-chun observed for a long time, but still didn't understand it. This was not something that could be learned in a short period of time. Maybe it is in Qinglong's inheritance, but Su-chun just doesn't have time to check it out. It would probably take several years, or even longer, to read and learn all of that vast ocean of knowledge. It was an inheritance of Qinglong's knowledge accumulated over hundreds of years, and was considered the greatest treasure Su-chun had obtained in the ruins. In addition to these, Su-chun also knew the general situation of this relic. The ruins are about 100 miles long and about 40 miles wide, which is 1/10 the size of the Black Hair tribe at its peak. Because of the gods' participation in the war, the tribe of 1,000 miles in length was reduced to only 1/10 of its size, and even this 1/10 consisted of countless scraps, with not much life left. Master, where are we going? Jin was a little tired. They had been walking for almost 5 hours, but looking at Su-chun, it seemed that he was looking for something. I'm looking for other undead. In addition to the local undead, there should be undead from other places. In Qinglong's memory, those who died in battle here were not only people from the Black Hair tribe, but also people from other tribes. Those tribes that believed in gods had even more people killed in battle. It can be said that for the death of one warrior from the Black Hair tribe, at least 35 people from other tribes will die. The Black Hair tribe, with a population of 1 million, has about 50,000 warriors, which means that the number of people from other tribes who died in the battle here is over 1 million. There may not be much debris left here, but there must be some. After such a long time, in a place with such abundant power of death, there must be undead spirits appearing. Su-chun had no intention of killing the undead from the Black Hair tribe, but as for the undead from other tribes, those with different hair types, Su-chun still wanted to kill them. But after searching for a long time, he still didn't find it. Although there were still more places he hadn't reached, Su-chun already had a bad feeling. The skeletons of Oriental people are slightly smaller, whether they are men or women. Westerners' wrists, on the other hand, are slightly wider, but they do not seem as refined or delicate. You can tell the difference if you observe carefully. Is the master here? He picked up a huge skull on the ground. There were obvious marks of knocking on it. This skull was obviously different from the skeletons of the Black Hair tribe. This is a huge skull, the skull of a non-Black Hair tribe. Su-chun walked in, took a look, and then nodded. That's about it, but it's dead. Its soul has completely dissipated. It's useless. Look around to see if there are any others nearby. Su-chun hid his figure and his breath. In this way, he used Jin and Jin as bait to see if he could lure them over. It's no wonder that this approach quickly took effect, but all that came were skeletons of the Black Hair tribe. He hurriedly revealed his breath, and the skeletons saluted and left. The expected hostile skeletons did not appear at all, which gave Su-chun a headache. Master, do you think it is possible that those skeletons were killed by the local skeletons? Jin mentioned a possibility. Su-chun suddenly realized this possibility. Yes, the skeletons here are clearly divided. As warriors of the Black Hair tribe, they are still guarding this place, even after death. If they find skeletons of other tribes, or undead, will these warriors let go of their former enemies? They would definitely rush over and smash them all like the broken bones he saw. The people from other tribes were no match for the Black Hair tribe when they were alive, and they're even less of a match after they died. Thinking of this, Su-chun no longer looked for those hostile undead. Even if there are some left, they can't mean much. They may be trapped in a building and can never get out. Let's go over there. Thinking about the location of some memories, Su-chun went towards the building complex. In the core of the ruins, there was a group of buildings that were relatively intact. Without the attraction of other undead, Su Chen's target was set there. Qinglong fled with a group of people back then, and later came back here, leaving some of his forces behind. The other 3 sacred beasts all died in battle here, so they should have left something behind. The power left by Qinglong also contained information for him to go over there and see if he could gain anything. Look, that's so high. Jin Air cried out in surprise. In front of him, a gate that was 100 feet high appeared. The gate was already extremely modeled and even had holes in many places, but even so, it still stood firm. According to Qinglong's memory, this was the city gate of the Black Hair tribe back then. It performed its mission tenaciously, guarding everything inside, but the wall collapsed towards it. What's past is past, but this will never happen again in the future because I'm here. Chapter 128, White Tiger, Holy Pearl. After passing the gate, he entered the core area. As soon as he entered, Su Chen stopped because there was a big pit in front of him, a pit with a depth of more than 50 meters. This should be the aftermath of someone's power, which can create such a huge pit in the sturdy black-haired tribe. This should be an attack used by gods, at least the power of a saint. Su Chen could even vaguely sense a faint scent of divine power. After thousands of years, the aftermath of that power had not completely dissipated. It was really long-lasting. Master, it seems we can't get through. Yeah, do we need to take a detour there? Jin E and Jin Air were at a loss as to what to do in the face of this huge pit, but this did not pose a problem for Su Chen. Let's go, fly over there. Giving the 2 of them the skill of flying is a little trick, a skill that is not really a skill, and it is a method obtained from the Qinglong inheritance. Use the wind to support 2 people, and then use other means to change the direction. This is the ability of collective flight. With this ability, it will be much more convenient to change the route in the future. What is especially important to note is that the consumption of this ability is very small. Even with Su Chen's current mental strength, he can fully perform it on tens of thousands of people at the same time, and he won't feel tired for even a few hours. Maybe the limit time is 72 hours? Without trying it, Su Chen could only guess, but with this ability, flying over such a big pit would be a piece of cake. Flying over the big pit and continuing forward, a building with only half of it left appeared in front of us. This was the holy temple back then, where the 4 sacred beasts rested, and this was also one of Su Chen's goals. Entering the relatively intact half of the temple, Su Chen began his search. It's true that there are quite a few things here, but most of them are completely broken. Even if they are not broken, they have lost all their power over thousands of years and have become unusable and unrepairable. After some cleaning, Su Chen was attracted by a bead. This is a bead the size of a human head. Judging from its appearance, there is nothing special about it. But when Su Chen approached it, the vermilion bird divine fire, also known as the netherworld divine fire, in his body suddenly sensed it. It was a very strong sensation, and it also revealed a certain message. Danger? Is this thing very dangerous? Su Chen was a little confused. He didn't know why this bead was dangerous, but he was willing to believe in the netherworld divine fire, which was the Suzuka's signature skill and also a magical fire. Since the netherworld divine fire has reminded Su Chen must be vigilant. I don't need physical contact. I'll just put it into the system space and try it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the beads disappeared before his eyes. His mind entered the system space, looking at the white round beads that looked like ordinary big beads. Su Chen didn't know what to do. System, can you identify this thing? Su Chen had no idea what this treasure was, but he felt a little itchy. So he hoped that the system could confirm this treasure. Ding! It takes 1 million experience points to determine this item. Do you want to determine it? Oh my god! Jinning actually wants experience points, and 1 million of them. What kind of treasure is this? Su Chen was naturally determined. If it was for evolution points, he would definitely refuse, but he had a lot of experience. Su Chen, who was not considering upgrading for the time being, would not feel sorry for the experience points. Ding! Firmness succeeded. Please check for yourself. Chapter 129 Collection Mission. Coming to the 2 of them, Su Chen looked over following their instructions. It was a bronze mirror. No, it was part of a bronze mirror. This seems familiar. That's right. Isn't this the bronze mirror obtained by killing the Black Wolf? Thinking of this, Su Chen hurriedly took out the thing and compared it with the fragment of the bronze mirror. A strange scene appeared. The bronze mirror actually merged. The 2 fragments merged into a larger fragment, which was already more than half of a mirror. With the other fragments, this bronze mirror can be restored to its original state. Baby, absolutely baby. This thing is 100% a treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be restored to such a state. So where is the third piece? Ding! The collection task is triggered. Please find a third bronze mirror fragment. The task reward is a complete magic mirror. Magic mirror. Looking at the name of the reward for that task, Su-chun was a little shocked. This is a legendary treasure. In his previous life, it appeared many times. It is said to be a treasure on the south gate of heaven, used to check identity and information. If Su-chun had this thing, could he use the power of the magic mirror to see everything in the world? Master, look over there, it's even more special. Jin-E carefully raised his hand and asked Su-chun to look to the other side. More special? Su-chun looked towards the east. There was a hall, a relatively complete hall. Maybe it was because it was too dark. The entire hall was pure black, and its height was not as high as the previous hall, which made Su-chun ignore it temporarily. But when he saw the scenery inside through the door of the hall, he was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. Two huge monsters appeared. One of them was wearing a thick tortoise shell, and his huge body was at least 1,000 feet tall, and his height almost touched the top of the hall, which was at least 100 feet high. Is this Xuanwu? Looking at the appearance of the tortoise shell and its shape that matched that of Xuanwu, Su-chun directly concluded that this was the corpse of Xuanwu. As for the huge monster on the other side, it even made the netherworld divine fire in its body a little restless. That is the body of Shizuku. Why are the bodies of these two sacred beasts here? Didn't the gods take the bodies away or destroy them? And what about the body of the white tiger? Where is he? Has he disappeared? Su-chun was very shocked, and after the shock he was a little silent. It seems that the battlefield back then was really heartbreaking. After searching some of Qinglong's memories, Su-chun discovered some information. Back then, the first to die in battle was Baihu, and his body perished together with the enemy, even killing 5 gods on the spot. Afterwards, Qinglong escorted some of the tribesmen away, so he did not die on the spot, but he was also seriously injured. Finally, in order to leave enough foundation for Jiaolong, he died due to too many losses. In addition, Shizuku and Xuanwu died here in order to guard this place and to fight the final battle with the enemy. Chapter 130 Fire. A strange voice sounded, which made Su-chun alert. Is it possible that the powerful Xuanwu is not dead? Just as he was about to speak, Su-chun was shocked to find that his body could not move, as if something had imprisoned his body, and even his soul seemed unable to move. It's over. Did this trigger a trap? As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, Su-chun was pulled to a place, a very unreal place. Where is this? A huge Xuanwu soul appeared. It looked a little dull, glanced at Su-chun, and then rushed directly towards him. That huge soul, which was tens of thousands times larger, directly entered Su-chun's soul body. This incompatible scene made Su-chun a little frightened. However, when the system's voice sounded, Su-chun felt a little relieved. Ding! A powerful outsider is invading. We are defending against it. The danger level is low. Looking at the system's prompt, Su-chun felt relieved. Since the system's evaluation was low, then his life should not be in any danger. He began to calm down and wait for the next development. Soon Su-chun felt the scene in front of him change again, as if he had returned to the past. Don't worry, I will save you. It's the wolf god. It's the wolf god. I remember that this is the totem we inherited. Is that the god who came to save us? Hurry, kneel down quickly. The picture shows the mortals that Su-chun met at the beginning, those mortals he met around Bailang Mountain. After being rescued, they accidentally gained faith points and started the path to becoming gods. It's the tribe. The inexplicable voice sounded again. That should be Xuanwu's voice. You are actually the god of my people. Although you are not one of us, you protect my people. You are one of us. I never thought that there are gods protecting us. I never expected that. Since you are one of us, there is no need to attack you. Xuanwu's voice was very slow, and Su-chun was unable to answer. He could only listen slowly to Xuanwu speaking. When Su-chun heard that Xuanwu was going to attack him, he broke out in a cold sweat. But he was also a little puzzled. Xuanwu should be able to check his own body. Could it be that Xuanwu didn't discover the netherworld divine fire and the azure dragon's inheritance in his body? Or is it that the system blocks Xuanwu's prying? Xuanwu can only see what the system wants him to see. Will this image of saving the black-haired man earn me the biggest reward? Su-chun figured it out a little, but he was more looking forward to it. He only received the inheritance from Qinglong not long ago, and has not yet digested it. Moreover, the inheritance of the white tiger also lies quietly in the system space and cannot be digested for the time being. He has already obtained the foundation of Shizuku's inheritance, the netherworld divine fire, which can be regarded as Shizuku's inheritance. If one adds Xuanwu's inheritance, then he has obtained the inheritance of the four sacred beasts. It's just that some of them are destined to be unusable. He doesn't have so many hands and so much energy to use the power of the four sacred beasts. I give you the fire. I hope you can use it properly. This is the only concern that has kept me going until now. With this thing, your future will be much simpler. You must use it properly. I hope you don't use it in the wrong way. In addition, I will give you all my inheritance, but I wonder how much of it I have left now. It's been too long. If you had come earlier, I would have been able to give you more power. I've been dead for too long. If you hadn't come, I would have completely perished like Shizuku in a few hundred years. Xuanwu talked to himself, and a part of his mysterious soul turned into knowledge and directly entered Su Chen's mind. This is more vast knowledge than that inherited by Azure Dragon. Xuanwu is a more powerful being than Azure Dragon and has lived longer. His knowledge is greater and more complex. As the oldest sacred beast and an expert in defense, Xuanwu possesses unimaginable power in defense and earth attributes. However, the core inheritance that he solemnly passed on to Su Chen was not defense, nor earth attributes, but the talent for controlling water. This is a bit strange. According to legend, Xuanwu should be made of earth, right? No, there is no such description in the legend. It only talks about the strangeness of Xuanwu, but does not describe what Xuanwu's attributes are. Maybe the Xuanwu has the water attribute, and this kind of specialized water control may be what the tribe needs most. The talent of Azure Dragon has already been of great help to the development of the tribe, and with the addition of Black Tortoise's water control, water can be utilized to the fullest extent. If Xuanwu is the extreme of water, then Shizuku is the extreme of fire, while Azure Dragon should be the extreme of change, and White Tiger is the extreme of killing. The four kinds of concentration, water, fire, transformation, and killing, these four together are what a tribe needs most. Water and fire are merciless. If you can't control them, then you're doomed. Change is the most crucial point. By controlling water and fire and adding changes, the tribe can live a better life. Killing is not for the enemy, but to protect oneself. After understanding this, Su Chen felt relieved. I hope you can protect those people. This is my only request to you. Don't be like those gods. They took the wrong path. I hope you won't follow their old path. As for what is right, you can find the true right path from the fire. I hope you don't go wrong. Don't go wrong. Don't go wrong. In Su Chen's soul, the soul that originally belonged to Xuanwu was slowly fading. That was because Xuanwu had passed away, and the soul he left behind was rapidly dissolving. He persisted for thousands of years after his death. This kind of persistence is unique, and Xuanwu is worthy of being Xuanwu. He persisted until the moment he passed on his power. Don't worry, Master Xuanwu. I will take good care of those people. I will let them reproduce and take back everything that once belonged to them. This continent belongs to us. As for the road, you don't need to worry about it. The road I take is not the road of the gods, nor is it your road. It is my own road. With the system in his body, Su Chen doesn't have to worry about taking the wrong path. Even if it is the wrong road, with the help of the system, Su Chen can directly overtake on the curve, pass directly from other positions, and then take a road that no one has ever taken before. Chapter 131, The Pursuer. Where is this? How should I know? In a grassland, Jean E and Jean Air were holding barbecue and staring blankly ahead. I was still in the bloody world of the ruins just now, but in the blink of an eye, I appeared here. This was definitely not inside the ruins, nor was it an illusion, because the barbecue in their hands was still warm. Yes, master. Don't go over there yet. Jean Air was the first to discover Su Chen, and when he was about to go over, he was stopped by Jean E. Jean E discovered that Su Chen was not in a good condition, and it might be dangerous if he went over rashly. What's wrong with the master? Why does he look a little dazed and stupid, as if he's hurt? Was he hit? Jean Air said in a low voice. In the past, people felt that Su Chen was so strong and invincible that no one could be his opponent. But now, Su Chen had completely hidden his aura. His body was only the size of a normal hound, and his stupid look made him look not threatening at all. But the brother and sister who truly know Su Chen's strength don't think that way. Su Chen, who is at the peak of the king level, even in this state, cannot be harmed by ordinary people. Look, the master is moving. Heading over there? What should we do? Jean Eyre took a bite of the barbecue in his hand and looked at Su Chen moving slowly while eating. The movement was really slow, just like taking a leisurely stroll after eating and drinking. Even some elderly people could be surpassed by such a leisurely posture. Follow slowly, don't get too close, and don't be too far away, just follow. Jean E also took a bite of the barbecue, then took a step forward and followed Su Chen. The two siblings were about 30 meters away from Su Chen, and they followed him slowly. Gradually, the two siblings were getting closer and closer to Su Chen. When the distance was only 20 meters, they were still a little worried, but the expected counterattack did not appear, so they continued to get closer. 10 meters, 5 meters. When the distance was only 3 meters, the two decided not to get any closer and just followed slowly. Brother, how long do you think the master will be in this state for? Jean Eyre chatted with his brother out of boredom. After eating, walking slowly does not consume much physical energy at all, especially Su Chen's slow pace. She will not feel tired even if she walks for a few days. I don't know, but I know that we should follow the master. Being with the master is the safest place. Brother, you are right. It is safe to follow the master. Those other bastards just want to eat us or sell us. Only the master really wants to take us in. Moreover, the master is a god who does not really want to eat us. This is the most difficult thing. Well, don't talk. Observe your surroundings carefully. Be careful of attacks from other creatures, and try your best to ensure the safety of the master. Oh, cool. While chatting and observing everything around them, the brother and sister walked for almost a few hours, but they still hadn't figured out where they were. Logically speaking, they had walked around the area surrounding the ruins, but they had never encountered such a grassland. There was no grass growing around the ruins. Only when they were hundreds of miles away from the ruins did the grassland slowly return to normal. Where exactly is this place? Just as it was about to get dark, a dark shadow appeared about a few hundred meters away from Su Chen and his group. He lay quietly on the ground, staring at Jean E and Jean Eyre vigilantly. After confirming it several times, he left quietly. When he left, he brought nothing with him and took nothing away with him, as if everything was normal. A temporary camp appeared about 70 miles away from Su Chen. Who? Chapter 132 Return. Jean E and Jean Eyre wanted to delay time, but their strength was not enough to last that long. In just 2 minutes, the two were controlled and couldn't even commit suicide. Hey, even if you two have made a breakthrough, you still lack a lot in combat experience and other aspects. Boss, what should we do next? That pet white wolf seems to be very valuable. Let's catch it first and don't let it run away. But I don't think it can run away. Now that Jean E and Jean Eyre, the two descendants of divine blood, have been captured, the captors relaxed and turned their attention to Su Chen. When it comes to this attitude of taking a chance on life, these people have done it 100% correct. Su Chen is now in Xuanwu's ocean of knowledge. Even Xuanwu's knowledge and inheritance have triggered the explosion of Qinglong's inheritance. Originally, a single inheritance was just a burden to Su Chen, but when the two inheritances exploded at the same time, it was more than Su Chen could bear. His mind was in a state of confusion, and his strength was completely restrained, which made him look like a pure white pet to outsiders. The target was set on Su Chen because he was valuable enough. In some powerful tribes, white pets like Su Chen were very rare. Although not as valuable as the descendants of divine blood, they were still of considerable value. Don't touch him. Genie struggled, trying to stop those people from approaching Su Chen. Although he didn't know why Su Chen was like this, he understood that as Su Chen's servant, he should protect Su Chen well. As for the rest, they were all useless. If he couldn't even do this, he would be derelict in his duty. Genie also spoke, but his voice was drowned out by the laughter of his pursuers. Ha, you want me to not touch him? Dream on. This white wolf is mine. A mid-stage lord pursuer came up to Su Chen with wild laughter and stretched out his hand to grab the back of Su Chen's neck. For dogs or cats, the nape of the neck is the key part that makes them obedient. But just when his palm was about to touch Su Chen's body, about 3 centimeters away, Su Chen stopped, and a force shot out directly from his back. Squeak! This force was simply impossible to resist, and the mid-stage lord who was caught looked at his palm and chest in surprise. A fist-sized gap appeared. Save me! Save me! Save me! He only had time to shout for help a few times before he lay on the ground, dying. He even lost control of his body. If the bleeding could not be stopped, he would die in a very short time. Seventh brother, seventh brother. Everyone be on guard, be careful of that thing. Oh my God, what on earth was that? What was that attack just now? The pursuers cried out in surprise. The attack was so fast and sudden that no one could see clearly what it was. Before they could react, Lao Chi was lying on the ground dead. The pursuers got closer and closer, and then someone brought Lao Chi back, but by that time, Lao Chi was already dead. Su Chen still stayed where he was, his eyes a little confused. He had not yet woken up from the inheritance. The inheritance of the two holy beasts was too huge and too much. That vast ocean of knowledge could not be digested in a short period of time. Third brother, go and try and shoot an arrow from a distance. Okay, boss, you guys see clearly. The third brother moved a little further away, then took out a bow and arrow and shot it hard. Chapter 133 Artifact. Walking forward slowly, Su Chen's pace was not fast. He was still in a state of confusion, and this state had lasted for 3 days. In 3 days, the two men and the wolf only walked 100 miles. For such a short distance, it would take even longer to return to the White Wolf tribe. Su Chen might have fully recovered before he returned. During this period, Jin Yi and Jin Air grew rapidly. Without Su Chen to provide food, the two could only hunt. However, this was not unfamiliar to them. However, they still needed to take care of Su Chen, so the time left for them was very short. The current situation forces the two to grow rapidly. If Su Chen sees this scene, he will be very pleased. Holding the chicken leg in front of his nose and sniffing it, Jin Yi showed a look of disgust on his face. I ate barbecue for 3 consecutive days, without any seasoning. The smell was enough to drive me crazy just thinking about it. Hey master, please wake up soon. Life without seasoning is so hard to endure. I feel hungry if I don't eat, and feel sick if I eat. I'm a little disappointed. Why didn't I feel this way before? Jin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Maybe the life with Su Chen was too comfortable. So comfortable that they forgot the hard days in the past. Brothers, stop complaining. Let's go. There's a forest ahead. Maybe there are some seasonings there. But be careful. If you get poisoned, no one will save you. Sister, are you still my sister? Why are you cursing your brother like this? The brother and sister bickered with each other all the time. This was the only way they could think of to have fun. The road is still very long and progress is necessary. Just as the two men and the wolf were walking through the woods, several hunters hiding in the treetops saw Su Chen, Jin Yi, and Jin Air without them noticing. Is that it? A hunter asked in a low voice. It seems so. It is very similar to what the messengers of God conveyed. What should we do? Chase after them or go back and report the news? Go back and report first. If it's just us, we are no match for them. Even the envoys of God may not be our match. Wait, look, that guy seems to be a little strange. Is he injured? Are those two golden-haired men also hunters? Just as the hunters were discussing, they discovered that something was wrong with Su Chen, and they also realized that Jin Yi and Jin Air did not seem to be Su Chen's men. In short, this was all they could see. After some discussion, one person was left to follow from a distance and make some marks on the road, while the rest of them went back quickly. This group of hunters are from the Aru tribe. Those who hunted down Jin Yi and Jin Air were once members of the Aru tribe, but they seem to have betrayed the tribe later. The Aru tribe has faith, and although they do not have messengers of God, their strength should not be underestimated. They are second only to those tribes that have messengers of God. The predecessor of the Flame tribe wanted to conquer the Aru tribe, but even with the help of the divine messenger, it gave up in the end because the cost was too high. The hunters returned to the tribe and reported the discovery of Su Chen. After the tribal chief learned about this, he immediately told the believers in the tribe, "Our chance has come. From the mouths of other gods, we know that the white wolf is one of the wanted targets of the gods. Although it is not as valuable as the dragon, as long as we catch him and kill him, the gods will reward us. It is not impossible for our tribe to give birth to a God's messenger. I declare that all the forces of the tribe will be gathered and prepared to attack. We must kill him. For the great God. Dedicate everything to God." The Aru tribe was excited, and then assembled a team of hundreds of people. This was the highest fighting force that the tribe could muster. The leading chief was naturally at the peak of the late Lord stage, and was only one step away from becoming a king. But it was this distance that had troubled him for 10 years. Looking at the tribal believers and warriors behind him, the chief saw the scene of himself breaking through the king and becoming a messenger of God. This was when the team was almost half the distance away from Su Chen, and the chief slightly changed his target. Let's go to the Flame tribe first. I remember that tribe has a Flame God artifact. It would be safer to use the artifact to deal with that guy. In order to prevent any accidents and to prevent other messengers of God from coming to rob their spoils, the chief decided to contact the already deserted Flame tribe. The Flame tribe was once the strongest tribe in the surrounding area. Because of the existence of the messenger of God, it had always suppressed the surrounding areas. But with the death of the messenger of God at the hands of Su Chun, this area became a little chaotic. It has been a long time since the messenger of God appeared. Although the will of God still exists and some miracles will be sent down from time to time, there are still some troubles without the messenger of God. But before the people of the Aru tribe arrived at the Flame tribe became alert and worried that this was a sneak attack by the Aru tribe. However, after the chief said that Su Chin's whereabouts had been found, the people of the Fire tribe also became excited. Originally, in order to complete the mission of the God of Fire, the talents of the Flame tribe united and marched together into the depths of the Forgotten Forest. But in the end, the entire army was wiped out, and it seemed that the messenger of God had grown tired of this tribe. In order to gain the recognition of the gods again, the current elders decided to use the divine weapon. This is the extra reward that the previous messenger of God received from the gods. It is also a divine spear similar to the original one, but not as powerful as before. If Su Chun was still conscious and saw this divine spear, he would definitely think of that not-so-nice thing. In this way, the warriors of the Aru tribe, together with the people of the Flame tribe, gathered into a team of 700 warriors, and holding the divine spear of the God of Fire, they marched towards Su Chun in a mighty manner. Naturally, no one dared to offend such a large team, and even the people from the two tribes cleared the area. Anyway, there is no one around who can offend the two major tribes for the time being. So after being warned, they can only give way. In this way, there were no more people from other tribes around Su Chun. After half a day's journey, the people from the two tribes caught up with the hunter who was tracking them, and from the hunter's guidance, they discovered Su Chun and his group who were moving forward. Who are those two people? I don't know. No matter who he is, let's kill him first. Anyone who competes with us for the god's mission should die. Yes, let's kill them together. Don't be impatient. Let's launch a surprise attack. Yes, a surprise attack. It's very close to night now. If we launch a surprise attack at night, the chances of success will be greater. Okay, I agree. Chapter 134. Evil spirit enters the body. Night falls, there is no light today. Dark clouds covered the starry sky, preventing the starlight from shining through. On the boundless grassland, Su Chun stretched out his limbs and walked straight towards the White Wolf tribe. This was the goal he set when he was sober. Even in his confusion, he still followed the goal faithfully. The brother and sister who came later followed with their mouths shut and unhappy faces. Brother, do you feel any palpitations? Jean Eyre spoke. The two sisters haven't spoken for a long time, mainly because they are really bored and have said everything they can say. But at this time, my sister felt something was wrong. This is the divine blood in the body giving a warning. But because the enemy is too far away, the warning is a little weak. I felt it too. It seems like something is about to happen. Could it be that the master is about to wake up? It doesn't seem so. After taking a look at Su Chin's appearance, Jean Eyre shook his head. Does that mean the master is going to explode? We should stay a little further away from him. As long as we don't lose him, that's fine. Well, that's fine. The two sisters who had wild thoughts made a relatively correct choice. When the people from the two major tribes who were following behind saw Jean E and Jean Eyre change direction, they were a little confused. But the goal is still there, so it doesn't matter. Get ready, the attack will begin in a moment. After the divine spear is shot out, everyone will rush forward and catch the wolf if he is not dead. Chief, what about those two men? Someone asked about Jean E and Jean Eyre. The chief gave an order. Catch them if you can, kill them if you can't. This secret must not be leaked. Only our two tribes know about it. You two tribes can divide it up. That's enough. Okay, no problem. Get ready, God of Fire. Please show your power and destroy his enemies for your believers. The believers of the God of Fire began to pray, using this method to awaken the attack of the divine spear. Just as the divine spear began to charge, Su Chun felt something was wrong. Last time he was pierced by the divine spear and was killed. If it were not for the power of the divine nature, Su Chun would not have been able to be resurrected. Perhaps the system has already begun to select the next host. When a similar force appears again, the body instinctively takes a defensive stance. But Su Chin's abnormal state was such that even with his instinctive defense, he was still not enough to face the attack of the god, the piercing attack of the divine spear. The divine spear pierced from the back and exited directly from the stomach. This spear consumed all the power of the divine spear, but it also managed to severely injure Su Chun. Su Chun lay on the ground for the first time, and golden blood began to flow, but that blood was mixed with green and gray blood. That was the blood influenced by the inheritance of Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. After suffering such a severe blow, Su Chun still did not wake up, because his soul was entangled with the Azure Dragon inheritance and the Black Tortoise inheritance. It was estimated that even if he died this time, he would not be able to wake up. He could only recover after his soul absorbed the inheritance. It worked. It worked. Chapter 135 Divine Power Beam. Boundless evil energy surged into his body, and this evil energy could have entangled Su Chen's soul in the first time. But what's clever is that Su Chen's soul has been entangled with the Azure Dragon inheritance and the Black Tortoise inheritance, forming a protective layer. Although the White Tiger's evil spirit is powerful, it can't play much of a role in the face of the inheritance of two sacred beasts, which are also sacred beasts. The biggest threat posed by the White Tiger's sacred pearl was actually resolved at this time, and the endless flow of evil energy nourishes Su Chen's body. Yes, nourishes it. Don't think that evil energy means destruction. To a certain extent, evil energy is also a kind of spiritual energy. What the White Tiger cultivates is evil energy, and evil energy also has the effect of healing. Moreover, evil spirits have a good defensive effect against attacks from gods. The wound that was pierced by the divine spear was slowly recovering, and Su Chen even stood up. Su Chen stood up, but did not continue to move forward. Instead, he stopped where he was, his body trembling slightly, as if he was sensing something. The people from the two major tribes were still studying how to drain all the blood of Jin Yi and Jin Air to prepare for the blood of the gods. Most people did not focus their attention on Su Chun, which gave Su Chen more time. When someone noticed Su Chun standing up, they exclaimed in surprise. That press it, that thing stands up, it stands up. The exclamation made everyone shift their gaze, and the danger of Jin Yi and Jin Air was temporarily resolved. Go. He is recovering from his injuries. We must not let him recover. Kill. Kill. Although I don't know what happened to Su Chun, it is necessary to not let Su Chun recover his fighting capacity. They consumed a divine weapon to severely injure Su Chun. If Su Chun recovers, will they have a second divine weapon? This is still unknown. The people of the Aru tribe rushed forward at the first moment, which also showed that the Aru people were the strongest present. Take my knife. The chief held a heavy knife and chopped directly at Su Chen's waist. The wolf's weak point is the waist. Although Su Chun is no longer a wolf, this weakness should still exist. Bite! Fire splattered everywhere. The chieftain, who was in the late Lord stage, swung his sword with all his strength and actually created fire. How strong is Su Chen's defense? It can only be said that the chief's luck was too bad. His attack did not hit Su Chun, but hit the evil spirit. Such an attack actually helped Su Chun. Originally, the endless murderous energy was about to burst Su Chen's body, but after this kind of attack, it was like someone was provoking him. How could the White Tiger Holy Pearl allow the enemy to provoke it? Under the control of evil spirit, Su Chun directly slapped out with one claw. The sharp claws, filled with boundless murderous energy, killed the chief of the Aru tribe on the spot. The chief is dead. Kill him, avenge the chief. Kill him. The death of the chief did not make the people of the Aru tribe retreat, but made them even more excited. As a believer of God and a member of the Aru tribe, after the chief's death, it is natural for others to take his place. But are there many people who take his place? Of course there are many, and who can become the next chief? Naturally, it is necessary to make some efforts on Su Chun. Chapter 136. Evil God Clone. A black shadow descended from the sky and landed 1,000 meters in front of Su Chun. A strong fluctuation of divine power emerged from the black shadow. He was the god who attacked Su Chun and the owner of that beam of light. What a familiar evil spirit. Isn't this the evil spirit of the White Tiger? Hee, it seems your situation is rather bad, White Wolf. I was originally waiting for the mortals from the two tribes to kill you, but who could have thought that in the end I would still have to do it myself, and even let myself down? Mortals are just mortals, a bunch of trash. Evil God. No, it should be the evil god's clone. The evil god's real body looked like a puddle of mud, while the evil god's clone in front of him maintained the original complete form of the evil god, now in an injured form. As for why the evil god's clone appeared here, it all started a few months ago. At that time, the evil god's believers came to the White Wolf tribe under the leadership of the god's messenger. They were originally planning to look for the trace of the dragon, but in the end, they offended Su Chun and were wiped out. Without the help of believers, the evil god would not be able to find the dragon. Out of fear of the Azure Dragon, the evil god had no choice but to send his clone down to look for traces of the dragon and also look for traces of the White Wolf. Does the evil god still have believers? Of course there are, and there are quite a lot of them. However, those believers are scattered all over the continent. It is unrealistic to ask them to come and help. He also doesn't want all his believers to die. If all the believers died, the evil god as a god would also be severely damaged, and other gods would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. So he couldn't do that, and could only let the incarnation of the god go down to deal with this matter. After searching for several months, although they found the White Wolf tribe, there was no Su Chun or dragon there. The evil god's clone was unwilling to give up and continued searching, but when he had almost searched all over the Forgotten Forest, he still couldn't find any trace of the dragon. The seal of the Snow Mountain has a very good effect on the gods. If it were not for the guidance of the Frost Behemoth, Su Chun would not have been able to find that place. The seal there has a strong inducing effect on the gods, causing them to unnaturally stay away from that place without noticing anything. After searching for several months, when even the evil god's clone was about to give up, he felt the fluctuation of divine power here. It was the spear of the fire god, the power of the fire god. Not only the power of the god of fire, but also the power of some of the believers of the god of war attracted the evil god. The god of fire and the god of war are also relatively powerful existences in the world of gods. The fire god may not be strong alone, but the fire god system is extremely powerful. Not only are they numerous, they also have a large number of believers. Mortals cannot leave the fire, and it seems that only the water god system can compete. And the god of war? Needless to say, he was a madman, a being whose fighting power was higher than his, and whom he was unwilling to provoke. His power of death, plague, and sneak attack had no effect on the god of war, and he was completely restrained by it. So even though he discovered Su Chun at that time and saw that Su Chun was in a bad condition, he did not take any action at all. This was because he did not want to offend two powerful gods and did not want to get himself into trouble. Anyway, his main target was the dragon, and Su Chun was just a byproduct. But what happened next was that the power of the white tiger exploded and killed the believers of the two gods. As a result, the evil god's clone could not bear it anymore. So he acted rashly and severely injured Su Chun. I didn't expect that you would become so powerful now. You could withstand the attack of half of my divine power and still survive. The evil god's clone was a little shocked, but a cruel smile appeared on his face. Su Chun took his attack firmly. The evil god's clone was very clear about the damage that half of the divine power light column possessed by the evil god's clone. After waiting for a while, the evil god's clone walked towards Su Chun step by step. Let me bring you to death completely. This is also one of my duties as a priest. Killing you can be considered as showing off myself among the gods. Anyway, I didn't kill those two gods' followers. It would be better if this kind of bargain hunting method could happen more often. The evil god's clone is extremely cautious, even too cautious, which is the key to the evil god's survival until now. Those careless gods have long since died. When the evil god's clone was 500 steps away from Su Chun, he stopped because he felt that there was something wrong with Su Chun's aura. This was changing something and pointing the wolf's head at itself. Want to attack me? Looking at Su Chun's changes and feeling the power that should belong to the white tiger, the evil god's clone felt a little worried. Although he had fought against the white tiger before, he had also felt the killing power from afar. If we were to say who killed the most people on the battlefield that year, it was not Baihu, but the most shocking one was indeed Baihu. Back then, the white tiger withstood the joint attack of dozens of gods, and finally died in battle, and even killed several gods. That head-on approach made many gods who had fought with the white tiger unwilling to destroy the white tiger's body. Although the white tiger's body was reduced to ashes in the end, it was definitely not the work of the remaining gods. For such a warrior, life and death are not what they pursue. What they pursue is killing and rushing on the road of killing. At this time, Su Chun was controlled by the white tiger Holy Pearl and rushed towards the evil god's clone. For a moment, the evil god's clones became alert, and divine power began to gather in preparation for a second divine attack. Roar! The whistling sound sounded again, and some traces of the white tiger appeared in this sound, even disrupting the gathering of the evil god's clone's divine power, which made the evil god's clone's face change. When the divine power transformed into a shield, blocking Su Chen's sharp claws, but the evil god's clone was also repelled. He was actually beaten back, and the extreme shame made the evil god's clone angry. Then I will grant your wish and beat you to death. Beat you to death. The evil god's clone is no longer gathering strength. As a god, he participated in the War of the Gods that year. The evil god's combat power is not weak, and his combat experience is also extremely rich. He discovered Su Chen's problem and began to create more injuries to Su Chen's body directly through fighting skills. Su Chen, who is controlled by the White Tiger Holy Pearl, is impeccable in terms of bravery, but in terms of flexibility and skills, he seems a bit rigid and even straightforward. But no matter what, Su Chen and the evil god's clone were entangled with each other and fighting each other. Chapter 137. The evil god's clone wants to escape. As soon as the battle started, Su Chen was at a disadvantage. He had power but no control over his body, and even attacked clumsily, which gave the evil god's clone a great opportunity. Seeing the wounds increasing again and again, the power of the White Tiger Holy Pearl was consumed bit by bit, but there was no good way to deal with the evil god's clone. This is extremely unfavorable to Su Chen, but the evil god's clone is also in a state of grievance at this time. That beam of light attack consumed almost half of his divine power. He is not the original body, and has a huge reserve of divine power. As an incarnation of divine power, the reserves he possesses are limited. When it is used up, it will either disintegrate directly or wait for the main body to be infused with divine power again. There are only two possibilities. And now, as he fought with Su Chen, although he had the upper hand, the divine power he consumed was indeed substantial. If you want to injure Su Chen and break through the White Tiger's evil spirit's defense, you must use divine power. Damn it, why aren't you dead yet? If I don't die, I won't have any divine power. The evil god's clone was very angry, but facing Su Chen's almost desperate attack method, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. The balance of victory began to reverse, and once his divine power was overconsumed, he would collapse. Such collapse would also cause damage to the main body of the divine world, which would be the worst-case scenario. Once the main body is injured, it will be a big deal. Once the gods in the divine world are injured, they will need a huge amount of faith points to repair. This is why the gods desire more believers. Only with enough faith points and power of faith can you become stronger, recover from injuries, and practice. But the current situation is that a group of the most elite believers of the evil god, the king-level ones, died a few months ago. Dozens of them were killed in battle, and as for the lords, hundreds of them were killed. There is such a huge number, including messengers of God. You should know that the total number of believers of the evil god is not too many. Compared with the god of fire and the god of war, his number is pitifully small. This kind of loss just happened to the god of fire, and most he would feel a little sad, but it would not affect him, but the evil god would be greatly affected. Gradually, the evil god's clone wanted to leave, but he was somewhat unwilling to leave like this. You forced me to do this. Once I get in touch with my real body, you'll be dead. After using up a quarter of the remaining divine power to temporarily force Su Chen back, he used the remaining divine power to directly contact the main body of the divine world. Hurry, hurry, time is running out. The evil god's clone was a little panicked because he really didn't have much divine power left. In order to force Su Chen back, he used up the little remaining divine power he had. If we can't contact the main body, the loss will be too great. Roar! It seemed as if it sensed the breath of the gods. Or perhaps White Tiger was unhappy with this behavior back then, and even the scissor divine fire began to erupt. The combined power of the two sacred beasts attacked, and the connection between the evil god's clone and the divine world was directly severed. Damn it! The evil god's clone had difficulty speaking. Under the combined power of the two sacred beasts, he was injured for the first time. Cracks have appeared on his face, a sign that the divine power is unable to support the clone. When the clone collapses, the original body in the divine realm will also be injured. Although it will not be life-threatening, it will still be a huge trouble. Chapter 138. Coma. Thunder filled his body, and Su Chen's offensive collapsed in an instant. This gave the evil god's clone a chance to catch his breath. He hurriedly left Su Chen's side, not only to stay away, but also to avoid being affected by the thunder. My luck is pretty good. The body of the evil god's clone seemed somewhat illusory, which was a sign of excessive consumption of divine power. If it weren't for the thunder just now, he might have collapsed and would not have been able to hold on after fighting for a few seconds or even 10 seconds. The evil god's clone was a little hesitant. He wanted to contact his original body in the divine realm, but the divine power he had available to contact him was completely insufficient. For example, it is unknown whether there is any connection or whether it can survive. If one dies in the mortal world, the impact on the original body will be terrible. Should we leave now? Or should we attack Suchun? The evil god's clone quickly made a judgment and decided to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. The white wolf was too disgusting. After taking a last look at Suchun, the evil god's clone quickly left without looking back. As for where he was going, he was a little unclear, but there was only one thing: that was to stay away from Suchun. The farther the better. As for collecting divine power and the power of faith, he would wait for an opportunity in the future. Bang! The thunder dissipated and Suchun fell from the sky. White electric light exploded instantly, directly igniting the surrounding grass and trees. When the charred area appeared, the energy in Suchun's body was in a temporarily stable state. The white tiger's evil spirit has been almost consumed and is coexisting peacefully with the netherworld divine fire in its body. The power of thunder is in a stalemate, stabilizing the balance of the other two energies. The power of the Godhead protects the soul, while the power of divine power and faith ensures that Suchun will not die. In this situation, it was a blessing that Suchun did not die. But not dying does not mean that Suchun is in good condition, because Suchun fell into a coma again, and this time it was due to serious injuries. Although he repelled the evil god's clone, the injuries Suchun suffered were too severe. This is not like other injuries. The divine power of gods is the most difficult to remove, especially the evil god's power of death, which is the nemesis of the living. Suchun's coma this time may last for quite some time. I don't know how much time had passed. Jean E and Jean Air came over stealthily, observing their surroundings carefully. It's the master over there. Jean Air had sharp eyes and immediately spotted Suchun. Just when she wanted to go over, she was stopped by Jean E. Don't go over there yet. It's dangerous for the time being. Jean E pointed at the cremation on the ground. The power of thunder had not yet completely dissipated. If they go over now, both of them will have to endure the attack of thunder, which may not take their lives, but injuries are inevitable. This battle is so horrific. Who is the enemy? Brother, do you know? Jean Air looked around in shock. Suchun's battle with the evil god's clone has changed the terrain within dozens of miles around. Large pits have appeared one after another, and there are canyons that are several miles long. If this continues, the environment may be damaged even more. That is where Suchun is lying now. It is still intact for the time being. He came here because of chasing the evil god. The road where Jean E and Jean Air came from was extremely rugged. Could it be some kind of god? I sense the power of the gods in that person. He seems to be similar to my master. Maybe he is also a god. Jean E scratched his head and expressed his thoughts. Chapter 139. The Body of the Killing God. Where is this? The confused Suchun's soul made a sound, but no one answered him in this place. The confused Suchun couldn't remember who he was. This is the interior of the White Tiger Holy Pearl, the most core area, and also the most critical area. The core inheritance of the White Tiger is here. Killing, all the secrets about killing can be found here. As the White Tiger Holy Pearl collapsed, Suchun's soul was absorbed into this core. Not only that, the most essential killing power originally contained in the White Tiger Sacred Pearl, a drop of killing origin that the White Tiger Sacred Beast had spent 100 years to condense, was slowly integrated into Suchun's body. It flowed along Suchun's blood little by little. An inexplicable force began to change Suchun's bloodline. In the past, Suchun evolved step by step from an ordinary snow wolf to the current physique of a snow wolf king. Whether it is day or night, or even in other states, there are excellent bonuses. However, compared with other monsters, this bonus is not enough. Compared with the Flood Dragon, the power of the true dragon's bloodline is definitely higher than Suchun's. If Suchun's physique increases by 30%, then the dragon's will increase by at least 70%. This is the effect of the legendary bloodline. Even Behemoth's power increase was over 50%. Of course, Suchun's physique can be compared with that of ordinary monsters, which is still very good. For ordinary monsters, even if they break through to the king level, an increase of 10% is quite acceptable. However, Suchun's Snow Wolf King physique has an increase of 30%, thanks to the strengthening of the netherworld divine fire. However, Su Chen's physique has not yet reached its limit. When the killing essence condensed by the white tiger, sacred beast, entered his body, it greatly strengthened Su Chen's physique. That percentage is also increasing little by little. The more crucial point is that the physique of Su Chen Snow Wolf King is changing. If Su Chen was still awake at this moment, he would find that the identity of the Snow Wolf King, representing his physique on his attribute panel, was becoming illusory, as if it was about to turn into something else. As for what it is, we can only leave it to time. Whether it is the bloodline of Shizuko, the bloodline of Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, or even the bloodline of White Tiger, they are all first class. The strongest bloodline Su Chen has seen now is naturally the dragon, but the blood blessing of the four sacred beasts is at least 100%, or even more than several hundred. If he could possess the bloodline of a holy beast, Su Chen's combat effectiveness would soar again. Bang! The evil spirit exploded, and the balance in Su Chen's body was broken. Under this circumstance, Jin Yi was directly awakened. Looking at Su Chen, who had turned into a black and red cocoon, Jin Yi was a little confused. What happened? Brother, what happened to the master? The evil spirit also woke Jin Yi up, and she also saw the changes in Su Chen. I don't know, but I feel like there's no danger. What do you think? Jin Yi shook his head. I seem to have a similar feeling. Is the master about to wake up? Chapter 140 Awakening. Under normal circumstances, as long as Su Chen absorbs the origin of evil spirit and evolves the killing field, he will be able to wake up. Unfortunately, some unexpected things happened. Because the source of the evil spirit is mixed with the memories of the White Tiger. Yes, White Tiger's memory. This is the third memory that Su Chen has obtained, in addition to the inherited memories of Qinglong and Xuanwu, and the number is even greater. It is the memory of all the battles that Baihu has experienced since he was a child. This huge memory directly made Su Chen addicted to it. Fortunately, those memories did not intend to turn Su Chen into a white tiger, but only wanted Su Chen to observe and learn the white tiger's fighting skills. If we were to say which of the four sacred beasts has the strongest combat power, it would naturally be the white tiger, a sacred beast that lives on fighting. Xuanwu controls water and defense, Qinglong is multifaceted, and Shizuko controls fire. The four sacred beasts all have their own specialties, and the white tiger's memory will naturally have a profound impact on the battle. Ding. Gain control of evil spirit. Ding. Gain the evil spirit shield. Ding. Gain the tiger roar skill. Ding. Gain the white tiger heart digger skill. A series of prompts began to appear on the screen, but unfortunately Su Chen couldn't see them at the moment. He is accepting Baihu's memories and learning Baihu's skills. How many skills does the white tiger, one of the four sacred beasts, have? Even the white tiger himself may have forgotten this. Su Chen is increasing his skills bit by bit, and even from time to time, some of the skills of the other three holy beasts appear. In the past, the white tiger and the other three sacred beasts often sparred with each other. The warlike white tiger gave the three sacred beasts a headache, and sometimes the three of them even ganged up on the white tiger, but the white tiger was happy to do so. When seeing the four sacred beasts fighting, Su Chen's skills increased even more. In the end, it seemed like the system couldn't stand it anymore and directly changed the skill column. Host, Su Chen. Race, Killer God, Unknown Race. Quality, King Level. Level, 26, 9912441/2000000. Talents, Attack, White Tiger Talent. Transformation, Azure Dragon Talent. Water Control, Black Tortoise Talent. Fire Control, Shizuka Talent. Beast King, formerly Snow Wolf King Talent. Skills, Evil Spirit, White Tiger. Thunder, Blue Dragon. Water, Black Tortoise. Fire, Shizuko. Beast, Original Snow Wolf King Skill. God Skill. Fields, Experience Field, Faith Field, Killing Field, Beast King Field. Evolution Points, 719-412/1000000. Faith Points, 850,124. The number of skills increased is too great, to more than 1,000. How to use such a huge number of skills is something Su Chen himself needs to think about. Slowly, as Baihu's memory deepened, Su Chen seemed to remember something. I am Su Chen. I am the wolf god of the White Wolf tribe. I am me. Breaking through the shackles of inheritance and the limitations of memory, Su Chen felt his body again and discovered this series of changes. Is this still me? In his perception, there was not much change in Su Chen's body inside the evil spirit cocoon, but there were some changes. Chapter 141 Target Flame Tribe. After leaving the cave, Suchin took Jean E and Jean Air and headed in a certain direction. This was not to return to the White Wolf tribe, but to go somewhere else. After this transformation, Suchin's desire to become stronger has been met. Although he has not yet broken through to the saint level, if he fights with the dragon now, even if the dragon uses all its trump cards, Suchin will definitely be the winner in the end. Suchin is more confident and his thoughts have changed. I have a feeling that pure belief in God is a huge pit, and the fire that Xuanwu gave me. Your thing seems to be able to change something. I need to try out my skills, and I also need to develop Gold 1 and Gold 2. Suchin is a god, but what he does is not like a god at all. According to the words of God, there is no need to do everything by yourself. Let your subordinates and believers do it. This is the correct way. Therefore, in order to test their skills and to make Jean E and Jean Air stronger, Suchin took the two of them to fight everywhere. The high-level monsters around were in complete trouble. Not only was he killed by Suchin, but even the blood essence of the high-level monster was extracted by Suchin, and then he asked Jean E and Jean Air to take it. This is using the essence of the monsters to train the two people. Under such high-intensity blood essence training, the strength of the two has been significantly improved. This is one of the advantages of being the descendants of divine blood. It can absorb other energy to strengthen itself, and if it is blood, it would be even better. When the two of them temporarily reached the early limit of the Lord and could no longer improve, Suchin stopped temporarily. Let's go to the Flame Tribe. Suchin always remembered the sneak attack by the people from those two tribes. The brother and sister told Suchin what happened later, and he understood that they should take advantage of his illness to kill him. A few months ago, the messenger of the Flame Tribe was killed by him, and then some time ago, the elder came with some elite troops but was also killed by him. This was the time when the Flame Tribe was at its weakest, and Suchin didn't even need to take action. Suchin was the same. I have a mission for you too. Go to the Flame Tribe and dismantle the altar in the tribe. This is the mission I give you too. I will not take action until your lives are no longer in danger. So the next battle depends on you. After explaining the task, Suchin disappeared from the sight of the brother and sister. After Suchin disappeared, Jean E rubbed his hands excitedly. During this period of time, the blood and essence of top-level monsters were almost unlimited, and he was already excited. And the people from that tribe actually wanted to drain all his blood. They were mortal enemies. To deal with the mortal enemy tribe, naturally, any means can be used. Brother, what should we do? Jean Air was also very excited. Although she was a girl and had some compassion, she had to do everything possible when facing the enemy. Go and take a look first. Don't be reckless. After all, the other side is a large tribe. Take a look at the situation first and try to launch a surprise attack to understand the specific situation first. Although Jean E was excited, he was still relatively calm, which made Suchin, who was observing him, very satisfied. Watching Jean E and Jean Air approaching the Flame Tribe, the Flame Tribe at this time was the same as usual, with no changes due to the departure of the elders. This is one of the benefits of believing in God. Even in the worst situations, it will only make the faith more stable. Unless the faith collapses, there won't be too many problems. Jean E and Jean Air looked for a while, then quietly entered the Flame Tribe. The arrival of the two blonde boys attracted some attention from the Fire Tribe, but there was no big move. Suchin watched the Flame Tribe and found some problems. This barrier of faith is much weaker than before. It may be caused by too many believers dying. Chapter 142 Provoking war. Who is it who destroyed my tribe in the mortal world? In the divine world, the face of the god of fire was filled with anger. Although the strength of the Flame Tribe declined and the number of believers decreased a lot, he didn't care at all. But when the tribe's altar was destroyed, he was furious. There are not too many tribes with altars in the mortal world, and the fire god is only more than 50 at most. If any one of them is missing, it would be like he has lost a tribe. How can he not be angry? Check it for me. Investigate it for me immediately. Because the altar disappeared, the fire god couldn't go down to check it out, so he could only go down from other altars, but that would waste a lot of time, and the people who destroyed the altar had already run away. Inside the Flame Tribe, flames rose, and Jean E and Jean Air began their killing actions. 99% of the people in this tribe are believers of the fire god. Although most of them are general believers, there are also many loyal believers. These are the enemies, kill them all. Kill all the soldiers you see one by one. And as for the old and weak, let them fend for themselves. Although Jin Yi wanted to massacre the old and weak, he was strictly ordered by Su Chen not to do so. You can kill the enemy soldiers, but as for the old, weak, and disabled, you still need to let them choose for themselves. Should I continue to stay in the Flame tribe or go to other tribes? Moreover, Su Chen also has a very grand plan to carry out, and these old, weak, sick, and disabled people are the best promoters. The battle is still going on. If only two people are relying on each other, it will take time to kill all the Fire Tribe warriors because the enemy will also run away. Jin Yi and Jin Er did not chase the person who escaped because Su Chen had been waiting outside for a long time. The netherworld divine fire boiled and directly swept away those who were escaping. Although using the netherworld divine fire to make puppets will result in a considerable loss of experience and evolution points, Su Chen doesn't care. Su Chen stopped only after turning 100 soldiers into puppets. In the huge tribe, except for some old people and children who were trembling, the other adults were either dead or became puppets, and only a few escaped. But without the protection of the tribe, those who escaped would not be able to survive for long. Those who were lucky could go to other tribes, but it was not certain whether they would be accepted. Let's go to the Aru tribe. Yes, Master. Master is so kind that he actually avenged us. The Aru tribe is the starting point of all the problems. It was the people of the Aru tribe who had been chasing them, and it was also the people of the Aru tribe who discovered their identities. Naturally, the two of them hated this tribe, but the god that the Aru tribe believes in is the god of war, who is also a powerful god in the world of gods. Even the evil gods are not willing to provoke the god of war. Of course, on the surface, it was not Su Chen who attacked the Aru tribe, but the people of the Flame tribe. Those puppets held the flags and weapons of the Flame tribe, and Jin Yi and Jin Er put on the costumes of the Flame tribe and pretended to be people of the Flame tribe, and then they attacked the Aru tribe. This is exactly part of Su Chen's plan. Let the believers of the god of fire attack the tribe of believers of the god of war. No matter which side suffers the loss, Su Chen will be happy. Not only that, this is just the beginning. With the help of the netherworld divine fire, Su Chen can control more puppets and then let those puppets attack other god tribes. Su Chen wanted to plunge the area around the Forgotten Forest directly into war. Let you come and beat me, and I'll leave you alone. Chapter 143 Chaos. After leaving the Aru tribe, the number of puppet warriors in the hands of Jin Yi and Jin Er increased by 100. These warriors, all dressed in Aru tribal costumes, began to move towards the next tribe. And this tribe is the tribe of the god of light. From the god of fire, to the god of war, to the god of light, they will kill all the tribes one by one and will not let any of them go. What is that? They seem to be from the Aru tribe. What are they doing here? Be careful of those fighting maniacs. God knows what's wrong with them. No, this is an attack. This is an attack on our tribe. Be alert, be alert. At first, the people of the god of light tribe didn't know what was happening, but as the people of the Aru tribe launched their attack, they became a little panicked. Although the Aru tribe does not have a messenger, they don't have a messenger either. They used to have one, but with the battle between them and the evil god's believers, the messenger was killed by the evil god's clone. This left the tribe of the god of light without a messenger and a number of high-level believers. This reduced their combat effectiveness, and facing the attack from the Aru tribe, the people of the god of light tribe fought hard. Half a day later, the tribe of the god of light won, but at the cost of more than 100 people. No, where is the body? While the people of the god of light tribe were still confused, Su Chen also stepped up his efforts to complete the refining of the light puppet. The puppets in Jin Yi and Jin Er's hands directly broke through the 200 mark and headed towards the next tribe. To the west of the god of light's tribe is the base of the god of water. Just like the previous tribes of gods, they attacked, killed, ambushed, and then left. After dark, the tribes of the water god were wailing because even more people had died. More than 200 people died in the battle, and most of the bodies were missing. No, this matter cannot end like this. We need to find an explanation, The people of the water god tribe are fed up. They have no connection or hatred with the light god tribe on normal days. What happened today? Just as the people of the water god tribe were getting excited, the light god tribe had already informed their gods of what was happening in the mortal world. The followers of the god of war attack my followers? How is this possible? Does the god of war intend to expand his influence? The god of light had an uncertain expression on his face. He knew very well who the god of war was. He was a madman who was different from most gods. He was also a super powerful one who could be ranked at the top among all the gods. It is best not to deal with such an enemy. Otherwise, he will be the only one to suffer. But it doesn't seem good to just swallow this anger. After the god of light, the god of water also received notification from his believers. The people of the god of light attacked my tribe? Is he looking for death? Unlike the god of light is still somewhat worried about the god of war. The god of water is not worried about the god of light. Just when he was about to cause trouble for the god of light, the god of wind found him. Water god, why did your followers attack my tribe and even destroy my tribe? What? What did you say? The god of wind came and broke the rhythm of the god of water. Facing the other party's questioning, the god of water waved his hand impatiently. Go away, don't bother me. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up too. Chapter 144 war expelled. Standing far away in a tribe, looking at everything in the tribe, the pupils turned blue. This was a small skill inherited from the Azure Dragon, which allowed one to see farther. This place is about 10 miles away from the tribe, but Suchin looks as if it is right in front of him. The tribe was in chaos. The foreign killers had opened the gate and were madly slaughtering the warriors of faith inside. But there is one thing, that is, there is no offense to children and women, and their main target of killing is the adult males of the other side. The main warriors of a tribe are naturally adult males, and such people are also loyal believers of God. The more powerful the tribe, the more so. Master, shouldn't we go up? Jean E licked his lips excitedly. The fighting during this period allowed Jean E to vent his resentment about being hunted, and he also came to like the taste of killing. Maybe he was affected by the killing field on Su Chun, or maybe he was just such a person and his nature was liberated by Su Chun. Not for now. We don't need to take action against this tribe. However, we can find the other tribe and launch a surprise attack. That will be no problem. Su Chun smiled slightly and began to observe the aura of those outsiders. In Xuanwu's inheritance, there is a divination skill, which can be regarded as a natural skill of Xuanwu. However, the sacred beast Xuanwu did not take it seriously at the beginning. But Suchin knew that this was a very important skill. In the myths of previous lives, tortoise shells were used for divination, and the results were very good. Xuanwu's divination skills are naturally stronger. Perhaps this kind of innate divination can only be compared with the acquired 8 trigrams. Concentrate your breath, and let me see where your lair is. Locking onto a high-ranking lord in the early stage, Suchin gathered his aura and began to divine. 300 miles to the west, a vague place appeared, and that place was very wide. This is also because Suchin's skills are not strong enough, and he can only know the approximate location. But that's enough. As long as you know the general idea, all that's left is to search for it, and finding a tribe is quite simple. There must be water and trees around any tribe. Otherwise, it would be a dream to want to live for a long time. It took almost 4 hours to find that place after leading Jean E, Jean Air, and other puppet warriors to attack. But when Su Chen and his group arrived, they found that the fighting had also started here. However, the attackers were unable to break through the city walls. Master, let me go this time. Jean E immediately asked for a fight. Go ahead, but be careful and stay safe. You can sacrifice the puppet if necessary. Don't let anything happen to you. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Genie set out with 200 men and charged forward in a mighty force. When they appeared near the city gate, they immediately attracted the attention of both sides of the battle. Who are you, The attacker was about to ask something, but Jean E suddenly jumped up and killed the opponent's leader, then rushed over to kill them all. The tribe suddenly became idle because the attackers were surrounded and blocked by Jean E and others. Jean E had a lot of men, and they were well rested, while the attackers were already somewhat tired. Chapter 145 Flower God. Master, there is a very secret tribe in a mountain 30 miles ahead. Jean E ran back excitedly and reported some special news to Su Chen. 30 miles ahead? Su Chen raised his head and thought about his current location. This place was more than 10,000 miles away from the Forgotten Forest. He couldn't even tell where it was exactly. We walked here for hundreds of miles, almost 1,000 miles, but there was still no tribe. Instead, there were quite a few monsters. There is actually a tribe in such a ghost place? What's the scale? Because that place is surrounded by mountains, Su Chen's eagle eyes cannot see that far for the time being. If it were to fly, it would be troublesome if it were discovered by the other party or some powerful person. The number should not be large, but it is definitely over 1,000. I found altars, statues, and more detailed ones in that tribe. I dare not get close. There is a strong barrier of faith outside that tribe. Listening to Jean Yi's description, Su Chen felt something was wrong. Is it so powerful? This at least shows that there must be God's messengers in that tribe, and there must also be powerful people above the level of king. But why is such a tribe, which is hundreds or even thousands of miles away from other tribes, in this place? By the way, Master, I have another question. I found people with black hair and black eyes in that tribe. This makes me feel a little strange. You mean black hair and black eyes? Su Chen was shocked. There was a tribe of people with black hair in this place? Wasn't it said that it had been completely wiped out that year? Aren't the remaining descendants all in his white wolf tribe? How come there are some here too? Yes, not only people with black hair, but also people with other hair colors. They live in a tribe. Jin Yi said with certainty. And then, under Su Chen's questioning, he described everything he saw one by one. The tribe is located in the mountains and has a natural barrier. If Jin Yi had not been sensitive to divine power and had good luck, he might have missed it. Let's go and take a look. Whether it is to complete the goal or to know the situation of the man with black hair and black eyes, it is worth Su Chen's trip. When Su Chen was still 10 miles away from the other party, he suddenly stopped. An inexplicable feeling enveloped Su Chen. That is, he was discovered. The opponent is very strong, definitely above him, but where is the opponent? Who are you? Who are you? A voice sounded in my heart, and the other party was asking about my identity. I am the god of flowers, the god of the tribe in front of you. Are you here to attack my tribe? The god of flowers said lightly. No, I just came to see, are there people with black hair and black eyes in your tribe? Su Chen directly denied it, and then ordered Jin Yi and others to stop moving forward or even retreat. Damn it, the tribe ahead actually has the real god. We're doomed. Although Su Chen can be said to be a half-step saint now, he is still not enough when facing the gods alone. Even if he fought desperately and used the trump cards of the three sacred beasts, he could only hurt the opponent at most. If it were those powerful gods, then today would be Su Chen's death anniversary. Chapter 146, No Interference. When he arrived at the center of the tribe, Su Chen saw the flower god, which was a flower, a huge sunflower. That is the true form of the flower god, a powerful and terrifying being. At least saint level, maybe even mid-saint level, or maybe even higher. In the inheritance of the three sacred beasts, there are battles with gods and battles with sacred beasts. The division of each level is relatively clear, but the judgment of the flower god in front of him is a little special. Because with the combat experience of the three holy beasts, they had never encountered such a plant god, not even during the war among the gods. This should be a god that appeared after the War of Gods, definitely not before. Or maybe it existed before, but did not participate in the war, which would be more interesting. Hello, respected god of flowers. Nice to meet you. Wolf God Su Chen. Su Chen stood up straight and expressed his respect for the god of flowers. Hello, and nice to meet you. I can tell from your breath that you don't have any thoughts about my tribe. At least you won't destroy my tribe. The flower god showed the form of a human. A young and arrogant woman appeared in front of Su Chen. This was a method that only saints and above could use, transforming into a human. Although Su Chen now had many believers and a lot of faith points, he still couldn't turn himself into a human. Only after reaching the saint level can one be considered a true god. The others are called false gods. However, false gods are also gods. The only difference is quite large. I have a question. Where did you find these people from? They should not be the original people here, right? Su Chen pointed at the black-haired people and asked them frankly. After entering this tribe, Su Chen had this question. You must know that people with black hair and black eyes are enemies of all gods. After the gods divided up the black-haired population, they implemented various means and finally made black hair become history. But here, black hair still exists. That's the difference. Are you talking about them? After the battle that year, I took in some black-haired people. It seemed that there was an elder back then. Unfortunately, that elder died of serious injuries 1,000 years ago. The flower god said with some nostalgia. Elder? Taken? There was more information, but Su Chen became more and more confused. What is going on with this flower god? If this matter is known by other gods, the consequences may be very serious, and may even lead to the punishment of the gods. In that case, could she survive? Why are you telling me this? Don't you know what the gods think? It is very dangerous for you to do this. Su Chen asked again. Is it dangerous? I don't think so. It has been thousands of years and no outsiders have come here. Unless I take the initiative to open the door, you may not be able to find me, right? The descendant of the four sacred beasts. The flower god looked at Su Chen indifferently, and revealed Su Chen's true identity. He is the descendant of the four sacred beasts of the Black Hair tribe and possesses the power of the four sacred beasts in his body. How do you know that? Back then, I had some relationship with Suzaku. Some of his power after his death helped me achieve success. So that's how it is. After hearing this explanation, Su Chen believed it a little, but not completely. At least the other party has no hostility towards him in the short term and will not do anything to him. This is Su Chen's opinion. What about between you and the other gods? I have no desires or requests. I just want to see the sun every day. That's enough for me. I don't need anything else. I won't participate in the battles between other gods, but I don't want to get involved either. Will you put me in the war? The flower god wants to be a permanently neutral god, and her choice is actually the most correct one. As long as you don't join the war, you won't fail. Do gods have a lifespan limit? Su Chen doesn't know this, and neither do other gods. Anyway, up to now, there seems to be no life that has died of normal old age. Maybe it will take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years before someone knows about it. I know your choice. I will not bring war to you. That's great. I hope your choice won't bring you any trouble. The flower god nodded slightly, and his incarnation slowly dissipated. Are you not communicating anymore? Su Chen asked hurriedly. Go ahead and talk. I can hear you. I'm a little uncomfortable with communicating with an avatar like that. I still prefer my true self. You've already shown your true self, so I'll just speak with my true self. The huge sunflower, also known as the sunflower, lowered its head slightly, and its flower disc, which was hundreds of feet long, was facing Su Chen, which gave Su Chen a lot of pressure. Do you need anything? I may need to trouble you with something. I wonder if we could do a deal. Su Chen thought for a while before asking. I don't need anything. Is there anything you need my help with? I want to tell you in advance that I will not leave here, so you should be mentally prepared. The flower god shook his head slightly, as if telling Su Chen that I might not be able to meet your request. It's like this. I plan to take those people with black hair and black eyes away. They are here and will only cause you trouble. Maybe I can help you solve this trouble. I wonder if you are willing. Su Chen is equivalent to undermining the opponent's cornerstone. For a god, believers are the most important. But Su Chen still asked this question because black hair and black eyes are ultimately a problem, a huge problem. When he became a god, he was targeted in various ways, and even the gods sent messengers to attack him. If he had not been powerful enough, he would not have survived until now. Can I? Really? Of course, but they need to volunteer. You can't force those people. The rest is up to you. Also, please don't destroy my tribe. Thank you very much. The flower god became quiet, as if he was asleep. Su Chen nodded slightly to show his respect to the goddess of flowers, and then left the center of the tribe. Returning to Jean E and Jean Air, Su Chen's face showed a look of respect. A god like this is a qualified god. The gods in the outside world are all hypocrites, including me, of course. A true god should have no desires or requests. No matter what happens in the outside world, they will not pay attention to it. Unless it affects themselves, they will have some reaction. The flower god, the god of plants, is a powerful being that is best not to be provoked. After evaluating the flower god in his heart, Su Chen took Jean E and Jean Air and started to act. He wanted to see how many black-haired people in this tribe were willing to follow him and leave here and return to his white wolf tribe. Chapter 147 Different Choices. In the flower god tribe square, a large number of people with black hair and black eyes gathered. In front of these people, Su Chen waited quietly. He waited until everyone had arrived before he spoke. I want to take you away to complete what your ancestors wanted to do. I don't know who is willing to leave with me. This is your own choice. Whether you are willing or not, it will not have any impact. No one is too much. You should know what you should know, and if you don't know, that doesn't matter. This happened 1,000 years ago. Those who are willing to pay can follow him and leave. Those who are not willing can continue living here. Everyone's choices are different, and it is their own path. No one can impose their own choices on them, not even God. What exactly does this great being want us to do? A young man spoke first. He really didn't know anything. Su Chen looked at him and did not answer. A guy who is less than 20 years old should know nothing. Instead of letting him know all this, it would be better for him to know nothing. I am willing to follow you, but I wonder if you could do that. An old man stepped forward and raised his head proudly, as if he had found his home. Then stand by me. Grandpa, where are you going? My dear grandson, do you remember the story? The great flower god has already told us the identity of the great being before us. This is my chance, an opportunity one have been thinking about for decades. It is also what our ancestors have been pursuing. I don't want to forget this. Then I will follow you. No, you have to stay. At least one person has to stay. You can't all go. Then stay here, brother. I'll follow you. Good boy. Uncle, I'm going too. Stop right there. You're not allowed to go. If you go, I will no longer have a nephew like you. Are you worthy of your father? Some people chose to follow Su-chan with their families, wanting to avenge their ancestors and fight against the gods in heaven. Some people looked at all this in confusion. Su-chan understood this kind of polarized situation very well. Not everyone wants their descendants to live in hatred. Not everyone wants their offspring to live in peace and stability. Different families and different things will create different people. Even people in the same family can have different personalities and ideas. Gradually, more and more people gathered around Su-chan, and when there were only 200 people, no one came anymore. He glanced at the opposite side. There were slightly more people there, nearly 240 people, about 40 more than this side. And the people on his side were either old people or some young people. The real middle-aged people and children were all on the opposite side. Okay, Jin-air, take them with you to our tribe. Yes, great master. After confirming again that these people had chosen this side, Su-chan ordered Jin-e and Jin-air to take these people away. All the puppets plus 2 servants escorted the 200 people and began the long migration. It is said to be long, but a distance of more than 10,000 miles is really far away. Chapter 148: The Wrath of the Evil God. Outside the desert of life, Su-chan looked at the clearly divided land. Outside the desert, there is greenery and some small rivers flowing through. But in the desert, the boundless desert covered everything. It was either sand or sand, and there was no sign of life at all. Inside is the restricted area of life, while outside is the paradise of life. Evil God, I'm here to cause you trouble. Last time, your clone almost killed me. This time, I want you to know what regret is. Su-chan set his target in the desert of life. After various explorations and searches, he finally found this place. As for setting the target on the evil god, this was also a well-considered decision. First of all, he has an irreconcilable hatred with the evil god. He and the evil god have a life and death feud, and the other party has tried to kill him several times. At the same time, the hatred between the evil god and the dragon is also not small. The second reason is that the evil god's power is relatively weak and he has not formed an alliance with other gods. If it was to deal with an alliance, Su-chan would not have the confidence, but dealing with a god would be a little easier. The third is strength. In Su-chan's opinion, the strength of the evil god is just that. The evil god, who was not strong to begin with, lost his messenger and his tribe outside was attacked by Su-chan. His only remaining mortal power was this desert of life. As long as we destroy this place, the rest will be easy. Su-chan even has a great plan, but this plan requires him to leave the desert of life before it can be carried out. The figure is dim and blends in with the surrounding scenery. This is a skill that is acquired after combining the golden sun state and the black tortoise magical power. The camouflage effect is first class. Unless you run into a god at home, such as the situation with the flower god, there is no way you can find Su-chan. But are there gods in this place? Of course not. At most, it is the incarnation of the god. When the clone is compared with Su-chan, Su-chan can directly explode and let the other party die. Entering the desert of life, Su-chan used the black tortoise's ability to control water to search for all the water sources therein. Even in this restricted area, there is water source. Without water, there is no life. After searching for half an hour, Su-chan drilled directly into the ground. 170 meters underground, an underground river appeared. It is a very small river, and the water flow at this point can support several people. Moving along the river, Su-chan smiled. Ahead, there are signs of life. Late Lord, there are still 2 people. Good. It's obvious that they are followers of the evil god. Although the number of the evil god's followers is small, the quality is really good. Approaching quietly, Su-chan observed the status of the 2 believers. The other party was practicing in a rather weird way, which seemed like a form of self-mutilation. As expected of a follower of the evil god, his behavior was extremely weird. What's going on? Where's the water? When the 2 believers woke up, they found that the clean water was gone. The stream on which the 2 had depended for 10 years had dried up. This is impossible. You have to know that in order to obtain this water flow, the 2 of them defeated countless people and killed countless other believers. Did you do that? I still doubt you. Chapter 149 Target, Killing God. Boom! A dark beam of light came from afar and directly hit the desert of life. Su Chun, who was far outside the desert of life, saw the pillar of light and the power it carried. That is the true body of the god. Although its aura is not as strong as the flower god's, it is not something Su Chun can resist at the moment. Strange, it seems that the aura is a little unstable. Is he injured? I seem to have heard that other gods are dissatisfied with the evil god. This may be an opportunity. Originally, Su Chun had targeted the evil god, and he became even happier after noticing that the other party's aura was unstable. As long as the opponent is not in his prime, Su Chun will be more confident. Just take your time to search. That's the transformation method I learned from Qinglong. Unless you have special detection skills, you won't be able to find me. There are many auras left by Su Chun in the desert of life, but those auras had long been tampered with by Su Chun. If the evil god searches according to that breath, it will be impossible for him to find Su Chun unless Su Chun exposes himself. But will he? Of course he will, but not now. Go back to the Forgotten Forest and check the situation of the tribe first. After finding that everything is fine, go directly north, all the way north. Coming to the snow-capped mountains again and looking at the unchanging snow-capped mountains that had existed for thousands of years, Su Chun knew that things were going to change here. Jello, I'm here, are you there? Standing outside the barrier, Su Chun spoke lightly. His voice directly penetrated the barrier and was transmitted to the dragon. The dragon, who had been practicing, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Chun at the foot of the mountain. Brother, the wolf is here again? Is something wrong? Qilin Feihu asked with a worried look on his face. Don't go out. I'll go out and take a look. It's interesting. The dragon's eyes changed, and Su Chun couldn't see through it as he was staring at it. It's only been a year since we last saw each other, but how could the white wolf grow so fast? You're here, come in. I'll be waiting for you inside. Good. Su Chun entered the barrier. When he came here before, he couldn't see through the barrier at all. But after obtaining the inheritance of Qinglong, the distance of this barrier became clear at a glance because this was actually set up by Qinglong back then. Su Chun's control over this barrier might even be greater than that of the dragon, but he needs time to gain control and seize it. But now is not the time. When I saw the dragon again, its aura was stronger, even stronger than a year ago. Has its injuries recovered? No, he hasn't fully recovered yet. It's obviously impossible to recover from that kind of injury in just over a year. You have become stronger. The dragon looked at Su Chun indifferently and was feeling Su Chun's breath. He seemed to feel a familiar power fluctuation on Su Chun's body, but it was a little different. Of course, let's have a sparring match. Can. Be careful then. You better be careful. Boom. After they finished talking, they started to act. Chapter 150 The Evil God is Coming. In the desert of life, the evil god's face was ferocious, and he was still looking for the murderer. He found some auras, but those auras were very strange and kept changing, making it impossible for the evil god to pinpoint who had done it for a while. Damn it, could it be that bastard? I just killed one of your gods, but you actually slaughtered so many of my believers. If I have the chance, I will make you kill more gods. In the evil god's opinion, only one god has the ability to transform in this way, and that is the phantom god. But the evil god was wrong. The person who slaughtered a large number of believers was not the god, but Su Chun. Why did the aura change? This aura seems familiar. It's the wolf. The changing aura stopped changing and directly turned into Su Chun's aura. The evil god was quite familiar with this aura. When the eye of God came down to look for the dragon, it observed Su Chun and found that he was just a pseudo-god at the lord level, so it did not take him seriously. Well, it's you. You're dead. I want you to know the consequences of offending a god. The evil god did not hesitate and flew directly into the sky, heading towards the Forgotten Forest at an extremely fast speed. He had once gone deep into the Forgotten Forest and almost killed the little dragon. The Eye of God had also entered the Forgotten Forest, so he didn't have too many worries about what was there. The only thing he was worried about now was that Su Chun would run away. You ran away, but your tribe is over there. You killed my followers. I will wipe out your tribe and see if you will show up. The other party is a false god and is at a critical stage in becoming a god. If all his believers die, Su Chun's hope of becoming a god will be completely shattered, and he may even be killed by backlash. Just as the evil god was heading towards the Forgotten Forest, Su Chun's breath suddenly appeared in the north. It is located in the north of the Forgotten Forest, among the endless snow-capped mountains. Are you there? Good. Good. How dare you do this? Do you think you can deceive me forever? Su Chen's aura was very strong, as if he was fighting with something. The evil god did not have any doubts and immediately changed direction and rushed towards this side. And through the observation of the formation and the particularity of the Forgotten Forest, when the evil god entered the Forgotten Forest, he showed it. Above the Forgotten Forest, the weather changed color, and the blood-red color appeared very clearly. This was the result of exposing his aura without any concealment. Back then, Qinglong had set up a reconnaissance formation targeting gods. Once a god appeared, the color would change. As for why Su Chun did not cause that kind of change, first of all, Su Chun is considered a pseudo-god and has not yet reached the stage of a true god. Moreover, the god's clone and the like cannot reach the triggering level. Only when the god's original body appears can it be triggered. Here he comes. Here he comes. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, Su Chun excitedly felt the approach of that powerful aura. As the evil god got closer, Su Chun became more and more certain that the evil god must be injured and was not in his prime. Boom! The clouds were dispersed. That was the gust of wind brought by the evil god. He is coming. He has arrived. He is not far away. Looking up at the evil god in the sky, the powerful feeling of oppression did not make Su Chun worried, but excited instead. Fighting with such a strong man would bring huge benefits to him. You didn't run away. Not bad, not bad. The evil god's eyes are golden, which may be the only relatively intact part of his body. The rest of his body is in a terrible state. Even from a distance, he doesn't look like a human being, but more like a monster. Are you the evil god? That useless god, targeted by other gods. Suchenmak, how brave! How brave! If you answer my question, I may let you die happily. Otherwise, you will be tortured by me for the next 1,000 years and will not be able to die.